Chapter 91. The spiritual plant of Haigwa is missing. He received a lot of scolding on the internet, and many people are fighting with him for the custody of the child. At this time, the official of Haigwa finally couldn't help but bubble up. Official of Haigwa at the light of the end of the world, dear sir, the spiritual plant is missing. The behavior is a personal behavior, and cannot represent the entire Haigwa. This incident is just an individual case, just like some people in Dashia have done that. Official of Haigwa at the light of the end of the world, there are still many people in our Haigwa who love spiritual plants very much, and there are videos to prove it. Video. Official of Haigwa at the light of the end of the world, dear sir, we, the official of Haigwa, assure you that we will never let such a bad incident of harming spiritual plants happen again. Official of Haigwa at the light of the end of the world, so can you return this batch of spiritual plants to Haigwa? Chunru sneered. It sounds quite high-sounding. But your spiritual plants are missing. As soon as you open your mouth, you have already exposed your official identity. Who do you think is stupid? As for the fact that there are people in Haigwa who truly love spiritual plants, she believes it. But what does that have to do with this batch of damaged spiritual plants? If someone loves spiritual plants, can the damage be offset? Just like Marshmallow Juju Z said, you still want to return it? What the hell are you thinking? She did not at Haigwa officials separately, but directly issued a notice. The light of the end of the world. No spiritual plants will be returned if they come back to me to complain after being damaged. No need to say more. If you think there are too many crystal cores, just make them. She accepts all. As soon as it was posted, a wave of praise came out to support the host. Dashia host leg pendant. The host is awesome. Dashia roasted sweet potato flower pot is my destiny. The host is awesome +1. Dashia host my father. The host is awesome and domineering. Kill all around. Maka is waiting for the cowherd. The host, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. After posting the announcement, Jin Air casually checked other posts on Sheen. Focused on the affairs of the sea country. The sea country is famous for being stubborn, and it doesn't make sense for it to suddenly become soft. Something terrible must have happened. Soon, Jin Air saw a post titled Level 5 Domain Monster Butcher enters the village. Level 5 domain monsters appeared in many places, and under the domain, many countries' safety zones fell. The sea country, which had spiritual plants the latest, suffered the most serious damage. The sea cube's ability field was no match for the domain monster's field. The sea country's repairability users stayed by the sea cube's ability users around the clock to help maintain the sea cube's field, and they had no time to repair supplies. Level 5 domain monster butcher enters the village. This post was just posted not long ago, but the comment area below has already been filled with hundreds of comments. Daba Popcorn YYDS. Our safe zone also encountered a domain monster. Popcorn is simply amazing. Kill one batch at a time. Dashia Corn Mahjong Grenade. Our safe zone successfully broke through the dark domain with corn mahjong and grenades. Blow up the OP's corn mahjong and grenades. Pictures, corn mahjong grenade. The picture captured the moment before the level 5 dark domain monster was exploded into pitch black. Under the flash of popcorn fireworks, you can see that it is a bat monster that is extremely black. Among other bat monsters that seem to be copied in batches, it is the blackest one among a group of crows. In addition to the extreme black, its body size is very small like other bat monsters, but even such a small one can form such a large and terrifying dark domain. It can be seen that monsters are not what they seem. Dashia Mahjong Freedom. I love playing Mahjong before the end of the world. I couldn't stop playing if I didn't play for a day, but my wife wouldn't let me. Every time I made an appointment with my friends, I had to be sneaky. Now my wife is better at playing Mahjong than me. She plays at least 2 games a day, and is more addicted than me. Gigi Country wants to immigrate to Dashia, waiting for High Country to take off the Iron Head. Eat Melon.jpg. TSK, the truth is out. The Sea Country couldn't withstand the attack of the domain monsters. The domain was in danger. Without Meow Mew's fruit, it would be a disaster. It was impossible not to bow down. Jin Air was not worried that the Sea Country would really be in trouble without this batch of spiritual plants. If they were gone, they could continue to spend crystal cores to buy them from their big thighs and eyebrows. I believe that this time, they will worship the children like ancestors. The one-man show solved the problem of the Sea Country. Jin Air was satisfied to turn off the screen projection of the mobile phone, and put his attention back to the hairstyle. He ran back to the bedside, and picked up the Q version of Rong Shu to tinker with it. Brother Rong changed her hairstyle, and she also wanted to change one for Brother Rong. Just after she changed the doll into a cool and handsome messy hair, The real person soon appeared in front of her, with such a messy hair, with a broken beauty. It hit her heart instantly. Brother Rong, why are you here? Chen Er opened the bedroom door, and looked at Rong Shu, who appeared in front of her with sparkling eyes. This was the first time Rong Shu knocked on her bedroom door. I was waiting for you to send Feixin, but you came before I could wait. Who made you a pig? Chen Er muttered to herself. She should have become arrogant, but Ronggu with a messy beauty was too tempting. She couldn't help it, jumped on Rong Shu and hung on him, her hands itchy, and rubbed the man's new hairstyle she had just made. I have a good eye. This hairstyle is so handsome. Chen Er looked satisfied. After rubbing it twice, her eyes moved down and suddenly met Rong Shu's deep eyes. When the man looked at her, it was as if there was a vortex in his eyes, trying to suck her in. Chen Er's heart suddenly throbbed uncontrollably, and she put her arm around the man's neck. Brother Rong, you haven't even said you like me. Rong Shu was stunned, and then couldn't help but peck Chen Er's slightly pouting lips. It's not like, it's love. The man's voice was so gentle that it seemed to drown Chen Er. You, I love you. In an instant, Chen Er's heart seemed to be blooming with countless fireworks, countless splendor. She looked at Rong Shu, and for a moment she was stupid, and blurted out, Brother Rong, I just fell in love with you. And you fell in love with me? Rong Shu, who was full of love, said, He felt cold all of a sudden. Fortunately, Chen Er's girlfriend, who was leaking information, reacted quickly and made amends by holding Rong Ji's face and kissing him hard. Ronggu, don't listen to what I just said. I actually love you too. Rong Shu, Do you think I believe it? Chen Er was talking nonsense about chasing her husband to the crematorium. In the living room, the animal group that had been playing mahjong for a whole afternoon suddenly stopped playing mahjong and looked at the boss. The fat man who was playing mahjong suddenly started to show off his crystal core crazily. At the same time, a bullet screen, overload defense, floated above the panda's head. And Kur, who was browsing her phone in the living room, immediately noticed the situation of the fat man and quickly called out, You two stop being so annoying, the fat man is overloaded again. Chapter 92. Not long after, all the people who were still taking lunch breaks or doing other things came over. The official also received the news quickly, and called the communication. On the other side of the video, Yin Heng said with a serious face, No abnormality was found around the domain. What's the situation of Big Fatty now? A group of people here surrounded Big Fatty with worry. He is swallowing crystal cores like crazy. The situation is similar to the previous fight with the bat monster in the 5th level dark domain. Grandpa Rong looked at Big Fatty with heartache. Every time there is a problem in the domain, Big Fatty will swallow like this. This is definitely not a happy thing. Chen Er didn't feel that the child was unhappy. She and Big Fatty have a similar consciousness. The child's situation is like a person who consumes a lot of energy and eats a Snickers bar to replenish energy. It's not tiring to bite the crystal core with good teeth. The child's teeth are sharper now, and he can bite it with one bite. Same situation? I'm afraid it's another 5th level domain monster, Yin Heng said with a serious face. He had not forgotten what Big Fatty had said before, that when it fights with a domain monster, they will devour each other's domain. This is too dangerous. No one dares to bet that Big Fatty will definitely be able to devour the other party, and no one can afford to bet. We must find the monster quickly. Big Fatty, do you see anything attacking the domain? Do you know where it is? Chen Er looked at the kid and asked. Big Fatty sat on the sofa, biting the crystal core in his mouth, and had no time to answer his mother. He raised his dangling feet and pointed to the floor. Rongshu thought, You mean it's underground? Big Fatty continued to crunch the crystal cores one by one, and nodded his panda head twice. Underground? Yin Heng frowned slightly. A bit troublesome. But at least we have a direction. I take people to look for it now. Yin Heng led the way, and the government dispatched a large number of people to conduct a carpet search in the field. Chen Er and his friends were not idle either, and called Hisong, who controlled the earth, to join the search team. Rongshu used his mental power to explore the source. Hisong dug 3 feet into the ground, and Yin Heng used his clairvoyance ability to scan the ground. The hospital's perspective X-ray ability users were also borrowed to help, and the underground was carefully scanned. Chen Er and his friends also bombed the ground thoroughly with grenades. However, as time passed, the ground of the entire field was searched, but no abnormalities were found. Big Fatty couldn't be talking nonsense. The field was indeed under attack, the borders were revealed, and they were constantly cracking and healing, but they found nothing. This monster is probably hiding very deep underground. Because the distance is far enough, the attack range of supernatural perception and grenades cannot reach it. If you want to find the other party, you may have to dig down on a large scale. No time to lose. No matter how troublesome it is, you have to do it. The large-scale digging operation begins. All the people who can be mobilized in the area are called out to dig the ground. And the supernatural people who went out also received the news and rushed back one after another. Time passed little by little. The sun set at some point, and the night was about to fall. Several digging points have been dug deep enough, but there is still no trace of the monster. At this time, Rongshu released his mental power to scan the surroundings, and finally sensed something wrong. They had been paying attention to the ground before, so they didn't notice what had changed on the ground. Rongshu's face changed drastically, and his voice exploded in the minds of the people around him. Leave the ground. The ground is swallowing. Yen Hung reacted quickly. His clairvoyance, which had been staring at the ground, instantly swept around and caught the details that he had not noticed before. He suddenly shouted, "It is sinking! Everything on the ground is sinking!" However, before the people around him could react, the vibration and swallowing of the ground began to spread rapidly. The unknown monster and the fat man fought for a long time, and the domains of both sides finally intertwined from the bottom to the surface. The ground and the domain seemed to come alive in an instant, turning into a giant swamp monster, squirming madly and swallowing everything on it. Everything, buildings, spiritual plants, brick streets, ghost-faced pumpkin trash cans, lawns, candied haws roller coasters, all seemed to be dragged and pulled down by an invisible giant hand extending from the ground, sinking, sinking, and sinking again. At the same time, it seemed that another giant hand was stirring deep underground, and violent vibrations were transmitted from the ground upwards. In an instant, the area was like a dragon turning over, and the sky and the earth were spinning. If the building was made of a different material, it would have collapsed by now, but the brick house is durable. It is still standing firmly in this situation. Except for sinking down, part of it is tilted and tilted as a whole, and there is no sign of collapse or cracking. But people are not doing well. The people who were digging had no time to react, and were dragged down one after another. Chinru rushed back to the building to apply a light body wing sticker to Depang, and when she came out, she saw chaos all around, with crying and screaming. She immediately flapped her wings and flew into the air, turned on the screen projection of her mobile phone, and called up the loudspeaker inside. A huge speaker was projected in the air by a 3D screen, and Shin-Air's voice came out from it and reached everyone's ears. "Everyone, use your light wings to stick." Everyone was shocked. All the people who were buried in the soil below their shoulders and were about to fall into despair were shocked. They were saved. They had light body wing stickers on their bodies. If they could reach them, they could tear them off and stick them on the spot. Their bodies would float up instantly. No matter how strong the suction force of the ground was, it couldn't pull them down even a little bit. Soon, most people successfully pulled themselves out of the soil and escaped the danger of being buried alive. The people who survived the disaster did not delay, and quickly put stickers on those who were buried in the soil, and couldn't take the light body stickers by themselves. Many people had more than one light body wing sticker on hand, but for safety, Wenyu was already stimulating them. Chin-Air and a few others turned into winged dandelion elves and flew everywhere, sticking light body wing stickers on every building, spiritual plants that were not completely buried, trash cans, and other items. The wing stickers will enlarge to the appropriate size according to the size of the object. The two small wings and dandelion balls on the human body will become giant wings and balls when they are attached to the building. With the light application of the wing stickers, all the sunken objects are pulled up and float up to the air one after another. As more and more objects float, you can change the floating position and direction of the objects by pulling the wings attached to them. Even the giant buildings can be moved to any place you want with a light pull. After a crazy application of stickers, the ground is soon empty. Even the lawn is pulled up by the grass-loving Pegasus. The spiritual plants are also successfully dug out under the perspective X-ray. The seedlings are also very durable. They were only buried for a while, and none of their leaves fell off. Ha ha ha, it's just a landslide and earthquake, what's there to be afraid of? Someone flew in the air with his hands on his hips, and laughed wildly. Yes, we don't have to be afraid of earthquakes anymore. An old man who experienced the earthquake disaster before the end of the world burst into tears. Wow, I will never complain about the wing stickers again. I love wings. I love balls. Chapter 93. Yes, having a ball on your head is not stupid at all, not to mention how beautiful it is. Original poster, I love you so much. How can you grow such a useful wing sticker? Original poster, I love you too. My ears were filled with enthusiastic shouts. Shanair, everyone is so enthusiastic. She was flying in a corner of the sky, secretly rubbing her hands and feeling happy, when a little girl suddenly flapped her wings and flew towards her. Original poster sister, this is for you. The little girl stuffed a coconut pot into Shanair's arms. Her eyes were red, as if she had just cried, but now something happy happened. She smiled brightly. Just now my mother was buried in the soil to save me, and I almost lost my mother. Sister, thank you for growing wings, it saved my mother's life. It's really a happy event. Shanair leaned forward and touched the little girl's head. You're welcome. Sister also hopes that your mother is well and raises you, a little cutie, into a little adult. The little girl smiled even more happily. Sister, open the lid of the pot and see the gift my mother and I gave you. Okay, let sister see what you gave. Shanair opened the lid of the pot and was stunned. There was water in the coconut pot, and there was a piece of lotus root soaked in the water. This is the lotus root that my mother and I found before. After coming here, we have something to eat, so we kept it and soaked it in the water from the faucet. It has never been bad. The little girl said. Mom said lotus roots can be grown. We don't have anything good at home, so this is all we have. Do you like it? Yes. I like it very much. Thank you and your mom. There seemed to be no lotus root in her seeds, which was a surprise. The little girl was so happy to see her receiving the gift, and she was immediately satisfied and flew back to her mother happily. After surviving the disaster, everyone was happy. Some people couldn't help clapping. Why don't we just live in the air in the future? The air quality is even better. When you are tired of flying, you can go home and sit at any time. The house floats in the air, which is stable and does not affect the use at all. Yes, the space in the air can be fully utilized to build more houses, and other safe areas can also be moved here earlier. Many people nodded in agreement. The official people flew together. After solving the land subsidence problem, the leaders immediately asked to continue looking for the culprit. Dig. Turn the entire area underground, and dig out the ghost thing for me. Yen Weiguang was furious. The good-tempered old man was greatly stimulated this time. God knows how cold his heart was when the whole area was sinking just now. The new home, that was built with great difficulty, was almost destroyed. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the light body wing sticker saved the day. The old man was so scared that he couldn't help but touch the dandelion ball growing on his head. Before, he thought that this thing was good for children to play with, not suitable for an old man like him. But now, he can't let it go more and more. Small wings, great use. At the leader's order, all the staff started digging again. Song's ability to control the soil was used again. Large pieces of soil were controlled by him to be cut into pieces, and then light body stickers were attached, floating into the air intact. Lin Ju metallized his whole body and dug with his bare hands. Without the obstructions of buildings, brick streets, and lawns, digging the ground was obviously easier than before. But the ground in the area was too wide. They had already dug for an entire afternoon. It was not a good idea to dig with bare hands. And Kier, Wen Yu, and others who did not participate in the digging looked at Shanair at the same time. Yu, plant it. Sister, bring an excavator or something. Sun Binbin also gave Shanair a gesture to cheer her up. Rong Shu, who used his mental tentacles to help move the soil, also looked at her lovingly. Shanair, Okay, let's try it. Shanair took out a lucky bag of fish roe containing seeds and empty flower pots from her pocket. Since she planted durian last time, she has always carried seeds and empty flower pots with her. After digging her head into the bag for a while, Shanair was confused. What should she plant? She had no idea for a moment, so she looked at the lotus root she had just got. How about planting lotus root? In water or in soil? Shanair looked at the flower pot, then at the coconut pot, and finally chose the flower pot. A pot that looked different squeezed into a pile of neat pots, which made her feel uncomfortable. Just after she chose the pot and inserted the lotus root into the soil, she was about to input her superpowers, but she suddenly felt a shock all over. In an instant, some powerful energy was injected into her body, and the superpowers in her body suddenly made a qualitative leap, breaking through the limit and rising to a higher level. The superpowers have been upgraded. Shanair, What happened? Why did her superpowers suddenly upgrade inexplicably? Thinking of something, Shanair had a guess and quickly dialed Grandpa Rong's communication. After the ground subsidence problem outside was temporarily solved, Grandpa Rong went back to guard Big Fatty. When the communication was connected, seeing the old man with a smile on his face, Shanair's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to ask him, Grandpa Rong, Did Big Fatty advance? Grandpa Rung nodded. Yes, Big Fatty just swallowed a large area on the opposite side and immediately advanced. Sure enough, the energy just now was fed back from her Big Fatty. Big Fatty advanced, the energy was fed back to her, and she was promoted together. Jin Air looked at the other side of the video. Mao Tuanzi was in good condition. Although he was still overloaded with defense, his action of eating the crystal core was obviously not as urgent as before. Jin Air was relieved, hung up the communication, and continued to input superpowers into Lian Jin. Although Big Fatty was not so anxious and seemed to have the upper hand in the fight, it was hard to guarantee that the other side would not make a comeback. It was still necessary to find the unknown monster quickly to make people feel at ease. She is now a level 5 superpower, and the effect must be better than level 4. Jin Air inputted superpowers, while looking at the lotus root expectantly, not knowing what would grow out. Night enveloped the world without knowing when. The light of the night light illuminated the surroundings, and the miserable expressions on the faces of the diggers, who were digging the soil with grunting and dusty faces, were clearly illuminated. After digging for a long time, there was still a vast expanse of land. No wonder the soil has not been reduced much after being eroded by the red fog for so long. The amount is really too much. The people who dug the ground all night couldn't help but feel an endless sense of fatigue. But there is no way, they have to work hard, not for themselves, but also for their families, for this new home that is worth everyone's best efforts to protect. Just when everyone was working hard to cultivate the land with their faces facing the lus and their backs facing the sky, a symbolic loudspeaker suddenly rose to the sky. Those who noticed it were suddenly refreshed and hurriedly pulled their companions. Here it comes, the landlord's loudspeaker is here. Chapter 94. Everyone who was digging in the immersive environment looked up at the sky, staring at Jin Air's loudspeaker. What kind of amazing announcement is he going to make? Hello, hello. Because it was not the time to get anxious, Jin Air turned on the loudspeaker and tested the sound first. Then, a group of people were waiting eagerly, but the loudspeaker was silent. It made some people who were very patient become impatient and scratch their heads, not to mention those who were already impatient, who were all scratching their hearts and livers. What's wrong with this loudspeaker? Tell me quickly. Everyone is waiting to hear it. The loudspeaker was so innocent. What does it have to do with me? It's obviously your landlord who is nagging. Fortunately, it didn't take long. Jin Air fiddled with his mobile phone and turned up the speaker louder. The voice rang again. Hello, can you hear me? Everyone fly up and leave the ground first. A group of winged people who heard the sound flew to the sky collectively, and the scene was quite spectacular. Then, Jin Air, who was flying behind the horn, took out a black object from a fish roe bag, lifted it up and threw it to the ground. What is this? Why does it look so much like mud? I think so too, it should be mud. Did the OP grow mud? Someone looked puzzled. We are digging the soil desperately, how can the OP grow mud? What's the use of this? The person next to him pulled him and exclaimed, Look, the mud moves, it moves. My God, it seems to be eating the soil. After the soft ball of mud was thrown to the ground, there was only a small pool of it flat on the surface at first. But soon, it began to wriggle, and a big bag bulged upwards, like a bag with a small mouth and a big belly, inflated by air, with the mouth of the bag facing down, cutting down like a knife, drilling into the soil, and wrapping the soil inside. Soon, a pit just big enough to fit the mud ball appeared in the original place. Then, the mud ball moved again into a bag, like a mouth opening wide, and wrapped around the mud ball next to it, which was twice its size. After wrapping it, the mud ball expanded to twice its previous size. Then, after a while of moving, it shrank back to its original palm-sized size, as if the food it had eaten was digested. And where the mud ball was swallowed, another pit was left, and the volume of this pit was exactly twice the size of the first pit. By the third time, the ball of mud had swallowed a mud block twice as big as the existing pit, and each time it swallowed and digested the mud, it was just a blink of an eye. Everyone watching this scene was refreshed. This mud not only ate mud, but also ate it very quickly. They were liberated. Binzi, throw a ball of mud in the bag every few meters to cover the ground in the field. After Jin Air demonstrated, he took out another lucky bag of fish roe and threw it to Sun Binbin. Got it. Sun Binbin rolled over quickly, grabbed the lucky bag of fish roe and whoosh, rolled it far away. Not only Sun Binbin, Li Daqiang was also assigned the task of throwing mud. Jin Air himself did not stop, and scattered with the other members of the small group, flying around the field, throwing a ball of mud on the ground every few meters. Everyone watched helplessly as the vast expanse of soil was swallowed up by the mud bit by bit, and the mud became smaller and smaller. No matter how much it swallowed, the mud was still the same palm-sized ball. In less than half an hour, a giant earth pit appeared under the entire area. After digging for an entire afternoon and a half night, the unknown monster that had not been dug out appeared in the earth pit. In the huge earth pit comparable to a cenote, a dragging passage extending straight in from outside the domain was clearly visible. In the passage, a red-eyed dog was lying on the ground digging the soil, with its head raised. At this moment, the expressionless face seemed to have the words confused written in capital letters. It was the instinctive reaction of a child who was hiding under the quilt and playing with his mobile phone when someone suddenly lifted the quilt. Its hair was the same color as the soil, and its whole body was like the soil condensed. At first glance, it was a dog that the villagers in the countryside loved to raise. It rolled in the mud for a few rounds, and didn't shake off the mud. Who would have thought that such a dog could make such a big noise? It almost wiped out the entire domain. The dog that appeared immediately bared its teeth at the crowd in the sky, foolishly controlling the surrounding soil to surge and swallow. Is it stupid? We are flying in the sky, but it is still turning the soil. After finishing his work, Sun Binbin flew back to Chenru and Rongshu, looking at the conspicuous dog below in silence. What do you think? Alien beasts, plants and zombies are all brainless, with only instincts left. Xia Jinji was also flying nearby, and he glanced at his cousin in silence. Sun Binbin, do zombies have no brains? Although he pried open the skull every day, he really didn't have the courage to look closely. As the soil turned over, the domain around the dog was visibly entangled with the domain of the fat man, and the earthy yellow light also intertwined with the golden light of the fat man's domain. The people who were attracted by the mud finally remembered that their national treasure was still fighting, and hurried to help. The danger of unknown monsters lies in the unknown, and no one is afraid of them when they show up. A series of grenades and popcorns were thrown down from all directions, and the majestic and conspicuous Balguzi was buried just like that, and the place was pitch black. In the blink of an eye, there was only a dark green level 5 crystal core left in the Tianqing, shining under the light of the night light. The groundhog that tormented everyone for an afternoon and a night, the groundhog, just died like that, and it was a bit casual. Looking at the huge pit left on the spot, and the mud that was still swallowing the soil in the pit, Linju touched his chin. What should we do with this? Use it to build an underground city? Don't say it, it's really possible to think about it. The big fat man's domain is spherical. If the space in the sky can be used, the underground can naturally be used. However, and Kier rejected it directly, it's too deep. It's not suitable for human habitation. It's okay for a while, but if you live there for a long time, you will have all kinds of physical problems. She looked at Chen Er and said, Yu, your mud should be able to do more than just swallow soil, right? Her sister still understands her. Chen Er said proudly, of course. Just add some water, and it will fill the pit. Sun Binbin immediately took out a faucet. I do it. He flew into the pit with the faucet, and dripped a few drops on one of the mud balls. The mud soon stopped swallowing soil, swelled by absorbing water, and became larger and stretched, just like the dried vegetables and instant noodles that returned to their original shape after absorbing water. It became normal soft soil with a little moisture. A small ball the size of a palm, at least 1 cubic meter after enlargement, and it continued to grow visibly after just a while. Chapter 95. This mud can grow on its own? Many people flew down to get closer to see the wonder. In the ancient myths and legends of our great Xia, there is a kind of soil called shirong, which can also grow. This should be called shirong, not mud. Linju heard the discussion in the crowd and asked Chen Er curiously, Yu, is this shirong you planted? Everyone may think a little bit more advanced. Chen Er made a little gesture. Really just a little bit. Seeing her reaction, Linju immediately raised his eyebrows. By the way, what seedlings did you plant this time? Take them out and let me see. Chen Er smiled awkwardly, and took out the new seedlings grown from lotus roots from the fish roe lucky bag. In the flower pot, a half-meter tall, graceful lotus bud grew out of the soil. Next to the bud was a lotus pod that was slightly shorter than the bud and full of lotus seeds. Beside the lotus and lotus pods, on the soil surface of the flower pot, there is a green lotus leaf, on which is nestled a large oval mud lump covered with mud, with a little lotus leaf edge showing under the mud lump. At first glance, it is hard to tell what it is. Until 3 lines of golden subtitles floated out. Species: lotus root. Fruit: beggar's chicken. I have wrapped the chicken and smeared it with mud, and put the eggs in too. You can eat it after you simmer it. The only place with mud on it is on the beggar's chicken. What's she wrong? It's the mud smeared on the beggar's chicken. Lin Ju, The crowd watching. I am thinking too much. Looking at the comments, is there any raw food in it? Uncle Joe picked up the mud with great interest. The mud shrank into a ball with a casual scrape, and the whole thing fell off the lotus leaf that wrapped the chicken, and became the mud ball that Chen Er took out. Then he opened the lotus leaf, revealing a whole chicken that had been cleaned, plucked, and had its blood and internal organs removed. It was the kind that could be directly steamed after applying seasoning. When the chicken was taken out, there was a raw egg in its shell hidden in its stomach, which made Uncle Joe and the people watching around him very happy. Especially Chen Er took the initiative to pull up the lotus pods, and brought out a white and plump raw lotus root from the soil. OP, you finally grew a chicken. God knows how long I haven't eaten chicken. There are also raw eggs. Now I can make steamed egg custard for my baby. Great. My baby has one more delicious thing. The orange seasoning box I planted just produced ginger oil, just in time to make ginger oil chicken. I've already stewed coconut chicken in my mind. Lotus seed chicken soup is also delicious. Son, tomorrow I will make you your favorite cold lotus root. OP, the supermarket should hurry up and stock up. Amid the various urgings of the crowd, when you took the freshly baked lotus root seedlings to the supermarket first, the floating dirt was fed to the beggar chicken mud. The big pit in the field was quickly filled, and the houses returned to their respective positions. Of course, those who like to continue floating can continue floating. Even if it wasn't floating, the wings were not taken off. There was more than one domain monster, and the wings were attached so that we wouldn't be as flustered as before in an emergency. Everyone was enthusiastic and worked together to clean up and finish the work. After the end, everyone went back to their own homes, and the small group also flew back to the 8th floor together. Chen Er and Rong Shu held hands, and 2 dandelions flew, making a bunch of singles jealous again. Although it was late, everyone was still hungry. And Kier and the others helped Uncle Joe steam, stew, braise, and roast chickens, and prepare various chicken suppers. The others followed Chen Er back to 802 to see Depang and the animal group. Depang was promoted to level 5, and his domain expanded again. Species, bamboo. Fruit, giant panda. Ability, domain. Personal signature. As a national treasurer, you should guard the country's domain. The territory is inviolable. P.S. The current territory is a circle with a radius of 200 kilometers. This time, Depang was promoted. I don't know if it was because he swallowed part of the domain of the local dog. As soon as he was promoted, the radius of his domain expanded from the initial 120 kilometers to 200 kilometers. Mao Tanzi's state is obviously much more stable than before. He is eating ice cream now, and he didn't chew the crystal core to stabilize his domain like he did when he was promoted. 200 kilometers is not the limit of Big Fatty's level 5 domain, but the child had been eating crystal cores for a long time before, so he had to take a break. Even the officials, who were most concerned about the expansion of the domain, held back and did not rush him. The child still had time to eat a few bites of ice cream. Moreover, the radius of 200 kilometers was not small. There were already people who had moved to Lin City in advance, and were waiting for the safe zone of the domain expansion to be successfully included in the domain. The video was immediately posted on Shein, and the people in the safe zone of Lin City were so active that they dominated the entire Shein screen, finally favored by the national treasure. Ha ha ha. It's finally our turn to be protected by the national treasure in the safe zone. I bumped into the monsters when I went out, and the monsters were bounced away. Who knows how comfortable it is? Ha ha. Sleep soundly tonight. Happy, happy, happy. I'm going to sleep very well tonight. No longer have to worry about zombies sneaking in the middle of the night, and I can't sleep well and be worried. Group tour of the field, destination Guagua Supermarket. Look at my ID, group tour family. Tomorrow we will take the pumpkin train to visit the panda field and go to the legendary Guagua Supermarket. If you want to come, please sign me up. I love wings at group tour of the field, destination Guagua Supermarket. We just won a landslide battle. The little wings are showing off their power. The host has also planted a new spiritual plant. Come quickly. New spiritual plants will be available in the supermarket tomorrow. Pictures, pictures, pictures. Group shopping in the field, destination Guagua Supermarket, and I love wings. Wow, I am so smart. I made the right team. Got the cowherd baby at group shopping in the field, destination Guagua Supermarket. Add me to the team, pumpkin train, go. Cantaloupe ice cream at group shopping in the field, destination Guagua Supermarket. Add one to the team, go. Although everyone is well informed and relevant information about the new spiritual plant has been circulated on the internet, Chen Er still did not forget to announce the news on the official account. After sending the potato sound, she couldn't wait to run to the balcony and put out the seedlings and flower pots in the fish roe blessing bag. Others also came to watch. Chen was promoted to level 5, and the previous seedlings had changed. Species: dandelion. Fruit: wings. Ability: fly. Signature: flying wings, take you anywhere you want to go. Pegasus: blood to recognize the master, your exclusive mount. Convertible plane: give me the crystal core, I can fly very far. Lightweight wing sticker: stick to me, fly bravely. On the dandelion plant, the 3 fruits remain unchanged, but there is an extra fruit-bearing stalk, on which grows a 4th fruit, and a new subtitle floats on the fruit. Wind letter paper: miss your relatives far away. Write him a letter, I will help you bring it to him. Chapter 96. The 4th kind of fruit is a square white paper, with 2 mini wings and a dandelion ball. The front of the paper is a writing area, and the back is a blue star planet watermark with longitude and latitude coordinates. There are 2 blank lines with underscores on the picture, which is the format of writing names and classes on the first page of the homework book. The 2 words name are written in front of the underscore of the first line, and the line below is coordinates. The dandelion ball grows out of one of the 4 corners of the square white paper, and the tail is dragged parallel to the paper surface. The small wings grow on the other 2 diagonal corners of the paper. The 2 small wings are simplified versions of the wings with light wings, and there are only 3 B-shaped arcs on them. At first glance, this wind letter paper looks like a paper kite with wings and a tail ball. Hey! This stem is also a pen. Lin Ju pinched the stem to pick the wind letter paper fruit. When he picked it, he found that the stem of the wind letter paper could be broken in the middle. The broken surface is a pen tip. After the wind letter paper is removed from the stem, the press-type pen tip is exposed. After pressing the pen tip, the tip of the pen core that can be used for writing emerges. Not only that, Xia Jinji's hand holding the scalpel casually folded the paper into the shape of a box. This paper is not made of real letter paper. It is like tin foil. It can be twisted and folded at will. Its toughness and strength are also extraordinary. Uncle Zhou doesn't need so many people to make supper. Too many people will make things worse. Xia Jinji, who was originally helping Enkur in the kitchen, was driven over. The same goes for others. Only Enkur stayed to help Uncle Zhou. Rongshu helped to give birth to a new wind letter paper, which was immediately snatched away by Grandpa Rong, who ran over when he heard that there was paper. The old man also took a pen and smiled. Now I have my chess paper. This paper can not only be twisted and folded, but also tied like cloth. Sun Binbin grabbed the second wind paper that Rongshu had created. After the wind paper fruit is picked from the dandelion seedling, it can be stretched and extended. Not only is it like tin foil, but it also has the characteristics of cloth. Tie several corners together to form a package. And as the shape of the paper changes, the position of the wings and the dandelion ball will also change. For example, if it is folded into a box, the wings will grow from 2 opposite sides of the box. Try to put things in the box. It is no problem to put hundreds of kilograms. The wings are hanging there, and it is still light to lift. Sun Binbin's eyes lit up. If this can be sent to a designated place like a letter, then it can also be sent as a package by express delivery? A group of people tried it immediately. I folded a cardboard box without a lid with letter paper, and filled it with nuts. Sun Binbin ran to the corridor, opened the blue star map on the 20-fold mobile phone, clicked on the coordinates, and sent the coordinates to Lin Ju. The coordinates in the 20-fold mobile phone are very precise, so that 2 people can be distinguished even if they stand next to each other. After Lin Ju received Sun Binbin's coordinates, he filled in Sun Binbin's coordinates on the latitude and longitude horizontal lines on the back of the paper with a pen. As soon as the coordinates were written, the motionless wings of the wind signal paper box flapped, and the box was immediately carried high, accurately flew out of the balcony, the living room, and stopped in front of Sun Binbin in the corridor. During the whole process, the carton did not tilt, and none of the nuts inside spilled. When the goods are delivered, the wind signal paper will automatically unfold, hold the goods, and put them down nearby, and then fly back by itself. Okay, it's definitely the courier wrapping paper with wings. Lin Ju has already given Chen Er a thumbs up for the umpteenth time. The villain in Chen Er's heart was so happy to be praised that he swayed. In addition to the dandelion seedlings, the durian, peach, hawthorn, corn, and taro seedlings have also changed. On the durian seedlings, there is another type of durian fruit with a round and long fruit stem. Species: durian. Fruit, durian. The subtitles on the golden durian are, I am a passionate durian. There are always monsters coveting my full heart. In order to protect myself, I disguise myself as a hedgehog. The subtitles on the burnt yellow durian read, I am a roasted durian that was roasted by a monster and turned black. Even though I disguise myself as a hedgehog, I still can't protect myself. My enthusiasm was exchanged for a ruthless heart cutting. It's not enough to eat it raw, but I have to roast it. In this case, let's destroy it together. When it was the turn of the long-stemmed durian, the subtitles became, I am the hammer among durians. The other two are too gentle. With one hammer, no matter how deep the monster coveting me hides, I can shake it out and make it spit out 3 liters of blood. The appearance of the hammer durian is not much different from the other 2 types of durian. When you peel it open, there is also raw durian flesh inside, but if you pick it whole, it will be attached to the stalk. When enlarged, the stalk is like a long stick, connected to the big durian head, and it looks like a big hammer in the shape of a durian. Don't talk about killing monsters with this, I think it's also good for killing people. Lin Ju picked a hammer durian to try the feel, and was very satisfied. Sun Binbin, and he did the same move. He is undoubtedly a violent person. Let's look at the peach meow meow species. Peach. Fruit. Peach. On the peach pick clamp fruit, subtitles are floating. Peach pick clamp. I am not a walnut clamp, I am a peach pick clamp. There is nothing that I can't break with one clamp. On the peach with a red string on the fruit stem, subtitles are, peach, sweet and crisp. Buddhist beads. I have been blessed, take me with you when you go out, you can be safe. The original 3 peaches on Meow Mew have become 4. Unlike the other 3 fruit stems with red strings, this fruit stem is a normal peach fruit stem, and new subtitles are floating on it. Peach mud. I am more fun than clay, use me to make a peach. You will never be able to tell the real from the fake. Peach mud is a lump of peach-shaped clay. After picking it, you can still smell the peach fragrance, and it can be molded into various shapes at will. After kneading, turn the coconut pot over and bake it over fire to set the shape. If you want cups, bowls, plates and other porcelains of more styles, you can use peach paste to make them. That's right, peach paste only has one color, pink and white peach color. But the men didn't dislike it, as long as it's useful. There was also a new subtitle on the hawthorn seedlings. Species, hawthorn. Fruit, candied haws. Candied haws, sour and sweet taste. Elevator, crispy favorite. Hawthorn gift bag. I have hawthorn slices, hawthorn balls, hawthorn strips and fruit dampi. Which one do you like? Digestive hawthorn pills. Eat one, digest it all. On the candied haws grass target, there was a string of single hawthorn mud pills with wooden sticks, like a lollipop. One digested? This is good. I have 2 of them for midnight snack later. Sun Binbin clapped his hands, while eating roasted durian to fill his stomach. Lin Ju and Rong Shu, however, were not surprised at all, when they saw the digestive hawthorn pills. I was wondering when you would start working on this, and look, you have grown digestive pills. I knew it from Lin Ju's face. Yes, Chen Rua, this greedy man, finally grew his nth stomach. Chapter 97. Corn has 2 more dice corn fruits. They are all 6-sided cubes, with 1 to 6 dots on each face, representing the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 56. Species, corn. Fruit, mahjong. Ability, cheating. 3 lines of subtitles appeared on the mahjong corn fruit. I am mahjong. Playing cards with monsters is really fun. Cheating in front of them will never be discovered. It's just that every time they don't have cards, so I can only provide them. P.S. I'm still corn, but I've grown into the shape of mahjong. When steaming me, remember to add water to the pot first, otherwise I will immediately burst into popcorn. On the 2 dice corn fruits, there are 2 lines of subtitles. I am dice. How can you play mahjong without dice? Throw us out at the same time, and throw 2 sixes facing up, and you still have a 50% chance of tricking all the monsters out. Sun Binbin swallowed his saliva. All the monsters out. Is that what I mean? Is it? Chen Er pretended to be modest and waved his hand. But it's not that easy. You have to throw 2 sixes, and after throwing 2 sixes, there is only a 50% chance. Rong Shu applauded. That's also amazing. Chen Er, he. On the taro seedlings, there are 2 more taro half buried in this soil, under the feet of the cowherd. At first glance, it looks like shoes are worn on the feet of the baby. Species, taro. Fruit, cowherd. Life is not easy. Taro also sighs. While herding cattle, I also work part-time as an ice cream worker, butcher and groomer, just to get 4 salaries at the same time. P.S. In order to do these 4 jobs, I step on the mines of time every day. In order to prevent being late and missing work, I specially installed a timer on each mine to remind myself. Damn time bomb. Lin Ju pulled the cowherd out of the soil, bringing out 2 new taro roots under his feet, and exclaimed. After the 2 taro roots were pulled out, their full appearance was revealed. They no longer looked like shoes, but 2 round taro roots. There was a flat cylindrical push switch on the top of the taro root, the same color as the taro's skin. When pressed, a glowing countdown would appear on the taro's skin. After the induction of labor, the countdown for the first 2 fruits was 30 minutes, while the countdown for the second, third, and subsequent fruits changed, with some as short as 5 minutes and some as long as 60 minutes. The switch can be pulled out like a cork. After removing it, the skin of the 2 time bombs can be peeled off like tin foil. A strong aroma of cooked taro comes out, and there is a lot of taro paste inside. Lin Ju is happy. My cousin will definitely like this. Before the few people continue to study the time bomb, and Kier's voice comes from the corridor. Stop playing, it's time for supper. The world is big, but dry food is the biggest. Just then, Miss when you came back from the supermarket, and everyone was together. What time bomb? Let's talk about it after dinner. Before the dinner was called, the animal group had already climbed onto the cow and horse dining table next door, mixed together, and the fish roe blessing bags were placed around the table, neatly arranged like bowls and chopsticks. After Depeng was promoted to level 5, he became even bigger. Since his friends were all pretending to be like him, he didn't want to be special, so he also got into a fish roe bag and imitated his friend's way of placing bowls and chopsticks, with a panda head sticking out of the mouth of the fish roe bag. A panda head was mixed in with a bunch of cow and horse heads, and it was the most eye-catching cub on the table. Everyone didn't eat dinner and was hungry, so Uncle Joe didn't make anything complicated. The ingredients are all ready: a pot of durian chicken, a pot of taro chicken, a pot of salt steamed chicken, a whole roasted chicken divided into half a chicken per person, and the animals eat whole. GG country, yeah. As soon as the coconut oven was delivered, Uncle Joe made cheese-baked taro, cheese-baked corn, cheese-baked durian, and served them with fried rice noodles, a good-night snack, and a large cup of self-selected juice for each person. Perfect. Snacks, fruits, and crystal cores were added to the large bowls of the animals. Crystal cores are more delicious when eaten with roasted chicken, fried rice noodles, and ice cream, and the radius of the dumplings is slowly expanding by 1 meter. It looks much more comfortable this way. Grandpa Rong looked at the good boy crystal core eating with rice instead of swallowing it like before, and he looked relieved. Chin Air rarely opened his stomach to eat. After eating half of the roasted chicken, his stomach was satisfied, but his mouth was not yet. He immediately took a hawthorn pill to digest food and continued to work on the durian chicken pot. Other people were similar to her. After finishing the main meal on the table, a group of people took out the snacks from the fish roll lucky bag to show off. There was no way. The digestive hawthorn pills were too effective, and they couldn't control their mouths. While eating, Chen Er took out a coconut mirror to look at himself, and asked Rong Shu, "Brother Rong, I haven't gained weight, have I?" Rong Shu was full of desire to survive, even though he saw that his girlfriend's cheeks were visibly rounder, making people want to pinch them. He held back. "No, it's the same as before, not fat or thin, just right." Chen Er was relieved immediately. Put away the mirror, and have another orange brand fried egg and flower pot brand baked sweet potato. After eating and drinking, they didn't take any more digestive hawthorn pills. After helping Uncle Joe clean up, they didn't rush to leave, and went to the living room of 802 to digest the food naturally. Grandpa Rong had already drawn the chessboard with wind paper and a pen. The old man had made a set of chess pieces with marshmallow bricks long ago. Now he made a chessboard table and played chess with Uncle Joe on the balcony. Ha ha. Eat your car. Eat your cannon. From time to time, the old man's cheerful laughter came from the balcony. Rongshu looked over there, and then at the people around him with gentle eyes. Sun Binbin was playing games, when he was looking at the new fruits on the balcony, and Lin Ju was playing with Lin Xiaopeng and Lin Xiaobao. Chen Er pulled Rongshu, and Kier, and Xia Jinji to set up a mahjong game for 4 people with freshly baked corn dice. Come to think of it, Yu, your ability has also been promoted to level 5. Why didn't Pegasus and Cow talk like Big Fatty after being promoted? Lin Ju put Lin Xiaopeng and Lin Xiaobao, who were like fish roll lucky bag versions, on his knees, and touched the horse and cow heads of the 2 like dog heads. Suddenly he remembered something and asked Chen Er. Win, bang, win. Give me the crystal core, give me the crystal core. Chen Er just won the first round of cards, and was happily collecting the crystal cores with an egg plate. Not even Rongshu could miss one. After hearing what Linju said, she took the time to look at the animal group, thought about it, and said, "They are still different from Big Fatty, and they may not be able to talk." Linju was stunned and looked down at the two on his knees. The two were also looking up at him. Their big eyes were wet and full of admiration. Linju's depression instantly dissipated, and he held the two bags high and said, "It's okay. Even if you can't talk, Daddy still loves you." Moo. Whisper. The two rubbed against each other coquettishly. After answering Linju's question, Chin Air was ready to start the second round of cards, but was suddenly stopped by Wenyu from the balcony. "Yu, why are the lotus flowers of lotus root Miamu always in the bud state?" Chapter 98. On the lotus root seedlings, the lotus buds did not send barrages. Wenyu could not figure out the situation. "Oh, it's not time for it to bloom yet, and I don't know when it will bloom." Chin Air continued to shuffle the cards and replied casually, looking like a gambler who was addicted to mahjong and didn't want to care about anything. Linju touched his chin. "Is there any big trick hidden in this flower bud?" "I don't know." Chin Air, the gambler, could not be saved. Forget about perfunctory curiosity of his friends, he won 4 or 5 games in a row, and wanted to drag everyone to stay up late to continue playing, but in the end, Rongshu carried him off the table with a dark face. That night, this gambler fell asleep and still played mahjong in his dreams. The result of playing mahjong in his dreams all night was that Chin Air successfully got up late the next day. She was still woken up by a knock on the door. When she walked out and opened the door, she was still confused, with her eyes half closed. Vaguely seeing that it was Rongshu, she closed her eyes and hugged him, leaning into his arms. "Brother Rong, you got up so early. It's already 11 o'clock. Rongshu had a perverted face. He couldn't help but knock on the door when he didn't see him all morning. Chin Air was still dazed, and she responded with a soft "oh" and rubbed against him. Rongshu hugged her tightly, and his empty heart was filled all morning. Seeing that Chin Air still looked like she hadn't woken up, he took out the fish roll lucky bag that Chin Air usually used and coaxed her. "You come in and sleep?" Chin Air responded in a daze, and Rongshu carried her and gently put her on the sofa bed in the bag, turned on the mushroom air conditioner for her, and returned to the living room with the bag in his hands with satisfaction. Seeing him come back after knocking on the door, the low pressure on his body disappeared, and he looked like he was basking in the spring breeze, holding the lucky bag of fish roe in his hands. Everyone in the living room, who had already gone out and come back, immediately realized that Chin Air was put inside. The expressions of the group of people were a bit hard to describe. "Yu is still sleeping?" Grandpa Rong was happy to see this happen, and smiled happily. "I think she probably played mahjong in her dreams. She probably didn't sleep well last night. And Kur is worthy of being a real sister." She even guessed that Chin Air was playing mahjong in her dreams. Rongshu sat back on the sofa, looking into the fish roe lucky bag with a helpless and doting look on his face, which made others feel very jealous. Linju muttered, "Brother Rong is really getting more and more unbearable after falling in love." The fat man who was chewing crystal cores and eating snacks seemed to have discovered Mama, and he came over and pulled the mouth of the fish roe lucky bag and put his big head in. Seeing that Chin Air was sleeping on the sofa bed inside, and blowing the mushroom air conditioner, he looked very comfortable. The fat kid crawled in head first and squeezed in next to Chin Air and lay down. "It's been a long time since I slept with my mother." Rongshu, His doting face instantly changed to an expressionless face, and his mental tentacles reached in, rolled up the black and white thing, dragged it out, and threw it back into the middle of the animal group. The big fat panda's face was full of confusion, as the environment changed in a second. But soon, the big brother was pushed to the center of the table by the cows and horses, and began to take care of 4 card tables at the same time, with 3 missing, 1 in front, back, left and right, hugging it left and right, regardless of its mother. Rongshu's expressionless face changed to a gentle face again, and continued to stare at the picture of the beautiful woman sleeping soundly without the distracting things. The sky in June, Rongshu's face, and the panda's attention changed at any time. Everyone else looked at this scene speechlessly. The love of this panda's biological father is the same as that of his biological mother, very bad. Chin Air didn't sleep for long. Uncle Zhou said, "Children, it's time to eat." The voice came from outside into the bag, and she was immediately startled and woke up instantly. "Ah, it's time to eat." She got up and saw that she was in the fish roe bag. She was just stunned for a moment, pulled the bag down and stuck her head out. Seeing that she was in the living room, she shrunk back and tightened the bag from the inside, changed her clothes and came out. She ran back to wash up, hurried out, put her hand in the hand of Rong Shu who was waiting for her, and pulled Rong Shu to the dining table where everyone was gathered. At noon, it was beef hot pot with chicken bone broth. The side dishes included beef, taro slices, potato slices, tofu, original fish roe bag, lotus root, fried eggs, raw mushrooms, and vermicelli made from rice noodles that Uncle Joe had just grown. Before, when Uncle Joe wanted to make rice noodles, he always asked Rong Shu to make the ice grinding disc, Lin Ju to add a layer of metallization on the grinding disc, and Sun Binbin used the wind to roll the grinding disc to grind it manually. It was not too troublesome, but a little troublesome. Now, he has grown two kinds of glutinous and non-glutinous rice noodles, which are packed in bags like rice. In between meals, Sun Binbin projected the screen of his mobile phone, and everyone watched the news of the phone together. Although the underground is too deep to live, the authorities still called in people and rushed to build a new underground city at the surface. Not only is there a residential area, but also a large shopping mall is planned. The fruit itself can be traded, such as fast food. If you take the box apart, you can't plant it as seeds. If someone wants to keep the unique fruit, it is also possible to open a store to sell fast food. As the variety of fruits becomes more and more abundant, various artificial products derived from the fruits have also appeared. There are already a lot of posts showing handmade products on Shein. Daxia sells milk powder. I am a water control supernatural being, and I just extracted milk powder from milk. If you need it, please leave a message in the comment area with your location, and it will be delivered to your door. Video. Daxia wants to eat nougat at Daxia sells milk powder, and I will reserve a large fish roe bag. I have prepared marshmallows, nuts and butter, and I can make my favorite nougat when the milk powder arrives. Anyone who wants it can also reserve it with me, same as above, and it will be delivered to your door. Daxia is about to become a father at Daxia sells milk powder. I also want a large bag. My wife is about to give birth. Your milk powder is really timely. Jijigyo a new mother at Daxia sells milk powder. I reserve a large bag. Can you open it now? Can you deliver it by plane? I can pay a little more for the shipping fee. My baby just turned 1 month old, and I need milk powder urgently. My father, the host of Daxia a new mom, is the news outdated? Delivery is not manual delivery, it is express delivery. My most adorable boss in the world planted winged wind paper yesterday, which can be folded into a courier box. Guagua Supermarket has new products this morning. After eating supper last night, Chin Air posted the news of planting wind paper, durian hammer, and other fruits on the official account of Shein End of the World Light. At this moment, no matter which comment area, there are already a lot of people praising her. Daxia Cotton Ju Z, the host is YYDS. Love you. Heart. Daxia wants to eat nougat. Heart the host +1, praise the wind paper the host planted. Daxia sells milk powder. Heart the host +2. At new mom, give me a coordinate location, and I will express it directly. It's very fast. We have officially tested it. At the speed of wind paper, it can definitely fly around the blue planet within 1 day at the latest. Chapter 99. Daxia Hyacinthus. I give you 3 points for your support. I have sent my husband a loving lunch made by myself, who went to Gon City's safe zone for support. Pictures, videos. Daxia Hyacinthus. I put a mobile phone on the cardboard box as a surveillance camera and found that the letter paper would avoid obstacles and fly. It was not interested in living monsters. I was really accidentally attacked. The defense was also powerful. The lunch has been delivered to my husband, and even the letter paper flew back intact. GG country new mom. Oh, I was busy taking care of the baby. As soon as I turned on the potato sound, I saw someone selling milk powder. I didn't have time to read the new announcement sent by your host. This is really good news. Daxia is tired of taking one more step. Of course, it's great news. We can shop online without leaving home again. In addition to milk powder, there are also people who show homemade coconut flakes, coconut horns, coconut crisps, dried peaches, and canned peaches. Although there are ready-made ingredients, many people don't know how to cook, and they get tired of fast food after eating too much. With the appearance of wind letter paper, many people smell business opportunities and convenience, and open posts on Shein for takeout package delivery. There are posts selling clay pot rice, various chicken pots, barbecue, stir-fry, stinky tofu, cakes, and desserts. There are also craftsmen selling various exquisite brick furniture and freshly baked peach porcelain tableware. Car fans who love cars also modified pumpkin cars with marshmallow bricks to restore various brands of cars before the end of the world. the Pegasus saddles of the Weaver girls, the peach fruit stem red rope fabric such as the fish robe blessing bag cover, and the handmade accessories such as the handmade Buddhist beads are also very popular. With these people, it is only a matter of time before the underground city mall prospers. Did you go to kill monsters this morning? There are not only these posts on Shein, but also the latest videos of killing monsters. Sun Binbin clicked on it. Chen Er saw that the time was this morning, and the venue seemed to be near the border town. The big fat domain has expanded, and it is not only the space that has been newly included, but also the various monsters densely packed in the space. Killing these monsters is like picking up ready-made crystal cores. If you don't go, you are a fool. Lin Ju was eating beef and said casually, "It's a pity that we went too late, and it was a wasted trip." Sun Binbin also looked depressed. The expansion of the domain has included several new safe areas. Those people saw the scene of monsters being killed casually for the first time. They killed all night like chicken blood, but they were not enough to kill. When we got there were only a few left. As soon as Sun Binbin finished speaking, Yin Heng's communication was called to Rong Shu. "Everyone, the border town is in urgent need of support." Lin Ju wondered, "Aren't the monsters almost killed?" Yin Heng's face was solemn, being. All the monsters killed were low-level monsters. 2 of them were probably level 4 monsters that were about to be promoted. They just swallowed the crystal core in the domain and became level 5 domain monsters. The combined killing power of the 2 is a bit scary. And these 2 domain monsters seem to have the ability to split or copy, and can split into many identical monsters. We can't find their main bodies, and can't kill them. There are more and more low-level monsters besieging the outer edge of the domain. I suspect that these 2 domain monsters are also summoned. The domain monster is a level 5 monster, and it also has the ability of a level 4 monster to summon a monster tide. For example, the dark bat appears with a bat tide. As for the dog, it might be that the mutant dog was too focused on digging the soil and couldn't spare the time to call on the brothers. It was also because the dog was loyal to working alone that it was so casual. Yin Heng explained to a few people, and while talking, his eyes fell on Chen Er. "Master, can you come over?" "I don't know when." He also followed everyone to call Chen Er the master. Yin Heng's serious face rarely showed expectation. Every time Chen Er appeared, no matter how bad the situation was, it could be quickly reversed. Just at this time, Chen Er sensed something and turned his head to look at the fat man who was eating. Sure enough, the kid was swallowing the crystal core again. This swallowing posture was many times more exaggerated than the fight with the dog yesterday. Looking at the stupid hairy claws, it actually left an afterimage. This delay is not going to last long. "Go!" Chen Er said decisively. Grandpa Rong also stayed behind to watch over Depang and keep in touch with several people. A group of people drove an oversized 8-seater plane, switched to supersonic mode, and flew out from the corridor on the 8th floor, heading towards the border town. Because the domain was included in the new safety zone, Yin Weiguang and Qin Lao and others discussed and decided to divide the city and govern it as before the end of the world. The border town did not continue to move outward and remained at the original domain 60 kilometers away. The supersonic plane quickly flew over the border town and stopped. Several people also saw the terrible scene outside the border town. Looking at the countless tornadoes rushing straight into the sky, like a funnel moving at high speed, rushing towards the border town from all directions, the number was so large that it was impossible to count at a glance. What was even more terrifying was that wind blades would occasionally fly out from these funnels. Chen Rui watched helplessly as one of the wind blades flew onto the raised brick wall in front of him and sank right into it, leaving a sharp, creepy cut on the spot. Between these funnels, there were countless giant stone men moving towards the border town. A stone man was at least 60 meters tall, half a meter taller than the border town, with each hand and foot at least 1 meter thick. Every time he took a step forward, the ground shook violently. One of them had already stepped on the outer wall of the border town and punched down, smashing a big hole through the brick wall that was not easily broken, and also smashing out flying brick fragments. Some superpowers flew high in the sky in a plane with a protective shield and maneuvered around the field, throwing grenades and mahjong below. But if the grenades and mahjong were thrown out at once, the tornado would move too fast, and it would not be thrown accurately at all. And the stone monster, because of its large size and super hardness, could not be killed by throwing a grenade or mahjong at a time. Throwing a grenade at a time could only damage one arm or part of one leg of the stone monster, and even the head could only be blown off a quarter at a time. Mahjong has a strange interval feature. Not only can it only blow up part of the stone monster's body, but it also needs to be separated, which greatly weakens its power. The characteristic of the monster is that it is useless to cripple it. It still goes straight to the target. When Chen Er and others arrived, the stone monsters that had surrounded the outer wall of the border town were banging the wall. The reason why we have been able to defend until now and prevent these monsters from breaking through the border town defense is that there are people in the border town who keep stimulating corn dice and manipulating the 2 6-point points to be thrown upwards. Relying on a lucky chance, the grand prize of clearing all monsters in the field was opened, clearing all monsters. However, after all monsters are cleared, new monsters will appear again soon, and soon, the original scene of full monsters will be restored. At this time, once the corn dice is the probability of half invalid, you have to throw grenades and mahjong outside the city wall continuously and densely to drive them away. Less than a minute after the plane stopped, several people had seen a scene where all monsters were cleared and quickly replenished. A group of people, shock. This is not just a little scary as Yin Heng said, this is absolutely terrifying. Chapter 100. Only when they are clear can you see that the stone men are zombies. And under the funnel, there are familiar black ones. Oh, these fat, chubby ones with wings. Are they flying hens and angry roosters? Quack, quack. A line of black lines floated over the heads of a group of people. But now is not the time to pay attention to these. Another stone man came to hit the wall. If he hits a few more times, the wall will probably collapse. Some soldiers guarding the city reacted quickly and took out the newly issued durian hammer to hit the stone monster. However, the durian hammer, like grenades and mahjong, can only cause damage to a small part of the stone monster's body. The durian hammer won't be very powerful if used like this. Chen Er called out to the man and took out a large peach pick clamp from the fish roe bag. Use this. Yin Heng, who had just flown towards the others, suddenly felt enlightened when he saw the large peach pick clamp in Chen Er's hand. The bullet screen of the peach pick clamp is, there is nothing that I can't break with one clamp. Isn't it just used to deal with hard and difficult to explode stone monsters? Everyone had fallen into a misunderstanding before, because peach pick clamps are usually used to clamp crystal cores, and are rarely used in other places. The peach pick clamps for clamping crystal cores are palm-sized, so they subconsciously think that peach pick clamps can only be used to clamp small objects such as crystal cores. They all forgot that the things grown by Chen Er can never be thought of according to common sense. Immediately, Yin Heng took out his mobile phone and used the same loudspeaker as Chen Er. Everyone, use peach pick clamps to deal with stone monsters. Yes! The uniform voice sounded, and all the soldiers guarding the city took out peach pick clamps from the fish roe lucky bags they carried with them. But many people's peach pick clamps are small ones for clamping crystal cores. Compared with a giant stone monster, it is really hard to clamp it. Some people inevitably revealed hesitation in their actions. The small one can be used in the same way. What are you afraid of? Clamp it hard. Chen Er made a fierce expression on his cute face, shouted to the soldiers beside him, and dispersed with a small group. Each person clamped a stone monster, put on the light body sticker, opened the peach pick clamp, and clicked like scissors. Just one click, and hit the stone monster hard. Not to mention the big peach pick clamp, even if it is the size of a palm, once clamped, the stone monster's hard stone body will immediately crack from the place where it is clamped. Crash! The whole huge stone monster was easily broken into slag, and the dark green level 5 crystal core fell to the ground. It was really just a clamp, and I didn't have time to use my strength. Ha ha ha. Good clamp. The soldiers defending the city swept away their previous dejection, and went forward to clamp the stone monster. The superpowers who came to support were all in high spirits. They ignored the stone monster and focused on dealing with the tornado chicken. It takes the host to do it. Yin Heng's face was full of smiles. As soon as Chen Er appeared, he immediately solved the difficult stone monster. Chen Er didn't listen carefully to Yin Heng's rainbow fart. Her attention fell on the tornado chicken. The superpowers didn't need to be distracted by the stone monster. Several people could concentrate on besieging a funnel. Mahjong and grenades were free. They surrounded the funnel where they couldn't see where the flying chicken was. After such a wave, they could occasionally blow up one or two. In a scene where a tornado is moving rapidly, Pegasus and Lightwings are not fast enough. Among the psychics, only Sun Binbin can barely keep up with the speed of the funnel to throw bombs. Even Li Daqiang, who is equally fast, has to work in pairs with his companions, one to fly the plane and the other to be responsible for the attack. Rongshu's lightning ability is not slow either, and is more effective than a group of people's collective bombing. Basically, it can electrocute one chicken at a time, but it also needs to capture and track the location of the flying chicken, which is distracting and exhausting. His mental tentacles are also very dangerous against the wind blade. Lin Ju can't capture his mental power, and can't add metal to the tentacles, which is not suitable for dealing with the flying chickens in the tornado. Xia Jinji's X-ray perspective can see the flying chickens clearly, but when the funnel moves, the flying chickens also flutter up and down in the funnel, and their positions change all the time. There is not much difference between having perspective and not having perspective. Except for Xia Jinji's densely packed metal silver needles that can also kill one or two from time to time, the other people's abilities are not much good. Lin Ju is only suitable for close combat. It's okay to beat the stone monster with his bare hands. He doesn't have much combat power against the funnel flying chicken, but it's no longer necessary to beat the stone monster. It's better to clamp it and save trouble. Miss Wenyu has simply stopped playing and focused on being responsible for the birth of the fruit of the ability. This is not a solution. The number of tornadoes seems to have increased again. Lin Ju held the stone monster while frowning at the broken Buddhist beads scattered all over the ground. Flying chicken's wind blade is no joke. If you are not careful, it will be a fatal blow. Almost everyone present has broken a lot of Buddhist beads. Wenyu is almost numb from stimulating the birth of Buddhist beads. The main problem is that the speed is too fast, right? Why don't you use time bombs? Chenru took out a time bomb that the cowherd boy stepped on from the fish roll lucky bag and waited. He looked at Yin Heng, who was also holding the stone monster next to him, with a puzzled look. Yin Heng turned his head and looked at him, helpless and shocked. Original poster, you mean that time bombs can also restrain the speed of monsters? Yeah. Didn't you see the barrage saying Thunder of Time? If you don't understand, you can ask Meow Meow. Oh no, spiritual plants. Chenru was even more confused than him. Yin Heng held his forehead. We all thought that a time bomb was a bomb with a timer function, and it didn't say whether it only worked on monsters or humans, so we didn't dare to use it indiscriminately. The new taro and lotus root spiritual plants are a bit aloof. Except for the occasional 4-line barrage, they don't answer questions when asked. We can only wait for your message, but you didn't reply to the message I sent you last night. Today, everyone is busy killing monsters, so the time bomb issue has been put on hold. Shin Dugyear, People really can't indulge in the card table. It will delay things. The barrage mentioned that the timer reminds itself, which is to remind us, not the monster. So the monster doesn't know, and will be blown up. But we all know that we won't be blown up. The barrage added to the mind-stepping version of the cowherd is, P.S. In order to do these 4 jobs, I step on the mines of time every day. In order to prevent being late and missing work, I specially installed a timer on each mine to remind myself. As Chen Er said, he took out a piece of wind signal paper with small wings and a dandelion ball tail. Then she opened the map on her 20-fold phone and located her current location. After locating, the map was centered on her, and the local area was automatically enlarged. After roughly estimating the distance, Chen Er clicked on the approximate coordinates of the monster dense point ahead and wrote the coordinates on the back of the wind letter. Then, she quickly pulled up the 4 corners of the wind letter into a paper bag, pressed the switch of the taro time bomb, and put the bomb into the bag. While doing it, she kept muttering, also, why is it so troublesome to throw mahjong and grenades? Flying a plane consumes more crystal cores. Just put them in the wind letter, and throw them to the place with the most monsters. They are all express delivery. What's the difference between delivering bombs and delivering other things? Chapter 101. As she spoke, the wind signal paper bag with the time bomb flew out towards the coordinate point with a whoosh. Isn't this a drone? The soldier next to her was dumbfounded. Of course not. Chen Er put his hands on his hips and looked proud. Yin Heng wanted to hold his forehead again. Such a simple truth. They officially tested the wind signal paper overnight, but no one thought of it. They only cared about testing the speed and safety performance, and only thought about using the wind signal paper to liberate the aircraft team to send things to their compatriots. Why didn't anyone think of sending something to monsters? Is the difference between drones and express boxes really that big? Once it arrived at the designated location, the wind signal paper bag automatically unfolded and gently placed the time bomb on the ground nearby. This light release created an extremely shocking effect. As soon as the time bomb landed, a round wave of taro purple air spread in all directions. Wherever he went, the 3 fast-moving tornado funnels and the stone monster that was moving with a clattering sound all seemed to have aged, and each movement became extremely slow. Looking around, the surrounding tornadoes were whizzing and the stone monsters were clattering, but only these 4 monsters were like slowed-down video footage, and their movement speed became extremely slow under the influence of the time bomb. This is a slow bomb. Yin Hung held his forehead for the third time. So why is it called a time bomb? Because it has a timer. This bomb is set to a timer of 15 minutes. Everyone hurry up and kill the monsters. Yin Hang's loudspeaker hadn't been put away yet, and Chen Er ran over and shouted at the loudspeaker. Under the effect of the time bomb, the flying chickens that were originally invisible in the 3 funnels were already vaguely visible, and the stone monster's raised foot could not land for a long time, and it couldn't balance, and fell straight down. It's a good time to kill monsters. The people nearby reacted and rushed over. Linju also rushed out. There was no need to rush to kill monsters. He wanted to beat the flying chicken to pieces. It made him so frustrated. Before leaving, he urged Chen Er, You, hurry up and throw a few more time bombs. I want to kill the flying chicken. Got it. Chen Er kept working and continued to use the wind paper to pack the time bombs and deliver express to the monsters at fixed points. And Kur and others put down the peach pick clips to help, and when you also increase the time bombs. Soon, the funnels and big stones in the field slowed down one after another under the effect of the time bombs, and they were almost fixed. The stone monsters were easy, and the brave soldiers could solve them with a clip directly. But there were tornadoes and wind blades around the flying chicken. Although the movement speed was slow, the effect of wind and wind blade did not disappear for a while. It was not easy to penetrate the wind and kill the flying chicken directly. Grenades and mahjong had to be stacked together, not to mention killing it with bare hands. Linju's whole body was metallized into a King Kong man. Just as he was about to go hard, he heard Chen Er shouting with a loud speaker. Everyone used the durian hammer to beat the flying chicken out. Linju's eyes lit up, and without saying a word, he took out a largest durian hammer from the fish roe bag, raised it, and beat it hard at the funnel tornado. The barrage of the durian hammer was, the other 2 are too gentle. With one hammer, no matter how deep the monster coveting me hides, I can shake it out and vomit 3 liters of blood. Linju also used it for the first time. With one hammer, he saw that the funnel was hit by the durian hammer and suddenly shook violently and surged. Then, the big flying chicken that was vaguely visible in the funnel was shaken out by the vibration and flew towards the direction where Linju dropped the hammer. Not only did it fly out, the chicken suddenly opened its sharp mouth and spurted out a mouthful of old blood. It was really beaten to vomit 3 liters of blood. Ha ha. It's so satisfying. Linju waved the durian hammer in his hand, swept away his depression and laughed. This hammer will be my weapon from now on. Others also heard Shinru shouting in the loudspeaker, and for a while the whole field was full of shadows waving durian hammers. One hammer after another, the durian hammer, which had little power on the stone monster, was amazing at beating the chicken to fly. Before, the speed of killing monsters was always slower than the speed of monsters increasing. Once the durian hammer and peach pick clamp came out, the situation was reversed. The replenishment speed of monsters was getting slower and slower. Before the corn dice threw out the clearing buff, the entire field of monsters was cleared first. Even before the new monsters appeared, there was a gap in the monster tide. The best time to find the real monsters has come. Looking around, the outside of the border town was empty, but the flying chicken and the stone monster appeared out of thin air at this location. The 2 monsters' territories intersected with the big fat monster. Even if the real monsters were not at the scene, they were definitely nearby. Chen Er was about to use the loudspeaker to call everyone to pound the surrounding ground in a carpet-like manner, but her brother Rong had already smashed the ground from a high altitude with a hammer, setting a good example for everyone. Chen Er's eyes sparkled. It's worthy of her brother Rong. He's so smart. As Rongshu smashed down with a hammer, others followed suit and smashed the hammers, searching in a carpet-like manner. However, until the second batch of monsters began to appear, the real monsters of the 2 monsters still did not appear. The hammers continued to smash the ground, and the ground did not show the reaction of the tornado after being smashed. Isn't it underground? Then where is it? Looking around, there is nothing but soil and air. Wait, air? Chen Er was stunned. And Rongshu had already taken the lead in flying towards the direction where a new batch of monsters appeared out of thin air, and hammered the air again. In an instant, a wave of waves spread in the air that was being hammered. Amid the waves, a nearly transparent object in the air loomed and appeared in everyone's vision. Is this a pomegranate tree? Someone explained in astonishment. The monster that was knocked out by the durian hammer turned out to be a mutant pomegranate tree. The mutant pomegranate is transparent throughout, and the branches and leaves are densely covered with equally transparent pomegranate fruits. The pomegranate fruits on the whole tree are all twin fruits squeezed together, and each pomegranate is ripe and bursting. Several fruits on it have only a layer of skin left, and the seeds inside are all gone, empty. As for the ones with seeds, the seeds were not pomegranate seeds, but funnel-flying chicken monsters and stone monsters. Just like pomegranate seeds, the two kinds of monsters filled a pomegranate, densely packed in the peel of the twin pomegranates. The pomegranates on the tree were filled with the seeds of these two monsters. After appearing, the pomegranate monsters did not immediately crack because of the hammer of the durian hammer, but the tree staggered, and all the pomegranates burst open, like dumplings, and the monsters on the tree burst out. The monsters the size of pomegranate seeds fell to the ground, and instantly enlarged into tornado funnels and giant stone monsters. Everyone suddenly realized. So this is how the monsters that appeared out of thin air came from. Chapter 102. It turns out there is only one monster. I was wondering before. The monsters swallowed each other's crystal cores, and two domain monsters of the same level appeared together. Why didn't they fight each other? I didn't expect that the monster was actually one and not two. What kind of supernatural power is this, transparent, able to hide in the air, and can also produce monster seeds? It's quite powerful. The corn dice couldn't clear it out before. I guess it can assimilate itself into part of the air, so it can avoid the sweep of the corn dice. A large group of people who haven't killed enough monsters all ran over to watch. At first, everyone didn't understand the ability of the pomegranate monster, but soon, among all the twin pomegranates on the pomegranate monster, one of the empty pomegranate skins without seeds suddenly closed collectively. As soon as it closed, the originally empty pomegranate inside was soon filled with seeds again, just like the copy refresh, and the cracks burst open again. Suddenly, in the pomegranate that cracked open again, there appeared a bunch of mini red-eyed Rongshu holding durian hammers. So many Rong brothers. Chen Er was stunned when he saw the scene as soon as he flew over. Others had similar expressions. Sun Binbin had goosebumps, and was rubbing his arms. Rongshu himself didn't react much. This monster should be the same as the previous mirror monster, with two abilities, copying and assimilation. If the copy of Rong brother is really released, even if there are 100 times more of them, they may not be enough to kill. Chen Er quickly stuffed the time bomb in his hand into Rongshu's hand. Rong brother, kill yourself. I can't do it. There are so many Rong brothers. The little one is still a different red-eyed style. So cute. This is probably the case of a lover's eyes seeing beauty in everything. Others only felt that the densely packed Rongshu seeds were creepy, but Chen Er could actually see cuteness in them. Rongshu laughed, and his mental tentacles rolled up the time bomb, and threw it at the pomegranate monster to prevent the pomegranate monster from releasing its copy. At the same time, Lin Ju and other people who had not killed enough rushed forward waving durian hammers, and pounded the red roots of the pomegranate monster. Under the influence of the time bomb, the pomegranate monster's reaction was so slow that after a hammer came down, its root legs could not even move to the side. It was easily killed by a group of food, and its roots were pounded to pieces alive, and its crystal core exploded. Lin Ju picked up the crystal core and threw it to Chen Er without hesitation. Your trophy. No one in the group of people who killed monsters objected. Yes, this is the trophy of their host. The energy of the crystal core of this pomegranate is much richer than that of the dog. No wonder Big Fatty can't win in a fight. Chen Er caught the crystal core, took it in front of his eyes, and threw it into the fish roll lucky bag. I will use this crystal core to feed Big Fatty when I go back. The kid has worked hard. A border town crisis has been resolved, but the tide of monsters outside the domain has not receded. As usual, a group of people have to rush to the edge of the domain for support. But now there is a wind letter paper drone, and the official people can just throw grenades, mahjong, and time bombs at a fixed point. The wind letter paper is very interesting. When sending grenades to monsters, it will automatically throw grenades at monsters, and it will hit one accurately. With Feng Xingji, a good courier, who was overly responsible, there was no need for these people to take action. Some of them stayed to help repair the border town and clean up the battlefield, while the others all went back home to look for their mothers. We left in a hurry at noon, and we hadn't finished the beef hot pot for lunch. People who have experienced the end of the world cherish food especially, and everyone was tired after going out for an afternoon, including Uncle Zhou, so they didn't start the fire to make new meals. For dinner, we heated up the leftover hot pot from lunch, and Lin Ju also ordered spicy crayfish, grilled fish and grilled chicken for everyone on Shein. The grilled chicken of 3 different meals a day is original grilled chicken, and it tastes different from Uncle Zhou's. Different flavors, but equally fragrant. The fat man at the next table nibbled on the 5th level crystal core of the pomegranate monster. It seems that because of the more concentrated energy, this crystal core is more fragrant to the fat man than other 5th level crystal cores. The kid spread taro paste on it, sprinkled coconut flakes, licked and bit it, and was reluctant to eat it all at once. Chinair wanted to eat it even after seeing it. After Big Fatty became bigger, he could eat more crystal cores in one bite. After eating crystal cores crazily for a day, the radius of his domain also expanded from 200 kilometers to the limit of 600 kilometers. Perhaps because the level 5 monster has a domain, a level 5 crystal core can not only increase the radius of Big Fatty's domain by 1 meter at a time. Depending on the concentration of energy, it can increase by 10 to 50 meters at a time. The official crystal cores are given priority to Big Fatty's expansion. The high-level crystal cores obtained by killing monsters in safe areas in various places will also be sent to him as soon as possible. Even other countries that are optimistic about the panda domain have invested in crystal cores in advance. So Big Fatty's ration bag is not short of level 5 crystal cores. This is also the reason why the cub can expand his domain to the limit of level 5 so quickly. Look, our video of beating the flying chicken and clamping the stone in the afternoon has been posted on Facebook. Sun Binbin was absent-minded and watching videos again while eating. Look at my heroic figure. How cool it is. Indeed, it's comparable to the big flying chicken. Linju poured cold water on him sourly. Sun Binbin was not hit at all, and was still happy. Brother Lin, are you jealous and envious? The boy saw through Linju's narrow-mindedness. Linju's teeth itched. This video was liked and collected by all the officials in the Blue Star Safe Zone. It is a textbook-like manual for killing pomegranate monsters, and it will be collected in the future. Of course, as long as Chinair appears in the video, few people will not collect it. In addition to Chinair himself, it is also because of the value of the video itself. As soon as the video came out, the new seedlings in Guagwa's supermarket ushered in a wave of high sales again. The announcement that the fruit can be planted did not have much impact on Chinair, and he still made a lot of money. Yu, let's go for a walk? After eating and drinking, Rongshu came to hold Chinair's hand. The two held hands and entered the Tonghulu elevator. Others did not follow and became light bulbs. Xia Jinji, who was sitting next to Nkur, rarely spoke up and suggested, "Anan, let's go for a walk too?" Nkur, who was checking the accounts of Guagwa's supermarket on her mobile phone, looked up and looked around. Grandpa Rong and Uncle Zhou were playing chess, when Yu was loosening the soil and watering the seedlings on the balcony, and Linju and Sun Binbin were playing games. Well, there was really no one to accompany Xia Jinji. Seeing the man looking at her expectantly, she turned off her phone and stood up. "Let's go!" Xia Jinji's face suddenly bloomed with an extremely bright smile. The man was already gentle and handsome, and when he smiled, he was even more handsome. And Nkur couldn't help but stare at him for a few more times. This man really hasn't changed much since high school. The face is still the same, and a smile is a violation. The temperament is still the same, and it is easy to satisfy. The two did not take the Tonghulu elevator like Chinair and Rongshu, but put on wings and flew out of the coconut door in the corridor. In the yard downstairs, Chinair was leaning on Rongshu, sticking to the man, looking up at the stars while walking, and suddenly saw her cousin and brother Xia flying out. The two winged figures against the background of the moon were very beautiful and romantic. She immediately became interested. "Brother Rong, let's fly to the moon, okay?" Chapter 103. Walking just turned into flying. Flying under the night sky with flapping wings, the mood is so beautiful. Especially with a good-looking boy to accompany you. Chinair's mouth corners were raised all the time. Of course, in the end, the two of them did not really fly to the moon, but hovered in the beautiful background of the starry sky and moonlight, taking beautiful couple photos. This one is beautiful, this one is also beautiful, this one is the best, this one is the best. Chinair was too lazy to fly, so he lay on Rongshu's back, put a winged sticker on his phone, projected the screen in front of the two of them, picked out the beautiful photos of the two of them to show Rongshu, and carefully retouched each photo. After retouching the photos, he did not forget to post the beautiful photos on Fashion Moments to show off. After posting the beautiful photos, Chinair continued to lie on Rongshu's back and open the potato music. The two of them flew and watched, walking on the street in the air. The account I clicked on was the official account of the light of the end of the world. Many people posted daily silly comments below. Of course, some people were really suspicious and at her. Daxiao will acquire Guagwa's supermarket sooner or later at the light of the end of the world, ha ha ha. OP, I grew my facelifting doll into an afro. Video. Daxiao will acquire Guagwa's supermarket sooner or later. The new variant of taro has been delivered to Guagwa's supermarket. Anyone who wants it should hurry up and buy it at the supermarket tomorrow. Dasha my dad at Dasha will acquire Guagua supermarket sooner or later. An afro? I really want to try it. I will support you tomorrow, brother. Dasha will acquire Guagua supermarket sooner or later at Dasha my dad. That's nice, sister. Dasha Nuhilu Homes at Dasha will acquire Guagua supermarket sooner or later at Dasha my dad. So are you two brothers or sisters? Dasha my dad at Dasha Nuhilu Homes, guess? Dasha will acquire Guagua supermarket sooner or later at Dasha Nuhilu Homes, guess. Dasha cotton turns into sofa at the light of the end of the world. It's so strange. I planted many pots of dandelions and taro, airplanes, lightwing stickers, and wind paper. I can grow them. I can grow contour dolls, ice cream, beef, and time bombs, but I have never grown Pegasus and cows. What's the reason? Dasha loves mushrooms the most at Dasha cotton turns into sofa. The above, me too. I have never grown anything once. Gigi Country Williams braised pork at the light of the end of the world. That's right. I can't grow anything alive either. Dasha Hyacinth at the light of the end of the world. Me too. Daba loves faucet. If it can't grow, add one. Maka waiting for the cowherd. If it can't grow, add two. Can't grow anything alive. Chin Air was a little surprised, but not too surprised. Living things are different from other things. When she grew Pegasus and cows, she was constipated. It's not surprising that other people can't grow them without her ability. Just when she was about to edit a comment and post it in the comment area to explain, a new message suddenly caught her attention. Dasha, my horse is called Dongfeng. I just took my Dongfeng to the hospital. Guess what happened to my Dongfeng? Pictures. My horse is called Dongfeng. The pictures posted were the scene of the hospital's X-ray psychic checking his Pegasus Dongfeng's stomach, and the scene of Dongfeng and another Pegasus snuggling together. Dasha Nuhilu Homes at Dasha my horse is called Dongfeng. The X-ray of the belly is not what I thought, right? Dasha's door is already installed outside at Dasha Nuhilu Homes. What kind of riddle is this? What is that? Do you need appendectomy? Ali Shinjin Fima dad. I have a bold guess, and it is also my expectation. At Dasha my horse is called Dongfeng. Tell me quickly, is your Dongfeng pregnant? Dasha my horse is called Dongfeng at Ali Shinjin Fei. Papa Ma, you guessed it right. The gate of Dasha has been installed outside. Pregnancy? Did I hear it wrong? My father, the owner of Dasha, you heard it right, I am calm enough. Fruits can be planted, and it is not strange that animals can reproduce. God damn, it is not strange. This is Pegasus. Pegasus grown. Ah, Baba, I am going to have a split midley. Oliver Pearl saved my life. Surprise. Fengjia goes face pumpkin. Surprise. Chin Air. Surprise. Oh my god, who can tell her why the Pegasus she planted can reproduce naturally? She herself doesn't know. She has never thought about this question. She has never asked the Pegasus group about this. Now there is no need for Chin Air to send a message to everyone to explain why she can't plant it. If she can't plant it, then she can't plant it. The horses can give birth on their own. Brother Rong? Animals can give birth on their own. How amazing. Chin Air put her face in Rongshu's neck and hugged him, with a look of amazement on her face. Well, people who plant animals are more amazing. Rongshu praised her in disguise. Chuckles. Chin Air laughed like a happy hen, holding Rongshu's face from behind with both hands. Brother Rong is also very discerning, and he actually fell in love with such an amazing person. The two were getting close to each other, floating on the way back to the 8th floor of Building 0, when suddenly Chin Air's eyes accidentally swept, and saw a familiar figure quietly hanging in the air not far from the two of them. The man wore a glowing little potato on his wrist like a bracelet, and his eyes looked straight over, falling on Chin Air. Chin Air shuddered, and the memory that was thrown into the corner of the mountain returned. Oh my god, it's that Midley Il Su Chung Jin. Quick, Rong brother, fly quickly, that Su is staring at us. I feel that his eyes are not right. It seems that he is going to have an attack again. Let's run quickly. Chin Air said while looking in that direction. Oh my god, he is coming. The person who was originally floating quietly suddenly flapped his wings, and flew towards the two of them. Rongshu's wings that were originally flapping stopped, and he stopped in place with Chin Air on his back, his eyes piercing Su Chung Jin like ice knives. Su Chung Jin, who had just flown forward for a short distance, suddenly covered his neck with his hands, as if he couldn't breathe and was about to suffocate to the point of being unable to breathe. Chin Air stared blankly at his face, which was constantly red and even turning blue under the night light. Brother Rong, did you strangle him? Rongshu really thought about it, but... I kind of thought about it, but I didn't have time. What's going on with him? Is he trying to scam us? Chen Er was confused. Probably not. As Rongshu finished speaking, Chen Er saw that Su Qingjin's face had become even more blue and purple, and was immediately frightened. Could he have just eaten something and his respiratory tract is blocked? Chapter 104. She quickly jumped off Rongshu's back, and the two flew toward Su Qingjin at the same time. Halfway through the flight, Rongshu seemed to sense something, and his face changed. Yu, look at him. He flew to the side not far away. Chen Er turned her head and looked in that direction, and there was another person who was pinching his neck like Su Qingjin, and seemed to be unable to breathe, and he was an old man. Not only that, she suddenly glanced around and found that there were more than two people in this situation. The originally romantic scene of walking on the road suddenly turned into an emergency scene. In particular, Chen Er glanced and saw Brother Xia holding her cousin and transferring superpowers. Her cousin was in the same situation as these people. What's more terrifying is that Brother Xia's superpowers have failed. For a moment, a huge panic spread in her heart. She wanted to fly over immediately, but she couldn't just leave Su Qingjin, who was nearby. Fortunately, Xia Jinji flew down quickly with a person in his arms. Let's go to the hospital. Chen Er came back to his senses, suppressed his panic, and quickly grabbed one side of Su Qingjin's dandelion wings behind him, pulling him down with Xia Jinji. However, something even stranger happened. As soon as they brought the person down, Enkur and Su Qingjin's condition suddenly improved visibly. Chen Er didn't let go of the hand holding Su Qingjin's wings, and flew to Enkur with him. Sister, how are you? The few of them were flying into the hospital lobby at this moment, and Enkur was still held by Xia Jinji. She put her hand on her chest, took a few breaths greedily, and then answered Chen Er's words. Much better. Chen Er didn't dare to relax. What's going on? Why do you all suddenly seem to be suffocating? I don't know, I suddenly couldn't breathe when I was up there. Enkur looked very weak, so Chen Er stopped her in a hurry. Sister, don't talk for now. Let's go find Brother Zhao to see what's going on. Brother Zhao's full name is Zhao Zongfeng, and he is the clairvoyant in the hospital. Xia Jinji kept a tense face from beginning to end, but he ran very fast. As soon as he entered the hospital lobby, he shouted, Zhao Zongfeng. Come quickly. Zhao Zongfeng's clairvoyance is X-ray. Many people come to see him every day, so his office is at the entrance of the lobby. He ran out quickly when he heard Xia Jinji's voice. Putting the person on the chair at the entrance of the hospital, Zhao Zongfeng hurried forward to turn on his clairvoyance, and scanned Enkur and Su Qingjin with his eyes. While several people were anxiously waiting for the results, Rongshu flew in with a group of winged people while communicating with Grandpa Rong on his mobile phone. These people were also like Enkur and Su Qingjin. They recovered quickly after coming down. On the other side of the video, Grandpa Rong was urging Rongshu. Shu, what's the matter? Hurry up and finish, I'm busy. It's okay, Grandpa. Why are you calling? Grandpa Rong immediately glared at the camera and hung up the video in a bad mood. When Chen Er saw Rongshu making a video call, he realized that if there were problems at high altitudes, then the 8th floor of his home was also at high altitudes. Luckily, Grandpa Rong and Uncle Zhou were playing chess just now on the other side of the video, and nothing happened. After hanging up the phone, Rongshu pulled people over and said, the people who got into trouble are ordinary people, the superpowers are fine, and Grandpa and the others are fine at home. So, only ordinary people who fly high outdoors are in trouble? Chen Er had a puzzled look on his face, and he kept typing on his phone, posting the news on the official account of the Light of the End of the World. At this time, Yin Heng also came in with people, and Zhao Zongfeng's test results just came out. Everyone is healthy, but they are suddenly short of oxygen and can't breathe. Rest for a while, and recover, and you be fine. Lack of oxygen? A group of people looked at each other. No one flew very high, so how could they be short of oxygen? We have someone flying up to check the situation. We talk about it after someone comes down. Yin Heng said. Soon, the official came down and found out the reason. It's an air problem. The oxygen in the high altitude is so thin that it's almost gone. What? Everyone was shocked. Originally thought it was just caused by flying too high, but unexpectedly it was the air that had a problem. It must be the red fog again. It eroded the soil, not the water source, and even the air. A person who was almost suffocated said with gritted teeth. That's right, all the superpowers are fine, only ordinary people are affected, and it may be related to the red fog. Yin Heng also said, the volume of air is large, and it may be the same as soil. The erosion effect of the red fog was not obvious before, so it was ignored. But as the erosion lasted for a long time, the oxygen in the high altitude was already thin, and the problem broke out. So Grandpa Rong and the others were fine in the house because the air in the house was still there, and it was probably related to the fact that everyone's house was full of seedlings, which dispelled the red fog. But Shinru still had a question. Why are only ordinary people in trouble, and we are fine? Don't we also have to breathe? The official staff next to him, who was obviously an expert in this field, explained. Research has found that superpowers have an additional crystal core energy supply system in their bodies compared to ordinary people. Although they usually eat, drink water, and breathe to survive like normal people, once these energy supplies are gone, the crystal core energy supply system will be activated. That is to say, people with special abilities can actually live without food, water, or breathing? Someone exclaimed. The official nodded. You can say that. Everyone suddenly realized it, but their mood did not relax, but became heavy instead. People with special abilities can live without air, but most of their families are ordinary people and cannot live without air. Don't worry, this is only happening in the sky, and the air on the ground is still normal. Residents living in high-rise buildings usually go out with fish roll lucky bags filled with air to preserve them. If they really encounter an emergency, they will not lack air. The official is already studying solutions. The official comforted everyone. Chen Er was listening carefully, and was taking out the lucky bag of fish roe to fill it with air, when someone suddenly appeared in front of her. Su Chungjin stood in front of her. Original poster, you saved my life again. Seeing Su Dabing staring at her with fiery eyes, Chen Er's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly put away the lucky bag of fish roe, and suddenly jumped back far away from him. Ah, don't talk nonsense. I didn't save you. Su Chungjin frowned. I clearly remember. You remembered it wrong? You just suffocated due to lack of oxygen, and had hallucinations. Chen Er lied with her eyes open. The main point is to never admit it. Before Su Chungjin could say anything, Chen Er had already pulled Rong Shu with one hand and Enkir, who had recovered, with the other hand. Ah, it's so late. Let's go home, take a shower and go to bed. 1 to 2, Enkir then pulled Xia Jinji, 1 to 2, 1 to 1, and before Su Chungjin could react, the four of them flew away together. Chapter 105. Huh? I was scared to death. After flying out of the hospital gate, Chen Er breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Su Chungjin didn't chase him. After Enkir's accident, the few people were still in fear. They didn't fly directly up, but went in from the yard of Building 0 and took the Tonghulu elevator to the upper floor. As soon as they got out of the elevator, Wen Yu, Lin Ju and others came to meet them. Isn't it okay? How is Sister An? Someone just uploaded a video on Shein, and the few people knew that Enkir had an accident outside, and they were about to go out to find someone. Enkir showed a warm smile, and her cold temperament was diluted a lot. I made everyone worried, but it's okay now. A group of people returned to the living room of 802 to discuss solutions to the air problem. After discussing it over and over again, they only came to one conclusion. If the source of the red fog is not cut off, this problem will never be solved. But no one knows what the source of the red fog is, and where it is. Again, it's up to you. Lin Ju once again lost control of his hand, and slapped Chen Er's shoulder. Grow an air tank, or grow an air bomb, like a smoke bomb, throw it out to release air. Chen Er was also thinking about this. But Lin Ju's slap interrupted her thoughts. Huh? Chen Er shook her slapped shoulder. It didn't seem to hurt so much. Is she going to get out of the fragile category? Could it be that she didn't breathe air when she was flying in the sky just now, and it was the energy provided by the crystal core, and then this energy transformed her body? It's very likely. Chen Er sat on the sofa, rubbing the fat panda's head next to her, and thinking about it. Maybe she could fly up there a few more times to try and activate the crystal core energy system, and completely turn her crisp skin into a cowhide. Others saw that she was thinking seriously, and thought that she was seriously thinking about growing air, so they didn't dare to disturb her. When Chen Er came back to her senses, she saw several pairs of eyes looking at her. Why are you looking at me? She touched her face and said, Am I getting prettier again? Others, Lin Ju resisted the urge to complain about her, and asked expectantly, How is it? Have you figured out how to grow air? Chen Er blinked. She was distracted just now, not thinking about how to grow air, but how to not be crispy. But will she say it? I haven't figured it out yet. How can it be that easy? And Kier looked at her suspiciously. Chen Er looked up at the ceiling and yawned pretentiously. It's late. I'm going to go to bed and dream. I can't think of anything. Maybe I can have a dream. As she said that, She stuffed a pang back into its new nest of fish roe lucky bag, jumped up and ran. Halfway through the run, she fell back and kissed Rongshu on the face. Brother Rong, good night. Almost forgot to say good night to her brother Rong. After saying that, she didn't forget to say to everyone in the animal group, everyone, good night. Then she ran back to the bedroom. Rongshu's mouth curled up, with a happy face. Lin Ju's jealous face was directly exposed, seeing that his former most respected brother Rong was a little bit of a nose and eyes. He was really jealous. When could he arrange such a rare girlfriend for him? Although he was distracted by Lin Ju's slap, Chen Er soon thought about the heir again. It concerns her sister, Grandpa Rong, Uncle Zhou, and so many other people. If you open the QQ app at this moment, the topic of air quality will dominate the conversation. Many people are worried about this, and go to the official account to talk to her. Some are familiar IDs, some are unfamiliar, and everyone is looking forward to her being able to grow fruits that can solve the air quality problem. The official people didn't put pressure on her when she was in the hospital, but just now Qin Huan, Yin Weiguang and others called her on video, without mentioning air, but asking her if she had thought about what to plant next. They are a group of people who know how to make the oxen work harder. Of course, Chen Er also knew that the situation was urgent, so she started thinking as soon as she entered the room, brushing her teeth, washing her face, and taking a bath. When everyone in the living room had left and Enkur had returned to the bedroom, she ran out again. Loosen the soil for the seedlings, then sit on the small stool where Grandpa Rong played chess, staring at the empty pots, where the seeds had just been planted with melancholy. No feeling, still no feeling. You can't plant things without feeling. If you have feeling, you can choose any pot. If you don't have feeling, no pot will work. You're bald, I'm just dreaming. There really is everything in dreams. Perhaps because she watched a lot of photos of babies on YouTube during the day, Chen Er actually dreamed that she was sitting on the balcony with the Pang in her arms. The Pang shrank into a baby panda in her arms. On the table next to her where Grandpa Rong was playing chess, there was a pot of lemon seedlings that had grown into the shape of a high-legged plate. The high part of the plate was the slightly thick trunk of the lemon tree. The dense branches and leaves above the trunk were coiled together to form a lemon leaf plate with an upturned edge. On one side of the edge of the plate, another branch branched upward, and a mini lemon tree with the same trunk and height as the high-legged plate grew out. Between the dense branches and leaves of the lemon tree, a slender green fruit stem arched downward toward the center of the plate. The end of the fruit stem swelled into a pacifier shape, and below the pacifier was a big-bellied bottle-shaped lemon with a lemon-yellow body. The bottom of this bottle lemon just touched the center of the plate, looking like a bottle offering on the offering plate. She took off the bottle with the pacifier and stem, and put the pacifier into the mouth of the baby version of Depang. The baby version of Depang was still holding the bottle and smacking his lips, and the next second he started to cry. The milk is gone, only air is left. Then Mao Zhua suddenly turned the bottle over, took off the pacifier, and pointed the bottle mouth to the sky. With a whoosh, a bottle of Waha AD calcium milk in white, green, and red packaging flew out of the bottle and soared into the sky like a rocket launch. AD calcium milk flew high into the sky, and bang! Bloomed into a large and gorgeous firework. After the fireworks bloomed, they gathered inwards and condensed into a lemon-yellow piglet that looked like a piggy bank. The piglet hummed and stomped its hooves in the sky, and suddenly swooped down from the sky. Accompanied by a strong lemon fragrance, the pig rushed directly to the stem of the seedling fruit where she had just taken off the milk bottle, and hung itself on it. As soon as the fruit stem was hung, the little pig began to shed parts. The pig head fell off, the pigtail fell off, the pork fell off, the pig heart, liver, lungs, and intestines fell off. In the end, only a pig's trotter was left hanging on the fruit stem, and all other parts disappeared. The trotter was still raw. At the same time, 3 lines of subtitles floated on the lemon seedling. Species: lemon. Fruit: milk bottle. A newborn has arrived. Give the baby a milk bottle, and then have a fireworks display to celebrate. It's grown, it's grown. Chapter 106. Ha ha ha. Chen Er laughed herself awake. When she opened her eyes, it was bright outside, and it was early in the morning again. She got up, turned off the air conditioner, washed up, and ran out of the room. In the living room, the animal group that had taken over the living room of 802 was still sleeping soundly in the fish roe blessing bag, and she could hear all kinds of deafening snoring through the bag. Not seeing anyone, she ran directly to the corridor, not even going to the balcony. There was no need to think. Miao Miao must have been moved out. When she ran out, she saw that a group of people were already having fun playing with the milk bottle. It was very simple to play with the milk bottle. Lemon Meow Meow, like taro and lotus root, was cool and didn't pose barrages, which didn't affect everyone's easy way to play. Of course, adults didn't care about drinking Waha with a pacifier in their mouths. They just unscrewed the pacifier and drank the milk when they smelled the fragrance of Waha. As soon as the milk was finished, the nipple was in the open state, and the Waha bottle that was completely attached to the inner wall of the bottle whoosh rushed out by itself, and the fireworks bang exploded on the ceiling of the corridor. When Chin Air came out, he saw a small lemon pig formed by fireworks on the ceiling swooping down to a lemon seedling in front of Lin Ju on the dining table, and then hung itself on the fruit stem, and the parts fell off. It fell, and it fell into a piece, honey barbecue pork. Ha ha. It fell into barbecue pork. Lin Ju couldn't stop laughing. There are still cooked ones, come on, cut it into a plate for me. Uncle Joe heard the voice, and happily trotted over from the stove, picked the barbecue pork from the fruit stem, put it directly on a lemon leaf high-foot plate, and took it to cut it. The lemon leaf high-legged plate can be removed. The plate formed by dense leaves has a smooth surface, which is no different from a real plate. After removing the plate, the mini lemon tree on the edge of the plate is separated from the plate. Insert the tree roots directly back into the pot to stimulate growth, and soon a new high-legged plate and milk bottle will grow again. After growing into a complete form, the mini lemon tree will also appear on the edge of the plate. I have another braised pork intestines here. Sun Binbin was surprised, took off the pork intestines, and sent them to Uncle Joe. Mine is raw ribs. When you also took off the raw ribs that had just been hung on the fruit stem in front of him, put them on the plate and sent them over. The raw meat exuded a faint lemon scent. When you walked by with it, and Chin Air didn't smell any fishy smell. Mine is also pork intestines, and it looks like braised. Grandpa Rong followed when you with a braised pork intestine that had a different aroma from the braised pork intestines. Cooked food doesn't have a lemon flavor. It tastes what it should taste like. Obviously, only raw food has a lemon fragrance. It doesn't smell like lemon when cooked. After setting off fireworks, Ankur neatly arranged the milk bottle lemons one by one on the high-legged plate in front of her. The high-legged plate is now a beautiful fruit plate. Xia Jinji took a milk bottle lemon and cut it with a scalpel. If the milk bottle is not cut open, it is just a baby milk bottle. If it is cut open, it is a hollow raw lemon ring with skin and flesh. Put the hollow lemon slices into a kettle made of peach puree, pick a few fresh mint leaves together, and soak them in warm water. It is a pot of refreshing mint lemonade. The mint leaves were grown by a tenant in Building 0 using mint seedlings. In addition to the toiletries, the seedlings also grew mint leaf tips that can be picked. Yu, would you like a cup? Xia Jinji poured a glass of lemonade for everyone, and gave one to Chin Air. Thank you, Brother Xia. Chin Air took it and took a sip. In one word, it was delicious. Not only the lemonade smelled, but the whole corridor was filled with the fragrance of lemon. And with every breath, the air felt fresher than after the rain. Every time I took a sip, my body felt more comfortable. We have just gone out to try it. Setting off fireworks will release a lot of air, which just solves the air problem. Ankur finished arranging one tray of milk bottles, and then another tray, saying as she arranged them, Lemon Nyamyo has been sent to the supermarket. When you sat back at the dining table and looked at Chin Air, Yu, does the milk bottle have a hidden function? Nyamyo is getting more and more aloof. She doesn't respond to any questions. I can only ask her biological mother. Hidden function? Well, it's just like I don't know what's hidden in the mushroom blind box until it's opened. I don't know if the bottle has hidden functions until the time comes. Again, you're talking so mysteriously. When is the time? Linju looked at him speechlessly. It's just like the lotus flowers of the lotus seedlings not blooming. It's not the time to bloom. Lemon seedlings and lotus root seedlings are from the same country, and the situation is similar. I won't know the use of the lotus root seedlings until they bloom, and the same goes for lemon seedlings. I will know when its hidden functions come out. Linju became interested. Hey, are you really holding back a big move? I don't know if it's big or not, but it's true that you're holding back. Chin Air drank a sip of lemonade and continued. I feel like they are all accumulating energy. When you, who was also drinking lemonade, suddenly realized, so Miami rarely posts comments, is it because they have stored their energy? What about Xiangdaro? Yeah. Chin Air put the lemonade on the table, nodded, and sat next to her brother Rong. Everyone's abilities have been upgraded to level 5, and Rong Shu is no exception. The boss's strength is not easy to obtain. Look, he is absorbing the level 5 crystal core and practicing diligently. Of course, The boss is always the boss. While practicing, he can also take care of his coconut pot and stir it with a long-handled spoon. When Chen sat over, he changed the hand holding the spoon to the mental tentacles to continue stirring, and freed his hand to hold Zhao's hand. Chen was already used to putting her hand into Rongshu's palm, stretching her neck, and looking at the bowl-sized coconut pot eagerly. Brother Rong, what delicious food did you cook? Her brother Rong had a little hobby. He liked to cook a small pot for her during breakfast, and the food she cooked was no worse than Uncle Zhou's. That's right, he only knew how to cook one pot. Lotus seed soup. Rongshu answered while stirring it slowly for a while, before removing the crystal core from the coconut pot and turning off the fire. During this period, the handful of crystal cores he absorbed in his left hand became less, and at the same time, his right hand was constantly pinching the soft flesh in Chen palm. The invisible tentacles even took out Chen face-shaping doll from his pocket, and tied a beautiful braid for the doll. Chen stared blankly at the mini version of herself floating in front of Rongshu, as if the braids were moving by themselves. Her brother Rong is definitely a tentacle monster. The mental version. This is not two-tasking, it's multitasking. The tentacle monster used his supernatural power to freeze the coconut pot and push the pot to Chen. You can drink it. While Chen was drinking the lotus seed soup, the animal group also got up. One by one, dragging their fish roll lucky bags, they lined up to walk out of the door of 802 and sat in a row at the next table. While eating snacks, they turned their heads to look at the stove at the same time, staring at Uncle Zhou making breakfast. Chen couldn't help showing the loving face of an old mother. Lin Ju and several parents have come forward and picked up their own children to stroke their fur. Lin Ju held Lin Xiaopang in one hand and Lin Xiaobao in the other, and held the bowl of water evenly. While stroking the cub, he asked Chen, come to think of it, you, how did you connect the lemon, the milk bottle, and the pig together? Chapter 107. I just had a dream. Chen thought about it seriously. It should be that I want to eat pig's trotters. I want to grow air, and I thought of lemon air fresheners. Lemons smelled good, and I thought of small fragrant pigs. Then I contacted them. Then someone sold milk powder on Shein. Babies need milk bottles to drink milk powder, right? As for how Meow Meow grew into a fruit plate, I dreamed about it, and dreams are always weird. Chen couldn't help laughing as she spoke. During this time, her hairstyle changed from long hair to a beautiful braid. Chen took out a small coconut door mirror and looked at it happily. Her brother Rong's cooking skills are really good, all-round brother Rong. It's not suitable to eat too much meat early in the morning. Uncle Zhou has already processed most of the pig's intestines and trotters, and put them in the mushroom refrigerator. Mushroom head. The mushroom refrigerator was not delivered until it was not too late. Long time. When everyone grows something new, they will send her a portion. Even the fast food seller 3 meals a day sent her the new rice he grew. But after knowing that he was going to open a store, Chen did not ask for his seedlings. If he really asked, it might flow out of his hands accidentally, which would affect his business. Just order one when you want to eat. The seedlings are collected, and breakfast is served. Uncle Zhou shouted, and several people quickly cleaned the table and set the dishes. Although a lot of meat was collected, Uncle Zhou still made a cold dish. Barbecued pork, braised pork intestines, braised beef, boneless white-cut pig's trotters, all cut into thin slices, with crispy cashews and other nuts, one small plate for each person, and a large plate for the animals, with white rice porridge. Don't mention how delicious it is. After breakfast, everyone was doing their daily digestion and browsing the Shein. Lemon seedlings were on the new hot search. The Shein, which had been tense all night because of the air problem, suddenly returned to its silly style. Daxia, the host, my father, it was a false alarm. Baba, awesome. Let's celebrate with fireworks. The newly appeared lemon milk bottle fireworks and small fragrant pigs were immediately made into emoticons and used. Daxia is about to become a father. Ha ha ha, my baby has a milk bottle since birth. Daba fell in love with the milk bottle at first sight. Who can understand the pain of almost suffocating to death? I am a person who hates lemons the most, but I fell in love with the milk bottle at first sight. Daxia, the host's leg pendant. The host accepted my knee, the child almost suffocated. Oliver Bede saved my life. Except the knee +1, I was going to fly out yesterday, and habitually looked at the host's Shein number before going out to get some good luck, but I didn't expect to see the host's message of suffocation at high altitude. The official news is not as fast as the OP's. Luckily I dodged it. The maca cow hood has been obtained, +1 for dodging, waiting for the delivery of the lemon milk bottle. Ollie Win letter paper. I praise the OP's wind letter paper and monster killing video. The superpower team responsible for guarding our safe zone today did not even leave the door, but relied on the wind letter paper to deliver grenades and mahjong at fixed points, and easily solve the waves of monsters that came in succession. I love the OP so much. Daxiao group visits the field, destination is Guogwa Supermarket. Family members, I went to Guogwa Supermarket for the second time this morning and got the first lemon spirit plant. Let me show it to you, and be envious. When will Fingjia be able to cover Fingjia with giant pandas? I envy the people of Daxia, whose domain is covered by giant pandas. Wzufubo, my dream love bag. I heard that the repairer of Haigwa finally defeated the domain monster, and it is alive and kicking again, and has been promoted. Hailafang's domain has also become larger. What do you think? When the panda domain expands, will the two domains collide and fight? Chujigyo wants to immigrate to Daxia at Wzufubo, my dream love bag. It depends on how stubborn the head of the head iron brother is. Daxia hot and sour noodles at Haigwa official. At Haigwa, my spiritual plant is gone. Thanks to the Haigwa friends for growing the raw sweet potato flower pot. With sweet potato vermicelli, I can continue to sell my hot and sour noodles. P.S. A new hot and sour noodle store has opened in the underground mall. Welcome everyone to come. Pictures, pictures, pictures. Fingjia durian bomb at Daxia hot and sour noodles. I support you. By the way, are you really grateful to it? Gigi Country wants to immigrate to Daxia at Daxia hot and sour noodles. Haigwa will have a heart attack from your thanks. Daxia has 3 different meals a day. Same as above, a barbecue restaurant has opened in the underground mall, not only with fruit grilled fish, spicy crayfish and grilled chicken, but also with grilled beef skewers, grilled chicken wings, grilled bean skin, grilled lotus root slices. New grilled pork belly, grilled pig's trotters, etc. are coming soon. Welcome friends from all over the Blue Star to come. Video. Several stores have opened in the underground mall. Should we go and have a look? Seeing the opening of the store, the shopping spirit of several girls before the end of the world was awakened, and they were ready to move. Others have not seen the appearance of the underground mall yet. So the group took the animal group and went out to the mall. The underground mall was not far away. Big Fatty's territory was very large now, and several safe areas were gathered in the center as much as possible, so it was no problem to move around at such a short distance. It was rare for everyone to go out, and the kids didn't stay in the fish roe bag anymore. The Pegasus happily carried everyone out, and the cows followed with wings, and also called Lin Ju's parents. When Lin's father and mother came, Yin Weiguang and Qin Lao were also given as gifts. Old Yin, are you free tonight? We haven't played chess for many years, right? How about a game? Grandpa Rong took the opportunity to invite chess friends. Yin Weiguang laughed. Now that you said that, I'm really itching to play. Okay. I go to your place tonight. Grandpa Rong's old face was immediately happy, and the two brothers flew together to chat. Qin Huan sat on the Pegasus and flew next to Chen Ru and Rong Shu. It was rare for the old man to travel without a few people around him. He smiled and turned to look at Chen Er. My friend, how do you think of the drawings I gave you before? Do you have any ideas? This strong sense of the teacher preparing to collect homework for correction. Chen Er was forced to control for 3 seconds. She immediately straightened her posture from sitting lazily on Rong Qiuqiu's back and nestling in Rong Shu's arms, and quickly recalled where she put those drawings. After getting the drawings, she only looked at them for a few times at the beginning, and then threw them into the corner of the fish roe lucky bag. She forgot where she put them. Oh, wait, it seems to be at Rong Ji's place? Chen Er felt a little guilty. Those drawings are a bit profound. I can't understand them. She made a little gesture to Qin Huan. At first, she actually wanted to read them seriously, but when she read these things, it was like a poor student reading a book, and she could fall asleep with her eyes open. Chapter 108. Qin Huan laughed. Ha ha, I don't understand it either. I'm giving you the drawings as a reference. If you look at them more, you might get some inspiration, right? That's true. Chen Er nodded and agreed. Mr. Qin, I take a closer look when I get back. He's an obedient and good boy. Qin Huan smiled with a soothing look. Not in a hurry to get going, the group flew leisurely in the sky and inspected the panda area. On the way, they also ran into Li Daqiang driving a pumpkin train pulled by flying horses, carrying passengers from the sky. Xiaoqiang, you're so cool. Lin Ju raised his eyebrows and whistled in the direction of the pumpkin train. Li Daqiang flew past several people and deliberately slowed down. He was originally happy to say hello, but when he heard Lin Ju calling him, he immediately became bitter. Assistant Lin, Let's discuss it. Can you not call me Xiuqiang? Lin Ju rode his Lin Xiaopeng and passed by Li Daqiang with a smile. Okay, Xiuqiang. Li Daqiang, eh. After flying almost to the end, a group of people finally landed at the entrance of the underground shopping mall. The entrance of the shopping mall was built at the location where the dog was dug out. Going down the descending stairs similar to the entrance of the subway station, you will enter the shopping mall. Although it was just built not long ago, and there are not many shops, the shopping mall is not deserted. Other safe areas are building the ground in full swing. At present, the underground city is only in the light of the end of the world. In the entire Panda area, many free people run here, and foreign friends fly over to watch the excitement. As soon as I entered the shopping mall, I saw a conspicuous bag and clothing store called Chunhua. The glowing little potatoes dotted inside and outside the store, making it bright. What they sell is a row of cheongsams of various styles, not only the original colors under the light, but also red, black, pink and other colors. The original colors are marked with grape purple or banana yellow under the sun, and the store also plays the effect of cheongsams under the sun on mobile phones in 3D projection. This store alone is crowded with many beauty-loving ladies, and there are also several foreign beauties with blonde hair and blue eyes. Seeing that there are so many people, Chen Er and others resisted the urge to squeeze in and continued to shop. Behind a clothing store is a ceramic store. The newly released peach paste fruit has set up a store like this, and various pink and white porcelains are placed in the store, and a strong peach fragrance fills the nose. Just smelling this fragrance, many people can't move. Since they are here, they have to go into the store to take a look. The store owner inside is watching the store while skillfully using brick brand tools to assist in the on-site kneading, attracting many people to watch around him. It is not possible to be outstanding in color, but the style can be surprising. There are no less than 20 types of cups on the shelves alone, as well as various tableware and cup and saucer sets, all of which are practical and good things. Uncle Joe liked a lot of bowls, plates, and dishes on the spot, and bought them directly. Many cups have beautiful shapes. People who don't have the skills to make them, but have crystal cores on hand can't control their hands and spend money. Opposite the ceramic store is a spice store. Due to the randomness of the navel orange spice box, many people want a certain spice, but they may not be able to open it. It also consumes crystal cores to produce it, so it is better to buy it directly. So there are also many people in the spice store. Uncle Joe found a few spice that he didn't have at home and bought them in surprise. Behind it are handicraft shops and furniture shops. The furniture shop sells practical furniture made of bricks, while the handicraft shop sells handicrafts made of bricks, fruit stems, red ropes, and Buddhist beads. Chen Er found a Buddha statue made of Buddhist beads in the handicraft shop. It was half a meter high and gave people a solemn and sacred feeling. He liked it at first sight, and took it to the cashier to pay for it. The mall also has a second floor. The first floor sells daily necessities, and the second floor is a snack street. There are more people and more shops in the snack street, and there are also stalls. The noodle shop that sells sour and hot noodles, and the barbecue shop that sells 3 different meals a day are located here. In addition to sour and hot noodles and barbecue, there are also fried chicken juice shops, pastry shops, nut and roasted seed shops, sugar water dessert shops. There are also people selling rice balls, glutinous rice cakes, homemade ice cream, popsicles, and even stinky tofu. The wind letter paper has a wonderful use at this time. It directly becomes food packaging paper, and can be shaped at will. The mobile electrical appliances using crystal cores, such as mushroom refrigerators, coconut ovens, and coconut pots, have also brought great convenience to merchants. Of course, the biggest convenience is the fish roll lucky bag. Because of the large number of people, the animal group entered the fish roll lucky bag, and was held by their parents. Rong Qiuqiu and Depeng also enjoyed the embrace of their parents. Although they had just finished breakfast, how could the foodies control their mouths? Digestive hawthorn pills are very useful at this time. A group of people ate while walking, and from time to time they took a few pills to digest food. They ate the whole street once, and they could eat it again when they came back. There were not many stores, but a group of people went back and forth several times. When they were tired, they flew with wings. They ate so much that the busy officials couldn't keep up with them, and left early. Then we continued to visit several new stores that opened in the afternoon, and returned home with a full load when the sun was about to set. On the way back, we met Li Daqiang's flying horse pulling a pumpkin train again. Chen Er watched from a distance, and became interested. He pulled the ball on Rong Qiuqiu's head. "Qiuqiu, can you also pull a car for us?" Rong Qiuqiu turned his head, neighed, and agreed happily. Chen Er immediately took out the fish roll lucky bag containing the pumpkin car, started the connection, and matched with Rong Qiuqiu. As soon as the match was made, the pumpkin car turned into a floating mode. It was a flying car when it was taken out of the fish roll lucky bag. Chen Er invited everyone to get on the pumpkin flying car together. With Sun Binbin's excited cry, the flying horse pulled the pumpkin car. This scene is so dreamy. Chen Er was so happy that she rubbed her head against Rong Shu's neck, but her cousin, Grandpa Rong, and Uncle Joe suddenly covered her neck with their hands, and their faces quickly turned red. Xia Jinji, who had been paying attention to Enkur, reacted quickly and immediately took out an empty bottle with milk, but the nipple was still on it, and pulled the nipple against the roof of the car. Bang! With a sound, the fireworks exploded, and the little pig rushed down, circled in the car but couldn't find the fruit stem, and fell directly on Xia Jinji's legs. It fell into a roasted black pepper sausage. Xia Jinji didn't care about the sausage. Seeing that the situation of several people was getting better, he didn't relax. He took out another bottle and set off fireworks. Others have also taken out their bottles to join the fireworks team. Uncle Joe recovered and quickly took out a few high-legged plates to catch the braised pig's trotters, raw pig stomach, fried crispy meat, and other parts that fell from the little fragrant pig. Together with Xia Jinji's black pepper pork sausage, he put them on the plates, and put them into the fish roll lucky bag he carried with him. After a lot of trouble, the carriage fell into silence, and several people looked at Grandpa Rong and the other two with lingering fear. At this time, bursts of exclamations suddenly sounded outside. Looking outside, they saw that the same situation had occurred around them. Several people quickly took out their milk bottles and helped the people outside to set off fireworks. Didn't the authorities let people set off fireworks in the area for a whole day? Why is there no air suddenly? Chapter 109. Everyone was a little confused. Rong Shu released his mental power to explore the surroundings, but found nothing wrong. His mental power could only sense the degree of air flow to form wind, not enough to sense the more specific movement changes of the air, but one thing was certain. There was no sign of the red fog accelerating the erosion of the air around. Go back first. The joy of shopping was gone, and a group of people returned to Building 0 with a heavy heart. The official also received the news, and sent people to investigate the situation. But like Rong Shu, the official did not find anything wrong. As soon as they arrived at 802, Yin Hung called them via video and exchanged messages. Our people have been setting off fireworks all day in various places in the area. Originally, the problem of high-altitude suffocation had been solved in the morning, but since just now, no matter how much air is released, the suffocation phenomenon will soon reappear. Rong Shu also said, I checked it with my mental power, and it is not caused by the red fog. What is even more strange is that look at the comments online. Just like before, as soon as the problem came out, Chenru immediately posted the message on Facebook. Gigi Country Williams braised pork at the light of the end of the world. OP, everything is fine here. We set off air fireworks, and the problem of high-altitude suffocation has been solved and has not happened again. Da Xiaowang Panda Stone. OP, we are also very good here. The milk bottle is super useful. Thingjiao Monster get out of Blue Star. Our safe zone is also fine. Da Xia Nuhilu Holmes looks thoughtful. It seems that only our panda area has problems. This situation has not occurred in other safe zones, only ours. Chen Er looked puzzled, and couldn't help but open the fish roe bag next to him and look inside again. The kids had been playing for a day, and it was rare that they didn't play cards when they came back. After eating and drinking, they went back to their own nests and fell asleep. Depang was lying on his sofa bed, spread out like a pancake, sleeping soundly, with an unfinished French fry in the corner of his mouth. Everything was normal, there was no overload of bullet screen, and he was not eating crystal cores crazily. In other words, there were no monsters attacking the area, and it was not the monster's problem. Watching, Chen Er was infected by the sleeping Maotuanzi and couldn't help yawning. It was already late at night. Not only Chen Er, but everyone who had been shopping all day couldn't help feeling sleepy. But they didn't know the reason, so everyone was still gathered in 802 and didn't go to rest. Grandpa Rong, who was going to play chess with him, didn't make the appointment. The old man was not as good as the young people, and he fell asleep while sitting. Uncle Joe went back to 801 on his back. Seeing Chen Er dozing off like a chick pecking at rice, Rong Shu gently held her face and said to the others, Go back to sleep. I keep watch and call you if there's anything. As a psychic, the boss was the only one who was still energetic. Brother Rong, thank you for your hard work tonight. Even Lin Ju was half dead sleepy, yawning as he walked out. I didn't feel it when I was shopping, but now I feel half dead tired. I can't go shopping like this in the future. It's more tiring than playing games for a day. Sun Binbin also yawned and agreed. That's right. I understand now. No wonder so many men were unwilling to accompany their girlfriends shopping before the end of the world. This is not what human beings do. Before leaving, he looked at Rongshu, who was full of energy, with envy. It was another day when he wanted to have the same superpowers as the boss. In a blink of an eye, Rongshu was the only one left in the living room, along with a group of animals snoring loudly. Chen-Er also fell asleep. He did not send him back to his room, but put him in a fish roll lucky bag and held it in his palm. The tentacle monster was indeed a tentacle monster. While staring at people with a perverted face, he released his mental power to be alert to the surroundings, and at the same time, his other empty hand was holding a crystal cord to absorb and practice. The night was getting darker. Brother Rong. The girl in front of him had seductive eyes, the gauze was half removed, and she lay on him weakly and bonelessly, biting his Adam's apple with her red lips, and her lips and teeth overflowed with a soft and low gasp that made people unable to stop. No, that's not right. Schwa. Rongshu suddenly opened his eyes, and sat up in shock. He didn't know when he fell asleep on the sofa. The next second, he immediately looked into the fish roll lucky bag in his palm. The girl inside was dreaming about something, hugging a blanket, and sleeping with a cute face. Rongshu's tense heartstrings loosened instantly, and his eyes softened. Then, he raised his head, and looked around sharply. In the living room of 802, everything was normal, and there was nothing wrong. The only difference. At some point, a sweet and greasy fragrance that was so strong that it could make people dizzy filled the air, and smelling it for a while would make people feel dizzy. Rongshu immediately noticed something, and quickly spread his mental power to isolate the fragrance. Sure enough, the dizzy feeling disappeared immediately. Realizing that something was wrong, he quickly took Chen-Er out of the fish robe bag and shook her gently. Yu, wake up. Chen-Er was dreaming about eating a bean paste bun. The handsome man beside her, Rongge, opened his soaked white shirt, scooped out the bean paste from the bean paste bag, and smeared the bean paste on his slender index fingertip on his 8 abdominal muscles. While smearing, the handsome man put his abdominal muscles in front of her and tempted her with a sexy and charming voice. Yu, do you want to eat it? Just as she was about to eat the colored bean paste in the next second, she was suddenly woken up by someone. She was not very happy when her beautiful dream was interrupted, but she was immediately relieved when she opened her eyes and saw her brother Rong holding her. She smiled and raised her hand to hook Rongshu's neck and kissed the man's Adam's apple in front of her. Brother Rong, I just dreamed of you. It was the kind with color. Rongshu's breathing stagnated, and the scene he just dreamed of jumped out uncontrollably. If it wasn't for the wrong timing, he almost couldn't control himself. Taking a deep breath, he put Chen-Er on the sofa. Yu, something is wrong. We are not really sleepy. It is caused by external forces. Chen-Er was stunned for a moment, and then sat up straight. She explained, Is there something strange? It is probably. Rongshu nodded, but I didn't find where it was. There was only a strong fragrance. It would be uncomfortable if you smell it for a long time. The fragrance was not so strong before, and I didn't notice it. I almost fell for it. As he said that, he looked at Chen-Er, who only cared about kissing himself and didn't care about him after kissing. He didn't know whether to be helpless or fortunate. If he didn't know Yu's personality, he would not have done the behavior in the dream. Fragrance? I didn't smell it. I used mental isolation. How fragrant is it? Let me smell it. Rongshu had no choice but to remove a little mental isolation and quickly seal it again. But this was enough for Chen-Er to bear. What an annoying fragrance. If it was a little more fragrant, it would stink. But the point now is not whether the fragrance is good or not, but the appearance of the monster and the terrible fragrance. A monster came in, but Da Pang didn't react at all. Chen-Er found something wrong. Dat Pang was also infected, right? Chapter 110. The kids seemed to be sleepy earlier than them, and fell asleep right after dinner. The thought was terrifying. Chen-Er hurried to see the child. The fur ball was still sleeping soundly in the bag, his mouth moving constantly, and he seemed to be fine. But Chen-Er didn't dare to be careless. She reached into the fish roll lucky bag and shook it. Big fat, big fat. Seeing that she couldn't wake him up, she used her ultimate move. She took out a fragrant sausage that fell out of the little fragrant pig from the fish roll lucky bag, and shook it under Big Fat's nose. Big Fat, there are delicious sausages. If you don't wake up, I will eat them. The panda, who was still snoring in the last second, smelled the fragrance in the next second, closed his eyes, and began to move with Chen Er's hand holding the sausage, slowly sat up, opened his eyes, and looked dazed. Delicious? Where is it? Chen Er breathed a sigh of relief. She could wake him up. She stuffed the sausage into the cub's mouth, pinched the panda's head and round ears. Big Fat, a monster has entered the area. Did you notice it? No. Big Fat held the sausage with his 2 paws and bit it. No monster. Chen Er and Rong Shu, who came in together, looked at each other. The 2 of them took out the lucky bag of fish roe and hurried to wake up the others. Everyone was in a deep sleep, like Big Fatty, and couldn't be easily woken up, even the animal group. Fortunately, although it was difficult to wake them up, they all woke up in the end. Among them, Xia Jinji seemed to sleep more lightly than others, and woke up as soon as he was called. Chenru noticed it and asked him, "Brother Xia, are you not sleeping soundly?" Xia Jinji thought for a moment and raised the bottle in his hand. "I was afraid that someone would suddenly suffocate again, so I put the bottle next to the pillow when I slept so that I could easily get it. It should be the fragrance of the lemon that dispelled the strong fragrance, so I was not affected too much." When the others heard this, they took out their milk bottles and set off fireworks again. As expected, as the fireworks bloomed, the little fragrant pig appeared, and the fragrance of lemon diluted the unpleasant strong fragrance. Rongshu removed the mental isolation and tried it, and everyone's dizziness disappeared. It works. Binzi, hurry up, go see what's going on with the official side, wake them up if they are infected. Rongshu looked at Sun Binbin, open the communication, take the milk bottle. Sun Binbin responded and rolled out of the coconut door in the corridor like a whirlwind. While rolling, he also bang bang. Fireworks were set off continuously to dispel the fragrance outside that was stronger than inside the house. Not only was the fragrance outside stronger than inside the house, but the fragrance inside the house was also becoming stronger and stronger. The outside is thick, the inside is thin, and the fragrance inside is gradually getting thicker. This situation. And Kur's face suddenly changed. This monster is moving. And it is heading in our direction. That's right. Rongshu's mental power is always paying attention to the surroundings. The fragrance in the house is already thicker than outside. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly looked in the direction of the coconut door. It's coming in. Everyone immediately turned their heads and looked at the coconut door. But there was nothing in sight, only the night sky outside that was not yet bright in the early morning. Except for the coconut door, there was nothing. Everyone, ? Could it be assimilated like the pomegranate monster? Uncle Joe frowned. It may also be invisible. When you also guessed. While talking, several people did not stop. When you frantically gave birth to the milk bottle, while others bang bang bang, started to set off fireworks, as if they were free. At the same time, they did not forget to throw grenades and mahjong at the location of the coconut door, and time bombs were also used. No, it's not by the door anymore. Rongshu suddenly sensed something, his face changed, and his mental tentacles suddenly rolled up Chen Er, pulling him back several meters. The next second, everyone saw that Chen Er had just stood near the dining table. On the table next to the table, there was a bottle of juice left by someone. The top of the straw suddenly fluctuated and deformed. A brown and yellow hairy paw of an unknown animal appeared. Just like a panda head sticking out of the fish roe lucky bag, the hairy paw stretched out from the top of the straw, and the alienated sharp nails glowed with a bright red cold light, grabbing the place where Chen Er just stood. If Rongshu hadn't pulled her away in time, this paw might have pierced Chen Er's body. Everyone was scared and sweating. Chen Er also patted her chest in fear. After a few pats, she was suddenly stuffed into the fish roe lucky bag by Rongshu and put into the left chest pocket of her t-shirt. This kind of clothes with pockets was specially made by Rongshu for Chen Er to wear. The fish roe lucky bag was placed in the pocket, and the size was just right, enough for Chen Er to pry open the bag to watch the fun, so he put it to use. The claw quickly retracted after failing to grab it. Rongshu's mental tentacles quickly hit the top of the straw. Just as it was about to hit, the long straw suddenly shortened by a few centimeters. Rongshu's mental power broke the straw and the juice in the cup through the air, but he didn't hit the target. Too fast. Everything happened in a flash, and when several people reacted, the thing had disappeared again. Did that thing just become a part of the straw? Lin Ju was doubting his life, and quickly stepped back from the table, staring at the various objects on the table with vigilance, looking around suspiciously. Is this a shapeshifter? The others were also shocked, and at the same time they were tense and highly focused, carefully distinguishing everything around them. Chen Er also pulled the mouth of the bag down to help everyone find where the monster was hiding. However, several people scanned back and forth several times, but found nothing unusual. Until, ah, what ugly thing is sticking to me, go away. Suddenly, a pot of cactus with about water on the table often sent out a line of bullets, swayed, and shook off a section of the side of the cactus column from its body. This side section was like skin attached to skin, as if it was originally part of the cactus, but it was not until it fell off, and saw that the top of the cactus column was intact that they realized it was redundant. The eyes of the people who didn't know where the monster was hiding lit up, and they immediately threw grenades, mahjong and time bombs at the side section that fell on the table. The grenades, mahjong and time bombs exploded one by one the moment they touched the side section of the cactus. It was indeed a monster that changed. However, before a few people were surprised, they saw that only a pile of brown and yellow hair and a small pool of blood fell on the spot, and the side section disappeared again under everyone's eyes. The three weapons fired at the same time, but only caused a little damage to the monster, and even the time bomb could not have much effect on its speed. Everyone was shocked. Linju said in a lost voice, "Damn, this can't be a level 6 monster." There was no time for everyone to think about it. At the same time as the monster disappeared, a stronger fragrance rushed towards them. Chapter 111. Suddenly, Kier, Uncle Zhou, and Grandpa Rong all noticed something was wrong, and they all took out their bottles, and bang bang bang. Released air. "Sister, is the air getting less again?" Chen Er asked worriedly. And Kier nodded. "Just now when the fragrance became stronger, I also felt that my breathing was not so smooth, but it was not so obvious. I thought it was an illusion. Now it seems that the air was diluted when this monster released the strong fragrance." The air was diluted when releasing the strong fragrance? The air became less when the fragrance became stronger? Chen Er suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that the fragrance of this thing is created by swallowing air? As soon as she finished speaking, Rongshu suddenly closed his eyes, and opened them again, as if he had discovered something, and his mental tentacles attacked the armrest of a chair next to the dining table again. "It's not a transformation, it's an illusion," Rongshu said. "As long as you don't use your eyes to see, its illusion will fail." As he said this, his mental tentacles chased the monster, and attacked it continuously. In Chen Er's eyes, they saw invisible forces attacking the table legs, floor, walls, ceiling. One hit after another, a hole. The monster's wandering traces have been constantly approaching Rongshu. I don't know if it still wants to attack Chen Er, or if it has changed its target and really targeted Rongshu. Because the speed was too fast, Rongshu didn't have time to remind others of the monster's location. Everyone simply cast a wide net and threw grenades, mahjong and time bombs all over the corridor. Lin Ju was responsible for throwing corn dice, but like grenades, mahjong and time bombs, the power of corn dice was also not as good as before. It had a 50% chance of not counting, and the monster could not be cleared even if the field was cleared. Of course, although the power of the weapon was greatly reduced, it could still hurt the monster. With such random punches, the monster was hit several times. Adding more time bombs could also slightly slow down the movement speed of the monster. At this time, Rongshu's lightning, mental attack and ice also worked. Soon, a lot of hair and blood were left on the ground in the corridor. Rongshu's lightning ability, which was known for its speed, successfully tore off a small piece of fur from the monster. Unfortunately, he was never able to accurately capture the monster. The boss's 3 supernatural attacks were the same as grenades, and their power was not as strong as before. He spread his mental power and squeezed towards the monster, but was torn apart by the opponent's mental power and counterattacked. Chen Er just looked up by chance and looked at her brother Rong, and found blood flowing from the corner of Rongshu's mouth. Her brother Rong was injured. In addition to its own transformation, this monster can also use fragrance to influence and attack prey. It obviously has no brain, but it can still attack people's consciousness like Rongshu's mental power. Chen Er was very anxious, and it couldn't go on like this. What to do? She retracted from the bag mouth and sat on the sofa bed inside the fish roll lucky bag. She quickly took out the fish roll lucky bag she brought with her, and searched for seedlings and fruits that could be used one by one. Durian hammer? This transformed monster is an illusion, not hiding in the soil, air or other objects, so it can't play the role of a hammer. No. Peach pick clamp? I can't find the target, and I can't clamp it even if I want to. It's also no good. Red string net bag made by the tailor's shop? Useless. Take a look at the Buddhist beads? I have tried it before. The Buddhist beads can only make ghosts show up. They have no effect on other monsters. Mint may be able to suppress the strong fragrance, but the concentration of the smell is like an ant trying to shake a tree compared to the strong fragrance of the monster. What can deal with this monster that swallows the air? Wait, swallow the air? Chen Er's eyes swept across the pots of seedlings and various fruits in the fish roe bag. When he saw the hawthorn pills for digestion, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, it swallows the air and releases the strong fragrance. Does this require a digestion process? If you swallow too much at once and don't have time to digest, people will be stuffed to death, let alone a monster without a brain? Thinking of this, Chen Er quickly pulled the bag down, popped his head out, and shouted to the outside, "Everyone, let's let it air out, lots of air, let it die." Stuff it to death? Although some people didn't react to what she meant for a while, the tacit understanding and trust that had always existed made everyone subconsciously stop attacking the monster, and they all took out their bottles and started to let the air out. Rongshu did not fall behind, and stopped chasing the monsters. He put a mental shield around everyone and the animal group, and then took out the milk bottle. Wen Yu also did not distract himself from the birth of grenades, mahjong, time bombs, corn dice, etc., and concentrated on the birth of milk bottles. A group of people, including Chen Er who was still in the bag, set off fireworks in the direction of the monster pointed by Rongshu. Rongshu, the tentacle monster boss, got Chen Er's meaning. His mental tentacles rolled up hundreds of milk bottles that he could find at the same time, and fired AD calcium cannon barrels at the monster together. As more and more milk bottle fireworks were set off, the strong fragrance in the air gradually faded and became fainter and fainter. At a certain moment, Rongshu's tentacles suddenly rolled up all the people and animals around him, and rushed to the coconut door. While rushing, he also separated a tentacle, and threw a mushroom mobile phone into the corridor. The moment the coconut door was opened, a group of people quickly flew out of the 8th floor, put on wings and floated in the air. The next second, there was a loud bang of something exploding in the corridor, and it seemed that the whole building trembled slightly. Rongshu's mobile phone was projected in midair, and the scene of the explosion was recorded by another mobile phone he threw down, and the video was shared to this mobile phone. At this moment, the projection screen was playing the situation before and after the explosion in the corridor on the 8th floor. In the 3D projection screen, a small piece of ground in the corridor on the 8th floor suddenly bulged upwards, changed, and finally turned into a brown-yellow-red eye. Weasel? Is this a weasel? Chen Er asked uncertainly. It is not a common animal in life. She doesn't know it very well. Grandpa Rong said affirmatively, yes, it is a weasel, a professional chicken thief. The old man's tone of voice was a bit gnashing. I don't know if it was because this weasel was difficult to deal with, or because a weasel had stolen chickens before. Uncle Joe also nodded. It is a weasel for sure. Son Binbin, who had just flown back, came over and looked at the true face of the monster on the screen with a look of wonder. Don't weasels have scent glands? How can they emit strong fragrance? Maybe it's because it's too smelly, it hates it, and after mutation, it has become a scent gland. The monster appeared, and everyone's tense nerves relaxed, and Lin Ju was in the mood to joke. It should be the effect of hallucinations. The smell is strong, but we all thought it was strong fragrance. And Kier said a more reasonable possibility, which successfully made everyone look like they had eaten shit. As he spoke, on the screen that Rongshu slowed down, the weasel's body began to swell as it inhaled more and more air without restraint, changing from a slender shape to a spherical shape, getting bigger and bigger like a balloon. Then, bang! It exploded. Chapter 112. The phantom monster that was so hard to kill that Rongshu vomited blood was blown up alive. This way of death is also quite explosive in the monster world. There was no disgusting scene of blood and flesh all over the corridor. The moment the weasel's body exploded, it disappeared like other monsters without crystal cores. There was only a shiny blue crystal core left on the spot. Sure enough, it is a crystal core I have never seen before, a level 6 monster. A group of people flew back to the corridor. Rongshu rolled up his mobile phone and crystal core, took out the fish roll lucky bag in his chest pocket, released Chen Er, and handed the crystal core to her. Here you. When watching the video just now, Xia Jinji had already transferred superpowers to Rongshu, and Rongshu's injuries were almost healed. Chen Er reached out and took the crystal core and put it away happily. This stretch and take inexplicably gave me the feeling of a husband handing over his salary to his wife. Grandpa Rong, a CP fan of the two, looked at them with a satisfied smile. Lin Ju, a former CP fan but now a sourpuss. My eyes are sore. Yin Heng, Qianing and others also came, and gathered with the small group at 802 to replay the screen projection of the Phantom Monster explosion, and summarize the incident of the level 6 Phantom Monster Weasel. With a wind letter paper, Qianing and other members of the aircraft team also have free time, and don't have to run out every day. Can air be used to kill monsters like this? After seeing the cool operation of several people killing the weasel, the official people were all stunned. But it's really... I've never seen it before. Yin Weiguang and others who came later also gave Chen Er a thumbs up after watching the video. Chen Er, hee. Level 6 monsters are much stronger than level 5. There is obviously a watershed in terms of strength. It is very difficult to kill. Rongshu said. That's right. Big Fatty didn't even notice that the weasel had entered the field, which shows that the difference in strength between level 5 and level 6 is not ordinary. Lin Ju was so hungry that he took out a roasted pig's trotter and started to eat it. It was about 4:30 in the morning. Xia Jinji gave everyone his supernatural power to restore their spirits. Uncle Zhou had already gone to the stove to make breakfast in advance, preparing to use delicious food to soothe everyone's frightened hearts, and when you helped him. While waiting for the meal, everyone was a little hungry, and each took out a snack to eat. When you are full, you can take a hawthorn pill to help digestion. It will not affect your breakfast intake. Grandpa Rong was eating a flower pot of roasted sweet potatoes. While eating, he asked Yin Weiguang, who was eating fried rice noodles with water spinach and lean meat soup, "Old Yin, is anyone in trouble?" Yin Weiguang shook his head. "We have notified people to go door to door to wake them up. No one has been found to have any problems so far. They are all sleeping soundly and dreaming." He said with a little humor, "This monster must have taken a fancy to you, and came straight here. High-level monsters are a bit picky, and like to eat good food." The old man's humor successfully chilled everyone. "It's good that you are okay. It will take a while for dinner. How about a plate?" Grandpa Rome looked at him with shining eyes. Yin Weiguang had just finished the last bite of fried rice noodles and soup, and immediately responded, "Come on, let's play a game. I didn't kill it last night because of that weasel. I've been playing chess in my dreams." "Ha ha ha. I knew you were thinking about it too. When you were in the army, you were the most addicted to chess. You sound like you're not that old." The two old men went to the balcony to play chess. Chen Er held the panda head and took out the fish roe lucky bag, and shared a handful of pork jerky that fell from the little fragrant pig with Nkir and others. She knew a little bit about chess, but not very well. Seeing the two people were going to play chess, she wanted to follow and watch, but suddenly found that the fat man, who was chewing the candied haws in her house, had stopped eating the candied haws. Mao Tuanzi was holding the candied haws with his paws, and he was at a loss, as if he had done something wrong. Chen Er immediately understood something, and quickly held the cub's panda face, looked at its small eyes carefully and said, "Big Fat, it's not your fault, it's that weasel is too cunning, it even transformed and confused everyone to sneak in. We are not as high as it now, so it can take advantage of us. When we upgrade, if there are level 6 monsters that dare to come in, we will definitely be able to press these monsters to the ground with one claw." Big Fat, who was at a loss, was hugged and comforted by his mother, and he immediately recovered and continued to crunch, to chew his candied haws. There is no trouble that can't be solved by a string of candied haws. A string of candied haws can solve the problem. No, just another string. The panda's paw soon had another string of larger candied haws. Mother Chen Er was pleased, and stopped playing chess. She held her cub, and took her brother Rong to the balcony to water the seedlings, fertilize, and loosen the soil. The fertilizer was the eggshell of the egg in the beggar chicken, and the soil had long been replaced by the mud wrapped around the beggar chicken. The balcony was not big enough, so Chen Er put some seedlings into the fish roe lucky bag, opened the bag and placed it on the flower rack so that they could get sun in the bag. While taking care of the seedlings on the balcony, and the empty pots for planting seeds, Chen Er did not forget to bring it with him. "Take out the lucky bag of fish roe that you brought with you. Put it on the flower stand with the bag open to bask in the sun, and take out the pots one by one to take care of." When Chen Er got a pot of soybean seedlings with the aroma of soybean milk and 8 lucky bags of fish roe, he suddenly wondered, "Hey, how did this soybean seedling grow on its own and divide? What happened?" Rong Shu, who was also watering and loosening the soil of the flower pot, came over. "I remember this pot is a new pot. I buried a lucky bag of soybean milk and fish roe in the soil. I didn't have time to put a crystal nucleus in it, but it has grown on its own now and divided. There is no crystal nucleus energy in the pot. How did it grow?" Chen Er's voice was not small. Once he said this, he directly alarmed other people in the living room, including the two old men who were playing chess, and a group of people gathered around. "It can grow without crystal nucleus energy? Let me see." Yin Weiguang's voice was full of excitement. Chen Er handed the seedling to him. The old man took it, looked at Miao Miao carefully, and called Yin Heng, Xiao Yin, test it quickly. The balcony was not big enough, so a group of people moved back to the living room. Yin Heng stepped forward, took out a mobile phone, and began to scan Miao Miao on the coffee table. Not long after, the mobile phone projected a large piece of data. The other Chen heir couldn't understand it, but there was a line showing, Crystal Core Energy, 0, ha ha ha. There is really no Crystal Core Energy. Yin Weiguan laughed. Others couldn't help but look excited. Chen heir and Miao Miao's questions were put aside first, and they looked at the mobile phone in Yin Heng's hand curiously. Captain Yin, is this a new function you developed? The mobile phone itself does not have the function of scanning objects to display Crystal Core Energy data. This is a scanner that our researchers have just modified with a mobile phone. It is specially used to scan spiritual plants and fruits and record data. If the host wants it, this is for you. Chapter 113. Yin Heng handed over the phone. Chen heir looked at the dense and incomprehensible data on it, and felt a little dizzy, but she didn't hesitate to take the thing, and handed it to her brother Rong. She didn't want it very much, but she could give it to her brother Rong. There is no such thing as too much good things. There is a fish roll lucky bag, and there is no such trouble as too many things making the space look messy. The topic was deviated, and soon returned to this magical soybean seedling. This is interesting. Without Crystal Core Energy, what does this soybean seedling rely on to grow? Linju stared at Miao Miao. Sister, I saw that you buried eggshells in other flower pots. Did you bury this pot too? Could it be because of the eggshells? Sun Binbin guessed. Chen heir shook his head. No, I didn't even have time to water it. I just buried the fish roll lucky bag in it. And Kur stared at the mud in the soybean seedling flower pot, thinking, could it be related to this lump of mud? Yu, is this lump of mud new, or is it mud that has eaten the soil? Rongshu suddenly said. Chen heir's eyes lit up. It's the mud that has eaten the soil. I thought that it would consume crystal cores to give birth to new mud, and the mud outside was almost covering the entire area, so I dug up the ready-made one. Brother Rome, do you think it has something to do with the mud eating the soil? Not sure yet. Take a new piece of mud and try it. As soon as Rongshu said this, an official immediately took out a lump of new mud and a new small flower pot, and planted a fish roe from the newly grown soybean milk lucky bag in it. For comparison, another soy milk fish roe lucky bag was picked and planted next to the soy milk fish roe lucky bag soybean seedling mother plant. Then, a magical scene happened. The fish roe lucky bag planted next to the mother plant in the original pot sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the fish roe lucky bag planted in the new mud pot was also sprouting. But the germination speed of the fish roe lucky bag in the new pot was very slow. The new seedling next to the mother plant had grown into a complete form, and its small bud tip had just emerged a little. It's really the effect of mud. And the mud that has swallowed the soil can also give birth to spiritual plants like crystal cores. The official exclaimed. Sun Binbin couldn't help wondering, but why is this? The water from the tap also grows fruits. Watering doesn't promote growth, so why does mud have that effect? It's very likely that it does. Linju touched his chin. Look at the mud that didn't eat the soil. The seeds germinate so slowly, which means that it has an effect but it's very weak. This is the case with normal fruit mud. The water from the tap should be similar, but the amount of water used at one time is only a little bit, which is much less than the amount of mud. Sun Binbin suddenly realized, yes, the water is too little, and the effect can't be seen. Then try it quickly. The official quickly took out a tap, and slowly poured water into the flower pot that had just sprouted a small bud. As soon as the water was poured in, the mud grew bigger first, and even the flower pot was stretched very big. But it can be seen that the growth rate of the small bud tip has indeed increased, although it is not certain whether it is the direct effect of water or the indirect effect of water swelling the mud. It is useful. Then in the future, when you are not in a hurry to use the fruit, can't you plant spiritual plants like planting ordinary plants before the end of the world without consuming crystal cores? An official said with surprise. Others also looked happy. This is really a major discovery. I was worried that the cultivation of spiritual plants was too dependent on crystal cores. If the crystal cores were gone one day, the spiritual plants would not survive. I didn't expect this problem to be solved so quickly. An official took out a pot of lotus root seedlings, stared at the mud wrapped on the beggar chicken, and said with a silly smile. Sun Binbin happened to be next to him and hooked the man's neck. Brother, haven't you heard a saying on the internet that believing in the host will lead to eternal life? Believing in big fat will be infinite. We must have more confidence in the host. Yes. I believe this sentence now. A group of people were immersed in joy, talking and laughing, and Uncle Joe came to call people. "What are you all doing here? It's time to eat." The official was in a hurry to go back to arrange the mud planting, and did not stay for dinner. Breakfast was still a table for this small group and a table for the animal group. Uncle Joe made the popular mixed cold dishes again, with sliced grilled sausage and pork jerky. The main course was corn and pork ribs porridge, with fried eggs, barbecued pork pie, and pumpkin daifuku. It was another full-bellied breakfast. After the meal, when they turned on the Facebook app to digest the food, they found that there was another explosion. The video of the explosion of the Level 6 transmogrified monster weasel was uploaded to Facebook, and a post called Horror Level 6 Monster appeared, and the host invented a new way to kill monsters. Was topped the hot search. Hawthorne, I was woken up by an official. When I woke up, I was suddenly told that I almost became a delicacy in the mouth of a monster in my sleep. I shivered and hugged myself. JPG. Fat brother at Hawthorne, I was also woken up. It's terrible. I heard that most of the people in the safe zone were stunned by the fragrance of the Level 6 monster, and fell into a deep sleep. Even my fat brother was fooled. Is the Panda Realm really safe? I thought the Panda Realm was absolutely safe, but I didn't expect that a monster would sneak in without noticing, and we almost died for no reason. Big fat I'm a boss at is the Panda Realm really safe? That can't be said. There is no absolute safety anywhere. Our national treasure just encountered a higher level monster with a bit of weird abilities. This is a special case. Big fat I'm a boss. Baba, let's not talk about anything else. Any monster below level 6 is enough for us. Now there are high-level monsters, and the monsters are coming in waves. If it weren't for the national treasure, we wouldn't be able to get through the monster wave alone. Absolutely trust the national treasure at Dasha Panda. Is the area really safe? Big fat eye Baba. You're right. We should have more confidence in the national treasure. Our national treasure is just not high enough now. Once it is upgraded to the next level, it will be easy to deal with level 5 monsters, and one claw will be enough to deal with level 6 monsters. Keep an eye on you, my treasure. At National Treasure Big Fat. Nuhulu Homes. I just asked the people around me and found that the fragrance released by the level 6 weasel monster will amplify a person's current strong desires, and thus fall into a dream and can't wake up. Nuhulu Homes. People who want more crystal cores will dream of the Crystal Core Mountain. People who want their loved ones to come back to life will dream of returning to the end of the world. Lovers will dream of each other, and those who want to eat a certain food will dream of a place full of that food in front of them. The appearance of the 6th level transmogrified monster weasel not only caused a great reaction among the survivors, who had escaped the disaster by chance in the entire Panda domain, but also attracted the attention of the entire Blue Star. The 5th level domain monster is already difficult to kill, and the 6th level monster appeared so soon. Chapter 114. And the degree of terror seems to be rising straight up, and it can sneak into the powerful panda territory quietly. If there were not a few special superpowers who were not hit, the entire Doomsday Light safe zone might have been wiped out directly. For a time, all the safe zones on the entire Blue Star were on high alert, and Milk Bottle was madly promoting birth as if it was free, and the fireworks were exploding. And he dared not stop for a moment. More Maca crystal cores, although Milk Bottle is very effective. The number of crystal cores consumed for promotion is really too large. Ollie crystal cores are never enough. Yes, not only Milk Bottle, but all fruits rely on crystal cores for promotion. It is really a crystal core that I wish I could break into 10. Fengjiao Pessimist. What I am more worried about is that if humans destroy all monsters one day, and there is no source of crystal cores, how can spiritual plants be planted? Without spiritual plants, how can we survive? The official has not sent out the news yet, and Shanair thinks it is not too urgent, and he forgot about it while eating breakfast. After seeing the comment by Fengjiao Pessimist, she remembered that she had not told everyone that seedlings can grow without crystal cores even if they are planted in mud, so she quickly sent the news. It is indeed a worrying point that the field cannot defend against level 6 monsters. Just strengthen the defense. Although level 6 monsters have appeared, the number of level 6 monsters is limited. Big Fatty is enough to defend against level 5 and below monsters. We just need to be more vigilant against level 6 monsters. That's true. The cub was quite sensitive about this matter. When several people were discussing it, its panda ears also stood up. But no one thought of avoiding it for discussion. It would hurt the panda's heart if they really avoided it. So, after hearing the casual words of several people, as if the level 6 monster was nothing, the kid also didn't care, and started to eat the bamboo shoots that the official had just given it. It's been a long time since I ate tender bamboo shoots. Speaking of which, mud swallowing soil can also promote birth. What's the principle? Uncle Joe knew the role of mud, and was preparing the ingredients for lunch. He was preparing to make a ginger oil chicken, and he was more careful to handle the mud on the beggar's chicken. No longer just scraping it aside, he scraped it off very gently, and put it in a flower pot. Sun Binbin guessed, I think it's just like having strength after eating. The stronger the strength, the faster the seedlings will grow. Not to mention swallowing soil, planting on mud that didn't swallow soil can also sprout. Logically, the mud itself should contain crystal core energy, but it hasn't been detected. When you also raised a question. Is it possible that this energy is restrained and the instrument can't detect it? Linju guessed. It's possible. And Kur packed up and looked like she was going out. While changing her shoes, she said, have you ever thought about where the crystal core came from? Perhaps if we figure out the source of the crystal core, this question will be clear. Yeah, that makes sense. Chin Air was looking at a blueprint of a manned spacecraft and nodded vigorously. After a while, she remembered the blueprint and asked Rong to find it. If she said she would read it carefully, she would read it carefully. Well, as she read, she couldn't help but be distracted and listen to what everyone said. My eyes are so dizzy, and the more I read, the more dizzy I feel. Forget it, she felt that she was really not suitable for such a complicated route. If she really wanted to grow a spaceship, she would just grow a simple one. Anyway, as long as the things grown can meet the needs, it doesn't matter what kind of sample it grows. Isn't it fine to set off fireworks with a milk bottle? Once she figured it out, Chin Air felt that her mammary glands were unblocked. Sure enough, such a grand and classy drawing is not what she should look at. She should look at cartoon spaceships and cartoon submarines. Seeing Inkir take out a small coconut pot with a yuan mao mark from the fish roe blessing bag, Chin Air was shocked. Oh my god, I actually forgot to collect rent today. Sister, do you want to call me to go by myself? Why call you? I will take it back for you. How can it be the same? Chin Air reacted greatly. While talking, he also took out a super large coconut pot of the same model from the fish roe blessing bag. I just like watching others throw crystal cores into. In my pot? Inkir looked at her exaggerated pot and handed the small pot in her hand to her. Today, we are only collecting rent from Building 0 and the single-room building in Community 1. A small pot is enough. Chin Air didn't even think about it, then use mine and take yours back. Inkir was speechless. Besides being a little big and hard to hold, what are the advantages of your pot? Of course not. Chin Air pushed the ingots on the pot in front of Inkir. Look at my ingots. They are much bigger than the ones in your pot. As she said that, she turned the pot to the other side, revealing another identical ingot. Then she pushed the pot lid over, which was engraved with densely packed small ingots. Chin Air proudly said, Look, there are so many, Brother Rong engraved them for me. Inkir looked at her pot which only had a mini ingot. Okay, you win, little brat. Chin Air didn't know that her cousin had complained that she was childish. She went downstairs with Inkir holding the coconut pot, and began to knock on doors to collect rent. Rong Shu and Xia Jinji followed them silently. Most people hadn't gone out at this time, so they knocked on doors. The residents of Building 0 were seen every day, and Chin Air and Inkir knew most of them. As soon as they saw Chin Air holding the ingot coconut pot and smiling at them, they knew that they were here to collect rent. Their landlord liked to collect rent in person, and she was not happy when he sent it to her. If it was before the end of the world, the tenants would definitely not be in a good mood when the landlord came to collect rent, but when Chin Air came, everyone was very happy. Either they wanted to pull people into the house to chat, or they asked about the new spiritual plants they were going to plant, or they stuffed all the delicious food at home with the crystal core into Chin Air's coconut pot. And Kur looked at Chin Air's arms. After only 3 visits, the super large coconut pot was already half full. The cousin with high IQ rarely kept silent. She had collected rent once before, and she subconsciously thought that the situation was the same as before, but she overlooked one thing. Last time they collected rent, everyone didn't have much on hand, and there was nothing to show off, but this time almost every household had their own seedlings. Not to mention the rich bosses in Building 0, I'm afraid that the people living in the single dormitory in Community 1 have saved a lot of good things. Seeing Chin Air's baby, everyone loved her from the bottom of their hearts, and always couldn't help wanting to give her good things. Not to mention a coconut pot, I'm afraid a few more would not be enough. Don't give it to me. Don't give it to me. My pot can't hold it anymore. I know and remember everyone's kindness. No, really no. Chin Air refused repeatedly, but it didn't work. If there are children, they will look at her with starry eyes, and tears will bubble up on the spot if they don't accept it. If you are an elderly person, don't accept it. You will be so anxious that you will tremble all over, and you will be scared to accept it. Chapter 115. In the end, Chen Er accepted everyone who came. Silence, still silence. Silence accompanied Nkir all the way. I thought it was just a matter of collecting rent for one pot, but it turned out that an entire 8 cubic meter fish roll lucky bag was almost full. Chen Er herself didn't expect this to happen. On the way back from collecting rent, she looked at the pot with a tangled look on her face. In the future, cousin, you should collect rent. There was no other way. Even several poor households forced a lot of delicious food on her. She was afraid that if she collected rent a few more times, she would directly empty their homes. But everyone's life has improved. Chen Er thought about the scene when she knocked on the tenant's door while collecting rent just now, and couldn't help but smile with relief. When many tenants first came, their homes were empty. Now when they opened the door, they were full of furniture. Refrigerators, air conditioners, ovens, etc. are all available. There are a lot of fruits and meats on the table, as well as candies, nuts and other snacks. Everyone's home is full of life. She has been to 203, Building 0, where He Song and Li Jingyuan's homes are the most impressive. When she first came, 203 only had tables, chairs, benches, faucets, etc. Now it has everything, completely arranged as a suite before the end of the world, with sofas, coffee tables, mobile phone screens as TVs, and TV cabinets. Some actors who are still alive have started filming and uploading, and there are several video apps. Li Jingyuan is a person with a very life-oriented style. All the furniture is made into a romantic French style. Although it is still hot now, she has built a fireplace with bricks and coconut doors in advance, the kind that burns coconut pots. The windows are also equipped with Buddhist beads, which can be used as curtains and prevent monsters from coming in. They are safe and beautiful. Standing outside the door and looking in, one's eyes will immediately be brightened. The couple paid off their debts to her early, and now they are not only debt-free, but also look like they are on the road to a well-off life. Not only has Building 0 changed a lot, but the single-room building in Community 1 has also changed a lot. Let's not talk about other families. Just say that Grandma Wang's family in 219 also owed her a lot of crystal cores when she first came. Now the debts have also been paid off, and the family has also bought everything they need. I just told her that I want to move to a larger suite in the next building. Few of her tenants want to build their own houses instead of renting them out. It seems that renting her house can make everyone feel more at ease. Well, you are a great contributor, and I will reward you with a string of candied haws. And Kier took out a string of candied haws, and imitated the tenants putting things into her pot, and inserted it into the pot full of crystal cores. The pot that Chen Er was holding was not covered with a lid. She had turned the lid upside down to support the bottom of the pot. She had put away all the other things in the pot. Now it was filled with crystal cores. The rent was not that high, but the rich tenants could not help but stuff crystal cores into her. Many passers-by saw her holding a big pot of ingots, and could not help but join in the fun by throwing one or two in it. Halfway through, she met Yan Weiguang and Lin's father and mother, who were very rich. Seeing Chen Er holding a big pot of ingots, they also found it interesting like everyone else, throwing handfuls of crystal cores into it, giving the whole visual feeling of giving candy to children during the Chinese New Year. Look, after one trip, Chen Er's pot was filled with crystal cores alone. It was far more than Nkir expected for a small pot. The pot filled with crystal cores was not small, but there were wings attached to it. Chen Er easily hugged it by attaching it to the pot. She was so happy that she didn't want to put it down all the way. Rong Shu, who wanted to hold her hand, didn't find a chance all the way. She just carried the pot back to Building 0. They took the Tonghulu elevator to the 8th floor and stopped. When they opened the door, they saw a mess and thought they were in the wrong place. What's going on? The corridor was in tatters, like a landslide. The dining table was gone, and Uncle Zhou's beloved stove was not saved. There were several big holes in the floor and wall, and even a large part of the ceiling fell off. This seemed to be a clean scene. Lin Ju and Uncle Zhou were all cleaning and repairing. It collapsed not long after you left. It was probably caused by the weasel explosion, Uncle Zhou said, as he used marshmallow tiles to repair the stove. Lin Ju added helplessly, "It may be that the marshmallow material is special, and it can be temporarily maintained after being damaged." Just now, the kids were naughty and fighting, and Lin Xiaopeng bumped Zhou Tianzi into the wall, and the bump caused it to collapse. Behind the door of 802, several cow-headed and horse-headed people were looking around, looking guilty after doing something bad. Chen Er, who was holding a large pot of crystal cores, was in a very good mood. The unreliable parents came online and gave a thumbs up to the few of them. Good job, kids. Otherwise, it would be a pity if it suddenly collapsed while you were eating. All the delicious food would be ruined. Not to mention, he also made a lot of sense to her. A few eyes lit up, and they happily spun around in circles. Some rushed over dragging fish roe lucky bags, surrounding Chen Er, and making all kinds of mooing and whining sounds. They cried, acted coquettishly, rubbed and stuck to each other. The whole family was full of cubs, big cubs and small cubs, which was really helpless. A few people put down their things and quickly joined the repair team. The cubs who had done the damage were also very active, helping to pick up bricks and clean up the useless furniture debris. After a busy time, the corridor was brand new again. Fearing that there were hidden dangers that were missed, a few people called Xiao Zongfeng from the hospital and checked the surroundings inside and out. They really found a few more damaged but unrevealed walls. After sending Xiao Zongfeng away and dealing with the last few wall problems, a few people gathered in the living room of 802 and watched the video playback of the weasel being blown up. Logically speaking, the body of the weasel that was blown to death disappeared on the spot, and the force should have been relieved to some extent. It is possible that the phone was blown up, but it caused such a big damage that people couldn't help but doubt it. Could it be that there was something they overlooked? Sure enough, after carefully checking the video again, a few people found the reason. I feel like there were 2 explosions. Did you hear them? Lin Ju had sharp ears and immediately found something unusual. I thought I heard it wrong. I seemed to hear 2 explosions, overlapping and not easy to distinguish. When you also said? Rongshu nodded. There were 2. He hadn't paid attention to it before. But why were there 2 explosions? There was only 1 explosion. Sun Binbin looked puzzled. It's really strange. Where did the second explosion come from? And Kur also thought about it. Xia Jinji took a screenshot of the explosion and enlarged it. After looking at it for a while, he said, "It's the weasel's body that is exploding." And Kur looked at him. "What do you mean?" Xia Jinji once again took a screenshot of the weasel's eyes at the moment of death, as well as a picture of the eyes in the earlier part of the video, and enlarged them side by side for comparison. "Look at its eyes." Sun Binbin exclaimed, "Its red eyes are glowing." Chapter 116. Thinking of something, he suddenly said, "This feeling is a bit like the signs of the boss in the game going berserk before death." After he said this, everyone understood a little. So one of the explosions was the weasel going berserk before death and exploding by itself? This has never happened to monsters before. Is this a characteristic of level 6 monsters? If that's the case, you have to be careful when dealing with level 6 monsters in the future. Xia Jinji shook his head. I'm not sure yet. It may also be the unique ability of this weasel itself. But it is very likely. At least this weasel is very likely to be in this situation. Lin Ju said. And Kier also nodded and said, when it was dying, it exploded by itself, and the explosion caused by the air was superimposed. Even if the explosion was cleared instantly, it still caused a lot of power. It's not surprising that the corridor was destroyed like that. In short, be careful when you encounter a level 6 monster in the future. Don't really go crazy before death, or you will be careless and fall into the trap. After solving the sequelae caused by the weasel monster, it was still early, and a group of people who stayed up all night went back to rest. Rongshu didn't pull Chen Er's hand all morning, but now, he finally got what he wanted. While pulling Chen Er's hand, he took the time to check the business status of each store in the underground mall on his mobile phone. Although it was an official mall, the small groups all had shares. Some people who don't have enough crystal cores, but have skills need to attract investment, and the first choice is a small group. Not only are the small groups rich, but they are also a big backer. Look, several people not only participated in the mall shares, but also became investors in many stores. Rongshu once again took control of the situation and became the boss. And Kier also resumed her work as a secretary, and Lin Ju resumed her work as a special assistant. Although there were some minor quarrels compared to before, life was undoubtedly more fulfilling when they returned to their respective areas of expertise. Everyone did what they should do, and Chen Er was also happy to be her landlady. The landlady was sitting next to her boyfriend at this moment. Her left hand was held and played by the man. On her right hand, there was a pot full of crystal cores and an empty pot. She picked up the crystal cores one by one and threw them into the empty pot, counting her crystal cores. When she counted 100, she put them into the fish roe lucky bag. Brother Rong, I will never care whether you hide your private money in the future. After counting 100, Chen turned her head and swore, looking at Rongshu sincerely. Rongshu was looking at the data on his mobile phone. Hearing this, he put down his mobile phone and scratched her little nose lightly. Well, little rich woman. Chen he. Of course not. I am such a rich woman. Why would I care if my boyfriend hides his private property? If he really hides it, he dares to raise other dogs outside without telling her. If he dares to raise one, she dares to raise two. Of course, her brother Rong is not such a person. Besides, how could there be a dog that is more pleasing and cute than her? It is absolutely impossible. Girls must have this confidence. After counting the crystal cores, Chen also yawned. Brother Rong, are you sleepy? Rongshu was obviously not sleepy, but seeing Chen sleepy look, he took out the fish roll lucky bag. Go in and sleep. I call you when it's time for lunch. Oh, then I sleep. Chen got into the fish roll lucky bag. The next second, he thought of something and ran out again, and took out a bag of seeds with the word wheat written on it from the seed bag on the balcony. Seeds, took an empty basin filled with mud and buried them. Holding the basin together, she went into the fish roll lucky bag again. These days, she heard people mention more than once that they hadn't eaten buns for a long time, and that they were short of flour. Even Uncle Joe kept talking about it from time to time. Now, she made arrangements when she remembered it. I hope I can grow flour when I wake up. As soon as she went in, she put the basin on the bedside table and fell asleep almost as soon as she touched the bed. Although Xia Jinji's healing ability can restore people's spirit, the brain remembers the lack of sleep. Once you relax, you will be sleepy. This time, Chen dreamed again. She dreamed of her grandmother again. Grandma, what delicious food did you buy? In the dream, Chen returned to her childhood. Her cousin was doing homework on the stone table under the tree in the yard. She moved a small stool to sit and stared at the gate of the yard eagerly. When she saw her grandmother coming in from the gate with a basket on her left elbow, she immediately jumped up and rushed to meet her, circling around her basket, staring into it with her eyes. The basket contained clean chrysanthemum, leeks, wild rice stems, snow peas, white radish, a box of big and red strawberries sealed in a disposable box, a slaughtered raw duck, and a box of 6 raw duck eggs. And then, you, come and eat strawberries, Grandma bought them for you. Grandma took out the strawberries with a smile, washed them, and handed one big and red one to her and her cousin. Chen and her cousin were eating strawberries, when they suddenly heard the sound of fish jumping out of the water. Grandma, sister, let's go to the pond to catch fish. Chen said, and took out all the vegetables from Grandma's basket with great interest. Without waiting for the two of them, he ran to the village pond with the basket. After one basket was put down, she didn't catch any fish, but she caught a hairy crab with its claws raised towards her. She was so scared that she threw the hairy crab back. Oh my God, why did I throw the hairy crab away? She was upset and wanted to get another basket, but when she looked at the basket, she was shocked. How come this basket was filled with meat, vegetables and fruits again? This time, the 5 kinds of vegetables became cabbage, broccoli, celery, a piece of winter melon, a box of peas wrapped in plastic wrap, the fruits were replaced by cherries, the duck became roast duck, and the raw duck eggs became salted egg yolks. This familiar feeling, Chen who was immersed in a dream, suddenly remembered that she was dreaming, and then she remembered the wheat she planted before going to bed. The whole person suddenly changed from a miniature to an adult, and the dream also returned from her childhood home to the fish roe blessing bag where she was sleeping now, and became extremely clear. On the bedside table, the wheat she had planted had grown into a round vegetable basket at some point. The vegetable basket was woven from wheat straw. On both sides of the basket's round opening, a long arched handle is woven like a bridge. A wheat ear full of awns is wrapped around the basket's open edge. The awns are not needle-like, but the tips are coiled like ropes. There is no wheat between the awns, and the fruits grow in a V shape like braids. There are 2 V's arranged on each of the 2 semicircles on both sides of the handle. On the left side of the first V is a square packaged mini flour bag, and on the right side is a square packaged mini instant noodles bag. The second V is 2 oval flat toasts, the left one is plain toast, and the right one is chocolate sandwich toast. On the other side of the basket, the third V has a round cake base on the left and a round pizza crust on the right. Chapter 117. The fourth V. There is a steaming meat bun on the left and a steaming bean paste bun on the right. On the first V, the instant noodle package is green and printed with the words Uni-President Mushroom Stewed Chicken, Species, Wheat, Fruit, Vegetable Basket. Grandma is back from shopping, and there is a duck in it. Help Grandma prepare the vegetables, so that we can have an early meal. Chen Er woke up from a dream of eating a bean paste bun. As soon as she opened her eyes, she immediately turned her head to look in the direction of the bedside table. Sure enough, the vegetable basket grew. Chen Er sat on the edge of the bed with her knees propped up, staring at the vegetable basket in the flower pot for a long time. She should have been happy, but she couldn't help but look sad. Why didn't you grow grandma with me? But this melancholy didn't last long. She quickly cheered up and took the vegetable basket with the raw duck off the flower pot. After picking them, the basket and the wheat ears were separated. The wheat ears were inserted back into the soil, and the crystal nucleus was used to stimulate the growth. Soon, a new basket grew out. It contained carrots, tomatoes, Shanghai greens, bean sprouts, onions, a box of water chestnuts, a Beijing roast duck, and a box of salted duck eggs. Chen Er lifted the basket by the handle and weighed it. It was a bit heavy, so she immediately took out a wing and stuck it on. She happily carried the basket by the bed, swinging it, swaying it, jumping and jumping, not worrying that the vegetables inside would fall out. As soon as she picked up the basket, she knew that unless the basket was turned over, the things inside would not fall out. It was like the crab in the dream wanted to jump up and pinch her, but it was impossible. No one poured it out. It couldn't jump out of the basket by itself. Unfortunately, she was frightened by her reflex and threw away such a fat hairy crab. Although it was a dream, she couldn't help but have a heart attack when she thought about it. It was so fat. Fortunately, the joy of growing a vegetable basket washed away this heartache. Originally, she was going to grow flour, but after the flour was grown, she didn't care about it anymore. She just loved this vegetable basket. Good things should of course be shown off to friends as soon as possible. No share. Chen Er held the basket in one hand and pulled the mouth of the fish roll lucky bag with the other hand. As soon as she stretched her head out, she immediately retracted it, and then stretched it out again, looking outside with a shocked face. Where is this? The endless sea water surrounded from all directions, and Chen Er raised his head very high, but still couldn't see the sea level. What's even more terrifying is that the seawater is densely packed with all kinds of colorful, bizarre red-eyed monsters. There are shells, shrimps, crabs, seaweed, jellyfish, sharks, dolphins. At the highest point, there is even a giant blue whale. No wonder she heard the sound of fish jumping out of the water in a dream. It turns out that there is a sea of water and a group of sea monsters outside. A clear and pleasant smell came from her nose. It was the smell of her brother Rong. She was staying in the pocket on her brother Rong's chest, looking down. Oh, it's still in the light of the end of the world. Her brother Rong is sitting on the back of Rong Qiuqiu's horse, surrounded by a group of Pegasus. Everyone is riding horses and flying high in the sky. Rong Shu and a large number of superpowers spread out in a vertical formation perpendicular to the surface of the earth, and are madly outputting superpowers to block the seawater from continuing to pour in. The reason for being blocked is that, at first glance, the seawater looks like it is contained in a square box that is much higher than the ground. In addition to the supernatural wall, the barriers of the box also include mud walls, which are scattered here and there like a patch. There were so many people around, the superpowers were blocking in front, and everyone behind was manipulating the wind paper to throw corn dice, grenades, mahjong and time bombs into the sea, as well as durian hammers and mud. Wan Yu and Ankur were in the back and urging her to give birth. She just slept for a while. What did she miss? Brother Rong, what happened? Where did these monsters and sea water come from? The light of the end of the world is not near the sea, it is far away from the ocean. After the end of the world, when building a safe zone, no one will choose the area near the sea. There are too many monsters on the land to kill them all, and if there are any in the sea, everyone will just lie down and eat them directly. Water arrows from sea monsters and poisonous bubbles were everywhere in the sky, and everyone's Buddhist beads kept breaking, so exaggerated that it rained Buddhist beads. The scene was even more terrifying than when they killed the tornado chicken and the stone monster. Rongshu pushed her head back into the bag and hid it. Even at this time, his expression was still calm. That blue whale is a level 6 monster. It can teleport. The sea water and sea monsters were brought into the domain by it. It appeared very suddenly, and we were caught off guard. The other monsters are not level 6. How did they come in? Although separated by the seawater, it can be seen that many monsters are low-level monsters, and there are even level 1 monsters with slow reactions. It stands to reason that Big Fatty's domain can only not defend against level 6, and those below level 6 should not be able to enter. The effect of seawater, Big Fatty's domain can't block the seawater, the monsters hide in the seawater, and the defense of the domain can't work on them. But fortunately, there is the durian hammer. As Rongshu said, Chen Er saw her brother Lin, like Monkey King holding the golden hoop to kill monsters, flying high in the sky and holding the hammer to hit the seawater. With one hammer, he and a large group of monsters in front of him flew out of the sea, bleeding and being bounced away by the fat man's domain. With the demonstration of killing the pomegranate monster Chen Er last time, no one dared to underestimate any fruit now. Even if they couldn't think of which one to use, they could always try them one by one. Not only did the durian hammer play a big role, but everyone threw mud more happily. Mud expands when it meets water, and has a strong water absorption capacity. A small piece thrown into the seawater can quickly absorb a large area and expand into a mud wall, just blocking the seawater behind. If there is no mud, it is impossible to intercept such a large area of seawater backflow with the superpowers alone. However, even with such a powerful force, it can only barely stop the seawater from continuing to move forward. The sea level is still rising, and there is a possibility of crossing the barrier and drowning the light of the end of the world at any time. Moreover, although mud can expand, it is limited, just like a sponge absorbing water. When it absorbs to a certain extent, it can no longer absorb it. If it is touched lightly, it will squeeze out the absorbed water. The durian hammer is very useful, but its power is also limited. Compared with the number and range of sea monsters smashed out at one time, and the entire sea area brought by the blue whale monster, it is the difference between a spoonful of water and a lake. It is already so bad, but the blue whale monster is still teleporting, bringing more monsters and sea water. If it weren't for the corn dice that emptied a small piece from time to time, the situation would be even worse. If you don't kill the blue whale monster, you can't solve the problem at all. Chen Rui glanced at the time on his mobile phone. It was already mid-afternoon. Judging from everyone's situation, they should have resisted for a while. The current situation is that in addition to killing monsters and resisting monster attacks, everyone has to distract themselves from resisting the backflow of sea water. They are willing but not strong enough to deal with the blue whale monster. Chapter 118. And the blue whale monster's ability is too special. Her brother Rong's mental tentacles tried to get close several times, but this monster is as cunning as the weasel monster and doesn't fight you head-on. Once it senses an attack, it will teleport to another location immediately. If it senses it again, it will teleport again. It can't get close at all. From time to time, it will use its tail to slap the mud wall. Fortunately, the mud wall is very resilient. It can be deformed by it. The psychic next to it can restore it to its original shape with a scratch. But when it opens its mouth, its power is a bit scary. The huge mouth sucked in this side fiercely, and a large piece of mud wall, and the psychic who resisted the seawater were all sucked over by it. If it weren't for the mud wall blocking it, it would be blocked by mud after sucking several times, allowing the psychics to escape safely. Even if there were several times more people, it would not be enough for it to suck, and when it sucked like this, a gap appeared. The seawater immediately burst the dam and poured in from the gap. The crowd hiding far behind had to throw mud to fill the hole frantically, and they were in a panic. The defense against monsters at that location was also weakened. Many people did not have time to renew their Buddhist beads. They were seriously injured and were collected into the fish roll lucky bag by the quick hands of the people next to them. Fortunately, they saved their lives. In this vicious cycle, the defense became weaker and weaker, and it seemed that they could not hold on for much longer. Chen Ru looked at the disparity in strength between the two sides and felt numb. How can they kill this? Even she thought so, let alone others. The people who killed monsters have gradually shown signs of decline. Many people looked defeated, and their movements of throwing weapons were numb. The monsters are getting more and more, and they are getting stronger and stronger. Even with spiritual plant fruits, they are either unable to deal with them, or have little effect on the newly promoted high-level monsters. If this continues endlessly, can humans really see hope? Will there really be a day when all the monsters are killed? Chen Rui herself feels numb, but she can't bear to see others numb too. She stared at the blue whale monster, then looked at the basket in her hand thoughtfully, took out her cell phone, and called Grandma Wang. "Opie, what's the matter?" The old lady was also in the bomb-throwing team, answering her call while moving her hands non-stop. "Grandma Wang, how big is the largest fish roll lucky bag you have? Is there one big enough to put that blue whale in it?" Grandma Wang stopped moving for a moment. Guessing that Chen Er might have thought of a way to deal with the blue whale monster, she hurriedly said, "Although there are not that big ones, there are two of the largest ones, which can be put together to be that big. I will sew them together now, and it will be done in 1 minute. Grandma Wang, one may not be enough. Call your old sisters to make a few more." Okay, I call them right away." The old lady responded repeatedly, dialed the number of everyone in the tailor's shop in the group chat, and told them the matter. While making the call, she didn't stop, and took out the fish roll lucky bag and tools from the fish roll lucky bag she carried with her. She didn't even have time to hide in the fish roll lucky bag, and sewed it on the spot. The people next to her noticed that she was talking to Chen Er, and spontaneously surrounded the space around her to ensure that Grandma Wang was not disturbed. Chen Er was not idle either, and quickly emptied the basket in her hand. Fearing that one was not enough, she gave birth to a few more to empty. Then he opened the bag and handed the empty basket to Rong Shu. "Brother Rong, this is the basket I just planted. You can use it to catch fish. Although it doesn't look big enough, it has a special feature. As long as you don't turn it over, nothing will fall out. I just asked Grandma Wang and the others to make the largest fish roll lucky bag." Before Chen Er finished speaking, Rong Shu had understood what she meant. He took the basket and pressed Chen Er's head back again. "Don't show too much, it's not safe." Chen Er looked at him eagerly. "I want to see the effect of the basket. I'm not sure if it works. Turn on your phone and project the screen for you to see." "Okay. It's better to see it than not to see it." Soon, Grandma Wang's fish roll blessing bag was ready, and sent directly to the designated location with a wind signal paper. Rong Shu got the fish roll blessing bag, and immediately took out a piece of wind signal paper, to seal the fish roll blessing bag. Fei Xian called Sun Binbin, Qian Ying, Li Daqiang and other fast people over. Not long after, the second and third fish roll blessing bags were also delivered. Several people worked together to seal the fish roll blessing bag with wind signal paper, aiming at the time when the blue whale monster floated to the surface, and fired at a designated location. The fish roll lucky bag launched by the weather vane is non-aggressive, and the blue whale monster will subconsciously ignore the existence of the weather vane and the fish roll lucky bag. The blue whale monster is bullied because it has no brain. The monster has no brain, and all its actions follow instinct, and this blue whale monster is no different. Although it may no longer need to breathe, breathing has long been its instinct, so it has to float to the surface of the water from time to time. The fish roll lucky bag is light and floats on the water after being launched, which makes it convenient for everyone to salvage it with a basket. As long as there is a fish roll lucky bag that successfully puts it in. Several people thought about the function and use of the basket that Chen Rui had explained, and they flew up to the sky with the basket and jumped above the sea level without stopping. Since no one launched an attack, this blue whale monster did not take the few people who approached seriously. It stared at the direction where Rong Shu was, and like other high-level monsters, it only wanted to eat good food. With Rong Shu distracting their attention, several people avoided the attacks of other small monsters while focusing on the movements of the blue whale monster. Seeing the wind papers being delivered one by one, unfolding automatically, and constantly appearing around and on the huge body of the blue whale monster, several people couldn't help but breathe lightly. Rong Shu couldn't help it this time. The blue whale monster was higher in level than him, and his mental power would be discovered as soon as he approached. Moreover, he and Chen Er's existence were the delicacies that the blue whale monster had been eyeing, and they would attract attention as soon as they appeared. Everything depended on everyone. Rong Shu kept a close eye on the progress from a distance, and Chen Er also stared at the projection screen in the fish roll lucky bag, with his heart in his throat. Facts have proved that casting a wide net is still effective, especially the lucky bag launched near the head of the blue whale monster was the most useful. This blue whale monster crashed into the fish roll lucky bag several times in a row. Unfortunately, the fish roll lucky bag could not block its ability to teleport. It entered the bag several times, but before the people could pick it up, it teleported out again. The bag is probably not big enough, which made it feel restrained. It instinctively left immediately. Someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone quickly reacted. Grandma Wang's several videos were connected to this side, and she quickly adjusted the size of the bag and directly spliced the bag that could hold the blue whale 10 times larger. Sure enough, this time, the blue whale crashed into the fish roll lucky bag and did not teleport out immediately. Right now, the fastest Sun Binbin instantly rolled over the fish roll lucky bag, aimed accurately, and picked up the fish roll lucky bag that the blue whale crashed into with one basket. Chapter 119. As soon as the fish was picked up, Lin Ju, who was nearby, immediately took action and quickly tied the tie of the fish roll bag tightly. After tying the bag, he and Xia Jinji carefully protected Sun Binbin, and like everyone else around them, their eyes were swish swish swish, all staring at the basket. The fish roll bag began to move, and it rushed around, causing the whole fish roll bag to keep crashing around the basket. But no matter how it crashed, it couldn't jump out of the basket. There's no need to ask. Just looking at this scene, the blue whale monster must have been caught. And the basket definitely has the effect of isolating the blue whale monster from teleporting. Yes. Sun Binbin clenched his fist and cheered. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. Rongshu flew up with Chen-Er at this time. Binzi, bring the basket over. Chen-Er emerged from the fish roe bag on Rongshu's chest. Sun Binbin flew over quickly. Then, the people around saw Chen-Er take out a freshly baked giant fish roe bag and put it on the fish roe bag. Not counting one, she put several more on, and directly used up all the newly made giant fish roe bags. As she put them on, she said, "The basket is not a flower pot. It doesn't have the toughness of a flower pot. Once this blue whale monster rushes out, the basket will be burst, and it will be a waste of time." Several people were still staring blankly, but after hearing what she said, they immediately understood. Xian-Ing, who was responsible for picking up the crystal cores, picked up the fish roe bags that didn't contain the blue whale monster, handed them to Chen-Er, and continued to put them on. Rongshu finally collected the basket with the monster. He had mental power, and he could deal with it quickly once he sensed something was wrong. After the blue whale monster was captured, other monsters below level 6 were easy to deal with. The durian hammer hit the monsters below level 5 and bounced out of the area. The level 5 monsters no longer needed to be dealt with by Depang and a panda as before. Several level 5 psychics worked together to easily solve them. Without the blue whale monster, they repeatedly teleported to replenish the sea water in monsters. As time went by, with everyone working together, the large area of sea water and the dense monsters gradually became less and less. Depang, who was overloaded with crystal cores at home, was also relieved. He flew out with Rong Zhu and Grandpa Rong, who was guarding it. A group of cows attached wings and flew out behind them. Depang, come and eat crystal cores. There are a lot of level 5 ones. Seeing Depang, Qian-Ing, who was flying around to pick up crystal cores, flew over with a bag of crystal cores. Not only were there a lot of level 5 ones, but other low-level ones were too numerous to count. Big Fat allowed Qian-Ing to stuff the crystal core bag into his paws, and in return, he gave Qian-Ing a bowl of his favorite ice cream. Qian-Ing was so happy. Big Fat's panda face was full of seriousness. He patted Rong Zhu's dandelion ball to make Rong Zhu fall to the ground, and ran to Chen-Er, who had already come out of the fish roe bag and stayed there. He didn't even bite the crystal core crunch. He actually turned the mouth of the fish roe bag upside down and poured the crystal core directly into his mouth. This posture stunned Chen-Er. Doesn't the kid like to eat crystal cores with snacks now? Stared at his forehead for a while, and it didn't seem to be overloaded. Why does he look more crazy than when he was overloaded? She was a little worried. Big Fat, can you digest it like this? Big Fat didn't have time to talk, and his mother ignored him and continued to work hard. Chen-Er was even more worried. Grandpa Rong was also watching with concern. After Big Fatty found out that the blue whale monster had come in, he was not in a good mood. Is he angry? After all, twice in a row, the level 6 monster came into the area without saying hello, and it was like entering an empty space. Big Fatty, we are not in a hurry, the blue whale monster has been caught. Let's eat slowly. It was already night, and Lin Ju and the others killed the last monster. Seeing that the remaining seawater was also absorbed by the mud, they all ran over to comfort Big Fatty. But the kid didn't listen to anyone and just ate there. Even Rongshu couldn't help frowning when he saw it. The few people had no choice but to stand aside and keep an eye on the kid's reaction at any time. If there was anything wrong, they would immediately snatch its crystal core. We won again! Humanity will win! Cheers and screams rang out all around. The seawater and monsters were cleared, and many people were so tired that they collapsed directly on the back of the Pegasus. But fatigue did not affect everyone's spirits at all. Everyone was very excited. Many people were so excited that they hugged the people around them and cried with joy. They defeated the monster tide again, but the blue whale monster has not been eliminated. The small group and the official people were surrounded in the center. While looking at the fat man, several people did not forget the blue whale monster that had not been dealt with. Rongshu took out the basket and put it on the ground. Everyone studied the method of killing monsters together. The blue whale monster is not easy to kill. The problem is that once the bag is opened, the blue whale monster may teleport away immediately. If you want to deal with it, it is best to put it in the fish roe lucky bag. But how to deal with it? Who can kill the huge and powerful blue whale monster through the fish roe lucky bag? Li Daqiang suggested. Everyone, work together, concentrate your strength, and poke a small hole in the fish roe bag. Don't kill it instantly. If one hit doesn't work, just do it a few more times. Yin Hung frowned. but the level 6 monster may counterattack before dying. Such a big blue whale, once it explodes. The news that the level 6 monster may have a frenzy characteristic has been uploaded to the Facebook account by Chenrua, and everyone knows it. If it really explodes, I can't even imagine the scene. The entire light of the end of the world will probably be blown down. Sun Binbin raised his hand. It just so happens that we took it outside the domain. If it really explodes, the power will be enough to kill those monsters. Lin Ju touched his chin. It's not impossible. Let's hide in the fish roll lucky bag with several layers before we take action. If it really explodes, we will have the fish roll lucky bag to resist it, so it should be fine. As he said that, he looked at Rongshu. Brother Rong, what do you think? Before Rongshu could say anything, Chen Er's exclamation suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Big Fat, stop your claws and take your hands out. When they looked over, they saw that Big Fat had stopped swallowing the crystal cores and came to the side of the basket. His hairy claws had pierced through the fish roll lucky bag with at least dozens of layers in the basket and dug around inside. Chen Er rushed forward in fear and grabbed the panda's hairy arm and pulled it out of the fish roll lucky bag. Fearing that if he was a little slower, Depang's claw would enter the mouth of the blue whale monster, and he would be gone. Rongshu's mental tentacles pierced the bag and reached in to save Depang's claw. Lin Ju, who happened to be beside him, also reached into the basket to help Chen Er pull out the fish roll lucky bag stuck by the panda's claw. But soon, the air suddenly became quiet. The bag was pulled off, and Mao Mao's claw was also pulled out, but the blue whale's blood was disappearing quickly on that claw, and a darker blue crystal core than the weasel monster's crystal core was exposed, and was tightly held by Mao Mao's claw. Everyone. Shock. Chapter 120. Did Fatty take out the crystal core of the blue whale monster with one claw? Sun Binbin swallowed his saliva. Lin Ju pulled up the hair on Fatty's paw, also with a look of doubt on his face. The paw is still fine, not injured. The blue whale monster that made people worry so much was just killed by a claw of the furry kid. It didn't even have time to fight back before death? How did he do it? Everyone was puzzled. It stands to reason that Fatty's domain can't defend against the blue whale monster, and it shouldn't be able to cross levels and kill it instantly like this, right? Soon, Yin Heng's Feixin rang. It was the teammate of the Sky Eye team, who was responsible for monitoring the domain. He opened the video directly, and the other party's voice was very anxious. Captain, just detected that the National Treasure's domain disappeared for a moment, and the energy was shrinking. It seems that it was taken back by the National Treasure. The disappearance of the domain is a big deal. This person came to report it immediately. Yin Heng suddenly looked at Fatty, who broke free from Lin Ju's hand. Now, has the domain been restored? Is anyone injured? It has been restored, and no one is hurt. The speed of disappearance and restoration is very fast. There were no monsters in the domain at that time. The man said, but if it happens again at a critical moment in the future, it will be fatal. Captain, do you know why the National Treasure shrinks the domain? I already know it. It's not a big problem. I tell you when I get back. After hanging up the communication, Yin Heng and the others looked at each other. Now I understand that the kid took back the domain he released. He either used the domain alone on the blue whale monster, or concentrated the power on his claws. He took out the crystal core in this way. To be able to support such a large domain, the energy must be strong. It is not surprising that he took out the crystal core of the blue whale monster with one claw, before the others could digest that the fatty's domain energy could still shrink and concentrate. The cub, whose claws had just escaped from Lin Ju's hands, actually swallowed the 6th level blue whale monster crystal core in one gulp. Swallowed? The group of people were shocked. Chen Er was so scared that she shook the cub. Spit it out. Her fear reached its peak in an instant, and the terrifying scene of Fatty being blown up by the 6th level crystal core energy had already appeared in her mind. Others also reacted one after another. Fatty, like humans, could not absorb crystal cores beyond their levels. A group of people surrounded him. Fatty, the 6th level crystal core cannot be eaten, you should spit it out. Rongshu was more direct, and his mental tentacles directly rolled up Fatty, upside down with his head down and his feet up, and turned him upside down and shook violently. Oh, let me go. I'm fine. Fatty protested, but Rongshu didn't listen to him, so the naughty kid had to take over and continue shaking. Rong, put Big Fatty down. It seems like he's really okay. Chen Er suddenly sensed something, was stunned for a moment, and pulled Rongshu. Big Fatty was put down upright, shook his head twice, and burped loudly, but other than that, the whole panda looked fine. So it can digest, okay? The turn came too fast, and no one reacted yet. Well, I seem to be promoted. Chen Er looked at everyone and continued. Not only is he okay, but he's promoted. Not to mention the others, Chen Er himself was a little confused. Big Fatty, didn't you fail to swallow a crystal core with a higher level than you before? A group of people surrounded Tuanzi with puzzled faces. Big Fatty dug in the fish roe bag with his paws, took out a handful of digestive hawthorn pills, and stuffed them into his mouth. Just eat more small balls. I ate a lot before I came out. As he spoke, the kid was still looking at everyone, and the expression on his panda face was more puzzled than everyone else. It seemed to be saying, don't you eat meatballs when you can't eat? I eat meatballs too. Everyone, Can the digestive hawthorn pills be used like this? A group of people looked dazed, and some pinched their thighs on the spot. Lin Ju reacted quickly, and immediately ate a handful of hawthorn pills, took out the crystal core, and tried to absorb it. Soon he said excitedly, it really works. The absorption speed is much faster. He didn't even need to say it, just watching the crystal core in his hand disappear quickly, everyone already knew it. What a big surprise. It was said that the kid had always been very sensible. Why did he suddenly do this? It turned out that he had learned a new way to eat hawthorn pills that they hadn't discovered without any teacher. Good kid. Grandpa is so cute. Although Grandpa Rong himself is not a superpower, he also knows what this means to superpowers. He took a wing and stuck it onto Pang, then he picked up Mao Tuanzi and left. Let's go home. Let your Uncle Joe cook you a table of delicious food, all for you, don't let them eat it. After the blue whale monster, Pang was no longer anxious and returned to normal. When he heard this, his eyes lit up. Really? Really? One person and one panda were in front, and the others followed behind. Chen Er was brought out while sleeping, and there were still a few pots of seedlings left on the balcony. Now that they have been promoted, they are anxious to go back to see the changes in the seedlings. The mess on the scene was handled by official people, and the property staff under Uncle Joe helped the residents, who were flooded to clean up their homes. There were also enthusiastic people helping each other. I believe everything will be restored to normal soon. The National Treasure has been promoted to level 6. After the problem of the level 6 weasel monster broke out, everyone who had been worried for a whole day was relieved. I should be able to sleep well tonight. Yes, I was worried that the National Treasure could not beat the level 6 monster before, but now I am not worried. Before the National Treasure was promoted to level 6, the National Treasure took out the crystal core of the level 6 monster with one claw. Haha, it is worthy of being our National Treasure, it is amazing. 802. As soon as he got home, Chen Er couldn't wait to run to the balcony. Others followed. Everyone was curious about the changes in Chen Er's level 6 seedlings. Oh, and the situation of the newly planted vegetable baskets, which others had not had time to see. As soon as he arrived at the balcony, Chen Er also remembered that he had not shown the wheat to everyone yet, so he quickly took out the wheat seedlings in the fish roe blessing bag. Lin Ju saw the seedlings growing the vegetable basket, and he was in tears and laughter. At first glance, I was wondering why you put the basket in the flower pot, and at second glance, I realized that this is a seedling, and the basket is grown. That's right, I almost didn't react. Uncle Joe heard Chen Er say that there were vegetables, and came over to see the situation of the seedlings first, and laughed after hearing that. The things you grow now are getting more and more outrageous. Even Nkur couldn't help but complain. While complaining, she picked up the vegetable basket, and couldn't put it down to play with it and study it. Complaining, it didn't affect her love for the vegetable basket at all. The vegetable basket is good, look, it also grows buns. Grandpa Rong smiled, and picked the meat buns growing on the wheat ears, and gave Pang a pre-meal snack. After picking it off, and stimulating it, a pickled vegetable meat bun soon grew in the position of the pure meat bun, which was quickly grabbed by Sun Binbin. When it was opened, it was filled with pickled vegetables and meat fillings, which were shiny and greasy. A lot of meat and vegetable juices seeped into the white and plump buns. At the same time, a strong aroma of pickled vegetables and meat quickly spread across the balcony. Sun Binbin took a bite and said with satisfaction, delicious. Chapter 121. Not to mention the people who eat, the hungry people almost cried just by smelling the fragrance. Lin Ju directly grabbed the other half that Sun Binbin broke open and stuffed it into his mouth. When you simply gave birth to a large pot of meat-filled and vegetarian buns, so that everyone could eat their fill first. In addition to pure meat buns, pickled vegetable and meat buns, there are bamboo shoots and meat buns, steamed buns, crab roe soup buns, etc. The vegetarian ones include red bean paste buns, milk yellow buns, coconut buns, taro buns, Lotus seed buns. The types of instant noodles are the same as buns. Each time they are born, they are random. This time it is mushroom stewed chicken, and the next time it is old-style pickled cabbage beef noodles. Among the fruits, only buns and instant noodles are random, and the types of other flour, noodles, and bread do not change. Not only the wheat seedlings are eye-catching, but the changes in the other 2 pots of lotus roots and lemon seedlings grown at level 5 are also noticeable. I saw that there was only 1 lotus leaf, 1 lotus bud, and 1 lotus pod on the lotus seedling. Now there is not only 1 more lotus leaf, but also a mini lotus pond covered with pebbles of various colors. Species: lotus root. Fruit: lotus pond beggar chicken. On the lotus pond, 2 lines of golden subtitles floated out from the position of the beggar chicken. Beggar chicken. I wrapped the chicken and smeared it with mud. Oh, and put the eggs in it too. You can eat it after you simmer it. The extra lotus leaf also had 2 lines of subtitles. Waterproof lotus leaf. When it rains, I am an umbrella. Floating on the water, I am a boat. Diving into the water, I am a submarine. But the lotus bud was also not open, and there were no bullet comments on it. On the lemon seedling, the subtitles became, species: lemon. Fruit: moon plate small pig milk bottle. On the original seedling, the lemon tree that originally grew on the edge of the plate, the roots began to twist and tangle from the center of the plate, winding and bending upward, and grew into a crescent moon. Without looking at the color, the crescent tree roots as a whole look like a melon peel cut into a crescent shape. The bottom of the root is connected to the center of the plate, and the most convex position of the back of the crescent is just above the edge of the plate. Upward, the crescent bends toward the center of the plate, and the end of the crescent grows dense branches and leaves of the lemon tree, which are facing the center of the plate. The slightly arched long fruit stem of the long milk bottle has become shorter, hanging the milk bottle vertically in the air. There is an additional 4-forked fruit stem between the branches and leaves above the long fruit stem, hanging 4 mini canned drinks, 1 red, 1 blue, and 2 green. The red one is printed with the word Coca-Cola, the blue one is Pepsi, the green one is 7-Up, and the green one is Sprite. The plate is the same as the lotus bud, and it also does not send barges. There are 2 lines of subtitles on the milk bottle. Little pig milk bottle. A newborn has arrived. Give the baby a milk bottle, and then have a fireworks show to celebrate. In addition to the milk bottle, there are subtitles on the tree roots and drinks. The subtitles on the crescent tree roots are Moon Boat. Take you to fly in the universe. The 4 bottles of drinks are drinks. I have 4 flavors. It's Coke. Sun Binbin happily picked a bottle of Coke and showed it off on the spot. Ha! Cool. He exhaled and looked at when you happily sister you. Hurry up and give birth to a new one. I take it to the refrigerator to give birth and fill the refrigerator. There will be drinks to drink in the future. Isn't this moon boat a UFO? On the other side, Lin Ju took the tree root moon boat off the plate. Like the plate, the tree root was separated from the lemon tree after being taken off. Lin Ju was obviously very interested in the moon boat and studied how to use it. This lotus leaf is great. I don't have to worry about not being able to get into the water in the future. Come to think of it, it seems that it hasn't rained since the end of the world. I even forgot that there is such a thing as an umbrella. Look at this barrage. The names of the fruits have all changed. I'm afraid that they saved these few words to save energy. The few people were studying and talking and laughing. They didn't hear Chen Er's voice for a long time, so they looked over in confusion. The chess table where Chen Er and Rong Shu were sitting was empty at some point, but the fish roll lucky bag that Chen Er had just taken out of Xiaomanio was still on the table. Did it go into the lucky bag? Why do I seem to hear Sister Yu crying? Sun Binbin suddenly tilted his head and said suspiciously. Everyone who was immersed in the research of new fruits came back to their senses and listened carefully. Yes, there was really crying coming from the mouth of the bag. A group of people looked at each other. What's going on? Why did the happy fruit cry for no reason? Ankur frowned. Yu, what's wrong? As soon as she shouted, she saw the mouth of the bag move, and 2 people came out. Chen Er's eyes were red, and she was holding a pot of different wheat seedlings in her hands. Seeing the appearance of the wheat seedlings, Ankur's eyes trembled slightly. What Chen Er was holding in her hand was the first pot of wheat she had grown, which was different from the vegetable basket in Ankur's hand that would not change with the promotion after the division. The first pot of wheat, the first pot of lotus root, and the first pot of lemon changed together. I saw that the basket of vegetables that was originally normal in Shenru's hand had shrunk into a miniature shape. A statue of a half-meter-tall old lady wearing a flowered dress and smiling kindly stood in the flower pot, with a basket of vegetables slung over her left arm. species, wheat, fruit, Grandma's basket of vegetables. Grandma came back from shopping, and there were ducks in it. Help Grandma prepare the vegetables, and have dinner early. Except for the name of the fruit and the statue, the new seedlings did not change. Chun-Ru himself did not expect that when he just planted it, he just casually said, "Why didn't I plant my grandma?" But he really planted my grandma. This statue is exactly the same as the grandma in his memory. Although it is just a statue and not a real person, seeing it in reality is a completely different feeling from the dream. If you look at it for a second, you will feel your nose sore. How many grievances have been hidden in your heart that no one has ever told you about, but you usually don't notice them. But the moment you see the statue of the old man, they all turn into tears and flow down, even if it's just a lifelike statue. Seeing Enkur's eyes reddened when she looked at the statue. And the name of the fruit on the barrage changed to Grandma's vegetable basket. Everyone else understood why Chun-Er was crying. The balcony fell silent for a while. There are more than 2 sisters who have lost their loved ones. As soon as she came out, Chun-Er stuffed Meow Meow into Enkur's arms, took the statue of Grandma and ran back to the room, put it on the bedside table, and kept adjusting the position. After adjusting it back and forth several times, she was finally satisfied, and then she remembered something and buried her head in the fish roll lucky bag to find a water gun. She just cried and rubbed her brother Rong's clothes. I have to help her brother Rong clean up his clothes. Just when she turned out the water gun, someone suddenly patted her shoulder gently. Chun-Er subconsciously turned around. Ouch! What the hell? Chapter 122. A furry black thing came in from the corner, outside the door, and stretched all the way behind her. At first glance, Chun-Er was frightened. When she saw it again, she saw that it was a familiar furry panda paw. She reacted, "Big fatty?" The paw was placed on her shoulder again, and patted gently. Was it? Seeing her crying and comforting her? But that's not the point. The point is, how did this paw stretch so long? The thought flashed through Chun-Er's mind. He held the water gun in one hand, and grabbed the paw with the other hand. He grabbed it, and ran out along the furry path. While running, he pinched the arm under the panda paw. The touch was magically similar to pinching noodles. As soon as he ran out, he heard everyone change their previous silence and chatter excitedly in the living room. When they got closer, they found that the claws were from Depang, and everyone was studying Depang. Chun-Er let go of the claws in her hand, and Depang naturally took them back. She looked at the kid chewing on the barbecued pork buns in surprise. Depang, how come your claws can suddenly stretch so long? Sister, you don't know. As soon as you went in, Depang's claws chased you in, and I turned around accidentally, and saw its hands stretching forward like plasticine, and I almost popped my eyes out of my sockets. Sun Binbin gestured to Chun-Er with an exaggerated expression. I was wondering how Depang, with such a small claw, could take out the crystal core from the body of such a big blue whale monster, but I didn't expect its claws to stretch so long. I ate too many small balls, and I had too much energy, so this happened. The kid swung his feet, and ate the buns while answering Chun-Er's words vaguely. So this is the side effect of taking the digestive Hawthorne pills, and digesting too quickly? Chun-Er suddenly realized. Sun Binbin envied. A must-have for lazy people. If you want to take something while sitting, just stretch your hand, and you can reach it. Lin Ju encouraged him. What are you envious of? You should also eat one and turn into a rubber man to see. While speaking, he held the moon boat he had just picked and walked into the living room. He chose a spacious place, put the boat on the ground, and gently pulled it. Like the sofa bed, the moon boat quickly enlarged and returned to its normal size when it was pulled. The overall look was a large sofa in the shape of a crescent melon peel, or a moon-shaped recliner. When Sun Binbin heard Lin Ju's encouragement, he was really tempted. But when he thought about himself turning into a rubber man, he shuddered and shook his head. Forget it. I'm sorry. A normal person can be a rubber man. Who would want to be a rubber man? If it can stretch, it should also be able to grow bigger, right? Xia Jinji asked Depang. When Depang heard it, he raised his paw. Wow, with a small body and thick arms, he instantly turned into a panda showing off his biceps. The little guy was quite proud. Chun-Er couldn't help but pinch the panda's biceps. Hey, it feels really soft and hard. It's real stuff. After figuring out the reason for the extension of the paw, Chun-Er shifted his attention to Rongshu's dirty clothes, and took a water gun to start squirting Rongshu's clothes. Water guns are something that you can't stop playing with once. You have to have enough fun. Look, just after the clothes were squirted clean, Chun-Er set his sights on Rongshu's shoes and pants. Rongshu stood there obediently, serving as a human target for her. A good boyfriend must have this kind of awareness. After Chen Er finished nourishing Rong Shu, she aimed at other people. Even De Pang's hair was cleaned by her, and she also gave the cows and horses a steam bath. Except for Uncle Zhou, who escaped the disaster by going to cook, everyone was sprayed by the water gun in turn. The master had no intention of stopping, and began to move to the sofa and ceiling. In the end, it was Lin Ju who woke her up from the state of being controlled by the water gun. Again, how to start this moon boat? I don't see the crystal core groove. Is it also a blood drip to recognize the master? Lin Ju searched for a long time, but couldn't find a way to start the moon boat. Although Miao Miao's barrage was more than before, she was still very cold and didn't answer questions. As Lin Ju said this, he asked Xia Jinji to help him prick his finger, but the blood dripped on the moon boat, and there was no reaction. Chen Er looked at the moon boat. It's right to recognize the master by dripping blood, but you have to expose it to the sun first, or charge it with enough light energy under the potato night light. It can only be started after it is fully charged. What is the principle behind this? Why is it so special? Yes, the plane also uses crystal cores. Why does the spaceship use light energy? Chen Er used the same innocent face as De Pang, and spread his hands. Maybe it's because it's called the moon boat, and it needs some light? Anyway, it was planted like this by accident, and I can't do anything about it. Everyone looked speechless and helpless. If you don't think so, how can you plant it like this? It's night now, there is no sun, but you can expose it to moonlight. But moonlight is definitely not as fast as sunlight. Lin Ju simply took out the fish roll lucky bag with potato night light, and stuffed the moon boat in it. After the dark bad monster incident, who doesn't have a fish roll lucky bag with potato night light on hand? This lotus leaf is really nice. After appreciating the temporary new skill display of Big Fatty, Grandpa Rong sat on the chessboard table on the balcony, put a pot of lotus seedlings that when you had just grown on the table in front of him, and started playing with the new lotus leaves. This pot of lotus seedlings only grew a lotus pond, and 3 new lotus leaves of different sizes. Grandpa Rong picked up the smallest one and played with it, motioning everyone to look. Look, as soon as it was taken out of the water, it grew umbrella ribs. It can even be closed. The mini lotus leaf that was picked up was gently pulled back to its normal size, about the same size as a normal umbrella. The lotus leaf umbrella surface is connected to a straight stem, and there is a lotus root colored, letter J-shaped umbrella handle under the stem. Grandpa Rong turned the back of the lotus leaf upside down, and you can see that there are really green umbrella ribs on it. There is also a button on the umbrella handle. Press it once, and the lotus leaf umbrella surface will automatically open, and press it again, and it will automatically close again. The lotus leaf looks like a leaf, but it can't be torn. After it is picked, the leaf will droop down by itself to form an arc shape of an umbrella, and it is completely an umbrella. The small size is a normal umbrella, and the medium and large sizes are large outdoor parasols. When it is put back into the lotus pond, it will immediately turn back into a mini lotus leaf without an umbrella rib. As for how to use it as a boat, Grandpa Rong dragged the lotus leaf on the water casually and figured it out. By dragging the lotus leaf while it floats on the water, the lotus leaf can be dragged away from the lotus stem. Once it is separated from the lotus stem, the lotus leaf, which is only the leaf, will become like a wind chime paper, which can be pulled, twisted, and folded into various shapes at will. Try to put various heavy objects on it, and it can be supported steadily. This one also recognizes the owner by dripping blood. Chen Er pointed at the lotus leaf. After dripping blood, the lotus leaf and the owner are connected in mind, and can float wherever they want. Lin Ju snapped his fingers. Isn't that a waterproof surfboard? It can be controlled at will. Great. Chapter 123. Grandpa, let's see what's going on in the water. Sun Binbin held the 3rd bottle of Coke in his hand, and drank it while leaning over. Into the water? How? Thinking of what Shenru had just said, Grandpa Rong pierced his finger, and dripped a drop of blood on it. For a moment, he really felt a kind of telepathy with the small lotus leaf. With a thought, the lotus leaf remained in an unfolded shape and slowly sank into the water. Through the water surface, you can see that a layer of transparent spherical space appeared above the lotus leaf, which was separated from the water. Sun Binbin was surprised and said, I thought it would close like a clam shell. Isn't it better this way? The view is wide. Grandpa Rong stroked his goatee and looked at the lotus leaf as if he was looking at a furry child. With a face full of love, if Qin Lao and others see such a submarine, they will give it a perfect score. Grow a submarine? Great. Outside the door of 802 that was not closed, Yin Weiguang's voice came. The old man and Yin Heng came together. As soon as the basket appeared, Everyone guessed that a new spiritual plant had been planted. Must someone from the official come to pick up the goods? The finishing work outside was almost completed, and Yin Weiguang came here to play chess with his old friend. This submarine was planted at the right time. The national treasure area has expanded, and the approximate area has just been measured. Half of our Daxia's territory has been included in the area, and there are many large lakes and seas. Yin Weiguang's voice was full of joy. While speaking, he strode towards Depang and patted the panda's head with his big hand. Good job, Depang. Depang was drinking a bottle of Sprite in his left paw and a bottle of Coke in his right paw. When Yin Weiguang praised him, he whimpered happily and shook his feet more happily. Chen Er glanced at the top of Depang's head, and a subtitle popped up. Species, bamboo. Fruit, giant panda. Ability, domain. Personal signature. As a national treasure, you should guard the country's domain. The territory is inviolable. P.S. The current territory is a circle with a radius of 1,200 kilometers. After being promoted to level 6, Depang's domain radius has also increased from 600 kilometers at the peak of level 5 to 1,200 kilometers at the beginning of level 6. With a radius of 1,200 kilometers, the area of the spherical space of the domain must be half the size of the Xia. After installing the 3 pots of the latest version of the newly spawned seedlings for Yin Heng, Yin Weiguang and Grandpa Rong had already sat at the chessboard table on the balcony and started playing chess, while Yin Heng gathered in the living room with others and talked about the expansion of the domain. This expansion, all the safe zones in the country can be moved in. Yin Heng smiled, and according to the previous expansion rules, the radius should be able to grow to 6,000 kilometers. At that time, the surrounding countries will also be included in the scope. The scope is large enough, and perhaps more safe zones in other countries will come to seek shelter. 6,000 kilometers, it is almost catching up with the radius of Blue Star. If it weren't for the fact that Big Fat was on the surface of Blue Star instead of the center of the Earth, it could even directly cover the entire Blue Star, Yin Heng said, and looked at Chen Er. It's just that there are too many countries, and some frictions are inevitable. I have to trouble the host to come out and calm the situation. With too many countries, friction is inevitable. Especially the troublemaking highway is still very close. This time, it is likely to be included. It is normal for Yin Heng to worry. Chen Er was recording a video for Sanpin Zimiomio and preparing to upload it to Shein. Hearing this, he frowned. Don't kill monsters to fight internally. Such a black sheep. What kind of place is there to calm down? Just expel him. What are you doing? Stay at home and wait for the other party to backstab you while everyone is killing monsters? Yin Heng laughed. Maybe it's just some minor friction. It won't rise to the level of black sheep. Okay. Chen Er patted his chest. If it's a minor friction, I guarantee that you will be completely subdued. While speaking, she uploaded the recorded video to the official account. Soon, people who heard the news and squatted in the comment area became active. How can Daxia eat fried noodles without Coca-Cola? Wow, my nickname has been hanging for so long, and finally the OP called it. My Coca-Cola. DuckSwing.jpg. How long has Daxia not eaten bread? I have been waiting for the OP's potato sound account every day, and God will not let down those who work hard, and finally I got bread. Fortunately I didn't give up. Why doesn't Daxia grow vegetables? The moment I saw the leeks, tears flowed from the corners of my mouth. Jijiguo wants to immigrate to Daxia at the light of the end of the world. OP, look how greedy the child is. I heard that Daxia's dumplings are amazing. Who owns the dumpling shop? I want to order some. Sell? Daxia Fuchi Dumpling Restaurant at Jijiguo wants to immigrate to Daxia. Look for my home, Fuchi Dumpling Restaurant. Open as soon as you get the spiritual plant. Daba Fish Roll Lucky Bag My Dream Bag. Oh my god, I saw the lotus leaf turned into an umbrella. The umbrella I have been thinking about for a long time finally appeared. How can a delicate princess go out without an umbrella, even in the end of the world? At the light of the end of the world, oh the host, you are my soulmate. Love you, love you. Ollie UFO. My eyes are stuck on the moon boat and can't be moved away. Someone come to help me pull it off. Just after reading a few comments, Uncle Joe's quick dish was also served. Grandpa Rong and Yin Weiguang just finished a game of chess. Yin Weiguang and Yin Heng came here to eat, and they came with empty stomachs. The group of people and animals were the most enthusiastic about eating, and Uncle Joe called them, and they all sat down in a short while. Uncle Joe's dishes, even if they are quick dishes, are extraordinary quick dishes. The freshly grown Beijing roast duck skin, with thin pancake skin, scallion shreds, cucumber shreds, hawthorn strips, and sweet noodle sauce from the navel orange seasoning box is a hard dish. With beef ramen, salted egg yolk barbecued pork, leek box, water chestnut and green bean soup. Eat, 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 eat. When Grandpa Rong came back, he asked Uncle Joe to make a separate table for Depang, and he really did it. Next to the cow and horse table, Big Fat had his own table, which was filled with delicious food. There were many dishes that were different from the ones on this table and the cow and horse table, which made the cow and horse heads look at them eagerly, and the sound of slurping saliva was deafening. Big Fat, the big brother, was very generous. Seeing the greed of his younger brothers, he invited everyone to come over and eat together. The two tables were put together. For a while, there were more delicious food on the animal group table than ever before, and the 3 kinds of mouths were full of oil. Sun Binbin also gave each person a 300 milliliters mini bottle of 7-Up, Sprite and Coke, which were chilled. Yin Weiguang unscrewed a bottle of Coke and drank it happily. If it was before the end of the world, I wouldn't dare to drink this with my old bones. I haven't drunk it for many years. It feels good? Of course not. Now it's all natural. Grandpa Rong was also drinking it. He pointed at Rong Shu, who was also drinking Coke, and laughed. Look, before the end of the world, I was not allowed to drink it, saying it was junk food, but now I'm drinking it myself. Chapter 124. Chen Er covered her mouth and laughed. Products from Huapen must be top-notch. Coke is also a good match for her brother Rong. Rong Shu remained calm and helped Chen Er open a bottle of Sprite, and had another bottle of 7-Up for himself. Look at Shin. A level 6 dark domain bat monster appeared over in Gigi country, and it really went berserk before dying. Sun Binbin was absent-minded again while eating, and saw important news, so he projected Shin on the screen for everyone to see. This berserk outbreak seems to be more than just a blast. The entire dark domain went berserk. Everyone was shocked when they saw the comments of netizens from Gigi country who were at the scene at the time. Gigi country is still alive today. It's the second time I've encountered a dark bat, and it's unexpectedly level 6. It went berserk before dying, and almost destroyed our entire safe zone. Video, Gigi country is still alive today. Uploaded a video shot with Mahjong special effects. As the level 6 bat monster went berserk, the range of the potato night light was eroded by darkness and further shrunk. The berserk affected the entire dark area, and all the red eyes in the area went berserk and attacked the survivors crazily. It was so crazy that everyone didn't have time to throw popcorn. The Buddhist beads on the survivors were broken one after another, and those who didn't bring enough night lights were swallowed by negative emotions on the spot, joined the monster queue, and attacked their compatriots around them. At the critical moment, it was the time bomb that bought time, and the corn dice opened 5 times in a row to clear the field, which was superimposed and played a big role. With the death of the level 6 bat monster, the dark area retreated, and with the light of the night light, everyone gradually became normal. It was really almost wiped out. Chen Er watched the video, and was worried for them. While eating delicious salted egg yolk barbecued pork, she took the time to recall, when the weasel monster exploded, the power didn't seem to be so great. And Kur replied to her, the weasel monster came in without bringing a wave of monsters, and its strong fragrance field was just suppressed by the lemon fragrance. That's right. When the weasel monster went berserk, the field was full of lemon fragrance. No matter how powerful it was suppressed. When the two talked about this, Lin Ju, who was eating roast duck opposite him, thought of something and said thoughtfully, speaking of which, the weasel monster came in without bringing a wave of monsters. I suspect that the main reason is not that it didn't want to bring it, but that the monsters were also stunned by its strong fragrance. Sun Binbin almost choked on his Coke and laughed out loud. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Lin, we thought of the same thing. I just thought of this. It makes sense. Everyone at the table was amused by their conjectures. While eating, Yin Heng's facing kept ringing. The domain of Big Fatty expanded, and the newly included territories were full of monsters. The scope of the domain expansion was unprecedentedly large, and the monsters were also unprecedentedly numerous. The major safe areas included in the domain have spontaneously formed teams to fight monsters, but there are many level 6 monsters included, and fighting monsters is not as easy as imagined. Fortunately, after Big Fatty was promoted to level 6, the domain was also unprecedentedly stable. Level 5 monsters can already defend themselves comprehensively, and level 6 monsters can no longer act recklessly in the domain as before. First of all, there is no way to hide your whereabouts, and secondly, as soon as you appear, you have to swallow the domain with the cubs first. But Big Fatty is no longer the same as before. With such a large domain, he also swallowed a bunch of crystal cores due to excessive digestion. The mutual swallowing domain is also a one-sided crushing type. Sitting here leisurely eating delicious food, he also killed and swallowed several monsters in a row. The Faexian message Yen Hung received was from the Sky Eye team members, who were patrolling various places to report the progress of killing monsters. And this is why Yen Weiguang and Yen Hung were in a good mood to sit down and have a meal with everyone. Except for the water area where we haven't been able to go down because we don't have the tools to go down, and the water monsters don't leave the water easily, so they haven't moved for the time being. 1/10 of the monsters on the ground have been eliminated. It took only a few bites of food, and 1/10 of the monsters in such a large area were killed. This speed is really terrifying, but it's considered normal. The survivors who have just been included in the National Treasure category are like this. If they don't kill until they are exhausted and release all the frustration and pain accumulated since the end of the world, how can they stop? How can they feel happy? But now there are lotus leaves, I'm afraid they can't stay idle. They have to go into the water overnight to kill the water monsters. Yen Weiguan laughed. Just now, the two of them had packed 3 new spiritual plants with wind letter paper and sent them back to the official station. Once the new strains are produced, they will be sent to the safety zones of Daxia and other countries on Blue Star with which trade relations have been established. Not only other safety zones, but also Guagua Supermarket has opened stores at night because it has recruited many employees. Chenru has already sent the new seedlings to them and put them on the shelves overnight. Those who are quick have already grabbed them. Sun Binbin's Shuin projection screen is still on, and a Shuin account named Fat Brother has posted a team formation post. Fat Brother, I'm so angry about killing sea monsters that I'm still burning with anger. It just so happens that the OP's new lotus leaves have grown. Is there anyone who wants to team up to kill sea monsters? Let's fly there overnight. Beast Tamer at Fat Brother team up. Let's go now. Fat Brother, let's go. 3 different meals a day at Fat Brother at Beast Tamer. Wait for me, I go too. Damn sea monster, it caused my new store to close for a long time just after opening. I won't feel relieved if I don't destroy a few sea monster nests. A pilot passed by. Let's add one together, and by the way, let's try to see if the submarine is easy to drive for everyone. With potato chips, Chen Er finished a bowl of beef ramen, took a digestive hawthorn pill, and continued to eat roast duck and salted egg yolk barbecued pork. While eating, he accidentally felt a sore throat, so he quickly had a mouthful of water chestnut and green bean. The mung beans were taken from another newly born vegetable basket. They were very fresh. They were paired with the water chestnuts that had been peeled in advance in the vegetable basket, and the rock sugar from the seasoning box. They were refreshing and sweet. Her brother Rong's frozen big hands covered the bowl. It was so delicious. In addition to beef ramen, the animal group next door also had a large bowl of spicy oil noodles, cantaloupe as fruit, a large bowl of cola chicken wings in the main dish, a pineapple randomly picked out of the vegetable basket, and a portion of pineapple sweet and sour pork was made for the kid. When the pineapple sweet and sour pork was served, it was still cooking in the pot. In between meals, Uncle Joe went over to open the lid. The smell was so good that the people at this table kept looking over while eating. Chen Er and Lin Ju had no sense of being parents, and they also snatched the kids' food. During a meal, they ran back and forth between 2 tables, and took out cola and a bunch of snacks to coax a table of cows, horses and pandas, tricking a group of kids to eat more snacks and less food, and help the animal group eat most of the delicious food. This made Grandpa Rong glare at several people during the meal. He felt even more sorry for his big fat kid. He was cheated after having a good meal. Chapter 125. The cheated things were particularly delicious, and several people ate several hawthorn pills in a row. During the meal, Lin Ju frequently checked the charging status of the moon boat, and finally he waited until it was full. It's lit, it's charged. Lin Ju opened the fish roe bag with surprise, revealing a corner of the moon boat emitting moonlight. It's full of light energy. Not only did Lin Ju drip blood to recognize the moon boat, but everyone else also dripped blood to recognize the owner, and put it into the fish roe bag containing the potato nightlight. They were all put in at about the same time. Not long after Lin Ju's was charged, everyone else's was also charged. Just after finishing the meal, put on the wing stickers, filled the fish roe bag containing the milk bottle, and the flying team set off. The moon boat is like other fruits, some big and some small. It looks like it is made of hard tree roots, but sitting on it is as soft and comfortable as curling up on the sofa, and it can be used as a bed. Since it looks like a lazy sofa, it is more suitable for 1 person or 2 people to sit together. It is a bit crowded for 3 or 4 people to sit together. Except for Chenru and Rongshu, who were sitting on one boat, everyone else was sitting on one boat. Yin Weiguang and Yin Heng happened to catch up and joined in. The destination is the moon. Let's go! With Sun Binbin shout, the flying moon fleet set sail. After the moon boat dripped blood to recognize the master, it was like a light body with wings attached to it, and it could fly wherever it wanted, fast or slow as it wanted, and it was just a matter of thought to descend or ascend. After people sat on it, the moonlight on the boat would spread outward, spreading a halo to cover people and isolate all the wind and other things from the outside. Everyone was unfamiliar with it for the first time, so they slowed down to adapt. Looking around, a group of glowing crescent moons, like crescent-shaped calming lanterns, slowly ascended into the sky. The tenants below, whose moon boats had not yet been fully charged, were excited and envious. Those who had the conditions ran into the nearby Guagua supermarket on the spot and joined the team rushing to buy glowing potatoes. Depang and the cows and horses also took a moon boat each and ascended with everyone, but the animal group stopped after sending everyone to the boundary of the field in the air. Depang could not leave the field and could only fly to this position. Watching everyone continue to rise, the younger brothers beside him accompanied the eldest brother sensibly, and did not continue to rise. Seeing Depang looking up at everyone with envy in his little eyes, Chen Er and Grandpa Rong didn't want to fly anymore, so they just accompanied the cubs around the field. Suddenly, Mao Tuanzi's eyes lit up, and the moon boat he was riding on suddenly accelerated and rose, rushing out of the domain. The group of people who had just flown out of the domain all stopped in midair, looking at the panda that flew out with them, and then looking at the domain that appeared below and was still well maintained, with a confused look on their faces. Chen Er was very surprised, flapping his wings and flying to Depang's moon boat, hugging Mao Tuanzi and rubbing him. Depang, you are so amazing. How did you do it? Depang patted the small fish roll lucky bag that Grandma Wang made by hand, little balls with crystal cores. I understand. It's still the sequelae of excess energy. How far can you go? Is there a distance limit? Yin Heng and Yin Weiguang flew over and stared at Depang with bright eyes. No. If you go far away, just eat more little balls and crystal cores. The fat man replied casually, turning his head and calling for his brothers to follow him. The cows and horses followed him happily. Can you open another area? The next second, a golden ball was seen expanding outward from the fat man, getting bigger and bigger, and finally stopped at a radius of 10 meters. It can't be bigger, everyone is killing monsters, it's a bit dangerous. As soon as Depang finished speaking, Yin Heng's communication rang again. Boss, the National Treasure's domain just suddenly shrank back 10 meters. Thinking that something big had happened again, Yin Heng breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, it will recover soon. After hanging up the phone, Yin Heng looked at Depang. The subdomain will occupy the space of the main domain, right? Depang nodded his panda head. This is a small domain separated from the big domain. Even so, it was a big surprise. Chen Er hugged the cub and rubbed it on Mao Mao's face. It doesn't matter if it can't be separated, Mommy can take you wherever she goes in the future. There are no monsters outside the sky, and there is no need for domains. After the new skills were displayed, the cub quickly put the extracted domain back under Yin Heng's instructions, and then rolled happily in Mommy's arms. I haven't been close to Mommy for a long time. As soon as the mother and the cub were close, the mental tentacles next door reached out, originally trying to pull the person, but the cub refused to let go, and finally pulled the person and the panda over together. Although having more cubs is a bit annoying, it is better than being alone. The couple cabin was upgraded to a parent-child cabin. Everyone also got used to driving the moonlight ship with their minds, and the team began to accelerate, like a rocket, and flew out of the sky. The vast starry sky is vast and boundless. Only when you are in it can you feel the shock of having your soul cleansed. What red fog, what monsters, compared with the boundless universe in front of us, are all worthless things. Throw them away, throw them away. The moonlight halo protective shield is on. Even if you are outside the sky, you don't feel any discomfort, the bottle is not used, and there is no sense of weightlessness. The crescent moon is like dozens of tiny dust particles, drifting into the gray moon little by little. Well, it's as gray as imagined. There is no rabbit, and there is no chunga. But this does not affect the excitement of everyone landing on the moon. Plant the flag, plant the flag. Chenru took out a pomegranate red brick from the fish roll lucky bag, and then a lemon yellow brick, and began to make the star flag of Daxia by hand. The small triangular flag was inserted into the gray surface, and a small glowing potato was placed next to the flag. The color was just right. Others followed suit. Even Rongshu made a flag by himself and inserted it next to Chenru's flag. Yin Weiguang, the big leader, was no exception. He also planted a handmade flag, a large one. After planting it, he held the flagpole and asked Yin Hung to take a photo with him and the flag. A historic moment. Of course you have to take a beautiful photo to preserve. After taking the commemorative photos, a group of people flew around the surface of the moon again. After satisfying their desire to fly to the moon, they returned to Blue Star. Is this a space jump? On the way back, Chen Er took out her moon boat and carried her son and her brother Rong. This crazy mother who dared to fly a plane to the sky was different from the first time she got started. The space jump function that no one else had discovered was unlocked by Chen Er. The last second her moon was still flying in the fleet, and the next second it suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared on the edge of Blue Star. The next second, the disappeared little moon appeared next to everyone again. Chapter 126. A group of people were stunned, and then went crazy. But they tried to control it with their minds to flash like Chen Er, but they couldn't get it right. After they flew into the sky, they kept chatting in the Feishan group. Lin Ju quickly called Chen Er on Feishan. Yu, how did you control it? How to control it? Just control it with your mind. Everyone was going crazy. And Kur asked the key point directly, what do you want to control with your mind? Well, I think it's too slow, so I asked it to go faster and faster, and it's like this. She is indeed a madman who wants to fly into the universe while flying a plane. I'm convinced. A group of people gave her a thumbs up from a distance. Chen Er, After figuring out the principle of the moon ship space jump, a group of people fumbled for a while, and quickly got the hang of it. Just like Chen Er before, they jumped to the edge of the blue planet in 1 second, and jumped back to the moon in the next second. Just one jump, the luminous intensity of the ship's body was significantly weakened. Sun Binbin, this flea, jumped quite hard, and jumped more than a dozen times in a row, and it was over. The light of the moon ship flickered and suddenly went out. Fortunately, this guy can fly by himself, and he has wings on his body. He quickly put away the moon ship and flapped his wings to jump to Yin Heng's ship nearby, otherwise he would have fallen directly into some corner of the universe. It's a close call. The kid was scared and excited at the same time. Ha ha ha, after we kill the monsters on the blue planet, how about we form a space team to travel the universe? It's feasible. This is a good idea. Everyone agreed, and the two old people couldn't help but look longing. It's a pity that each person can only contract one thing that recognizes the master by dripping blood. Otherwise, it would be great if we had more moon boats to take turns driving. On the way back, we could only watch everyone show off. Even the cows and horses looked smart, and from time to time they followed everyone to make a space jump. Their eyebrows and eyes flew, which made Sun Binbin beat his chest and stamp his feet. Even if he could flash from the sky to the ground with a thought, but this time and again, plus the time spent on the moon, it would be the next day when he returned. Yin Weiguang and Yin Hung separated from everyone and returned to the official residence. The small group flew back to the 8th floor of Building 0, and left the cabin from the coconut door. As soon as we got home, each person had a bottle of iced Coke and drank it. Cool. A group of people stayed up all night, and it was rare that they were still full of energy. They looked too excited, and couldn't sleep when they looked at each other. Uncle Zhou waved his hand. Thakyan's successful landing on the moon is worth celebrating. The chef was happy, and a hearty breakfast was soon served on the table. The staple food is duck porridge and cold noodles, accompanied by freshly baked egg tarts, pudding, hand-grabbed fan bones, pan-fried radish cakes, and corn muffins. What's more surprising is that when milking the cows, yogurt is also squeezed out. With Sun Binbin around, a group of people have become accustomed to eating dried rice with potato chips at mealtime, and they can eat more bowls of rice. After a night of fermentation, Depang's territory expanded. The news that countries around Xia were included in the territory spread throughout the Blue Star, and the whole potato chip exploded. Gigi country wants to immigrate to Xia. Hai country is lucky. A country that is not even friendly to Xia has actually enjoyed the protection of the National Treasure Field first with its geographical advantage. Feng de Big Panda, love me once. Look at my jealous face. Maka Buddhist knocks on the wooden fish. I am different. I heard that Daxia has a saying that winter is coming. Can spring be far behind? The panda domain has included the sea country, so isn't it a matter of time before we also include Maka? Daba follows the example of the owner of the light of the end of the world. When the panda domain expands to Daba, I will learn from the owner of the light of the end of the world to build a house in the domain, and become a landlady with crystal cores even when lying down. Everyone come and wish my dream to come true soon. Chen Ru was eating Rongshu's love meal, happily watching everyone on the potato sound ending their own cubs' domains, and saw Daba follows the example of the owner of the light of the end of the world. She smiled slyly when she saw the message she sent. Learn, if the field expands, she will have to charge field rent when she builds houses. The more houses she builds, the more she earns. It would be best if everyone has this awareness and builds more houses. Hee. After breakfast, everyone was sitting down at the table again. After eating and drinking, they felt sleepy. Various posts on Shein kept refreshing. Sun Binbin used her mobile phone to remotely control the screen and read them one by one. When everyone was about to fall asleep, they suddenly found that under Chen Ru's official account of the light of the end of the world, there was a comment at her that had exceeded 10,000 likes in less than a minute. What amazing thing did she post again? Sun Binbin curiously clicked on the comment. The drowsy people at the table became energetic. The comment was posted by a familiar ID, Fat Brother at the light of the end of the world, OP, a shocking discovery, you won't believe what we found on the eastern seabed. Fat Brother at the light of the end of the world, ding 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 ding. Please watch the video. Everyone at the table was curious. What could be on the seabed? Red fog? Strange monsters? Or edible plants? However, when the video was opened, everyone was stunned by the glittering scene. What is this? Crystal core? Am I seeing this right? Is this a whole seabed covered with crystal cores? Why are there so many? In the video, the densely packed crystal cores of various colors, like the soil on the ground, covered the entire seabed. At first glance, it looked like a variety of durian shells embedded on the surface of the seabed. Damn, this is clearly an underwater crystal core mine. Fat Brother's younger brother then made a comment. Fat Brother's younger brother, are you shocked? Who dares to believe that there is a large area of crystal core mines hidden under the sea? Not just the surface layer, dig down dozens of meters, it's all there. Dozens of meters and all there? Everyone's breathing became heavier. Big Fat has been promoted to level 6. He needs to expand his domain, and the consumption of crystal cores is huge. As the level of the superpowers is getting higher and higher, the consumption of crystal cores is also increasing day by day. The higher the level, the more insignificant the energy of low-level crystal cores. Unfortunately, the number of high-level monsters is getting less and less. If this continues, there is no guarantee that the supply of crystal cores will be insufficient one day. But now, there is a mine. 3 different meals a day at the light of the end of the world, at official, big guys, hurry up and get some people to dig the mine. This crystal core mine is very wide, and it seems to be connected to the sea country. Some people from the sea country have already dug it from the sea country. We are just a few people, and we can't grab it. Who can sit still? Let's go! If we are slower, the mine will be dug up by the people from Towdy's family. Needless to say, the 2 tables, including the people and animals, rushed out of the coconut door, got on the supersonic plane and rushed out. Destination, east of the Big Fatty's territory, the newly included Eastern Sea. Chapter 127. While on the road, a group of people did not forget to notify Yin Hung and the others, fearing that the officials would not see the news in time. The officials were alarmed, and a large number of people followed to reinforce. Everyone's moon boats were put away and charged, but it was enough to turn the plane into supersonic mode and adjust the speed to the maximum just to travel within Dasha. A super large 9-seater plane that a group of people took. A powerful dandelion seedling was seriously overgrown. The 9-seater just fit the 9 people in this small group. There was no room for the animal group, and the fish roe blessing bags were held by their parents. Sun Binbin was responsible for flying the plane, and the others were not idle either. When he was giving birth to small potatoes, and Grandpa Roan was tinkering with marshmallow bricks, and putting long brick poles on the fish roe blessing bags. The more small potatoes, the better. More potatoes can speed up the charging speed of the moon boat. The moon boat can not only fly, but also jump through space, which can save lives at critical moments. As for the fish roe bag with a long pole, it is used for mining. The end of a long round pole is made into a circle that just fits the mouth of the fish roe bag. With the fish roe bag stuck on it, it becomes a long-handled fish roe bag version of a fishing net. Of course, this is not used to catch fish, but to hold crystal cores. With this fishing bag, people don't have to go out of the lotus leaf shield to confront monsters head-on. They can extend the fishing bag on the lotus leaf and concentrate on mining. Others are also preparing life-saving Buddhist beads, grenades, mahjong, time bombs, and milk bottles. Although theoretically, they don't have to go out of the lotus leaf range, it is difficult to predict what the actual situation will be. The sea is full of sea monsters, so you must be fully prepared. Grenade, mahjong and time bombs, although their power is greatly reduced against high-level monsters, they are just not powerful enough, not completely useless. If the quality is not enough, you can make up for it with quantity. Moreover, these weapons are still very effective against low-level monsters. Whenever you go out to kill monsters, the more of these weapons you have, the better. As for the milk bottle, the scent of lemon is very special. There are already posts on Shein that have compiled relevant monster killing cases in various places, proving that the milk bottle is very effective against monster abilities such as scent and poison gas, and is also a must-have for killing monsters. Several people divided the work. One focused on inducing one. Chen Er was responsible for inducing the birth of grenades. While inducing birth, he couldn't control his mouth after eating a digestive hawthorn pill, and peeled the roasted durian. After peeling, dig out the durian pulp, and then take out the pizza crust and cake base, apply it on it, and shape it. Roasted durian spread on pizza crust is durian pizza, and spread on cake base is durian cake. Everyone has a durian pizza and durian cake, and the plane arrives at the destination. Sun Binbin zoomed in on the navigation on his phone and checked. This is it. The location is right below. The plane landed directly above the location set by Fat Brother, and below was the deep sea. In the good weather before the end of the world, the sea was often calm and peaceful. But now, looking down from the plane, wow, the whole sea is like a boiling seafood pot, densely packed with seafood, all with their teeth bared and claws, alive. It makes people's scalp numb to look at it for a second, and now they have to go down. Chen Er shuddered on the spot. The Fat Brother who formed a team to go into the sea are definitely tough guys. This big pot looks like it's boiling when it goes down. And not only did they go down, but they also went deep into the deep sea. How much trust do they have in the lotus leaves she planted to be so brave? Chen Er was so brave that he was worried about them. But after a frightened shiver, Rongshu took Chen Er into the lucky bag of fish roe and stuffed it into his shirt pocket. Brother Rong, I'm here to help dig crystal cores, not to hide and watch the fun. Chen Er opened the bag and said righteously with a serious face. Rongshu touched her head. The official army is behind us. There is no shortage of people to dig crystal cores. We will have to deal with the people of Haigua later. You are the owner of the light of the end of the world. You must maintain the demeanor of a strong man and let them respect you, so as to better deter and reduce friction between the two sides. He said seriously. Too many people digging everywhere will affect efficiency. We need someone to command. You stay inside and command people just right. Chen Er nodded straight at Rongshu's words and felt that it made sense. Okay. Then I will stay in the fish roe lucky bag reluctantly. Lin Ju and Enkur, who were listening to the conversation between the two people, almost burst out laughing. Rongshu coughed and suppressed them. They held it back, but they were almost complaining in their hearts. The demeanor of a strong man in a bag? What demeanor? The demeanor of a pocket man? The pocket man stayed in the bag obediently, eating pizza and cake while clicking on the location set by Fat Brother to check the surrounding seabed map. They really studied how to dig crystal cores in an orderly and efficient manner when there were many people. The people outside did not delay. They got off the plane, put on the wing stickers, and flew down, throwing grenades and mahjong below while flying. After clearing a small piece of water surface where they could step on, they took out the waterproof lotus leaf and switched to the lotus leaf submarine to enter the sea. The people did not separate for the time being, and took Rongshu's lotus leaf together. As soon as they stepped on the leaf surface, the protective shield immediately opened, turned on the diving mode, and quickly dived, isolating the surrounding sea water and the sea monsters that were frantically rushing over. The lotus leaf itself does not emit light, so everyone took out a night light and placed it on the edge of the leaf to illuminate the surroundings. It was fine without lighting, but once it was lit, the surroundings were full of colorful red eyes and red roots, so crowded that there was no gap at all. Chen Er climbed to the mouth of the bag to take a look, and he wanted to rush out to help them separate a passage for fish to pass. The lotus leaf kept diving down, relying on the supernatural powers of Lin Ju and Rongshu. Brute force pushed open a passage that went down at a snail's pace. Originally, Chen Er was still wondering how the Fat Brother and his little brother could go down to the sea when it was so difficult to walk, but he found that the deeper he went, the fewer monsters there were, and the faster he dived, and soon he left the monsters behind. These monsters seemed to have become fish that were dying of lack of oxygen, and they all instinctively squeezed to the surface of the water. There were only one or two insignificant ones left below. There is no one on the surface of the water. What are they doing crazy? Why are they squeezing to the surface of the water when they have nothing to eat? Sun Binbin looked puzzled. Like the blue whale monster, they are driven by instinct. Xia Jinji said, these monsters used to need oxygen in their bodies. After they became monsters, their body memories are still there, but they have no brains. Even if there is oxygen in the water, there is more oxygen above, so their instinct drives them upward to get more oxygen. Sun Binbin slapped his forehead. So, we should go into the sea from the shore? Wrong decision, wrong decision. It was indeed a wrong decision. Even if there are many monsters on the shore, they are not so big, and the water is shallow. You can go into the sea close to the seabed at the beginning, get rid of the first small batch of monsters, and then move forward quickly. You can completely avoid most of the monsters. Chapter 128. Because of the wrong location, they delayed some time. When they arrived at the Crystal Core mine, the official mining team that came behind them actually arrived before them. The leader was Yin Heng. The Sky Eye team usually collected intelligence about the sea area. With Yin Heng's clairvoyance leading the way, they almost perfectly avoided various obstacles along the way and reached the mining area. However, although the small group and the official were rushing, supersonic aircraft and water-repellent lotus leaves became popular too quickly. The Sea Country got them overnight, but they were still dug up by the nearby Sea Country people. When the group of people gathered, Fat Brother and his brothers were confronting the Sea Country army across the 38th parallel. This 38th parallel can be seen to be artificially drawn, directly dividing a long crystal core vein into two. There was also a brick sign on it, which read border line, open fire if crossing the border. When Shinru saw it, he subconsciously opened the map of Daxia on his phone and took a look. Hey, it was not a lie, it was really the border of the sea area. That's right, beyond the border, it was obviously the tail of the mineral vein. Compared with the crystal cores everywhere here, the amount of crystal cores over there was sparse and a bit horrible. I don't know if it was because Daxia was constantly launching new spiritual plants, or because of the collective escape of Miao Miao, the people of Haigua had some concerns. Although the number of the other side was almost tens of thousands, they were very friendly to the Fat Brother and his brothers, who were recording the whole process with their mobile phones, and they didn't seem to covet the mineral veins on this side of the border at all. Shinru couldn't help but mutter, how could they bear not to reach out? The mine was right under their noses. If it were her, she would have to be thick-skinned and grab a few of them. Although she said she was not here to watch the fun, her two hands had already honestly climbed onto the mouth of the fish roe lucky bag, with half of her head sticking out. Brother Rong, are they planning something bad? Brother Rong and Captain Yin both wanted her to come out to deter them, but there was no need to deter them, they were all so obedient. Well, I keep an eye on them. Although everyone couldn't help but be suspicious, they didn't want to hit someone who smiled, and mining was important, so they could only take the time to keep an eye on that side. The method that Shin Er had thought of to make everyone work efficiently and not mess up had not yet been developed, and Yin Heng alone managed the large army in an orderly manner, so she was not needed at all. Shin Er was a little regretful that he didn't become the commander. It was time to mine, and everyone took out their own lotus leaves and acted separately. The large army dug according to the command, and the small groups interspersed around, checking for deficiencies and filling gaps everywhere, vowing not to leave any crystal cores behind for others to take advantage of. When many people gathered together, the monsters that smelled the smell soon gathered here. Although the lotus leaf has a shield, the monsters are surrounding us in large numbers. If we don't take care of it, we can't mine the mine. In the end, we still have to kill the monsters. With this distraction to kill monsters, we can't care about what's happening in the high country. Then, in the bag on Rongshu's chest, Chenru, who had time to be distracted, was honored to witness the whole process of the high country people stealing the mine. She saw with her own eyes a man from the high country, a short man with a square face, crossing the border line with the cover of the monsters. When he came out again, he turned into a tall man with a round face. He also took out a homemade scoop bag similar to everyone else's and blended into the crowd. He turned out to be a shape-shifting mutant. There was no trace of high country people on him. How could he be a Daxia person? It's an heir, as his biological mother hadn't recognized at a glance that the lotus leaf under his feet had not changed. It was the same one. How could she have dared to think that this was the same person? Good fellow. Is this person trying to plant a spy after stealing the mine? Sure enough, he was just pretending to be good. He was plotting something bad. Chen Er immediately started recording the screen to preserve the evidence, and at the same time reminded everyone via Feishuan, pay attention, the thief is coming. The Haigua people are coming, they are a shapeshifter, they have turned into one of our own people, and have already mixed into the team. While she was talking, she sent the man's photo to the small group and Yin Heng. Yin Heng's message came back quickly. Don't alarm the snake. Let's see what he wants to do. What? Nothing, just here to steal the ore. Yin Hung arranged people to go around him. He didn't ask any questions, just dug diligently. He dug faster than the people around him. Chen Er, who had been staring at him, couldn't help but say to Fei Xuan, how about we talk to him and ask him to bring some accomplices? When he finishes digging, the crystal core will be confiscated directly. Isn't this ready-made free labor? Yin Hung was stunned by what she said, then he smiled. This is a good idea. Of course, both of them were just talking. It really shocked people. This free laborer was gone on the spot. However, with this undercover agent successfully swaggering here, more small actions from the sea country soon began. No transformation ability? There are also people who look like Daxia people, just sneak in blatantly. It's not easy to steal from above? Then learn from mice to dig a hole and steal from below. Some of them just stood by the border, pretending to accidentally cross the line while killing monsters, and pushed back with their feet on the crystal cores, so that a handful of crystal cores from Daxia crossed the border into the territory of Haigua. In just a short while, Chen Er was shown off by the various tricks of the Haigua people. Seeing that there were Haigua people at the border pretending to be injured by monsters and flying backwards, they fell and buried directly into a small mountain of crystal cores, and did not come out for a long time. Chen Er swore that she saw the veins on Yin Heng's forehead jump twice across Fei Xin. She comforted Yin Hung, calm down. It's just stealing a mine, and after digging it, let him spit out twice. But soon, Chen Er could no longer remain calm. A fat panda cub came over to complain. Mom, there is someone eating my domain over there. Can I throw him out of my domain? Someone is eating your domain. Chen Er was shocked, and then he quickly thought of something. Could it be that sea cube from the sea country? Rong Shu's mental tentacles extended across the boundary line and probed over there, and quickly confirmed, it's that person. He didn't practice with the crystal core, but I felt that his ability was getting stronger quickly. Chen Er was angry now. Throw it. Throw it far away. You think you are a monster, then just keep company with the monsters in the future, and don't come in. The fat man happy, and the next second, he saw a young man kneeling on a lotus leaf, with an excited and enjoyable face suddenly break away from the lotus leaf on the sea countryside, and the whole person rose from the bottom of the sea like a parabola, and then rose again. All the way up, he bounced a bunch of sea monsters all the way, and finally disappeared in the terrified sight of the people of the sea country. Chen Er didn't care whether it was free labor or not. He took out his phone, and used the loudspeaker to project the screen, shouting in the direction of the sea country people, if you do something tricky again, I will go with him to the outside of the domain, and keep the monsters company. Chapter 129. Although it was in the water, the sound of the loudspeaker could be directly emitted from everyone's mobile phone, and could be heard by everyone. As soon as the loudspeaker sounded, Rongshu's mental tentacles lifted out several mice buried under the mine. There were also those who sneaked in and pretended to be from Daxia, and the one who was playing the transformation. All of them were lifted up and thrown back to the sea country. If you don't lift them up, you won't know. Wow, in just such a short time, dozens of them have been touched. Rongshu retracted his tentacles, but he didn't forget the most important thing. He took away all the fish roe lucky bags on these people. In front of the people of the sea country, Chen Er took out her large ingot coconut pot. Rongshu threw one to her, and she filled it. While filling it, she opened the bag and checked it one by one. So many crystal cores. And new mutant seedlings. The flower fruits of the wheat seedlings were all grown into whole wheat, and high, medium, and low gluten. Chen Er's angry eyes turned into heart eyes in an instant. After putting away the coconut pot, she raised her head, and switched back to a serious face in a second. Unfortunately, she forgot that she was still in the fish roe lucky bag. This serious face was really not serious. After being caught, the Haigua official reacted quickly and immediately came out to smooth things over. Dear Miss Chenru, misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? These are all personal behaviors. Personal behaviors. Personal behavior, Who are you thinking of as a fool? Chenru projected some of the pictures she had just recorded on the screen. On the projection screen, several Haigua official personnel had contact with these people who were doing small tricks, and some even blatantly gathered on a lotus leaf to hold a small meeting. Ironclad evidence. The people of Haigua didn't expect that there would be people hiding in the bag to watch the fun while mining. The one watching the fun was a special existence like Chenru. The scene of killing monsters and mining was a mess, but she could still accurately capture their people through the lotus leaves. This is embarrassing. She was slapped in the face on the spot, and the screen was recorded. Soon, she will be famous all over the world on the potato sound. What makes the Haigua officials most worried is that according to Chenru's style, the fish roll lucky bag that was taken away can't be returned. Stealing a chicken, but losing the rice is a true portrayal of the Haigua side. It was so embarrassing that the Haigua people couldn't stay any longer. They finished mining the sparse mines and fled in disgrace. Seeing that the Hai people were about to escape, a young man with an afro, who was throwing grenades to kill monsters near the 38th parallel, threw a grenade directly in the direction where the Hai people were escaping, chanting a spell loudly while throwing, "Retreat, retreat! Disperse! Disperse! Evil neighbors, retreat!" This shout was a big deal, and the mining team followed suit and soon formed a neat big chant, "Evil neighbors, retreat! Evil neighbors, retreat! Evil neighbors, retreat!" Chen Er excitedly joined in the fun, holding up a loudspeaker and shouting, "Evil neighbors, retreat! Disperse!" This shout directly drowned out everyone's voices, so loud that the Hai people who were halfway through their escape stopped at the same time, and their mobile phones automatically translated. The Hai people all understood it, and their faces turned pale. Some Hai people who disagreed with the official tricks looked ashamed, turned around and bowed to Daxia, drove the lotus leaf quickly, and distanced themselves from the Hai official team. The fake smiles on the faces of the Hai officials could no longer be maintained, but they could do nothing about the willful Chen Er. What about Lingji's biological mother? She is not an official employee of Daxia, and she is just a little girl. Let alone them. Even the Daxia officials probably can't do anything about it. No matter how harsh the words are, they can only accept it. Netizens who were watching the live broadcast on shooting started chatting again. Gigi Country wants to immigrate to Daxia. The stubborn guy is really stubborn, he is pulling the tiger's whiskers again. eMelon.jpg. My father, the host of Daxia, bad neighbors, go away. Go away. Go away. Fingjia little basket. If Haigua doesn't want to be neighbors with Daxia, let us Fingjia come instead. We are definitely friendly neighbors. Daxia lotus leaf he tion. This is probably because they have never seen the power of the National Treasure Field. They even dare to touch the National Treasure Field. They are really stubborn. Daba fish roll lucky bag my dream love bag. Ha ha ha. Doesn't anyone think that the Haigua people stealing of minerals is pretty cool? I laugh so hard watching the video in the middle of the night. Daba loves faucet. Tiny country, so narrow-minded. Ali UFO. Daxia is still too easy to talk to, so the jumping clowns keep jumping on their heads. Daxia fallen angel at Ali UFO otherwise, just destroy it if you don't like it? That's not the case. We Daxia don't pursue hegemony. The people didn't come, but the leaders of Daxia who watched the scene online were very happy. Some people watched the video on their second account and chatted with everyone on the terrestrial voice. If this happened before the end of the world, who would dare to stir up trouble and escalate the conflict between their own country and the neighboring country? But now, no matter how big the conflict is, it's just a verbal fight, and it can't be a war. Everyone's mouths are flying. Chen Stade and Yuzi Fu uploaded the video to the terrestrial voice, browsed the comments below, liked a few interesting ones, and then shifted his attention to the Yuanbao coconut pot next to him. He brought the coconut pot over, sat cross-legged on the sofa bed, and began to count the spoils collected from the sea country. While counting, Rongshu's spiritual tentacles outside kept sending in new fish roll lucky bags. They were full of crystal cores. Her brother Rong's spiritual tentacles were fully opened, and he didn't need to use a scoop bag like others. One tentacle controlled a bag, and he crossed the monsters to put crystal cores in every gap. When others just filled a bag, he had already put hundreds of them. Her brother Rong didn't keep any private money. He filled hundreds of fish at a time and gave them all to her, which made Chen Er very busy. She was so busy that she wanted to go out to help dig crystal cores, but she couldn't find time. Well, she accepted her fate. This time she came out to be responsible for the cashier. Not only did she stay in the fish roll lucky bag, but the fat man, who was too excited about mining, was also brought back by Rongshu to keep his mother company and eat by the way. The energy of the crystal core swallowed by the kid before has been almost consumed, and the noodle hand skills have disappeared. It's time to work hard and expand the realm of level 6 to the extreme. The mining team worked hard for 2 days and 2 nights, and finally dug up the crystal core mines on the seabed, leaving nothing behind. Chenru was also happy in the crystal core mountain for 2 whole days. He laughed too much. On the way back, the corners of his mouth were always curled up, and he couldn't suppress it. When we came, the small sofa was placed on the lotus leaf, and the small group sat on the seat under the sofa. However, when we went back, the small sofa was replaced by a brick brand giant battleship. The official used bricks and coconut doors, peach stems, and red ropes, and other spiritual plant fruit materials to secretly build a battleship. The battleship is equipped with a mechanism embedded with crystal cores, which can automatically write and locate, and it can fire like a machine gun, seamlessly launching wind letter paper, carrying grenades, mahjong, corn dice, time bombs, durian hammers, etc. There are also launch bottles, launch peach stems, and red rope fishing nets, extend the brick brand manipulator to operate peach pick clamps, etc. When Chen Er saw these things, she was so shocked that her inexperienced face was exposed. As expected of the official father, she couldn't grow a battleship, so she built one herself. Chapter 130. Originally, the crystal core was used as the power source, but with the water-repellent lotus leaf, the power source was saved. Yin Hung took a few people to visit the battleship and introduced the situation of the battleship. Looking at the official battleship, and then comparing it with the small sofa at home, the small group rarely kept silent. I can only say that your father will always be your father. On the way back, the battleship killed all the enemies. The water-repellent lotus leaf directly opened the lotus leaf boat mode, and the durian hammer was like a paddle, swinging all the way, knocking the dense monsters into the sky. Those that were not knocked out were caught in the net. Grenades and mahjong were used as aids. Corn dice were fired every once in a while to clear the field. Sometimes, there were still fish that slipped through the net and accidentally flew onto the battleship, but soon, they would be bitten by the thing on the red rope in the sky, chewed and swallowed. It was also at this time that Chen Er and his friends noticed that the spherical orange-red decorations hanging around the battleship and in the sky like colorful flags were actually pumpkin trash cans with ghost faces. After swallowing the monster, it spit out the crystal core in disdain, and it was caught and put away by the quick-eyed and quick-handed soldier. The battleship sailed back in style. Not to mention the small group, even those who had experienced it once before were excited by the scene in front of them. The large army was beaming with joy after returning, with a full load on the battleship. Now is the time to celebrate with a big meal. On the deck, everyone took out tables and chairs, put out drinks and juice, various cooked food and snacks, and Uncle Joe even baked egg tarts and distributed small cakes. The open-air celebration banquet began. Brother Lin, pick an angle that makes my face look smaller. On the edge of the deck, Chen Er pulled Rong Shu to take a couple photo, and Lin Ju, who had first-class aesthetics and excellent photography skills, was the photographer. That's enough, why do I, a single dog, have to endure this? Lin Ju looked at the two people in the camera, muttering in dissatisfaction, while obediently holding up the phone to choose the angle. Turn your head a little to the left, that's it. Okay. Change the pose. Okay, change another one. While taking pictures, the angle of the phone accidentally tilted and focused on Enkur and Xia Jinji, who were standing together not far away. Lin Ju didn't care at first, and was about to turn the camera back to Chen Er and Rong Shu, but suddenly, as if he saw something incredible, he suddenly zoomed in on the phone and stared at the camera with wide eyes. Then, he suddenly put down the phone he had raised high, and stared straight in the direction of Enkur and Xia Jinji. Chen Er, who had been posing for a long time without waiting for Lin Ju to call him done, looked over with confusion. Seeing Lin Ju looking elsewhere, she followed his line of sight. Then she saw her cousin and brother Xia standing face to face in a corner where no one was around, almost touching each other. Enkur's hands were still held by Xia Jinji and pressed against her chest. Chen Er's eyes were bigger than Lin Ju's. She shook Rong Shu's arm fiercely. Brother Rong, look. Rong Shu had already seen it. Yes, your cousin and Dr. Xia. They are together. After getting a positive answer, Chen Er's face was excited, and she pulled Rong Shu to hide behind a table and peeked. Enkur was originally quite tall, but standing in front of the tall Xia Jinji, she looked like a little wife. A cool beauty, an abstinent doctor, so exciting, so good. Chen Er was happy, but Lin Ju was so excited that he covered his chest. Single Dog was hit by an arrow again. No one knows what the two said, but when they left the sea and changed planes, they sat next to each other holding hands. Hee hee. Chen Er was staring at her sister and future brother-in-law and aunt all the way. Lin Ju was so excited that she was numb. It was not until she returned to 802 that Yin Hung set a Feixian to divert her attention. Another mineral vein has been found. Yin Hung was very excited. Crystal core mines appeared on the seabed in the east. We sent people to explore in various places, and found 2 large mineral veins. Yin Hung said, and sent a video he had taken to several people. One of the mineral veins was in a lake that was about to dry up. Because the water surface was very shallow, The densely packed crystal cores at the bottom of the lake could be seen at a glance. There is another one, halfway up a mountain, supporting the entire mountain like a rock. The official staff didn't notice it at first, but two winged tiger monsters were fighting nearby, knocking down the top of the mountain, exposing the crystal core mine. In the video, the presence of two tigers is a bit eye-catching. When they were at the bottom of the sea before, everyone's attention was on digging crystal cores, and they didn't think much about it. Now they saw two tigers biting each other in the video, and finally one won and successfully swallowed the other's crystal core, flapped its wings and flew away, but ignored the dense crystal cores below, and everyone realized something was wrong. Why did these monsters ignore the crystal core mine? Chun Rui remembered that the official staff had tested it on the spot when they were mining, and the energy of the crystal cores in the crystal core mine and the crystal cores dug out by killing monsters was no different. Not only Chen Er was puzzled, but everyone else was also puzzled. Just as he was wondering, the fat kid who was smearing ice cream on the crystal core suddenly said, "The two crystal cores are different. The one dug out from the monster smells very fragrant from a distance, while the one dug out from the seabed doesn't smell fragrant, but tastes delicious." As he spoke, the kid crunched up the ice cream crystal core and started to eat it. No fragrance? That's no wonder. Monsters rely on smell to find food. They don't have brains, and they won't classify two crystal cores into the same category just because they look the same. Yin Hung nodded on the other side of the video. Compared with the crystal cores dug out from the seabed, the energy is more restrained, and there is almost no overflow phenomenon. So a monster must first eat the crystal core in the crystal core mine, and then it will be promoted, and then they will know that these crystal cores can also be eaten? Several people were a little amused. In addition to the mineral veins, there are many places without monsters, and these energy-retaining crystal cores are also found in scattered forms. Yin Hum continued. The Research Institute classified the crystal cores collected before according to the degree of energy spillover, and found that there are many that are also scattered like the mineral vein crystal cores. And these crystal cores, after tracing their sources, were found not to be dug out from monsters, but were picked up by people in different places. Some people picked them up near scrapped cars, some picked them up in collapsed ruins, some picked them up by water sources, and some picked them up on the road. Yin Hung paused and then said, "We have now used experiments to confirm a conjecture about the source of crystal cores. Scrapped cars? Ruins? Water sources? On the road? What do these things have in common?" Several people thought of the same thing almost at the same time, and said in unison, "Red fog." Chapter 131. Yin Hung nodded. The experimental results confirm that after the red fog devoured something, it condensed the energy obtained from the devouring into a crystal core. The more it devoured, the more crystal cores it condensed. Unbelievable. Who would have thought that the crystal cores that humans now rely on for survival were actually created by the culprit, the red fog, which devoured everything on the blue planet? Yin Hung was in a hurry to arrange the excavation of the new mine. After sharing the news with a few people, he quickly hung up the communication. Watching the projection of Yin Hung disappear in front of him, Sun Binbin scratched his head. So, is it better to destroy the red fog or not? He really got the point. If it is not destroyed, the red fog will continue to erode everything on the blue planet. Do we have to watch it swallow the entire blue planet? But if it is destroyed, it means cutting off the source of crystal cores. Everything before the end of the world no longer exists. Everything built now cannot be separated from the crystal cores. Without the crystal cores, it is also self-destruction. The living room was silent for a while. It was Grandpa Rong who broke the heavy atmosphere with a sentence. "There must be a way out when you reach the mountain. Now we don't even know what the red fog is, and how to eliminate it. Why think so much? Come on, Zhou Lin, play chess, play chess." Grandpa Rong stood up from the sofa, walked to the balcony, sat at the chess table and started to place the chess pieces. He was itching to play chess after not playing for 2 days. Uncle Zhou, who was about to prepare the ingredients for lunch, said, He was conscripted again. It's okay to play chess occasionally, but I can't stand being dragged to play every day. He, who wants to stay in the kitchen 24 hours a day, will really thank you. But since Dad has spoken, we have to go no matter what. Besides, everyone has already eaten a meal on the boat, so they are not hungry now. So it is okay not to cook lunch. Huh? The mall has expanded? A new bar has opened. Lin Ju was browsing the potato sound, and suddenly saw a new message, which immediately aroused his interest. He glanced at the few people left in the living room. "Do you want to go to the bar?" "Yes." Sun Binbin was the first to run over, hooked Lin Ju's neck and left. No one else went. Wen Yu was tired after 2 days, so she went back to rest. And Kur and Xia Jinji just confirmed their relationship, and they went to cultivate their feelings in their own world. The animal group didn't even come back with the others. After entering the field, they followed the fat man who could move freely and had fun outside. Chen Er took Rongshu with him to the yard downstairs to plant a lotus pond. The lotus pond planted by wheat seedlings is the same as those of many coconut trees. It can be enlarged after being taken down from the flower pot. In the yard of Building 0, there are no longer just 1 or 2 flower beds. As the variety of seedlings increases, every time new seedlings are planted, everyone will plant some in the yard when they have time. After many times, the originally empty yard has now become more than 80% green. It just so happens that there is a large empty space behind the statue of Big Fatty, and the lotus pond is just right for this. The medium-sized lotus pond that Chen Er chose is neither too big nor too small after enlarging it, just filling the vacancy in this position without appearing crowded. Chen Er walked around the enlarged lotus pond, which only had a lotus bud that had not bloomed and a few scattered lotus leaves. It looked ugly when it was empty, so Chen Er added a few more lotus leaves next to the scattered lotus leaves. After adding the water, he walked a few steps away and took another look. He still felt something was wrong. Chen Er couldn't help but mutter, "It looks good, but I always feel like something is missing, Ronggu, don't you think so?" Before Rongshu could answer, a voice from the side said, "Fish, landlord." It was a tenant passing by. Seeing the lotus pond in the yard, he came over to take a look. "Yes." "No fish." Chen Er clapped his hands. "There are shrimps, landlord. There are crabs. There is still a lack of seafood, landlord." At some point, a bunch of tenants gathered around and chattered. "Chen Er, you said the lotus pond lacks fish, but shrimps, crabs and seafood? You mean you are lacking in your stomach, but it's true. I haven't eaten seafood for a long time." Not only did they put a lotus pond in the yard of Building 0, but they also walked out of the yard, under the scorching sun, holding lotus leaf umbrellas and strolling along the way. They put it wherever they saw a suitable place for a lotus pond. After discovering the magical effect of mud, all the surface soil in the area has been replaced with mud, and various seedlings are planted on it. The green coverage area is also constantly expanding. It is already very beautiful, and with the addition of a lotus pond, the community is even more attractive. Chen Er took Rongshu's arm and walked on the brick streets of Community Number 1. Seeing everything getting better and better, her heart was filled with a full sense of accomplishment as a successful landlady. Look, these buildings are all hers. As she looked, she was accidentally attracted by Rongshu, who was holding an umbrella for her. The man's profile was clearly outlined, and while he was good-looking, he also gave people a sense of inaccessibility and coldness. When he found that she was looking at him, he quickly turned his head and lowered his eyes to look at her. The coldness of his profile disappeared, and the gentleness of his eyebrows and eyes could almost drown Chen Er. "What's wrong?" The man's deep voice, like his gentleness, went straight into Chen Er's heart. Chen couldn't help it, tilted the umbrella in the man's hand, blocked the view of passers-by, then stepped on the man's instep, stood on tiptoe to hook his neck, and kissed the man's beautiful lips. Rongshu's breathing stagnated, and then his eyes suddenly darkened. He held the tilted umbrella with one hand and hugged her waist with the other hand, deepening the kiss. Chen, who just wanted to kiss, was soon kissed by the man until her eyes were misty, her tiptoe was powerless, and the center of gravity of her body fell on the palm of the man holding her waist. After a while, Chen was almost out of breath, and the man let go of her slightly, and pecked her lips lightly instead. The two kissed so much that they forgot everything, and didn't expect a childlike voice from under the umbrella. "Owner, are you having a baby?" Chen, who was still in a daze, was sobered up instantly. Turning her head and looking down, she saw a little boy who had gotten under the umbrella at some point. He was looking up at the two of them curiously. Chen Er suddenly buried her head in Rongshu's arms. "Ah, I am too embarrassed to see anyone." She was busy holding the umbrella to block the view of passers-by, but she forgot that curious children could get under the umbrella. Rongshu chuckled and stroked her hair. Just at this time, the little boy's father called him. "Son, I'm home." "Dad, I saw the host. Wait for me. I come after I say thank you to the host." "Say thank you?" Chen Er was stunned, got off Rongshu's feet, got out of the man's arms, coughed twice, pretended to be calm, bent down to look at the little boy, and diverted his attention. "Little friend, what do you want to thank me for?" "Thank you for growing Grandma. I planted Grandma in a flower pot, and then grew a mother." "Host, look." Chapter 132. The boy said excitedly, and took out his mother's statue to show Chen Er. "This is my mother. Isn't she beautiful? My father was so happy to see it." Statues can also be grown differently. Chen Er was surprised, but not too surprised. She was soon infected by the boy's happiness, touched his head, deliberately exaggerated, and said in surprise, "Wow, you are so amazing, you can even grow a mother." The little boy was so happy to be praised. At this time, his father also came over. The elderly middle-aged man smiled at Chen Er apologetically, and thanked her at the same time. "I didn't even take a photo of my wife. Sometimes I am afraid that one day I can't even remember what she looks like. Thank you very much." After thanking him, the little boy jumped and left holding his father's hand. Finally gone. Chen Er breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing around and seeing that there was no one around, she threw herself into Rongshu's arms again, taking a deep breath of the charming scent of the man, soothing her frightened heart. "I'm scared to death. The beauty is so tempting. It's all because her man is so good-looking." She couldn't help herself. Hearing the man's happy laughter above her head, Chen Er suddenly reacted and looked up at him suspiciously. "Brother Rong, didn't you notice someone coming over?" Even if the tentacle monster didn't extend its tentacles, the sensitivity of its mental power is there. It shouldn't be so low that it didn't notice someone approaching so close, right? Rongshu lowered his head slightly, lowered his eyes, and kissed her forehead, with a serious face. "I was as involved as you. I didn't notice it." As for whether he really didn't notice it, when Rongshu mentioned it, Chen Er couldn't help but savor the taste of the kiss just now. She felt a little unsatisfied, and put the matter behind her. With sparkling eyes, she leaned close to Rongshu's ear and whispered something. Rongshu's hand holding her waist suddenly tightened. "Okay." As soon as the voice fell, he attached his wings to the two of them, hugged them, and flew back in a straight line. The words Chen Er said were, "Brother Rong, let's go back and continue." Grandpa Rong went out to find an old friend. The two returned to the empty 801, took out the moon boat as a lounge chair, and nestled on the balcony of Rongshu's room, which also had many seedlings, until the afternoon. "It seems to be getting colder, Brother Rong. Do you think it has something to do with the red clouds in the sky?" The air conditioner was on in the morning, but it stopped at noon. In the afternoon, that is, now, Chen Er was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and lying in Rongshu's arms, but he actually felt the cold. Rongshu took out a small blanket and covered them both. Together with Chenru, they looked through the glass at the increasingly dark red color in the sky outside the window. The previously invisible red fog was blocked in the sky after the air was released from the milk bottle, and gradually gathered. At first, it was only vaguely visible, but after a few days, there were already small pieces of red clouds floating in the sky. People from the research institute flew to high altitudes to extract the components of the red clouds, and confirmed that the red clouds were formed by the gathering of red fog. A thread was specially opened on Shuin to discuss how to eliminate the red fog clouds above their heads. Originally, everything was fine in the morning, and the two of them even held umbrellas to block the sun when they went out. But at noon, the small pieces of red clouds in the sky gathered together at some point, like dark clouds on a cloudy day, successfully blocking the sunlight. Then, the temperature dropped. "The red fog blocks the sunlight, and winter may come soon," Rongshu replied. "Winter?" Chen Er was shocked, and climbed up from Rongshu's chest. "Have we prepared enough for the winter? We have winter clothes, thick quilts, and coconut pots for warming up. That's enough." "That's good." Chen Er breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, outside, there was a faint noise of Big Fatty, and the cattle and horses returning home. "Big Fatty and the others are back." Chen Er's eyes lit up, and he pulled Rongshu out. At this time, Uncle Joe should also be preparing dinner. As soon as the two came out of 801, they saw the animal group queuing up to fly to the living room of 802. The cubs came back with Lin Ju and son Binbin. "It's a pity that you didn't go together. The small mall in the underground city has been expanded into a large mall, with many more interesting stores. The bar is also very good, but there are not many types of wine. The kids are most interested in eating and playing, so they also went to the mall and met the two." Not only did they go to the mall, the animal group also went to various communities and official territories, as well as other safe areas in the field, and successfully received a lot of small gifts from fans, moms, and dads. Not to mention the small toys they brought back, and many snacks that Chen Er had never eaten. Just the brand new and well-fitting new clothes on each of them made people's eyes light up. Needless to say, some of them also went to the tailor shop upstairs in Guogu Supermarket. The new clothes were obviously made by Grandma Wang. The animal group added new clothes. Lin Ju and son Binbin, who wore shorts and shorts when they went out, also changed into long clothes and long pants when they came back. Others were similar. The weather changes so fast. Grandpa Rong also came back from outside with his dandelion wings flapping, wearing a thin coat. As he spoke, he put his hands behind his back and walked to Uncle Joe, who was cooking. "What did you cook?" Obviously, the old man was also thinking about a bite of food and rushed back on time for dinner. Crystal meat, stuffed tofu pot, old duck soup, boiled pork slices, sweet and sour pork ribs, glutinous rice, lotus root, taro paste cakes. Slurp. I don't know which one of them drooled. Uncle Joe waved the spoon more vigorously. The news that the statue of Grandma can grow the relatives that everyone misses has spread to Sheen. Today, many people have grown their relatives that they miss, and small groups are no exception. After seeing this news, Uncle Joe quickly used the statue to grow a statue of his deceased father. So, he was so happy that he made a few more dishes than usual. I also made lemon-fried chicken wings, boneless chicken feet, and duck feet. For dinner, everyone swallowed several hawthorn pills in succession. I didn't notice it while eating, but after dinner, when I sat in the living room, digesting the food and brushing potatoes, I realized that it seemed to be a little colder. This weather is not normal. Several people were worried. The temperature has been dropping all day. It's okay if it's limited. If there is no limit, it will continue to be cold. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. No, how can we only have quilts, winter clothes, and coconut pot fire? Chen Er jumped up from the sofa and rushed to the balcony. We have to plant some more treasures that are necessary for warm winter. The requirements are not high. It's best to plant something that won't kill people even if it's cold. Chen Er got an inspiration and searched in the small flower pots where the seeds were planted. He quickly picked out a pot of peppers, held it, and sat down on the chessboard table. Others saw it and quickly gathered around. Lin Ju's eyes lit up. Again, you have another idea? Chapter 133. Let me see what you are planting. Peppers? Chen Rua had already taken out a bag of crystal cores, holding one in one hand and the other in the flower pot, and began to stimulate the growth of the flowers. The few people did not dare to speak anymore, subconsciously breathing lightly and watching quietly. Chen Rua closed her eyes. She tried to outline what she wanted to plant in her mind. Although the superpower has always had its own ideas, or has always been planting things according to her subconscious, she has practiced before going to bed every day, practiced communication, and familiarized herself with her superpowers. I wonder if her control has improved a little bit. Let's start by sketching a small thing. In winter, the first thing Chen Er thought of was snow, snowmen, then the new year, firecrackers, red envelopes, New Year's Eve dinner. A bunch of related things popped up in her mind, but these were not what Chen Er wanted to sketch. What she wanted to sketch was a very small and simple thing: spicy strips, the shape of spicy strips, the aroma of spicy strips, the taste of spicy strips, the taste of spicy strips. The people who were waiting for Chen Er to grow peppers didn't know what she was doing. Seeing the snow white beginning to appear in the flower pots, they were all nervous and curious, and their hearts were lifted. Well, it's getting more and more real. She seemed to really smell the smell of spicy strips. Chen Er suddenly opened her eyes. At the same time, the flower pot had expanded from a little bit of Snow White to a winter courtyard snow scene that was miniaturized on the outline of the peppers. On the side with a larger arc, a blue brick wall rises up, and strings of fresh red peppers grow out in a V shape like firecrackers, hanging down from the high wall. At first glance, they are pepper-shaped firecrackers, and at second glance, there are fuses hanging down from the bottom. They are really firecrackers. Under the courtyard wall, the clean and tidy blue brick floor is covered with the outline of the pepper. A quarter of thick snow has accumulated at the tip of the pepper, and a snowman with a willow branch stands on the snow. The snowman is wearing a cape-like coat of pepper red, and a pepper red Santa Claus hat on his head, with willow branches sticking out from the collar of his coat. At the snowman's eyes, peppers of different lengths form two red heart-shaped eyes. At the nose, there is a red dry pepper. And at the mouth, it is holding a flat spicy strip like a tongue. At the outline of the pepper in the courtyard, there is a steaming round mahogany dining table. On the table is a hot pot, a table full of side dishes, and a white porcelain wine bottle. In the middle is a pepper-shaped double-flavored pot, with red soup on one side and white soup on the other. The side dishes are all processed clean ingredients, packed in disposable fresh-keeping boxes, and sealed with plastic wrap. A box of raw lamb slices, a box of assorted seafood meatballs, a box of raw squid slices, a box of hairy crabs, a box of raw quail eggs and shells, a box of duck blood, a box of assorted mushrooms, a box of gluten, and a box of dipping sauce. Even the yard has come out. Again and again, your bonsai is getting richer and richer. Bonsai? It seems to be true. Come to think of it, aren't the cowherd boy, the beggar chicken in the lotus pond, the moon-shaped pig milk bottle, and grandma's vegetable basket all bonsai? They're just not as rich as this pot of pepper snow scene. As Lenju said this, he picked up the spicy strips in the snowman's mouth. But why is there only one spicy strip? How can it be enough? Chen Er said nothing and continued to input his supernatural power into the pepper seedlings. She would never tell Lenju that this spicy strip was the fruit she successfully controlled her supernatural power to draw bit by bit. After planting so many seedlings, it was quite embarrassing that only this spicy strip was grown under her control. Before Lenju's fingers touched the spicy strip, Rongshu's hand was one step faster than him and picked the spicy strip. Lenju, except for the heart-shaped mushrooms, this was the first time that Rongga rushed to pick fruits. This was strange. Could this spicy strip have something special? There must be something special, but Rongga didn't pick the spicy strip for this reason. Rongshu took the spicy strip closer to look at it, ate it, and commented while eating, "It's just like the real thing." The domineering president also had a childhood, and he also craved spicy strips when he was a child. Chen Er looked at Rongshu with sparkling eyes. Sure enough, her brother Rong found out. He even said she was great in disguise. The feeling of embarrassment disappeared instantly. Well, I like brother Rong a little more. What do you mean it's the same as the real thing, brother Rong? What are you and Yu playing at each other again? Lenju was depressed when the spicy strips were taken away. After asking casually, he looked at Rongshu eagerly. How is it spicy? Lenju loves spicy food, but can't stand it being too spicy. It's slightly spicy, and it feels warm when you eat it. Rongshu never talks nonsense, and everyone else looked at him immediately. Warm? Could it be what they thought? Rongshu nodded. Eating spicy strips can keep you warm. It really is. Ha ha. Eating spicy strips to keep you warm, only you can think of it. Grandpa Rong laughed. The others also laughed, and at the same time they were delighted. It doesn't matter whether it's spicy strips or heating, as long as it can keep you warm, it's a good fruit. Haven't you finished planting yet? Lenju was craving spicy noodles, and wanted to immediately produce another one, but Chen Er was still transferring supernatural powers to the pepper seedlings. There are 2 bulges under the table. Sun Binbin pointed under the table, and asked Lenju to look. Under the dining table, 2 green fruit lumps grew out from the bluestone floor, changing their shapes very slowly. This familiar, constipated feeling. Could it be a living thing? Lenju leaned in, and stared at the 2 bulges. Other people's attention also fell on them. After waiting for a while, the 2 fruit lumps finally grew into their complete form, revealing their true colors. It was a golden retriever and a fat orange cat lying there with their eyes closed and sleeping. The body rose and fell with breathing. It was really alive. Oh, big fat orange. Grandpa Rong was very surprised, and carried the sleeping fat orange cat out. And there is a big golden retriever. Sun Binbin also carried the golden retriever out. At this time, 3 lines of golden subtitles floated out from the bonsai in the chili courtyard. Species, chili. Fruit, New Year's hot pot. It's New Year, a whole table of steaming hot pot, have a hot New Year. The big golden retriever and the big fat orange woke up by themselves after being brought out, one woof. And the other meow. The golden retriever was enthusiastic and jumped around everyone, and the big fat orange stretched lazily, aloof and not paying attention to people, but Grandpa Rong grabbed the cat's head and rubbed it, directly rubbing the cat into a confused silly cat. When you was studying the clothes and hat on the snowman. A line of subtitles floated out on the snowman's clothes and hat. The subtitles on the clothes were, The Gift of the God of Fire. This is a magical dress. The subtitles on the hat were, Santa Claus's gift hat. There is a surprise inside. When you pinched the snowman's hat with his hand, and a rustling sound came from inside. Chapter 134. She turned the hat over and took a look. Candy, the word foo, and a box of firecrackers. Let me see. And Kira leaned over. The hat contained a tin foil-wrapped chocolate in the shape of a gold ingot, a strawberry-filled red candy, a pineapple-flavored Alps lollipop, a white rabbit milk candy, and a small bag of grape-flavored Wangzai QQ candy. Under the candy was a square piece of red paper with a beautiful golden regular script foo on it, and next to it was a box of firecrackers that looked like a playing card box. The candy was divided on the spot, and when you buried the empty hat in another new flower pot to stimulate growth. The new pepper bonsai was different from the previous seedlings. When Santa Claus's hat was planted, the first thing that grew was also the hat. When you did not continue to stimulate growth, but turned the newly grown hat over. At a glance, hey, inside was a golden peanut-shaped tinfoil wrapped chocolate, a toffee, a small bag of fried shrimp chips, a Zizzalon yogurt jelly, and a small bag of 2 pieces of want snow cakes. The word food was gone, but there was a small bag of 10 red envelopes, and the firecrackers became a small bundle of firework sticks. Pour the things out and plant the hat back. The new hat is much bigger than the previous 2, and the gifts inside have become a small box of chocolate beans, a peanut crisp candy, a Maltose, a small bag of single-piece pineapple cakes, and a small bag of raisins. In addition to snacks, there are 2 Guan Yu Zhang Fei door gods, 2 New Year dolls of a boy and a girl, as well as a folded big red lantern and a sky rocket. A hat made a group of people crazy. As for the chili firecrackers hanging on the wall, they are like cowherds and milk bottles. If the chili is not picked, it is a firecracker. If it is picked, it is a raw chili. A line of subtitles floated above. Chili firecrackers. Comes with BGM. Can also scare away monsters. It also comes with BGM? Lin Ju was excited when he saw the subtitles. He picked a bunch of chili firecrackers, opened the coconut door in the corridor, put wings on the firecrackers, and threw them into the air, and stretched the coconut pot over to light it. The next second. Crackle, crackle. Good luck, I wish you good luck. The sound effect is explosive. The tenants outside who heard the noise, few of whom dared to come up, couldn't help but fly up. However, Lin Ju ran back after setting off the firecrackers. The coconut door had closed automatically, blocking the tenants' anxious sight. The hot pot also changes with each crop. This time it was spicy and clear soup, with raw lamb slices, raw squid slices, and hairy crabs. The next time it was tomato and butter soup, with bullfrog, mantis shrimp, and grass carp. The next time it was red oil and sour soup, with goose, oysters, and fresh shrimps. This time it was a box of duck blood. The next time it was a box of chicken kidneys. This time it was a box of gluten. The next time it was a box of bell rolls. Assorted seafood meatballs, and assorted mushrooms, as well as the types of dipping sauces, have also been changing. There are also subtitles on the mahogany table, insulated dining table, lock in freshness and keep warm. Xia Jinji took a bottle of ice cola and put a box of steaming fried rice noodles on it. When you turned on the coconut pot and baked it next to the ice cola, and turned on the mushroom air conditioner to blow on the fried rice noodles, the result was very surprising. After removing the coconut pot and the mushroom air conditioner, the ice cola was still very cold, and the fried rice noodles were still steaming hot. This heat preservation effect is amazing. What a great dining table. Although we just finished dinner, no one could resist the seafood hot pot. Let's take a hawthorn pill to help digestion and eat it first. The dining table in the corridor was put away and replaced with a 12-seater heat preservation dining table. The chili hot pot in the middle of the dining table was covered with a transparent glass lid with a concave handle. When the hot pot is not in use, the lid is covered and it becomes a beautiful mahogany dining table. The lid was opened and the soup in the soup pot was boiling. Uncle Joe took out some beef offal and fat beef rolls grown by the cowherd from the refrigerator, and brought a basin of Grandma's vegetable basket. After several times of germination, he took out coriander, watercress, and other green vegetables from the basket. Of course, he did not forget to put the wine glasses he bought for everyone. The white porcelain wine bottle is not just for decoration, it is filled with good wine. Several kinds of wine have been produced, including wine, rice wine, beer, white wine, vodka, whiskey. In addition to people, there are also animals watching eagerly. One table is definitely not enough. With the addition of cats and dogs, at least 3 tables must be set up. Xiaoyu, produce another golden retriever. When you produced the second table, Uncle Joe, who was envious of the dog, couldn't help but said. When you smiled and responded. The seedlings planted by others will not grow into living things. The seedlings planted by Chen Er must be produced. If you plant a hat, you will grow a hat first. If you want to plant a dog. Chen Er thought about it, and asked her brother Rong to help pry up a floor tile where the golden retriever grew and plant the floor tile in a new flower pot. However, when you produced the dog, it was not a golden retriever, but a snow-white Pomeranian. The variety produced is still random. Then I want a blackback. Uncle Joe was so happy. It was obvious that he liked blackbacks more than golden retrievers. When you raised a Pomeranian herself. When the little sister saw the Pomeranian, her eyes lit up, which showed that she liked it very much. Then when you gave birth to a large summer garden dog, 2 sheepdogs, a blackback, a French bulldog, a pug, and a husky. Uncle Joe wanted the blackback. Grandpa Rome liked the large summer garden dog. The two sheepdogs were chosen by Ankir and Xia Jinji. I just like pugs and French bulldogs. Linju asked for two each. The two looked like brothers, and their silly and cute expressions were almost like they were carved from the same mold. Ankir picked up her sheepdog and looked at Linju with a little meaning. Xia Jinji held another sheepdog next to Ankir. It happened to be a male and a female. Don't say it, they look like a couple. Sun Binbin and Linju are indeed good brothers, one with a golden retriever and the other with a husky, and they all accepted it with a smile. The dogs raised can be raised like cattle and horses, and handed over to the Pang to take care of them. They are very easy to raise, and adding more is not a problem. Even Lin Xiaopeng, who always pretended to cry and cheated Lin Ju for snacks, became addicted to planting seedlings and picking snacks after getting a few pots of seedlings. He no longer sticks to Lin Ju, and has learned to raise himself. This time when he went out to mine, he also saved a lot of private money, enough to support himself for a long time. Except for Grandpa Rong, who took in Deju, and when you gave birth to a ragdoll cat, no one else raised a cat. Chenru himself was satisfied with having a Depang cub, and Rongchu really didn't like to raise small animals. He raised a Rong Chiochio freely because his mind was on his girlfriend. But as for the others, Shinru glanced at the few people who didn't raise cats and smiled secretly. If you don't raise one now, it will be really fragrant sooner or later. 3 round tables were set up, with cows, horses, cats and dogs sitting together. Depang sat at the intersection of 2 tables, serving as the host of both tables. The hot pot was started, with the sound of people, cows, horses, cats and dogs barking. It was really like the new year, very lively. It's been a long time since I had seafood. Chapter 135. Linju ate until his mouth was full of oil, sighing with satisfaction. Others were no less satisfied. Chin Er had just taken a sip of soup when he suddenly remembered that the freshly baked chili seedlings had not yet been sent to Guogua's supermarket and the official side. He quickly took out the letter paper and packed 2 pots to send out, not forgetting to notify both sides via Feishuan. The news was also posted on the official account of the Light of the End of the World, and Shuyin soon became lively again. Not long after, some people ran to Guogua's supermarket to queue up to buy. Those who bought it immediately posted it in the comment area to show off, successfully making those who couldn't get the first-hand spiritual plants cry with envy. At this moment, several people ate while watching the Shuyin projection released by Sun Binbin. The official mining team has arrived at the new mining area, and some people have synchronized the mining progress to Shuyin. Someone else filmed the changes in the panda field from its establishment to the present, and uploaded the video to Shuyin. It was crazily liked by Shuyin friends, and soon became one of the top 10 popular videos. From the beginning, it was empty and bare, to now, there are beautiful buildings with spiritual plants everywhere. It looks nothing special at ordinary times, but it is really shocking to watch it in a video. Watching the video and eating hot pot, everyone's hands were not idle. They put the flower pots in front of them, and continued to play with Santa Claus's hat. This time, the hat blind box has rich gifts. It takes many crops to get the same thing once, and everyone's interest has not diminished. Even the foodie animal group ate, and played at the same time, and the cool big fat orange even played a serious sense of stealing. As soon as he opened his own gift, he stretched his cat head to look into the hat of the golden retriever on the left. While the golden retriever was licking the soup with his tongue, the cat's claws quickly reached over to scoop out a small bag of multi-flavored peanuts, and put it into the fish roll lucky bag he had just received and hid it. The golden retriever raised his eyelids in confusion when he heard the rustling sound, but at this time, the big fat orange was already eating the fish slices. The dog didn't see anything and continued to indulge in the fragrant bone soup. At this time, the big fat orange finished eating the fish slices and started business again. You can't catch a wool. This time it set its sights on the hat of Rong Chiochio on the right. Aiming at Rong Chiochio eating seafood meatballs, it quickly put its claws into the hat, took out a rainbow lollipop, and skillfully put it into its own fish roll lucky bag. It didn't think it was enough, so it changed seats with the golden retriever and set its sights on Queen Zhou, the cow of Uncle Zhou's family. Lin Ju had just finished eating a crab and looked up to see the situation at the animal table. Coincidentally, he saw the big fat orange claws reaching into Queen Zhou's hat and took out a crystal ball with 2 koi from it. With a flick, the crystal ball slid into the fish roe bag hanging on the cat's neck. Lin Ju opened his mouth and stared at Depangju for a long time. He wanted to steal it and raise it. What's going on, however, that thing just now? Lin Ju thought he was seeing things, and wanted to confirm it. He stood up and walked over to pick up Depangju. He wanted to dig its fish roe bag, But the cat raised its paw and showed him its sharp claws. Lin Ju swallowed his saliva and immediately looked at Chen Er. You come. What for? Chen Er was eating the prawns that Rong Shu fed her. Look at the Ju's fish roe bag. It just stole a crystal ball from Queen Zhou's hat. There were 2 koi in it. I just saw them swimming in it. They might be alive. Alive? Several people were interested, and Chen Er held the fat orange. The furry one with its claws shining towards Lin Ju was very well behaved in the arms of Chen Er, the biological mother, and the fish roe lucky bag that the baby was not allowed to touch was also opened by Chen Er. It's really alive. As soon as Chen Er took out the crystal ball, everyone saw clearly that there were 2 koi fish, one black and one red, entwined with each other, blowing bubbles and swimming comfortably. The crystal ball looked hard, but it felt soft in the hand, just like holding a ball of water. The water inside was not full, and the 2 koi fish would swim to the surface from time to time, spraying water into the sky like a fountain from their mouths. The sprayed water condensed into colorful clouds and mist in the crystal ball, which was magnificent. After Chen Er held the crystal ball, he sensed the relevant information of the crystal ball and was very happy. This ball is made of water. It will open when put in water. As she said that, she took out a coconut pot without a crystal core, filled half of the pot with water, and put the crystal ball in. As soon as the round crystal ball entered the water, it melted immediately and became part of the water. Without the restriction of the crystal ball, the 2 little koi began to swim around in the pot, exploring this world that was wider than the crystal ball. Chen Er took a spoon to pick up the koi, and as soon as they were out of the water, the crystal ball automatically wrapped the 2 koi in it. Uncle Joe thought, is this ball the domain of these 2 fish? Chen Er nodded. It's the water domain. With this domain, they will not die even if they leave the water. As she spoke, she let go of her hand. As soon as she let go, the 2 koi floated in the air with a crystal ball. Sun Binbin looked at this scene in amazement. This is amazing. Fish can float everywhere in the future. 2 fishes floated in the corridor, swam into room 802, swam straight to the balcony, and fell into a lotus pond with a pot of lotus root seedlings. Grandpa Rong followed the fish in, and came out with the pot in his arms with a happy face. They can find a home by themselves. As he said this, he walked towards room 801 with the pot in his arms. Yu, this pot is for Grandpa. Grandpa will help you take care of it, and I will make sure it is plump and white. What could Chen Er say? The old man liked it, so of course he agreed. In the end, everyone drank up all the soup in the hot pot. It was so delicious. After eating cleanly, it was time to wash the pot. The chili pot could be taken off the table, the residue was poured out, and it was cleaned with a water gun. If you want to make your own soup base and put it in to cook, you can add boiling water directly, and the chili pot will keep boiling. After eating and drinking and cleaning up, Lin Ju took out the lantern from the gift hat and fiddled with it. The lantern can be folded like an umbrella. When it is opened and fixed, it is a big round red lantern with beautiful tassels underneath. But there is no light bulb or anything like that inside, only a lamp stand for lamps. Lin Ju took out a small glowing potato and put it in, and the lantern immediately lit up, emitting a bright red light. How about hanging this on the gate of the yard downstairs? 2 lanterns were opened, one on each side. Others had no objection, so Lin Ju took the lantern and went out. Although it is not the Chinese New Year yet, it is festive and beautiful to hang it as a decoration. Couplets and window decorations were not posted, and they were saved for the Chinese New Year. Sun Binbin followed, holding several strings of chili firecrackers, as well as firecrackers and skyrockets. For boys, age does not affect their play. Chen Er also likes to play, pulling Rong Shu and dragging the animal group behind him, following behind the 2. Except for Grandpa Rong and Uncle Zhou who went to rest, and Xia Jinji, and when you also went downstairs together. Playing with fireworks and firecrackers is more fun when there are more people. As they went downstairs, several people showed off their spicy strips one by one. Hiss. Hiss. Chapter 136. It was the sound of Lin Ju eating, while being spicy. His face was red from the spiciness, but he couldn't stop eating, showing his strong appetite for food. It was even colder at night. Rong Shu took off the gift of the god of fire from the snowman and put it on Chen Er. After eating spicy noodles, Chen Er actually didn't feel cold even when wearing short sleeves, but there is a kind of cold that makes your boyfriend think you are cold. However, when the gift of the god of fire was put on, a magical feeling of neither cold nor hot appeared. In addition, this cloak is thin and loose, comfortable to wear, and there are beautiful white fur on the collar and cuffs. Chen Er quickly fell in love with it. As soon as they left the yard, the night wind was quite strong, blowing Lin Ju and Sun Binbin's clothes backwards, but only Chen Er's hair was blown by the wind, when you walked behind her and noticed that her cloak was not moving. Her eyes lit up. She was not cold at first, but she took out one and put it on. She immediately realized the wonder. This clothes is not only warm, but also windproof. The kind that the wind can't blow away. Put your hand on the cloak to feel it. The wind blew over, and it seemed that before it touched the clothes, it split into two streams, like a trickle hitting a stone, and flowed away from both sides. Chen Er rubbed his neck against the white fluff around the collar, put his hand into the sleeves that also had a circle of white hair, squinted comfortably, and added, "It's also waterproof and fireproof." Lin Ju and Sun Binbin in front heard it, and put on the cloak. Lin Ju also took out a coconut pot, and lit the clothes. "It won't catch fire no matter what, it's really fireproof. Take out the faucet and pour water on it, and it rolls down the hem of the cloak to the ground, without any trace of water on the cloak." What a magical dress! Several people simply put on their cloaks. Seeing that everyone was neat and tidy, Chen Er also put one on each animal. When playing with fireworks, it is necessary to prevent fire. 7 little red-dressed people and red-dressed animals hung lanterns in the yard, played with fireworks, and the firecrackers crackled, accompanied by different BGMs, attracting many tenants, especially many children. Chen Er took out his hat, and gave gifts to everyone. The atmosphere was lively, and suddenly moisture dripped from the sky. It started with just a little bit, and gradually became dense. With the light of the glowing little potato, Chen Er raised his hand, and received a handful of blood. In an instant, a corrosive burning sensation rose from the palm of his hand, accompanied by severe pain. "Hiss!" Chen Er cried out in pain. Others were not spared, and various exclamations came from all around. "Ah! Ah! It hurts! Wow! Mom!" Some people were wearing short sleeves, and their arms were corroded. Some people were dripped on their faces. As the blood spread, their faces were instantly disfigured and unbearable to look at. Rongshu reacted quickly, took out the faucet to wash the blood off Chenru's hands, and quickly hid in the building with him. At the same time, the mental tentacles rolled up the slow-reacting people outside and hid together. "Is this red fog rain?" A group of people looked at the blood-red raindrops falling outside in horror. The lemon air blocked the red fog, but let the red fog gather into clouds in the sky, brewing the red fog rain. The entire panda area was covered with blood in an instant. In addition to the sound of rain, there were also screams of fear from the crowd, the cries of children in fear, and the screams of people flying at high altitudes being drenched by the red fog rain. Xia Jinji was busy again. Chenru's injured hand was healed quickly, and so were the other people's disfigured faces and corroded flesh. But there were more people suffering outside, holding lotus leaf umbrellas and desperately squeezing into the hospital. The hospital was soon full, and there were not enough people. After Xia Jinji treated the people in the building, he quickly put on the wing patch and went to the hospital with a lotus leaf umbrella to provide support. The children were sent home by the adults, and many of the cured people also put on the wing patch and followed to the hospital to help. Another sleepless night. Many people were accidentally hit by the red mist raindrops. The hospital was busy until dawn, and there were still a steady stream of injured people being sent. Some were from other safe zones, and were sent here by plane overnight. There was no way, the healing ability was too rare, and some safe zones did not have a single healing ability person. To save people, they could only send them to the nearest place where there were healing abilities. Fortunately, no one was transformed into a zombie, and the animal group was all the fruits grown by Meow Meow, so they were not affected by the red fog rain, at least not to the point of being burned out. The red fog rain that lasted one night not only affected the panda territory, but also other safe areas on the Blue Star. The Shrine was already in an uproar. Fingjia is overstimulated every day. I almost saw God today. I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, and suddenly I had a whim to take a closer look at whether there were any monsters hidden in the red cloud. As a result, as soon as I flew high in the sky, the red fog rain fell on my head. I flew too high, and couldn't get down to the ground for a while. In a panic, I luckily got into the fish roll lucky bag, and luckily I wasn't corroded into a skeleton by the red fog rain. Daxia, why can the host's ability be like this if Fingjia is overstimulated every day? Think too much, brother. How can the red fog leave you bones? If you are really corroded into a skeleton, just wait for peace of mind to enter the small box. Fingjia is overstimulated every day. Shivering.jpg. Jijigyu is still alive today. It's terrible. Even the red mist rain has come out, and I can't even go out in the future. Daxia lotus leaf umbrella at Jijigyu is still alive today. Pat your head, don't be afraid, there are lotus leaves to avoid water, you can still go out with an umbrella. Ollie I love wing sticker, although the red mist rain is terrible, with a light body wing sticker, all troubles become easy. Ollie I love wing sticker uploaded a video taken by a mobile phone. In the video, he flew in the rain with wing stickers on his head, and a giant lotus leaf umbrella was opened on his head. The handle of the lotus leaf umbrella was also attached with wing stickers, floating in the air above his head. He tied the handle with a red rope made of peach fruit stems, and let it like a hydrogen balloon. Ollie I love wing sticker. By the way, I posted a video to make everyone happy video, Ollie I love wing sticker. Posted a video of growing a giant hat, and a Christmas tree in the hat. Ollie I love wings post. Unexpected, right? Ha ha. It's no wonder that I flew to the panda territory overnight to buy the first-hand pepper spirit plant. A Christmas tree actually bloomed in my hat. Thank ya ghost face pumpkin. Great news. I was still regretting why there was only Santa Claus's hat, but no Christmas tree. I didn't expect that the Christmas tree was hidden in the hat. Although the red mist rain incident was very heavy, there were still many people who found joy in suffering and posted some happy things to share with everyone. Chin Air was browsing the potato sound and looking at the situation in each safe zone. Seeing that there were no major casualties, he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 137. It was almost noon now. The injured in the hospital had been treated almost completely, and there was no need for too many people to help. Not long after she brushed her lips, she was so sleepy that she fell asleep in Rongshu's arms. When she woke up again, it was already night. A strong arm held her in his arms, and she lay on the moon boat. Chin Air opened her eyes, and saw the man's white neck and sexy Adam's apple. When she looked over, the protruding Adam's apple moved, making people want to kiss and bite it. Chin Air was still in a daze, and not fully awake. She subconsciously followed her inner thoughts, and did it. The muscles under her hands instantly tightened, the heat rose, and the hand holding her waist tightened. When Chin Air realized what she had done, she didn't realize that she had done anything wrong, and she kept touching Rongshu's chest through the cloth. Again! Rongshu's breathing became rapid, and he grabbed her hand that was causing trouble. Chin Air placed her chin on his chest, tilted her head, and looked at him with sparkling eyes. Rongshu couldn't help it, and a light kiss fell on the girl's eyelids that trembled like butterfly wings. He couldn't stop kissing her, and he almost went off. But at the critical moment, Rongshu could always control himself with his terrifying self-control. Brother Rong, will you get sick if you do this? Chin Air looked down with watery eyes after being kissed. The fire that Rongshu had just suppressed in his body suddenly ignited again. Chin Air saw that he was in so much pain that veins popped out of his forehead, and he felt so distressed. Without condoms, Brother Rong was afraid that she would get pregnant, so she endured it every time. After all, the end of the world is not a good time to get pregnant. Should I plant some condoms? But when I thought about planting condoms, Chin Air felt so ashamed. Let's put the matter of planting condoms aside for now. Chin Air reached out. Brother Rong, let me help you. Rongshu's breathing stagnated. When the two came out of Rongshu's room 801, Rongshu was full of satisfaction. In front of him floated Chin Air's facial doll, and his mental tentacles combed the doll into a beautiful bun. Chin Air's cheeks were flushed, and the man held his hands after work, kneading and squeezing them to relieve the soreness. The two took a break in the empty living room, and waited for Chin Air's bun to be tied and arranged properly before holding hands and leaving 801. Chin Air fell asleep at lunchtime. The others also came back from the hospital, rested and recovered their spirits. At this moment, they gathered in the living room of 802, holding a video conference with Qin Huan, Yin Weiguang, Su Zhang and other official leaders to discuss the issue of red mist rain. The animals were playing mahjong at the mahjong table, and they were having a blast. From time to time, the sound of mahjong tiles hitting the table could be heard, mixed with the sounds of moo, woof, meow, whisper, and the whimper of the overly excited big fatty. Chin Air glanced at the door and ignored it, pulling Rongshu to sit at the dining table in the corridor for dinner. Uncle Zhou had left food for the two of them, and placed it on the insulated dining table in coconut pots, and stewed goo with lids. It was still fresh and hot when opened. Hey, donkey hide gelatin and black chicken soup? Has anyone grown black chickens? Chin Air opened a peach porcelain stewed goo, and saw donkey hide gelatin and black chicken meat in it. Chin Air knew that donkey hide gelatin and black chicken were candied fruits from the hat. The chickens grown from lotus root seedlings were hens among free-range chickens. Others had grown big roosters and old hens, but this was the first time they had seen black chickens. Grown by the tenant downstairs, Just delivered this afternoon. Uncle Joe cooked a pot of salt and pepper shrimps. Rongshu used his mental tentacles to quickly peel the shrimp shells and feed them to his girlfriend. He held the crystal core in his left hand to absorb and practice, and held Chen Er's left hand with his right hand. His mental tentacles also rolled up a spoon to scoop soup for the two of them to drink. He was busy with 3 or 4 things at once. Chen Er was a waste who opened his mouth as if he was eating. He ate a mouthful of soup fed by Rongshu and a shrimp fed by Rongshu, and his cheeks were bulging. While eating, the two of them pricked up their ears to listen to the discussion coming from the living room of 802. After eating and drinking and cleaning up the table, the two of them entered the living room of 802, open Fission, and accepted the video conference invitation. Currently, the red clouds only appear over the major safe zones. Outside the safe zones, only some places where more bottled air is released have red fog. Yin Heng, who led a large team to go out to mine, was also pulled to the meeting. But we can't stop releasing air. The red clouds will only increase, a vicious cycle. And Kur said. She sat next to Xia Jinji, scrolling through various videos of red mist rain on Shuyin, extracting useful information, and occasionally opening her mouth to eat a piece of Lay's potato chips that Xia Jinji fed her. Sun Binbin sat opposite the two of them, watching her cousin follow in brother Rong's footsteps, with a face full of regret. It's really not good to fall in love, just serving your girlfriend every day. What's more terrible is that while serving people, he still smiles like a fool. Red Cloud can't be solved for the time being, so we have to find a way to completely isolate the erosion of red mist rain. Yen Weiguang said. Su Zhang nodded. It's not convenient to go out with an umbrella. If you encounter a monster attack, it's easy to lose sight of one thing while taking care of another. What about you, little friend? Do you have any ideas? As soon as Qin Huan looked over, Chen Er immediately remembered the blueprint that she had thrown into some corner. She was strong and calm, and shook her head. It's inconvenient to hold an umbrella, so I have to wear something tighter. Clothes can block the red fog. That's a way. You can make protective clothing, use the material of coconut doors for the eyes, and make transparent goggles. Linju said. Yin Heng also agreed. Yes, the fruit itself can block the red fog, and it happens to be made of cloth grown from cotton candy. Seeing that everyone really started discussing, Chen Er frowned. It sounds troublesome, and this kind of all-encompassing clothes must be uncomfortable to wear. She quickly went through the existing fruits in her mind, and suddenly thought of something. Her eyes lit up, and interrupted everyone. Don't bother so much, there's a good thing, carry it with you, and you can definitely avoid the red fog rain. Everyone looked at her with expectation. What is it? Fish. Fish? Everyone looked confused, and they really couldn't think of how fish could avoid the red fog rain. Or Uncle Joe thought of something and guessed. Could it be the water field? I know. Sun Binbin slapped his thigh when he heard it. The water field of Koi can also wrap people up, right? Several people looked at Chen Er for confirmation. But Chen Er shook his index finger. It's not the water field. She smiled mysteriously. Koi, what does Koi represent? Good luck. Several people blurted out quickly or slowly. Yes. This is the lucky Koi. They also have the ability to bless with good luck. With the blessing of good luck, can you avoid the red mist rain? Essentially, it is to avoid attack damage, or in other words, when good luck comes, the damage that should have fallen on you will be offset, so you can avoid it. The weaker the attack, the more effective it is. Chapter 138. Chen Er said, it just so happens that the attack power of a single drop of red mist rain is very limited. It shouldn't be a problem to put the fish on your body and avoid the red mist rain. Then try it quickly. I go get it. Grandpa Rong immediately went back to 801 to get the pot of lotus root seedlings that Koi had settled in. When he brought the pot over, he was still at the door when laughter came in. Look, a litter of cubs has been born. The old man put the pot on the coffee table. When they got closer, they saw 2 large koi in the pot followed by 4 small koi. The whole family swam happily in the lotus pond. 2 of them were red and black like their parents, and the remaining 2 were 1 golden with red and 1 black and white, both very beautiful. Linju reached into the lotus pond and fished out the small black koi. Like the large one, it came with a crystal ball when it was fished out. If you fished 2 together, you would have 2 in 1 crystal ball. If you fished out 1 alone, you would have 1 with a crystal ball. The black koi crystal ball was fished out and given to Wenyu to induce labor. The crystal ball was buried in the soil, and soon a new Christmas hat was born. Yen Weiguang, who was watching from the other side of the video, looked disappointed. It's still a hat. Although it's interesting to open gifts from a hat, now is a special time, and Yin Weiguang just wants to see that you reap what you sow, and that koi will grow koi. However, when you picked up the hat and turned it over to see what was inside, Yin Weiguang swept away his disappointment, pointed at the screen, and laughed at Su Zhang and Qin Huan beside him. Ha ha, it's hidden here, and the gifts are all crystal balls. Good. Qin Huan couldn't help but pat his thigh. Meow, you can plant like this. Pongju, who came over to look around, got it. It crossed its 4 short legs quickly, ran to the balcony to pick a mini flower pot, and then took a piece of mud from the beggar chicken in the lotus pond and stuffed it into the flower pot, then took out a vanilla-flavored alpine lollipop, dug up the mud and stuffed it in. After planting, it schemingly brought the flower pot back, meowing, to ask the super-rich big brother Depang for crystal cores. Depang is worthy of being the big brother, he is very generous, and he doesn't care about this little brother, who likes to take advantage. He took out an empty fish roll lucky bag with his hairy claws, and gave some of his crystal cores, which are as many as crystal core mines, to Pongju. Pongju's teeth are as good as Depang's. He bit the crystal core into pieces in a few bites, and spit it into the flower pot, staring at it with his eyes. When the hat grows out, it picks up the hat with its 2 claws, and turns it over. Then he held the hat, and meowed non-stop, and his furry tail swung like a dog, and he was so happy. Chen Er took a look at the hat held in his paws. Wow, there were at least hundreds of vanilla lollipops in the hat. The thief cat was generous this time, and gave each of the brothers and sisters in the animal group 1 lollipop, and the fat brother, who had a crystal core, got an extra 1. It would be easy to use the koi to give birth to koi directly. When you quickly gave birth to enough koi for everyone, and each person got a koi crystal ball. When the crystal ball of the seed was also dug out, the koi inside was still fine, and it was put back into Grandpa Rong's lotus pond, and the family was reunited. Yin Weiguang and several other big leaders on the other side of the video also took action, ready to try the power of the koi good luck buff themselves. Before hanging up the video, Qin Huan cast his eyes on Chen Er, smiling, and Chen Er shuddered. I thought the big boss had some instructions, but unexpectedly Qin Huan just said, if you don't like to look at those drawings, don't look at them, it won't have much impact. Qin Huan understood what simplicity means in Chen Er. Aren't water repellent lotus leaves and moon boats good? Really good. So Chen Er doesn't need such complicated drawings to grow things. Chen Er was stunned at first, but her mood took off instantly when she realized it. She finally got rid of those drawings that could give people nightmares. Wow! Wow! After announcing the koi's good luck buff, and the method of directional koi birth on Chen Er and everyone else took the crystal ball, and flew outside to get wet in the rain. You don't have to carry the crystal ball close to you, just put it in the fish roll lucky bag you carry with you. The good luck buff is awesome. Even if there is a red cloud above your head, when you fly over with a crystal ball, the dense red mist raindrops will become sparse at the moment of falling, and will drip from the side of your body very naturally and coincidentally, without a single drop falling on you. Sun Binbin directly recorded the effect and uploaded it to Sheen, with the title after many twists and turns, you may think there is no way out. But after a while, you will find another village. The post quickly received likes, and was pinned to the top of the official account of the light of the end of the world. Koi is my favorite. I thought the lotus leaf umbrella was the ultimate weapon against the red mist rain, but I didn't expect the koi's good luck to come true. I almost fainted with happiness. Woo, how can there be such a lovely person as the OP in this world? Finally got a cat again. Who knows the pain of cat owners, who haven't touched a cat since the end of the world? I love the OP. OP's leg pendant. Another day of hugging the OP's thighs. It was obviously a post by Sun Binbin, but a bunch of OP's praises came into the comment section. After circling in the sky and giving Sun Binbin a thumbs up, Chen Er noticed the lotus pond in the yard, pulled Rongshu down, took out a koi crystal ball, and put it into the lotus pond. He did not forget to give each fish the same benefits as the animal group, and set a fish row blessing bag containing snacks and crystal cores. The water domain of koi is an independent space, which is different from ordinary water. There is no need to worry that the things in the fish row blessing bag will go bad in water. I believe that soon, the lotus pond will be full of koi. Seeing Chen Er putting koi into the lotus pond in the yard, others followed suit and flew to various places with lotus ponds in the domain, and put koi in. Everyone was relieved to confirm that the koi's good luck buff can really avoid the red fog rain. Flying back to the corridor on the 8th floor, Lin Ju and Sun Binbin, who were not wearing cloaks, shivered twice. It seems to be getting colder. The temperature is still dropping. Everyone has the official weather software installed on their phones. When you open her phone and saw, it's getting colder again, only 10 degrees. No wonder it's so cold. Lin Ju sniffed and took out the spicy strips to eat. Sun Binbin was also eating spicy strips. Compared to wearing a cloak, it was obvious that the two loved spicy strips more. After eating a spicy strip, the coldness of the whole body dissipated instantly. But spicy strips have a time limit for dispelling cold. Once the food is digested, the effect of dispelling cold will also disappear. But this limit is not a limit. Eating one spicy strip is not enough. Can't you eat a handful at a time? It's enough to maintain it for 1 or 2 hours. Puff. Look, I don't know which idiot is proposing in the rain with a bunch of white roses. Lin Ju sat at the dining table. It was so hot in the cold weather that he drank 2 bottles of iced Coke while browsing his phone, and laughing so hard that he almost sprayed the Coke in his mouth. While laughing, he projected the video he was watching on Shein for everyone to watch. Tian, marry me. Chapter 139. In the video, a fair-skinned and handsome man kneeled on one knee in the air, holding a bunch of white roses from Bonjuan brand in his hand. The heroine standing in front of him was Su Tian, who was familiar to everyone. What is this man thinking? Proposing with white roses? If there are no red roses, can't he find someone to weave them with red ropes? Can't he make a fake flower with red fabric? Otherwise, dye it with juice, and use peach mud to make pink roses. Which one is better than white roses? Lin Ju was still complaining, but the next second, the blood-red mist raindrops that avoided the 2 people fell on the white roses, quickly dyeing the white into red. The man in the video looked at Su Tian affectionately. Tian, look, even the damn red mist is blessing us. The video barrage was a series of so romantic, together, marry him. Su Tian cried and laughed, and took the flowers. Lin Ju couldn't laugh anymore. The clown turned out to be himself. The small group looked at Lin Ju with collective sympathy. Some people are single for a reason. It was getting late, so the group of people came back and didn't gather again. They went back to their homes to wash and rest, and practice before going to bed. Although I didn't want to become a rubber man, the effect of the digestive hawthorn pills was there, and it was impossible not to use it. With the digestive hawthorn pills, everyone's practice and promotion became easier. After taking a handful of hawthorn pills, a small mountain of crystal cores could be absorbed in 1 minute. After so many days, everyone except Chen Er has been promoted to level 6. The radius of Depang's domain has expanded to the limit of 6,000 kilometers in the past 2 days, and most of the countries on Blue Star have been included in the scope of the domain. In the past 2 days, there have been many thank you videos from other countries on the light of the end of the world and the official potato sound account, and the proportion of foreign exchange in Chen Er's rent has also increased. After saying goodnight to Rong Shu and the other 2 at the door, Chen Er went back to her room to wash up, and came out with Nkir to drive all the animals, who were still playing mahjong, to bed. The cats and dogs were arranged in their own nests just like the cows and horses, and then the 2 sisters went to the balcony while chatting, watering the seedlings and loosening the mud, taking care of each pot. There was nothing special she wanted to plant, so Chen Er didn't move the seedlings to sleep with her. After taking care of the balcony, she went back to her room and counted the crystal cores while practicing. She felt sleepy and fell asleep in seconds after closing her eyes. During this sleep, Chen Er dreamed that a pot of rose seeds on the balcony had sprouted, and a rose flower grew out and lay horizontally on the pot. A garden with flower beds, hills, lakes, and pavilions grows out of the outline. Species, rose. Fruit, rose garden. A beautiful world needs beautiful flowers to embellish it. On the horizontal rose outline, at the position of the straight and slender thorny branches, a garden path is paved with white jade. The jade on the path has lifelike green leaves and red roses with anti-slip patterns. This garden path alone is so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off it. On the left and right sides of the path, the outlines of 2 rose leaves are staggered. On one side of the leaves is a blue lake, and on the other side of the leaves is a mini stone mountain. At the end of the path, at the position of the rose flower outline, there is a flower bed full of roses of various colors. 2 jade paths that are thinner than the branches are interspersed between the flower beds, outlining the outlines of 2 rose petals, leading to a pavilion with a green roof and red pillars at the end. The pavilion is an octagon with flying eaves and pointed corners. It is open on all 8 sides, and has a top made of winding green rose branches and leaves. The center of the top is erected like a spire, with a long sword-shaped, golden and green tiger skin orchid leaf growing on it, with rose-shaped patterns on both sides of the leaf. Below the top are 8 white jade pillars, which are carved with blood-red roses, almost completely covering the snow-white jade pillars. On both sides of the pavilion's entrance and exit are white jade benches without railings, with three-dimensional green leaves and red roses carved on the side edges. In addition to the 3 lines of subtitles above the entire garden, subtitles are also floating on the pavilion, flowerbed, lake edge, and mini stone mountain in the garden. At the top of the pavilion, a line of golden subtitles floated on the long sword-shaped tiger skin orchid, flying sword. Do you want to fly like an immortal? I can make your wish come true. On the outline of the flowerbed is divided into 3 parts by the jade path at the position of the 2 petal lines. In each flowerbed, there are hundreds of flowers in full bloom, colorful and beautiful. There are roses, hydrangeas, camellias, tulips, irises, daisies, orchids, peonies. There seems to be no seasonal restrictions in the flowerbed, and flowers of different seasons are blooming. Except for the roses themselves, every petal, stem, leaf, and stalk of other flowers has fine rose patterns. And the roses themselves do not have thorny branches. Each rose is like a cut flower branch inserted into the soil, with only 1 or 2 leaves and small thorns growing out of the flowerbed. If you look closely, you will find that there are some special roses growing in the flowerbed. At first glance, you think they are black roses, jujube red roses, khaki roses. But when you take a closer look, which one is the rose? Although the branches are rose branches, the black rose flowers are clearly made of black sesame seeds. The jujube red roses are made of red dates. The khaki ones are made of ginseng roots. There are also yellow-green Dendrobium officinale roses, bright red wolfberry roses, crystal-clear yellow rock sugar roses, and milky yellow honey roses. Each rose is a different medicinal material that just grows into the shape of a rose. The same subtitle is floating on all 3 flower beds. Rose flower bed. You can have any kind of rose you want. Looking at the horizontal outline of the rose leaves, on the edge of the lake, on the embankment, in addition to a weeping willow with rose-patterned branches and leaves. There is also a circle of colorful condom flowers with rose-patterned patterns all over the body. There are no leaves under the flowers, only umbrella-shaped long stems with curved hooks, which are bent in the direction facing the lake. At the end of each stem is a condom of different colors, suspended in the air above the lake, swaying in the wind. On the condoms, like a relay, one after another, the same subtitle floats: condom flowers, unspeakable uses, I have all kinds of flavors. Then look at the mini stone mountain on the other side. The entire mountain is made of stones of different colors. The surface of the stone is also covered with rose patterns, and the stones are large or small, with various shapes. In addition to the gray-white raw stones, there are also gray-white and gold-colored gold stones, as well as silver-colored silver stones with cross-sections, revealing a small piece of white jade, a whole flawless emerald jade, round and full, large pink pearls, like goose bumps all over the surface of the stone, a small piece of purple diamond protruding from the surface of the gray-white stone, and a small piece of coral growing like a deer antler. It turned out to be a mountain of raw jewelry stones. Chapter 140. She planted a small garden. Chen-Er was so happy. There are lakes, mountains, flowers, and pavilions. I am such a genius. Well, everything else is fine, but this pavilion is empty. As she thought, she sketched out a stone table in the same style as the pavilion. A white marble table with red rose carvings was sketched out bit by bit. First it was an outline, then the outline became real, then there was color, and then there were lines. At first the shape was a little crooked, then it became smoother, and the lines became more and more rounded, until an exquisite and beautiful rose stone table appeared in the center of the pavilion. With experience, Chen-Er worked hard and matched the stone table with 4 beautiful white jade rose stone benches. After sketching the stone table and stone benches, she let out a long breath, and a strong sense of fatigue came over her. She dreamed and fell asleep in the dream. After waking up from a nap, Chen-Er opened her eyes and met Rongshu's tense face. Chen-Er didn't react when she found herself lying on the bed in Rongshu's arms, but she subconsciously rubbed against Rongshu's arms. "Brother Rong, I don't know when you came." Seeing Chen-Er wake up, Rongshu's tense expression was obviously relaxed. He kissed the top of Chen-Er's head, hugged her tightly with one hand, and stroked her long hair with the other hand. "It's afternoon, Yu. You have slept from last night until now." "Afternoon?" She slept until the afternoon of the next day? Chen-Er was shocked. But soon she remembered that she had sketched a stone table and stone bench in her dream, and probably guessed the reason. She excitedly climbed up from Rongshu's arms. "Brother Rong, I dreamed of planting a small rose garden last night. Did you see it?" "I saw it, it's beautiful." Rongshu's mental tentacles took out a pot of rose seedlings from the fish roe bag he carried with him, and brought it to Chen-Er. Wow! Chen-Er hugged the seedlings and looked at the beautiful small garden in the pot in amazement. Although she had seen it in her dreams, it did not prevent her from being amazed by the seedlings she planted. She is really amazing. Chen-Er pointed at the pavilion, and was eager to share. Brother Rong, look at the table and stools in the pavilion. They were not there originally. I thought of them bit by bit. After thinking of the table and stools, I started to feel sleepy. It must be because of this that I slept for so long. The remaining tension on Rongshu's face disappeared, and he pulled the person who got up back into his arms and hugged him tightly. You, if you need anything in the future, wake up and make up for it, okay? Don't let yourself sleep too long. Chen-Er felt that Rongshu was in a bad mood, and immediately felt guilty, and hugged the man's waist tightly. Brother Rong, it's all my fault. I scared you. The two of them stayed together for a while, and Chen-Er's stomach growled. Brother Rong, I'm hungry. Rongshu took something out of the fish roe bag he carried with him again. Took out a stew and a spoon. He opened the lid of the stewed goo and scooped up a spoonful of soup. Red date stewed chicken soup. Fill your stomach first, Uncle Joe is making dinner. The soup contains red dates, longan, and wolfberry, which is fragrant and sweet. The chicken is Chen-Er's favorite wings and legs, tender and smooth. Chen-Er sat on the bed, drank 2 mouthfuls of soup, and ate a chicken leg. His stomach felt better, and suddenly he remembered something, with an annoyed face. Brother Rong, I haven't washed up yet. It doesn't matter, I don't mind. Rongshu's voice was low and smiling. As he spoke, he pecked Chen-Er's greasy mouth lightly. After the kiss, he did not forget to use his mental power to remove the bones from the chicken wings, and continued to feed him. The meat was brought to her mouth, and Chen-Er subconsciously started eating again, feeling happy. Her brother Rong didn't dislike her anymore, so she wouldn't dislike herself either. After drinking a bowl of chicken soup, Chen-Er got up, washed, changed clothes, and went out to the living room with Miao Miao and Rongshu. In the living room, Winnie moved a small stool and sat next to the coffee table. On the coffee table in front of her were several peach vases of different styles, and several white porcelain wine bottles of different sizes. The vases and wine bottles were full of beautiful flower arrangements. The young lady was still trimming pink roses and inserting them into the white porcelain wine bottle in front of her. While arranging the flowers, she hummed a song. When she saw Chen-Er coming out, her eyes lit up. You, are you awake? Sister, you finally woke up. We were scared to death. Sun Binbin flew over on a tiger skin orchid flying sword. Lin Ju was also playing with the flying sword, but he didn't fly by stepping on it. Instead, he put 2 fingers together and gestured, controlling the flying sword to whiz around in the living room, leaving many scratches on the originally smooth wall. Seeing Chen-Er come out, he made a finger hook gesture, retracted the flying sword and looked over. You turned into a pig today and slept for so long? This person opened his mouth like a dog. Except for Uncle Joe who was cooking, everyone else was in the living room. Grandpa Rong didn't play chess either, he was stimulating the birth of honey roses. Put the stimulating roses into peach paste jars. After picking the rose-shaped honey, it will change from solid to viscous liquid, which is no different from normal honey. Seeing her come out, Grandpa Rong also stepped forward and asked with concern, You, are you feeling unwell? Xia Jinji and Enkur, who were collecting herbs and picking pearls, got up and walked over. Is it too energy-consuming to stimulate the birth of this garden? Everyone was worried about her. Chen-Er quickly told the reason why she slept too long to reassure everyone. I have no experience this time. I will do what I can in the future. Sun Binbin swallowed his saliva. Sister, are you going to become a god? You can think. Something directly. What's the difference between this and the creator? Chen-Er pretended to be humble. It's not that exaggerated. No one thought she was really humble. She was just showing off. After getting along for a long time, who doesn't know her character? Seeing that Chen-Er was fine, Sun Binbin hooked Lin Ju's shoulder. You can't use it in the room. Let's go, Brother Lin, let's fly outside. The two flew out on the tiger skin orchid flying sword. Don't play too long. Get ready for dinner. Uncle Joe's voice sounded outside the corridor. Got it. Chen-Er secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everyone's attention was not on the condom flower. Just as she thought of this, when you winked at her and smiled. You, the rose seedlings have been sent to the government and supermarkets. Everyone especially likes the condom flowers you planted. Chen-Er, It's a little early to relax. Although she felt socially dead, she still gritted her teeth and turned on the potato sound. the rising man of Fingjia, who knows the pain of hugging and kissing my wife every day. I've been looking forward to it for a long time, and finally I got condoms. Aioli Fajian and condoms are great. I love Fajian, and I love condom flowers. Dasha Nuhilu Holmes. My wife loves me more. So proud. JPG. By the way, how did the host suddenly grow condom flowers? Dasha Cotton Juju Z. Yes. Why did I suddenly grow condom flowers? Chapter 141. Daba Life and Harmony. Yes, why? Dasha Nuhilu Holmes. The experience is very good. Dasha Opie my dad. The wheel ran over my face. Cover your face. The baby is still a child. Mrs. Ollie Rose. I like the garden very much, especially the condom flowers growing by the lake, everyone knows. Dasha Balloon. How can I say it? My child insisted that the condom flowers are balloons, and I can't help but blow them up for him. Dasha Sanbao's mother at Dasha Balloon. When condoms are serious, they are balloons. Dasha save crystal cores to raise girlfriends. Condoms are invincible. Long live condoms. Long live the OP who planted condoms. Chen Air couldn't stand it anymore. The condom flower posts dominated the screen, and the comments were full of condoms. It was enough. She glanced at Rong Shu's expression. Well, there was nothing unusual on her brother Rong's face. Her brother Rong is still emotionally stable. It's just a condom. Look how excited these people are. Just as she was thinking with contempt, she saw her emotionally stable brother Rong took out a condom flower seriously, put it into a small flower pot, and then threw a handful of broken crystal cores into it, and soon gave birth to a circle of condom flowers without lakes and weeping willows. Then, Chen Air watched Rongshu pick the condom flowers one by one, carefully and meticulously, stacked them neatly, and never mixed up the heads and tails, and put 7 in a stack into the fish roe lucky bag. After a moment of silence, Chen Air looked around and saw that no one was paying attention, so he leaned close to his ear and asked him tentatively, Brother Rong, have you calculated 1 stack a week? 1 stack a day. Rongshu answered subconsciously, with a rare excitement in his voice. When he realized what he said, his breath stagnated, and he looked at Chen Air. His handsome face was stunned. Chen Air, His emotions were indeed very stable. She put her hands on her waist, and looked at Rongshu seriously. Brother Rong, you must have remembered it wrong. This is 1 stack a week, right? Indulgence is harmful to the body, and her brother Rong's dangerous idea must be nipped in the bud. Rongshu's 7 times excitement instantly decreased by 6 times. After a while, under Chen Air's covetous eyes, he spoke with difficulty. You are right, I remembered it wrong, it is 1 stack a week. Chen Air was satisfied. She threw her mobile phone into the fish roe lucky bag, shifted her attention, and pulled out the tiger skin orchid flying sword from the pavilion of rose seedlings. When the flying sword was inserted into the pavilion, the tip of the sword was facing upwards, and the hilt was embedded in the pavilion, and could not be seen. It looked like a leaf of tiger skin plant, but when it was pulled out, it was a sword with a short handle. The hilt and the blade were the same rose-patterned tiger skin orchid color. The usage was also very simple, and it was also to drip blood to recognize the owner. The flying sword that was picked was about 1 meter long and 30 centimeters wide. The thickness was the thickness of the tiger skin orchid leaf. After dripping blood to recognize the owner, it communicated with the owner's mind, and the size could be controlled and changed according to the owner's mind. It could not only carry people to fly, but also point and poke. Chen Air pointed at the flying sword and poked it against the wall a few times. Cutting the wall was just like cutting tofu. The sword body easily sank into the wall. Good sword. Chen Air patted his flying sword with satisfaction, and turned to look at Rongshu. The man was still stubbornly putting on 7 condoms, with an unwilling look on his face. Brother Rong. Ching called him again, hooked her little hand at him, her eyes sparkling. I'm going to fly out. Do you want to go? Rongshu's hand was faster than his thoughts, and he reached out, and was hooked by her. Holding her hand, the only reluctance on his face was replaced by doting. He put away the condom, and walked to the coconut door with Chen Air. Chen Air controlled the flying sword to enlarge it proportionally to 1 meter wide, and the two stepped on it together. After standing firm, she moved her mind, and the flying sword swooshed out the door. With Rongshu's protection, she was not afraid of losing her balance if she rushed too fast. She just staggered back, and was hugged by Rongshu. Yo-hoo! As soon as she flew out, she heard Sun Binbin's excited roar from afar. There was more than 1 person riding a flying sword around, and men, women, old and young couldn't help but step on the sword and carry the koi with them. They ignored the red mist and rain and flew across the field. Although they jumped around everywhere, it was still a bit difficult to control the flying sword to collide with it. Chen Er lost interest in playing for less than 3 minutes, so she switched to sightseeing mode, took out the sofa, and sat on Rongshu's flying sword. Before going out, she specifically asked Uncle Zhou that dinner would be served in about 10 minutes, which was enough time for her and brother Rong to go around the community. As soon as the rose garden was built, Uncle Zhou led people to add several flower beds to the community, some with pavilions and some without pavilions. In addition to the flower beds, a small lake with willows and condom flowers was placed in the community. The smallest lake is twice the size of the largest lotus pond, and the lake water is not azure blue, but a noble purple. The flower beds, original stone mountains, and lakes grown from rose seedlings are all randomly changed. This crop of fruit has tulips and honey roses. The next crop of fruit is lilies and ganoderma roses. This crop of fruit has gold and diamonds on the mountain. The next crop is iron and crystal. This crop of lake is blue. The next crop is pink. Chen Er lay on the back of the sofa and looked around. In addition to the flower beds and lakes below, there are several ancient blue brick courtyards in the air with dandelion wings spread out. At first glance, the brick was picked from the bonsai in the courtyard of Chilinyamyu. Not long after the two flew around the community, they met a large mining team returning in a supersonic plane. From the smile that Yin Hung couldn't hide on his serious face, it was clear that this time it would definitely be another bumper harvest. The koi was delivered to the mining team by express mail early in the morning. With the lotus leaf umbrella and the ability isolation, not many people in the mining team were injured by the red mist rain. Those who were injured were only slightly injured and had been sent to the hospital for treatment by plane. Although the small group did not participate in this mining, it did not affect their share of crystal cores at all, especially Chen Er, who got a big share, and this did not count the rations that Depeng got alone. Depeng, I reward you with a big chicken leg. In the corridor on the 8th floor, dinner started. Chen Er received another large amount of crystal cores. He ran to the table of the animal group and gave the salt-baked chicken leg he got to Deponzi as a snack. The location of the crystal core mine discovered this time is within the territory of Xia, and also within the territory of Depeng. Every crystal core dug by the mining team has a contribution from Depeng, so of course the reward must not be less. The kid buried his head in Chen Er's arms affectionately and rubbed it. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Chen Er laughed like a hen, and his hands itched and rubbed the panda's head hard several times. Rongshu stared at the panda's head that was noisy everywhere, and his mental tentacles were ready to move. He wanted to destroy the panda, but seeing Chen Er laughing happily, he finally held back. Good boy, come and have a drink with Grandpa. When you level up again, the whole blue star will be our Xia's territory. Ha ha ha, let's see which country dares to challenge us. Chapter 142. Grandpa Rong used the wine bottle as a wine glass, trotted over and clinked it with the peach panda-shaped cup that Depeng used for himself, sipped the yellow wine in the bottle, and laughed heartily while holding the bottle. No one dared to challenge him now. Even Haigua, the head of the iron-headed army, became sensible after Depeng accidentally retracted his domain and apologized to Xia for stealing the mine. The people at the table smiled at each other. Everything is getting better. Depeng's domain is unprecedentedly powerful, and with the help of the digestive hawthorn pills, even if the domain expansion includes most of the monsters on Blue Star, there is no overload situation. No monster of level 6 or below is Depeng's opponent at present, as long as no higher level monsters appear. Hiss! What is this? Sun Binbin suddenly exclaimed. The people at the table followed his line of sight, and looked at the video projected on the wall. After seeing the things on the video clearly, a group of people took a breath of cold air. The video comes from a safe zone in the south of Ollie, and was uploaded by a person with the ID Ollie Doomsday recorder. In the video, a huge zombie head that can cover the entire safe zone has been piled up in a terrifyingly thick red cloud at a high altitude in the panda territory. This zombie head has a dense crew cut, which is made up of the zombie's black, white, blonde, and silver hair, the hair of various colors of alien beasts, and the dense leaves of alien plants. Under the crew cut, there is a terrifying giant face. The giant face is collaged with ugly tree bark, green and yellow grass, and twisted and intertwined rotten zombie faces, rat faces, pig faces, tiger faces, bat faces, owl faces. In addition, there are two blood-red giant eyes. In the giant eye, countless blood-red zombies and monsters' eyeballs were glued together, entangled and wrapped by the winding and creeping blood-red alien plant roots, which was so disgusting that people would vomit overnight meals if they looked at it for a second. Let alone eating, The whole table of people felt that they could vomit when they opened their mouths. But now is not the time to be disgusted. The domain is invalid again. This head was condensed from the red cloud and appeared directly in the big fat domain. Not only the head, but also the huge body under the head was slowly taking shape in the dense red mist rain. First, the neck was composed of the neck of the zombie, the neck of the monster, and the branches of the alien plant. Then the torso and hands and feet were formed by the entanglement of the limbs and trunks of the zombies, the alien beasts, and the alien plants. The branches and leaves grew horizontally, the vines were bearing their teeth and claws, the hands and feet of the zombies and monsters were open like the thousand-handed guanine, and the flowers were blooming brightly, and there were so many mushrooms that they could scare people with intensive phobia on the spot. It was as if countless zombies, strange beasts, and plants were smashed, mixed, and reorganized to form a new body. Because of the limited field of view of the video, what the few people saw was just the tip of the iceberg of the entire giant body. What's more terrifying is that as the giant combination monster takes shape bit by bit, the dark domain of the bat monster appears, the whirlwind of the big flying chicken appears. The ground sinkhole of the earth dog appears. Fireballs fall from the sky, black poisonous mushroom spores fall from the head, ice knives dance with the whirlwind, and wooden vines turn into metal whips, like octopus tentacles, madly attacking the safe zone. Fear, cold, heat, poison. The attacks are so dense that there is no gap, and even with the blessing of the koi buff, there is no way to dodge. The scattered grenades and time bombs thrown on the giant combination monster are like tickling. Only tons of them can be thrown out at once to blow up part of the monster's body. Even to resist the invasion of the dark domain, tons of glowing potatoes must be hung on the lotus leaf umbrella to expand a bright area that can accommodate a single person. The screams of the survivors in the Ollie safe zone came through the screen, and the hearts of the people at the table were chilled to the bottom. It can ignore the domain of the fat man. This must be a monster above level 6. Before the few people could react, Yin Heng's communication came. It's a big trouble. We all thought that the red fog could only allow monsters to share information with each other, but we never thought that it could also allow monsters to evolve in combination. Now there are giant combination monsters in places where red clouds are dense over the safe zones. Yin Heng played the video sent by each safe zone to the few people. Several people suddenly looked out the window of the corridor. The gray sky in the rainy evening was completely covered by darkness at some point, and it was pitch black. Because they were isolated by the brick walls and coconut doors and windows, they didn't even notice it before. No one could sit still, so they quickly packed up their weapons and checked their equipment. Grenades are usually prepared. Who doesn't carry dozens or hundreds of fish roe bags? Spicy strips can resist the cold. The snowman's red cape is a gift from the god of fire. In addition to protecting against cold and wind, it can also resist heat. But I haven't tried it. To be safe, one person can give birth to a few mushroom air conditioners. The lemon scent of the milk bottle can detoxify, and give birth to dozens of lotus leaf umbrellas, stick wing stickers on them, and hang tons of glowing small potatoes on the ribs. With Rong Shu, the tentacle monster, hanging small potatoes is not as troublesome as imagined. The red rope of the peach stem is inserted into the center of the potato, and then the rope is tied and fixed to the ribs. It can't hang one potato in 1 second, but it can hang a ton in 2 seconds. Several people were cleaning up, and Yin Heng did not stop, talking about the characteristics of the combination monster. In addition to the size and superpowers of the combination monster, there is another more troublesome thing. With the red cloud, it is impossible to kill it. Yin Heng pulled out the video of the superpower user attacking the combination monster, and said in a heavy voice, "If you knock off a part of the body, it will soon be born again in the red mist rain." The newly born part is still a different monster with different superpowers than before. Since the red cloud condensed, the official has not stopped researching ways to dispel the red cloud, but has not been able to find it. The red cloud cannot be dispelled, and the combination monster can be reborn all the time. Where is the crystal core? Rong Shu asked, while controlling the mental tentacles, to hang the little potato on the last lotus leaf umbrella. Let Zhao Zonfeng see it. Just like a zombie, it is at the back of the head. But the combination monster has dense superpowers all over its body, so it is difficult to attack it in place, and its head is too big. If you blow up a part by chance, a new one will be born immediately, and its crystal core cannot be touched at all. The crystal core of the newly born monster will be swallowed and absorbed by the combination monster to strengthen its own crystal core and replenish energy consumption. Yin Heng's face became more solemn as he spoke. Not only can it not be killed, but the crystal core energy is endless. Chen Er and the others frowned more and more as they listened. Energy and health can be replenished at any time. How can it be killed? Sun Binbin scratched his head in distress, expressing the thoughts of everyone. Boss, send some people to support us. We can't hold on any longer. On the other side of the video, Yin Hung clicked on the Feishan message he had just received. Several people also packed up, and when they heard the call for help from the front line, they didn't delay anymore, and rushed out with lotus leaf umbrellas on their heads and wing stickers on. In front of them, Big Fat led the animal group, flying angrily at the front. Chapter 143. The domain has become a decoration again. The dignity of the national treasure has been seriously challenged. It is simply unbearable for a second. The cubs are not afraid of the red mist rain, nor the dark domain. Each of them carries the bombs, durian hammers, and other weapons they have been assigned, and goes out with a heroic spirit. Not only the dozens of animals at home, but also the other animals in the domain are all dispatched at the shout of Big Fat. As soon as they fly out of Building 0, the darkness that hits them almost makes people breathless. As far as the eye can see, only the corner of the huge head that is shrouded in the red cloud is clearly visible. The red mist rain falls, mixed with fireballs and poisonous spores. Once touched, it will freeze people into ice sculptures. Occasionally, there are 4 or 5 tornado funnels blowing by. The army is flying planes at a snail's pace under the intensive attack. The aircraft shield is open to isolate the darkness. Unfortunately, the machine lights cannot penetrate the darkness and only illuminate the area less than a few dozen centimeters in front. The superpowers came from all directions, followed by ordinary people. Whether paper, lemon milk bottles, grenades, corn mahjong popcorn, taro time bombs, pepper firecrackers, mud, ghost face pumpkin trash cans. All kinds of fruits were used to the extreme. Even the candied Haas elevator was used. The wooden sticks were stretched into a large circle. The circle was erected, and the highest point of the upper half of the arch was aimed directly above the monster's head. The candied Haas elevator car was filled with shells. The door was opened downward, and people stood outside the elevator car, holding a long stick made of bricks, and pressing the floor button corresponding to the highest point of the elevator car. When there is no floor to sense, the candied Haas itself is like a ruler. One candied Haas is a floor position. Even if it is not in the building, it does not affect the use of the floor button at all. The elevator door closes, and the candied Haas loaded with shells rises along the circle, reaching the highest point of the upper semicircle, and the door opens automatically. The shells fall on the monster, and the explosions are loud. Then string the new candied Haas elevator car up, and continue to explode. The candied Haas in front will be pushed forward by the candied Haas behind until it reaches the end of the wooden stick. Pull it out, and put it back to the starting point for secondary use. It is easier to operate than the wind letter paper. Children and the elderly can operate it hiding in the house. A series of candied Haas explode down. Not to mention blowing the head into a bald head, it is still possible to blow off a circle of scalp. In addition to the candied Haas elevator, the chili firecrackers also gave everyone a big surprise. The crackling sound of the firecrackers is accompanied by the sound of the BGM, and the combination of strange actions is one card, one sound, one card, which is more effective than a time bomb. There is also the most powerful flying sword. As soon as the Tiger Pyron flying sword was planted, the authorities picked out a group of good seedlings from the army, and quickly formed a flying sword team. Look, the flying sword team fired thousands of swords at once, which was not only spectacular, but also powerful. The hard-to-break head was drilled with several shallow holes by the sword formation. A gap has been made. The superpower team, hurry up! The leader of the flying sword team shouted into the speaker of the mobile phone. Although Rongshu's mental tentacles were restricted by the dark domain, his ice and lightning superpowers were also fully utilized. As soon as he appeared, he was still the backbone. He was in charge of the superpower team, and with the flying sword, the attacks of other superpowers, and the power of the explosion, under a series of non-stop attacks, he finally succeeded in prying a small hole-shaped channel in the back of the head that could not be penetrated, and a corner of the indigo crystal core of the combination monster exploded. Before he had time to be happy, an accident happened. The moment the attack touched the crystal core, a terrible indigo energy spread out in all directions, and all kinds of weapons and supernatural attacks that had just approached the monster were annihilated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ah! Some of the supernaturals, who were close, had their Buddhist beads shattered and half of their bodies were directly gone, and they screamed miserably. Fortunately, Depang reacted quickly, strengthened the field locally, opened up the defense, and bounced the terrible energy away, and the people were saved. But half of the body was gone. even if Xia Jinji's healing ability could not make the person with missing arms and legs grow back, not to mention that half of the body was gone, and the healing ability could only barely keep the other person alive. The dark field was infinitely magnifying everyone's negative emotions, and such a tragic scene made things worse. Some people had their lotus leaf umbrellas overturned during the attack, and they didn't have enough small potatoes on them, so they lost control on the spot and attacked the people around them. This time was enough for the broken head to recover, and a new monster combination appeared. Attacks began to fall on the back of the monster's head, but disappeared out of thin air. Some attacks just touched the hair, and were bounced back by the suddenly lit mirror. The situation gradually got out of control, and more people were injured. The combination monster seemed to be angry, and suddenly raised its huge arm. The palm was still raised in the air in the last second, and the next second it suddenly appeared near the head, where there were the most superpowers. It slapped down with the palm, and the palm wind alone overturned a large group of people around. In the chaos, there was a cry of surprise. It's the space power. This monster has the space power. Under the effect of space, the concentrated field of the fat man was invalid again. Seeing the giant palm slapping randomly, the black and white fur ball was so angry that the hair all over his body exploded. He took a fish roll lucky bag of digestive hawthorn pills on the spot, and got the rubber panda palm again. The panda's paw not only stretched, but also became very large. One claw firmly grasped the giant hand of the combination monster and squeezed it hard. The next second, the surface of the terrifying giant hand shattered, and a new monster skin was generated, and the attack of the combination monster was paused. Seeing that it couldn't be crushed, Mao Chuanzi became even more angry. He retracted the panda's paw, waved it forward, and shouted angrily, "Big cats and dogs, burn it!" Meow. Roar. In an instant, the cats and dogs in the animal group moved. Under the stunned gaze of the people around, the dogs opened their mouths and roared. With the roar, the sound waves turned into circles of flames that became bigger and hotter, rushing towards the giant hand of the combination monster. At the same time, the harmless little cats stretched out their small and cute paws and waved them in the direction of the giant hand. A huge cat paw burning with blazing flames appeared above the paws, and swung across the air towards the giant hand of the combination monster, and slapped it hard. With a wave of a flaming cat paw print, and with a roar of fierce fire, the entire huge palm of the combination monster was wrapped in a sea of flames. It was visible to the naked eye that the monsters that were constantly born were burned to ashes as soon as they were born, and then regenerated and burned again. The huge palm shrank smaller and smaller, and everyone around was stunned. Who can tell them why the cats and dogs at home, who eat and sleep and eat, and are either destroying the house or on the way to destroying the house, can breathe fire and fight monsters? And it's so powerful. Fuck. Lin Ju's jaw almost dropped in shock, and he smashed another funnel-sized flying chicken with a durian hammer, flapping his wings and flying to Chen Er's side. Again, when will our cats and dogs be able to control fire? Chapter 144. Always able to do it. How come I don't know? You didn't ask. Chen Er didn't let Rongshu fool her into the fish roll lucky bag this time. She flapped her wings and jumped around with her own ideas. From time to time, she used peach pits to clamp the stone monster, controlled the flying sword to cut off the vines and tentacles that attacked her, rescued people when she saw someone injured, and dispersed the opponent's firepower while avoiding the focus of the combination monster. While talking, the two of them kept moving their hands. Lin Ju's hammer left a residual image, and he hit the big funnel with a blast. From time to time, he hit the air around him with a hammer, and he really hit out the hidden pomegranate monster several times. Tons of corn dice were thrown out, and the pomegranate monster was quickly cleared and killed along with other monsters that fell with the red mist raindrops. The giant palm of the combination monster was burned by the cat and dog, but its head, torso, arms, and legs were still there. More cats and dogs joined in, and under the command of Big Fatty, they aimed at the back of the monster's head and attacked. Officials took crystal cores to join the animal group, and the crystal cores were distributed in turn as if they were free, for fear that some little guy would have insufficient energy and reduce firepower. The cats and dogs were powerful, and the firepower of the monster was greatly suppressed. The bat monster was constantly reborn, but was soon burned again, and the dark field began to fail intermittently. From the doubled energy fluctuations, it can be determined that the indigo crystal core in the head of the monster is a level 7 crystal core. However, the level 7 crystal core is not just as simple as doubling the energy. The level 6 attack strength can't even damage it. Fortunately, it can't be damaged, But it doesn't mean it can't be pried. Taking advantage of the gap when the dark field failed, Rongshu's mental tentacles started to move, and with Big Fatty's rubber panda palm, which is very good at taking things out, he dragged out the crystal core hidden deep in the head of the monster little by little. The crystal core was still in the body, and the combination monster, with a fake brain, didn't notice anything wrong. In its pair of blood-red eyes, half of the eyeballs were staring at Ch'en-Er and Rongshu, and the other half of the eyeballs were distracted to other superpowers, animal groups, and even various buildings in the field, and they were targeted and attacked indiscriminately. Even though the combination monster's firepower was mostly removed by the cats and dogs, the combat power of both sides was only equalized, forming a tug-of-war. The crystal core that was dragged out of the head was squeezed back by the new monsters from time to time. Depeng used all his strength to dig it out, and with the help of Rongshu's mental tentacles, he still couldn't get it out, and he was so anxious that he almost became a monkey scratching his ears and cheeks. This anxiety was terrible, and the kid began to swallow the digestive hawthorn pills one after another, and poured the crystal cores of several fish roll lucky bags into his mouth, swallowing them directly without chewing. Although it was scary, the effect was visible to the naked eye. The national treasure at the peak of level 6 just swallowed the crystal core like crazy and entered the ranks of level 7. In the darkness, the 5 elements of golden subtitles floated out from the black and white ball that expanded into the size of a house, illuminating the surroundings. Species: bamboo. Fruit: giant panda. Ability: domain. Personal signature: as a national treasure, you should guard the territory of the country. The territory is inviolable. P.S. The current territory is a circle with a radius of 12,000 kilometers. At the same time, Shinru's superpowers grew wildly, and he was led by his filial eldest son to break through the barrier of the peak of level 6 and enter the threshold of level 7. A feeling of dreaming while awake appeared. The scene of her and her cousin sitting in the living room of her hometown watching Neza, and her grandmother worshipping the gods at the gate appeared in front of her. She and her cousin sneaked over while grandma's back was turned and not paying attention. One of them picked up a plate of chicken, and the other picked up a fish, and they tiptoed out, wanting to take the chicken and fish outside to play house with their friends. As a result, she was discovered by her grandmother, who chased after her and her cousin. "Grandma, you are running too slowly. I can't catch you." The two sisters laughed as they ran, but as they laughed, they couldn't laugh anymore. A rope was put on them at some point, and they couldn't move. They watched their grandmother holding one end of the rope and walked over to them, blaming them and tapping their foreheads. "You are naughty." The dream scene flashed by, and Ch'en-Er sensed something. She looked at the swollen big fat man, and confirmed that the cub was not in danger. She quickly ran back to Rongshu, and got into the fish roll lucky bag. The battle outside was still going on. "Come out!" Big fat man shouted angrily, and the rubber panda palm grabbed the 7th level crystal core in the combination monster's brain and pulled it out fiercely. The crystal core that had been unable to be dragged out was dragged out by the large fur ball. In an instant, the huge combination monster disintegrated, and thousands of monsters stagnated in the air, and then were all blasted into the sky by the domain that Big Fat Man had upgraded to the 7th level. The dark area disappeared, and the sky returned to the normal night covered by red clouds. Under the light of the potato night light, it was no different from daytime. We won, we won. The combination is so weird. The national treasure is mighty. Daxia is invincible. Cheers, joy, screams, and finally all turned into a sound of national treasure. National treasure. National treasure. No! Look up. There is something in the red cloud. Amid the noisy voices, someone shouted with a mobile phone speaker, and the cheers were interrupted. Everyone looked up at the sky following the voice prompt. The heavy red cloud almost solidified at some point, and another huge head slowly stretched out, with a blood-red giant eye like the eye of the god of death, looking down from a high place, staring coldly at all living beings. There was a moment of silence. Everyone's mind went blank. The combination monster that had just been killed appeared again, and just a pair of eyes and forehead were as big as the whole head of the previous combination monster. After Zhao Zongfeng scanned the new head with his perspective eyes, he spoke on the public channel. It is also level 7, but the crystal core energy of this one is at least hundreds of times that of the previous one. Everyone took a breath of cold air. Yin Heng's voice also came out. The red clouds and combination monsters in other safe zones have disappeared. It is very likely that they have gathered here. The swollen big fat man, under this oversized head, actually shrunk to the size of an ant. When the head appeared, the hairy claws stretched out and slapped the head's forehead frantically. However, the invincible slap just now could only knock off a small piece of skin. Before, One claw could reach directly into the head, but this time, it couldn't get in after digging for a long time. The battle started again, and the firepower of cats and dogs seemed to be weakened against this combination monster. It took a long time to burn off a layer of skin. The defense of the field seemed to be suppressed by the combination monster. Larger fireballs and denser poisonous spores fell from the sky. The oversized funnels scraped everywhere, overturning the people and buildings around from time to time. The power of the dark field to amplify negative emotions has become stronger. All the personnel fighting in the open air flew on the plane with lotus leaf umbrellas. Double protection can resist. It is not enough to carry a milk bottle with you. You have to hang several bottles, and wear the gift of the god of fire to resist the terrifying snow that can freeze people with a touch, as well as the wind blades and ice knives flying with the whirlwind. Logistics frantically gave birth to Buddhist beads, but people were still seriously injured and even died in battle. Sadness and fear spread in the darkness, and amid the screams, more and more people were affected by negative emotions. And the combination monster only showed its head. Chapter 145. Chun-Er held a lucky bag of fish roe in his hand. As soon as he got out of Rongshu's chest pocket, he saw Uncle Joe's blackback Prince Joe being pierced through the head by the tentacles of the combination monster in order to save Uncle Joe, and died on the spot. Prince! Uncle Joe's grief-stricken cry reached the ears of the people around him, and many people's eyes were red. This was the first time that everyone knew that the fruit animals grown would die just like normal animals. It was like someone had cut a piece of meat off his body, and a strong scratching pain came from the depths of his mind. Chun-Er endured it, and took out a brick table full of things from the lucky bag of fish roe. Before the people around him could see what was on the table, in an instant, the brick table was shining with golden light, and a magnified golden body of the Buddha appeared in the air. With a compassionate face and a solemn appearance, he sat upright on the lotus seat, holding a willow branch bottle in his left hand, and holding a seal in his right hand upright in front of his chest. Golden three-dimensional Om Mani Padme Hum. The 6-character mantra, accompanied by the sound of Sanskrit, came out from his tightly closed mouth, wrapping around the combination monsters and other monsters that fell from the combination monsters like a cocoon. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. The sound of Sanskrit resounded through the sky, and the huge combination monster heads collapsed little by little in the mantra sound. One monster after another was bound by the golden light of the 6-character mantra, and could not move. The flying snowflakes, the fireballs falling from the sky, the poisonous spores, the big funnels scraping everywhere, and other monster attacks collided with the mantra, and both sides disappeared into thin air. At the same time, the right hand of the Buddha statue, which was pinching the hand seal, moved. He picked up the willow branch in the bottle in his left hand like picking up a flower, and sprinkled the nectar in the bottle in all directions. The nectar dripped down like rain, and those who reacted quickly reached out to catch it, and the wounds on their hands healed instantly. The person who only had half of his body left was taken out of the fish roe bag by his companions after discovering the magical effect of the nectar. His body was bathed in the nectar, and it grew back like bamboo shoots after rain, and his internal organs, bones, flesh and blood. The half of the missing flesh actually grew back again. Uncle Joe also took out the body of Prince Joe from the fish roe bag and put it on the ground. Not long after Prince Joe died, he suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up from the ground like a corpse after being soaked by the nectar. Ha ha ha! Prince! Uncle Joe hugged the dog, crying and laughing. Some people pinched the legs of the people around them in disbelief, and some stared at the wounds that healed in the blink of an eye and were stunned for a long time. The darkness faded in the golden light of the truth, and in the gray sky at dawn, only the thick red clouds were left rolling violently. Seeing the combination monster disintegrate, Chun-Er reached out and took something from the table. The huge Buddha statue and the Sanskrit sound disappeared in an instant. The untied monsters were like a pause machine restarting, and they started to show their teeth and claws again. However, this time, the big flying chicken flew and flew, but it couldn't fly out of the rotating cyclone funnel. It was just a fat chicken with red eyes fluttering in the air, dropping chicken feathers on the ground. The pomegranate monster couldn't get into the air, and it was suffocated and turned red, and it couldn't produce monster pomegranate seeds. The oversized stone monster turned into a normal zombie size, and the superpower user could punch it into the sky with a casual punch. The poison on the poisonous spores was gone, and no matter how the dog dug the ground sinkhole did not appear again. All monsters lost their superpowers, and could only launch their own attacks. Once they attacked, they would be immediately bounced out of the sky by the big fat domain. Soon, the battlefield was cleared. The survivors' cheers of joy and tears resounded all around. Everyone reacted and looked at the brick table in front of Chen Er with burning eyes. On it, a Buddha statue made of Buddhist beads sat on a lotus seat, just like the golden body, holding a seal in his right hand and holding a white porcelain bottle in his left hand, with a piece of green willow branches inserted in the bottle. In front of the Buddha statue, 3 white porcelain teacups that no one had seen before were placed in a row, and the teacups were filled with steaming green tea. In front of the green tea, 3 high-legged plates grown from lemon seedlings were placed side by side. One of the plates contained a whole braised pig's head, 1 plate contained a whole raw chicken, and 1 plate contained a whole raw fish. And Chen Er was holding a cup of tea in his hand, which made up exactly 3 cups with the other 2 cups. She turned around, stood on tiptoes, and fed the tea to Rong Shu, who was protecting her. "Brother Rong, is it delicious?" Rong Shu took a sip and smiled. "Fragrant and sweet, very good tea." Chen Er, he. All the people who were close gathered around curiously. You, are you worshipping the gods?" Lin Ju looked around the table left and right, with a look of surprise. "Chicken, fish, and pig are the 3 small animals." Grandpa Rong squeezed through the crowd and came in, took a look at the 3 offerings, and his eyes lit up when he saw the tea. He picked up a cup and drank it, his eyes narrowed into slits with satisfaction. "Huh. Good tea. This is the wine bottle, and the willow branches inserted in the snowman. I didn't expect it to be used like this." Uncle Joe held the dog and got close to look at the white porcelain bottle and willow branches, with a look of amazement. "The Buddha statue made of Buddhist beads is the one that you bought. This lotus seed should be the appearance of the lotus bud grown from lotus roots after it blooms." And Kier picked up the Buddha statue and revealed the lotus seed underneath. The 9 pink lotus petals opened, and in the middle was a green round flower stand, which was very beautiful. Sun Binbin picked up the lotus stand and played with it. Each flower is not an ordinary flower, and it has also blossomed into the lotus throne where the Buddha sits. Accumulate energy, and then combine various fruits together, so the power is so great. Xia Jinji was thoughtful, and suddenly looked at Chen Er. "Did you grow new fruits that can combine these things together?" "Brother Xia, you are so smart." Ding 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 ding, everyone look at this. Chen Er took out a small flower pot from the fish roe lucky bag, and on it was a covered plate that no one had seen before. 3 lines of subtitles appeared on the plate. Species, custard apple. Fruit, platter. Everything can be assembled, 1 + 1 = 1. This is a green-bottomed round plate about 30 centimeters wide, with an uneven green bottom, exactly the same as the skin of the custard apple. The plate and the lid are separate. The lid is hemispherical, also in the shape of the skin of the sugar apple fruit. There is a round pull ring handle on the top of the lid. Open the lid, and there is a plate of sugar apple fruits with only white flesh left after peeling and removing the core. They are just the right size for 1 bite, with a total of 8 pieces. Every 2 pieces of flesh are stacked together and inserted together by a fruit fork. The handle of the fork is black, showing the texture of the sugar apple core, and the sharp 3/4 part is white, showing the texture of the sugar apple flesh. There is a line of subtitles floating on each of the flesh and the fruit fork. Sugar apple flesh. Soft, glutinous and sweet, the skin and core are removed for you. Fruit fork. I have been with the platter for a long time, and I have learned a little bit. Apart from other things, 1 fork and 2 is my specialty, and 1 fork is accurate. Lin Ju was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and picked up the flesh with the fruit fork and ate it. Without the pulp, the disc surface was completely exposed, and it turned out to be a smooth and moist black and white yin-yang fish Tai Chi diagram. Chapter 146. It looks like a treasure plate. Chen Er took the plate out of the flower pot, and the size of the plate did not change. But no one would think that a small plate cannot hold large things. Sure enough, Lin Ju casually put the durian hammer on the plate, and the next second, the large durian hammer shrunk into a mini hammer and was put into the plate. He casually threw the fruit fork in his hand, and Chen Er closed the lid and opened it, and saw a durian in the shape of a fruit fork appeared in the plate. Sun Binbin took out the fork, and the small fork in the plate became the size of the durian hammer as soon as it was taken out. Peel off the skin, and there is still raw durian flesh inside. Sun Binbin's excited face. This plate is too fun. While talking, he took out a small glowing potato, and put the fruit fork in his hand. Close the lid and open it again. Hey, it's a glowing potato fork. I do it. Grandpa Rong came over with an empty cup after drinking tea, and put the cup into the plate. He glanced at the willow branch in the bottle, took out the willow branch, and put it into the plate, and closed the lid. When he opened it, He saw that it was a willow branch with leaves growing into the shape of a cup. Why not a cup with willow branch patterns? When you look puzzled. As she spoke, she casually gave birth to a new plate, took the cup and willow branch and put them in, covered it, and then opened the lid. When she saw what was on the plate, when you nodded with satisfaction. It was a cup with willow branch patterns. Random. Lin Ju immediately took out another durian hammer, gave birth to a new fruit fork, and put it into the plate together. This time, he synthesized a durian hammer with spikes that grew into the shape of a fork. Holding the hammer and swinging it twice, Lin Ju looked up at the violently rolling red cloud in the sky, eager to try. Unfortunately, this time the red cloud rolled for a long time, but no new combination monsters were generated, and he didn't even have a chance to attack. The battle was over, and there was a festive atmosphere of surviving the disaster all around. Although the red cloud was still there, everyone relaxed with the powerful Buddha statue. Except for a few people flying around with crackling firecrackers, more people rushed to occupy good positions in the sky and on the ground to watch the small group playing with plates. No one had the courage to touch Chen Er's things, and they could only watch helplessly, which made everyone anxious. Owner, give us some too. Don't just play, big guys, have pity on the children, and quickly give birth to new products in the supermarket. Yes, yes. This is crying for food. When you quickly took a plate and flew to the supermarket, and the crowd quickly followed. The red mist rain stopped at some point, but the red cloud did not dissipate. Instead, it accumulated thicker and thicker, and the blood color became more and more intense. A few people looked up at the red cloud that was getting lower and lower, and greeted the animal group with a heavy heart, and returned to the 8th floor of Building 0 together. As soon as he got home, Chen Er was in high spirits, and the others were no less excited. Because Da Pang was promoted to level 7, Chen Er's mother was also promoted. As soon as they entered the door, a group of people ran to the balcony of 802. This time, it was not only the level 6 Meow Meow that changed, but also the Cold Lemon Meow Meow and other high cold seedlings had new subtitles, and they answered whatever they were asked, and it was finally normal. Species: lemon. Fruit: Moon Plate Small Pig Bottle. Subtitles on the lemon bottle: Small Pig Bottle. A newborn has arrived. Give the baby a bottle. Let's celebrate with fireworks. Subtitles on the crescent tree root: Moon Boat. Take you to fly across the universe. Subtitles on 4 bottles of 7-Up, Coke, and Sprite drinks. I have 4 flavors. In addition to the familiar subtitles, 2 new subtitles appeared on the high-legged plate: Offering Plate. You know what I'm for by looking at my name. Look at the lotus root seedlings. Species: lotus root. Fruit: Lotus Pond Beggar Chicken. Subtitles on the beggar chicken: Beggar Chicken. I've wrapped the chicken and smeared it with mud. Oh, and put the eggs in too. You can eat it after it's cooked. Subtitles on the lotus leaf: Waterproof lotus leaf. When it rains, I'm an umbrella. Floating on the water, I'm a boat. Diving into the water, I'm a submarine. In addition to the water-repellent lotus leaves and beggar chicken, the lotus root seedlings, lotus pods, and lotus flowers also have subtitles. The subtitles on the lotus pods are: Lotus Pods. A very normal lotus pod, the tightly closed lotus buds open, and the lotus seed blooms, with the same 2 lines of subtitles on it: Miracle Lotus. The moment of blooming is the most amazing moment for me. The subtitles on the wheat seedlings have also changed. Species: wheat. Fruit: Grandma's basket. 2 lines of subtitles floated on the basket: Basket. Grandma is back from shopping, and there are ducks in it. Help Grandma prepare the vegetables, and have dinner early. On the wheat ears, the first V. The subtitles floated on the square package of mini flour on the left: Active flour. Super high gluten flour that is allergic to water temperature, curled up in 0-degree ice water, diluted into a paste in room temperature cold water, and fermented and expanded in 45-degree warm water. The mini instant noodles on the right have subtitles: Instant noodles. Just pour in boiling water, and they are cooked, no need to soak. The second V. The subtitles on the 2 pieces of bread on the V are: Toast, original flavor. Toast, chocolate filling. On the third V, the subtitles on the steaming cake base on the left are: Cake base, soft and sweet. On the steaming pizza crust on the right, the subtitles are: Pizza crust, crispy and delicious. On the fourth V, the meat buns and red bean buns have a line of subtitles each: Buns, meat filling. Buns, vegetarian filling. Subtitles are also floating on the wheat ears: Matryoshka rope. What to do if the doll runs too fast? With a mating rope in hand, you can catch it no matter how far it runs. There is also a statue of Grandma, which also has 2 lines of subtitles. Matryoshka Grandma. The guardian spirit, the soul of the loved one, has returned after being summoned. The subtitles that were always pitifully few have become more numerous when placed on a row of taro cowherds with lotus roots, lemons, and wheat. Species, taro. Fruit, cowherd. Life is not easy, Taro also sighs. While herding cattle, I also work part-time as an ice cream worker, cook and groom, just to get 4 salaries at the same time. P.S. In order to do these 4 jobs, I step on the mines of time every day. In order to prevent being late and missing work, I specially installed a timer on each mine to remind myself. After the 4 lines of subtitles faded, subtitles floated on the human-shaped Taro doll, grooming doll. Drop blood to recognize the master, build a me, shape a you, my body is your body, my soul is your soul. 2 subtitles appeared on the bowl of taro ice cream on the doll's head, ice cream. Cold and smooth, a great way to cool off, with many flavors. Subtitles appeared on the taro leaf meat held in the doll's hand, beef. Just butchered, so fresh. Subtitles appeared on the sleeping chubby cow, cow. This is a mature cow, so it has learned to release milk on its own, and has also figured out the secret of making homemade dairy products. Chapter 147. And under the cowherd boy's feet, 2 taro shoes half buried in the mud. Also floated out 2 lines of subtitles, time bomb. Throw it wherever you want, don't worry, you will never blow yourself up. After seeing the subtitles on the grandma's statue clearly, a group of people lost their minds. Grandpa Rong took out the fish roll lucky bag he carried with him, and took out a statue of a smiling woman in her 30s from it. He stroked the statue with trembling hands. Ashu, am I going to see your grandma and your parents? Hearing this, Rongshu also took out the statues of his parents that he had grown and stared at the statues. Sun Binbin sat at the chess table and placed the statues of grandpa and grandma, dad and mom side by side on the table, muttering, Sister, do the dead have tails? Try not to have tails, otherwise I can't look directly at my parents. Others also took out the statues of their relatives. Xia Jinji's were his parents, Wen Yu's were his mother and grandmother, Lin Ju's were his grandfather, and Uncle Zhou's were his father. Chen Er didn't answer Sun Binbin. She hadn't seen it yet, and she didn't know whether the dead would have a tail. Nervously, she took off the fruit of her grandmother's statue, took the basket from her grandmother's hand, and put the statue into the yin-yang fish platter. At the same time, she took off a nesting rope based on her intuition, put it in together, and closed the lid. So it needs to be combined? The statue and the rope are matched? A group of people gathered around, looking at them eagerly, with a look of nervousness and expectation. When the lid was opened again, the grandmother's statue also changed. The added nesting rope appeared on the statue's right hand. One end of the rope was held by the grandmother, and the end was rolled up like a tape measure and hung there. Chen Er took the statue out of the plate and excitedly shouted at it, Grandma! The next second, a translucent figure composed of tiny golden lights floated out from the statue. Grandma! Chen Er and Enkur were surprised at the same time. Hey! The old man fell to the ground, the tiny golden lights disappeared, and his appearance was exactly the same as before he died. After putting the nesting doll rope in his hand into his trouser pocket, the old man came over and touched the heads of the 2 sisters, tears welling up in his eyes. And then, Yu, Grandma's good granddaughters, have grown up so big. The 2 sisters' eyes were red, and they came forward to hug the old man. Grandma! The touch was warm and real. Grandma is really alive. Although it is a different kind of alive, what does it matter? They are relatives that I will never see again in this life. The family can live together again in the future. Seeing that Grandma has feet, and looks like a living person, Sun Binbin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no tail. This reaction made everyone laugh. The appearance of Grandma made everyone excited, and they couldn't wait for a moment. Everyone held a platter, and woke up the sleeping statues in their hands one by one. Flowers. Grandpa Rong looked at Grandma Rong who appeared in front of him, tears streaming down his face. However, the next second, Grandma Rong gave him a heartbreaking blow. Guahui! How come you are so old? Grandpa Rong, I don't want this wife anymore. Grandpa. Sun Binbin woke up Grandpa first. When the old man saw him, he blurted out, Little bastard. How come you have grown so crooked? I almost didn't recognize you. Sun Binbin's face was frozen with excitement. Mom. Shall you? On the other side, when you and her mother were so happy to see each other. A large-scale family recognition scene appeared, and the balcony was soon crowded with people, so everyone moved to the living room. 802 was unprecedentedly lively. Others only reunited with their relatives, while Chen and Enkir also met their parents-in-law with their beautiful wives. Rongshu's father was dressed in a suit and was a handsome uncle, and his mother looked elegant and noble, and was equally beautiful. Of course, her brother Rong's appearance combined the advantages of both parents, and he was the best looking. At first, Chen was very nervous, but soon found that both of them liked her very much. This kind of love is not only the love of the parents-in-law for their daughter-in-law, but also the love of the animal fruits grown for their mothers. Chen it's a big deal. Not only her future parents-in-law, but other parents were the same. After crying with their own children and husbands, they all came to surround her. Chen who successfully received several sour looks, Yu, does every statue have a guardian spirit? And Kur took out the statue of Grandma that she carried with her. Chen has a statue of Grandma, and so does Kur. But in this case, wouldn't there be two grandmas? Would they still be grandmas? Chen shook his head. It's not that the statues have guardian spirits, but the statues are the medium for summoning, just like the golden statue of Buddha in the temple. There is only one Buddha, but there can be countless golden statues of him. Similarly, there is only one grandma, but there can be many statues of Grandma. Does it mean that if you use two statues to summon Grandma, Grandma will appear on both sides at the same time? Enkir said. Chen nodded. Yeah, that's it. Grandma looked at the two sisters with a smile. Grandma will protect you in the future. Bring Grandma's statue with you. If you miss Grandma, just shout at her, and she will come whenever you call. Everyone understood. To summon the dead, just shout at the statue. A group of people sat together and told the dead what happened after they died, focusing on everything after the end of the world. The animal group participated, and each one was cherished by the dead. Storage bags filled with various seedlings were also distributed to the dead, and everyone couldn't put down and played with various fruits. Yu is a lucky star. Grandma Rong sighed. Other dead souls also followed suit and praised Chen Lucky Star himself was embarrassed by the praise, so he diverted his attention and ran to the balcony to carry 2 pots of level 6 seedlings back to the living room. In addition to the new subtitles for the High Cold Meow Meow, the level 6 Chili Meow Meow and Rose Meow Meow also changed with the promotion. For Chili Meow Meow, in addition to the cape, the snowman also has a flaming red mask with flames burning on the chili, and a pair of flaming red boots of the same style. Subtitles appeared on the cloak, gift from the god of fire. This is a magical garment. Subtitles on the mask, mask of the god of fire. The nemesis of peepers. Looking at the boots, the subtitles are, boots of the god of fire. Fire uses the wind to speed up. Subtitles also appeared on the spicy strips in the snowman's mouth. Spicy strips. A piece of spicy strips, a hot and spicy warm. Subtitles also appeared on the willow branches inserted in the snowman. Willow branches, thunder and rain are all grace from heaven. Subtitles appeared on the wine bottle on the insulated dining table. Pure bottle. Contains extraordinary liquid. Subtitles appeared on the mandarin duck soup pot in the shape of peppers. Chili hot pot. Derived from the firepower of peppers, it will not rot even after long cooking. The freshest ingredients will cook the freshest taste. Subtitles appeared on the big orange cat under the dining table. Flame cat. Battle pet. Flame cat paw. Subtitles appeared on the big golden retriever. Roaring dog. Battle pet. Flame roaring. Look at Rose Meow Meow again. Chapter 148. In the pavilion, on the rose jade table, there was a flat round belly, hollow lid, and a bronze incense burner with rose patterns. The incense burner was filled with ashes, and there was a crystal core groove on the round handle of the lid. A line of subtitles floated above. Small incense stove. A good stove for burning incense and boiling tea without burning your hands. Next to the small stove, there was a big belly, a turned mouth, and a kettle with an arched handle. The outer wall was carved with blooming roses, and the color and size just matched the small stove. A line of subtitles floated above. Kettle, boil a pot of elegant water. Next to the kettle, there was a set of exquisite carved white porcelain tea sets, and the carved patterns were also roses. The tea set included a round tea tray, a small teapot on the tea tray, a set of 6 teacups, and a tea can. A line of subtitles floated out on the tea tray. Tea set, a cup of tea, a lifetime of fragrance. There was an extra line of subtitles on the lake where the rose leaves were placed horizontally. A leaf in the sea. I was once a mulberry field, but now I have become the sea. Although there were no tides and no beaches, the sea was clear, and you could see the reefs, colorful corals, anemones, seaweed, and 2 clownfish wagging their tails leisurely in the sea. The lake was not a lake, but a mini ocean. On the branches of the weeping willows that stretched out from the lake, there was a wicker hanging basket with rose patterns. The hanging basket was suspended in the air, and the willow branches inside formed two nests. One nest contained a sleeping parrot, and the other nest contained a fat-tailed squirrel. A line of subtitles floated above the hanging basket. Birds and beasts nest. All the furry beasts are here, each with its own unique personality. Look at the other leaf of the horizontal rose, and on the top of the jewelry stone mountain, there is a clear spring. Subtitles floated on the spring. Nectar, life and death, flesh and bones. Is this the nectar that the Buddha sprinkled before? Uncle Joe stared at the nectar, his face excited. It was this thing that saved his Prince Joe's life. The Buddha sprinkled nectar? Uncle Joe's father, Grandpa Joe, looked curious next to him. Grandpa Zoe and Grandpa Rong were of the same generation. They were good fighters and brothers, but because they died early, Grandpa Joe looked only in his 20s, as young as son Binbin. Originally, the younger generation didn't know what to call him, but Grandpa Rong, who had just been disliked by his wife, didn't like his young face and repeatedly emphasized that the younger generation had to call him Grandpa Joe, so the young man was given the title of grandfather. Not only Grandpa Joe was curious, other ghosts were also curious about the Buddha sprinkling nectar. The memories of the ghosts stayed at the moment of death, and they were not clear about everything that happened afterwards, and they had no chance to see the scene of the Buddha showing his power before. Seeing the elder's curiosity, Chin Er took out the brick table where the fish robe blessing bag had been placed. The things on the brick table remained the same. The Buddha statue sat on a lotus seat, with willow branches inserted in a pure bottle filled with nectar, and high-legged plates filled with pig heads, raw chickens, and raw fish were laid out in a row. 3 tea trays were also placed in front of the Buddha statue, but they were not refilled after the tea was finished. Again, how did you put this table together? In front of Lin Ju was a platter, which contained a fish roe blessing bag, a glowing small potato, a roasted durian, and a small flower pot. He asked, "Can only 2 things be put together on the platter?" 3 or 4 things didn't react. It's not that you can only put 2 things together, but you can only put 2 things together at a time. Chin Er said, taking out the teapot that had been used to brew tea before, taking out a bottle of 100-degree bao, unscrewing the cap and pouring it into the teapot. There was still tea leaves in the teapot that had been brewed once before, so he covered the lid and let it sit for a few seconds, then poured it into 3 empty teacups. The moment the 3rd teacup was filled, the Buddha statue emitted golden light again, showing an enlarged Dharma image, and uttering Sanskrit sounds. The dead souls were amazed. Sun Binbin cleverly took out his mobile phone and projected the video of the Buddha statue showing its power that someone had recorded before, for the dead elders to watch. As Chin Er took away one of the 3 cups of tea, the Dharma image, Sanskrit sounds disappeared, and the golden light disappeared. Is this teacup a switch? Rong's father came closer and watched with interest. Chin Er shook his head. Everything on the table can be a switch, and none of them can be missing. If the tea is not full, it cannot be started. If one of the lotus seat, offering plate or 3 small animals is missing, it cannot be started. If you take away a cup or any other thing, the Dharma image and Sanskrit sound will disappear. As for how to combine, Chin Er gestured to Lin Ju to bring the table and the table into the platter and cover it with a lid. When the lid was opened, the table was divided into 2 parts. The Buddha statue appeared alone on one side of the plate, and on the other side, the offerings and lotus seat remained as they were, still placed on the brick table. After the lid was closed and opened, the separated Buddha statue returned to the lotus seat on the brick table. Putting things on the same table is a whole. Lin Ju suddenly realized, this table of things is one item, and the Buddha statue is another, which is also a double combination. Chin Er nodded with a dignified look. It's more convenient to put together this way, but you can also put together 3, 4, or more. First, put 2 things together into one, then put the things together with the 3rd, and then put together the 4th. The whole room said that they got it. Chin Er put the lid back on, and then opened it, and the Buddha statue was separated again. It can be restored after it is put together. What a good plate. Grandpa Lin Ju knew that Meow Meow would post barrages, so he had already greeted each pot. Now he was holding a pot of custard apple Meow Meow in his arms, and chatting with Meow Meow on the sofa. Is it useful if it is not combined? Lin Ju said, taking out everything on the plate, and putting the Buddha statue back on the lotus seat. There was no golden light, no Dharma image, and no Sanskrit sound. The Buddha statue was out of function. The Buddha statue, and these things must be combined into a whole to be useful. Chin Er explained. Then we need to make a few more Buddha statues. Grandpa Rong immediately took out the Buddhist beads and red ropes and started working, with Grandma Rong helping him. Others did not disturb the couple's world of two, and each played with the plates. Ha ha, look, I made cotton slippers with slippers and winter clothes. Grandpa's son Bin played with a pair of half-enclosed cotton slippers in his hands, dancing with joy like a child. Next to Grandpa's son, Grandma laughed so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. Oh! Look, I put a handful of green onions and a fried egg, and made a green onion fried egg. The fragrant green onion fried egg soon went into the mouths of the dead. Like the animals grown, the dead can eat normally. It can also be dyed. Mother Rong took a piece of pure white cloth, poured some red pomegranate juice, and put it on a plate, and made a piece of pomegranate red dyed cloth. She touched the cloth with a surprised look on her face. Son Bin's dad was even better. He put a big fat orange and a big golden retriever into a plate, and when he opened the lid, he saw a two-headed animal with a cat's head and a dog's head. Chapter 149. The cat head and dog head grew out on the left and right, and the left and right sides of the body were also half cat and half dog, and the tail was half cat and half dog. Each of the 4 paws was a cat paw on the left and a dog paw on the right. The dog hair on the whole body was shortened, and the cat hair grew, evenly distributed. The overall size was also neutralized. The left half of the big fat orange was bigger than before, and the right half of the big golden retriever was smaller than before. The dog head, cat head, half dog paw and half cat paw also became smaller, and the small one became larger, and they grew in an extremely balanced way. Looking at it this way, it was strangely a bit pleasing to the eye. The two became one, and their temperaments did not change. The big fat orange took out his favorite lollipop to chew, and the big golden retriever held his ribs and chewed them. One paw grabbed the lollipop, and the other paw pressed the ribs. Each paw did its own thing. It was simply amazing. It was just that a single paw was definitely not as flexible as 2 paws. Without anyone saying anything, Dad's son put the 2 paws back on the plate and disassembled them. But he still seemed unwilling to give up. He glanced at a small brick stool next to him, and his eyes lit up. He took out the big fat orange dog and replaced it with a small stool. The combination of a dog and a stool? What will it spell? A dog sitting on a stool, a dog holding a stool, a dog covered in stool and dog hair? Everyone's attention was attracted. However, when the lid was opened, there was nothing. The stool was gone, and the golden retriever was still the same. Dad's son was dumbfounded. Where is the stool? He took the big golden retriever out of the plate and turned it over, but found nothing. Is it hidden in its mouth? He said. Pried open the dog's mouth and looked inside, but there was still nothing inside. Son Bin came to his father and turned the dog over again. That's weird, maybe it's in the stomach. In fact, if you want to know where the stool is, just ask the dog directly. Although animals can't talk, they can send comments. It's a pity that the father and son were so busy looking for the stool that they didn't even think of this. Son Bin was thinking about it, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Great sage, spray fire for Dad to see. This golden retriever is Son Bin's son Dashung. The next second, Son Dashung opened his mouth and sprayed a sonic fire ring. The flame burning in the fire ring was actually in the shape of a stool. The case is solved. What's the use of this stool-shaped flame? Could it be harder? Son Bin scratched his head. Dad, this is useless. Restore it. Son's father was a little reluctant. Useless? I see that the flame of this stool is quite solid. Solid? Great sage. Spray another one and see. Chen Er touched the dog's head. Of course, the dog listened to his mother, and sprayed more excitedly than before. Ouch! With a sound, a long series of stool sonic fire circles that grew from small to large, and the farther away, the larger the circles were, sprayed out of the dog's mouth. Huh? It's true. This stool shape is much more solid than the simple flame shape. Everyone's eyes lit up. Rongshu released his mental power to sense the situation of the fire circle. The power of the flame is at least doubled. A good blessing. Son's father was very happy and slapped Son Bin on the head. Look, look, what a waste. When has your father's vision ever been bad? You can combine any stool into a treasure. You kids should learn from me. Son Bin, who was slapped for no reason, said, Sometimes having more fathers is not particularly good. Gurgle. Someone's stomach protested with hunger. Everyone killed monsters all night, and ran to see Meow Meow as soon as they came back. They were immersed in the joy of family reunion, and completely forgot to reward their own stomachs. Uncle Joe slapped his forehead. Look at me, I forgot to make breakfast. He looked at Grandpa Joe with nostalgia in his eyes. Dad, do you want to come and show us your cooking skills? The reason why he likes to cook is because of his childhood memory of his father. His cooking skills were taught by his father. Old Rong, you have helped me raise my son well. Grandpa Zhou was talking to Grandpa Rong and patted Grandpa Rong's shoulder. When he heard his son calling him, the young Grandpa Zhou didn't pay attention to the strength of his hand and patted Grandpa Rong, making him grin and glare. Grandpa Zhou thought of the joy of cooking and slapped Grandpa Rong on the shoulder again. Brother, thank you for not saying too much. I will prepare a good table for you. He did not forget to greet everyone. Everyone try my cooking. Grandpa Rong wanted to find no reason to criticize people. He knew best how delicious the old friend's cooking was. Uncle Zhou and his son went to make breakfast. Others continued to play with plates. Except the animal group. The children's fun is still on Santa Claus's hat, and they can't pay attention to the plates for the time being. After getting to know each other with the dead, the children returned to the mahjong table, took out their favorite little hats one by one, and immersed themselves in the world of opening blind boxes. Chen Er didn't pay attention to that side for a few minutes. When he looked over again, he found that the children were not playing with hats. There was a disc-shaped fishing toy filled with plastic fish in front of each of them. There is a hole for each carrot on the round plate, and each hemispherical hole contains a colorful plastic fish head. The fish head rises and falls from time to time, with its round mouth facing upwards. When it rises, the mouth opens, revealing the small cylindrical magnetic head hidden inside, and when it falls, the mouth closes by itself. The kids sit around the table, holding a 10-centimeter long plastic fishing rod in one paw, and those who are not flexible enough use 2 paws and 2 hooves. The small fishing rod has no hook, and the end of the fishing line has a magnetic head of the same type as the one in the fish's mouth. Chen Er played with this kind of toy when he was a child. As long as you aim the magnetic head of the hook at the magnetic head in the fish's mouth, you can fish the small fish out of the round hole. Not only Chen Er, but others have also noticed the situation here. Is this a new product? A group of people who have played enough with the plate gathered around. Only Lin Ju sat in his original position without moving. He glanced over there with a look of disdain. Children's toys, nothing fun. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the small fish caught by his pug, and was surprised to find that the size was not right, and his eyes stared at it. The next second, the disdain on his face disappeared, and he rushed over a few steps, snatched the fishing rod clamped in the pug's claws, and held it in front of him, staring wide-eyed. Others also saw what was caught, and they were all stunned. The round plastic small fish head turned into a big plastic fish head after leaving the round pit, and it was not a short plastic fish tail, but a long fish tail of a live fish. At first glance, it was a live fish with a big mouth plastic fish head cap on its head. It's a raw silver carp. Grandpa's son was shocked when he saw this magical thing for the first time. Seeing that there was a fishing rod on the table, he immediately grabbed one and joined the fishing team. Seeing this, the other ghosts also got itchy and squeezed into the group of animals with fishing rods each. Chen Er quickly took out a coconut pot, filled it with cold water, and handed it to Lin Ju. Brother Lin, put the fish in quickly. Chapter 150. Lin Ju grabbed the tail of the fish that was swinging back and forth with one hand, and the plastic head cover with the other hand, trying to take the head cover off the fish's head. No need to take off the head cover, just put it in the water. Chen Er lifted the pot up, and put the fish and Lin Ju's hand into the pot. The moment it touched the water, the plastic head cover on the fish's head melted and disappeared. Lin Ju took his hand away, and saw a silver carp as long as his forearm swimming in the pot. The pot was small, and it was difficult for the fish to turn around in it. Chen Er quickly poured the fish into the lake of a rose seedling that had not been upgraded. At this time, Grandpa's son laughed loudly. Look, look, I caught a tilapia. Dad Rong's voice followed. I caught a crucian carp. The two came over with fishing rods, and put the 2 fish into the lake together. Hee hee, I caught a snail. Son Binbin took off the fishing rod, and buried the snail with the fish head cover in a small flower pot. One is not enough. The fishing disc is what the Pang opened from the Christmas hat. Just like the koi crystal ball, after planting snails, a new Christmas hat will soon grow, which is filled with fishing discs. The edge of the disc is red pepper, and the surface is green pepper stem, with crescent-shaped red pepper patterns scattered on it. Each disc is equipped with 2 fishing rods. The handle is a slightly curved red pepper handle, which feels good to hold. The cylindrical magnetic head of the fishing rod is wrapped with green plastic in the shape of pepper stem. At first glance, it looks like the green stem of the pepper has been removed, but it is not completely disconnected from the pepper, and is connected in the middle by the fishing line. If you want to take out the fish in the fishing disc, you can only use a fishing rod to fish, not directly. The method of separating the fish head cover from the fishing rod is also very simple. The magnetic head of the fish head cover can be tapped into the water. The moment it touches the water, the fish head cover will automatically fall off the fishing rod. It's time to compete with hand speed and eye speed. Prepare a coconut pot filled with water. Sun Binbin is very alert, holding a fishing rod in each hand, dancing out after images. Swish, 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 swish. All the snails caught are snails. In a few minutes, snails make up most of the pot. After putting a few snails in the lake for natural reproduction, Sun Binbin took the pot and went to find Uncle Joe and his son. The pits on the round plate where the fish were caught are still round nests, and have not turned into deep pits in the shape of snails or fish tails. Lin Ju, who just said that this is a child's toy, is really interested now. He keeps the fishing rod in his hand and quickly catches a crayfish, which almost makes him laugh to death. Following Sun Binbin's operation, he quickly brought a large basin of crayfish to the stove. All the people and the undead, each holding a fishing disc, were playing, only when he was outputting superpowers, giving birth to 2 evolved level 6 seedlings and level 7 sugar apple seedlings, and the fishing disc was also giving birth. The young lady was already an old hand, doing 3 things at once, and she had time to slack off and think about the new problem she had just discovered. It seemed that she hadn't figured it out, so she cast her eyes on Chen Er, who was sitting and fishing with Rong Shu. You, let me ask you a question. Why can everyone plant koi crystal balls and fishing discs at will, but only you can plant Pegasus, cows, cats and dogs? Even when she gave birth to Pegasus and cows before, she used seedlings planted by Chen Er. The seedlings planted from fruits themselves have very random results every time. It is normal for airplanes to grow instead of Pegasus, and ice cream to grow instead of cows. And every time she induced the birth of the fruit, Chen Er would plant some new plants herself, and these new plants were always mixed with the seedlings planted by others. She induced the birth of Pegasus and cow, and she gave priority to the seedlings that had Pegasus and cow fruits, so naturally she chose the ones planted by Chen Er, and the same was true for the seedlings supplied to the government, so no one noticed anything wrong. When Yu's question really stunned Chen Er. Yes, why? They are all living things. Everyone can plant koi crystal balls and fishing discs. There is no reason why Pegasus, cows, cats and dogs cannot. After thinking about it, Chen Er suggested, why don't you try to plant cows, Pegasus, cats and dogs directly in pots? She didn't seem to have heard of anyone planting like this before. After all, planting other fruits can grow complete plants. Who would be so cruel as to bury these little cuties alive? Before, everyone thought of burying koi crystal balls in the soil because there was a precedent of planting hats and growing hats, and planting blue bricks in the position of cats and dogs, and cats and dogs grew first after blue bricks. Even Chen Er himself, when he wanted to plant cats and dogs, he subconsciously dug blue bricks instead of burying cats and dogs in the soil as seeds, not to mention other people. This is actually a blind spot. In everyone's subconscious, they have never regarded the animals they planted as plant seeds. The koi was surrounded by a crystal ball, and everyone subconsciously thought it was a ball, forgetting that burying the crystal ball in the soil was also burying the koi alive, so they just planted it. If you plant koi, you get koi. If you plant snails, you get snails. Why can't you get Pegasus? Why can't you get cows if you plant cows? The fruit of living creatures must be special, otherwise it wouldn't be difficult to produce in her hands, and it wouldn't take a long time to hold it in. This peculiarity may have built a high wall of reproductive isolation between it and the seedlings and fruits of the same plant. As a mother, she has the ability of planting melons, but not necessarily getting melons, which allows her to fly over or break this wall, grow Pegasus when she grows wind chimes, and grow cows when she grows ice cream. But other people don't have such a wonderful ability as hers, and are blocked by the wall. Do they have to plant Pegasus to get Pegasus, and plant cows to get cows? After Chen Er said this, Wen Yu immediately became energetic. She took a few steps forward, picked up Wen Mei Gui, who was having fun fishing, and wanted to stuff the horse into the flower pot. Fortunately, Chen Er called her in time. Don't, you have to use a sleeping Pegasus, which hasn't yet recognized its master by blood. Wen Mei Gui barely escaped, but was almost buried alive. But the kid didn't know anything, and looked at Wen Yu with a pair of big sparkling eyes full of trust and dependence, which made the little sister feel guilty. You are such a fool. Mother Wen, who happened to see this scene, slapped Wen Yu on the back, hugged Wen Mei Gui like a grandson, rocked her in her arms, and smiled lovingly. Good grandson, good child, grandma's little darling. Wen Yu, Mom, you don't have to do this. The young lady who hasn't married and had children yet has experienced what intergenerational affection is in advance. When Meigui refused to plant, so when you use the seedlings planted by Chen Er to give birth to another sleeping Pegasus. It just so happened that the undead didn't have Pegasus yet, so they arranged one for each of them. I couldn't bear to bury them all in the soil, so I finally turned the horse head out of the wings and planted it outside. It turns out that Chen Er, the biological mother, understood very well and really gave birth to Wenyu. After planting Pegasus, a dandelion seedling with only 2 Pegasus fruits grew out. Chapter 151. 2 seeds are not enough? Plant again. This time, a dandelion seedling with 4 Pegasus fruits was planted, but it also didn't have wings, wind signs, or airplanes. I tried planting a cow again, and a doll with a new cow in its hand grew out. I picked the cow off and planted it in another small flower pot, and a taro seedling with a cow on its head and a cow in each hand grew out, with a total of 3 cow fruits, no time bombs, no taro leaf beef, and no ice cream bowls. I planted several more dandelions and cowherds, and they still only produced Pegasus and cows, a complete reproductive isolation, thinking that there were still people who didn't have cats. When you use blue bricks to give birth to a sleeping yellow and white fat Garfield, and also joined the experiment. I planted Garfield as a seed, and input the ability to give birth. Like horns growing on the top of Fat Garfield's head, small fruit bumps slowly grew out, growing and taking shape. A Fat Garfield was similar for color and appearance to the seed Fat Garfield, but a little different grew out. Planted Fat Garfield, no green bricks, directly grew Fat Garfield. Without waiting for Wenyu to ask questions, Chen Er said, "This is the characteristic of the 6th level seedlings. Every part of the bonsai is a fruit. Whatever is planted will grow first. If you continue to promote growth, the green bricks will grow next. The reason why the hat will grow first when planting koi crystal balls and fishing discs is that the crystal balls and discs do not grow directly on the bonsai, but grow out of the hat." Linju saw the grown Garfield as soon as he came back, picked them up and took them for himself. "I will raise these too, I don't even have a cat." After seeing the fighting power of cats and dogs, Linju was tempted. How could he only raise dogs and not cats? The cat's paw with fire is so unique, it must be there. 2 more silly and cute faces were taken by Linju. Not to mention, together with the pug and the French bulldog, the 4 silly and cute faces are from the same family at first glance. Hey, the tree is also random. When you gave birth to the new rose seedlings after the promotion, he found that the weeping willow had turned into a sycamore. There was also a hanging basket on the sycamore tree, but it was woven from sycamore leaves and bark, with a sparrow and a rabbit nested inside. So fat! Linju settled his 2 Garfields and joined the animal group. When he came back, he saw a big fat white rabbit in the nest, and his eyes lit up immediately. He lifted the rabbit out of the nest by its ears. After being taken out of the nest, the rabbit woke up from its slumber and began to struggle. Linju rushed towards the door with the rabbit in his hand, excited. "It can be fried into a dish." Chen Er's voice sounded faintly behind him. "Brother Lin, the living things grown are the same as Meow Meow, they are not edible." Linju braked suddenly, twisted his neck to look over, and froze with excitement on his face. And Chen Er had just started the 2 words, and the next second, Linju suddenly flew back from the door, hit the wall, and landed on the wall smoothly. He lay on the ground, spitting blood and weakly saying, "What is this? Ghost? Rabbit?" A group of people fishing, and the undead were attracted by the movement. When I followed Linju's line of sight to the door of 802, I saw a fat white rabbit standing up on the ground, raising one of its hind legs high, and keeping the posture of kicking forward. Its 2 ruby-like eyes were full of contempt, and it looked down at Linju in a humane way. It almost opened its mouth and said 2 words. Trash. Linju's eyes went dark, but the crowd and the undead were impressed by its handsomeness. "You can't beat it, I suggest. Take it easy." Chen Er finished the rest of the words half a beat late, and successfully received Linju's angry glare. But she was not afraid at all, because her brother Rong helped her fight back with a cold look on the spot. Linju died. "Is this Kung Fu Rabbit?" When you blinked. "Ah! So cute." The undead grandmothers and mothers screamed and rushed forward. The fat rabbit that had just kicked someone with an arrogant face was soon grabbed by everyone and squeezed into a furry rabbit, and it had no desire to live. Chen Er, the carrying little cotton-padded jacket, quickly ran to the wall, helped her brother Lin up, and fed him a mouthful of nectar to heal his wounds. Xia Jinji then came over to show him. Well, after a mouthful of nectar, he was fine. While helping him up, Chen Er said earnestly, Brother Lin, no matter whether it is animals or plants grown, they cannot be eaten alive. If you want to eat rabbits, you could open them in the hot pot ingredients. Lin Ju had changed his half-dead look at this time. He stared at the fat rabbit that kicked him with his eyes, and green light flashed in his eyes. He rushed over to join the team to grab the rabbit. He liked this rabbit. It has personality, and he likes it. You, are these animals as special as cats and dogs? When you picked up the sparrow in the nest. The little sparrow opened its eyes, and called to Wen Yu twice. The sound was so beautiful that it made people intoxicated and dizzy. He tilted his head, and rubbed her palm intimately. The parrot was favored by Grandpa Rong early in the morning, and the squirrel was also collected by Enkur. Although the sparrow looks gray, it is petite and cute, and Wen Yu likes it very much. Birds, beasts, and sea fish have their own innate skills, which are similar to everyone's abilities. Shin-Er replied. While talking, she did not forget to announce this matter on the official website of Sheen, and at the same time announced the arrival of new seedlings, and sent the new seedlings to the official website and supermarkets with Wen letter paper. Now there are also special people in the supermarket responsible for promoting the birth of seedlings. When Wen Yu is not around, those who want to buy seedlings can go to the supermarket to promote the birth of fruits by themselves. The innate ability of this sparrow should be sound. Enkur looked at the well-behaved sparrow in Wen Yu's hand, and gritted her teeth and pressed the squirrel on her knees that always wanted to jump out. In front of her, there was originally a mahjong table with animals, but now the place was empty, with only half a table leg left, mahjong tiles scattered all over the floor, and confused fish roe, lucky bags, cows, horses, cats and dogs. Just now, the squirrel in her hand clicked, clicked, clicked. Bite off a table. The two millet-sized front teeth were like steel teeth, shining with cold light, sharp and creepy. And the parrot. Flowers, 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 flowers. Over the coffee table, Grandpa Rong and his wife were making Buddha statues with Buddhist beads and red ropes, and Grandpa Rong's voice kept coming over, like a repeater. But when someone looked over, they would find that the old man had a look of despair, his mouth tightly closed, and he didn't say a word at all. This sound actually came from the mouths of the parrots jumping around on him, which made people laugh. Grandpa Rong wanted to seal the parrot's mouth. Not only birds and beasts, but also clownfish in the sea are not to be trifled with. Sun Binbin planted several crops of snails, crabs, and eels, and then set his sights on the small ocean planted by rose seedlings. Chapter 152. The clownfish was caught with a red rope woven from peach stems, but it opened its mouth and shot a series of water arrows towards Sun Binbin's face. Luckily, it dodged quickly, and the water arrows hit the brick wall, leaving dark deep holes, which made Sun Binbin's scalp numb. In the ocean with the phoenix tree, there were not clownfish, but 6 seahorses. When they were caught, they also sprayed water. The difference was that they did not spray water arrows, but water marbles. Don't mess with them. Don't mess with them. There is nothing you can afford to mess with. Again and again, you have planted a bunch of ancestors. Lin Ju fed a basket of carrots and green vegetables before he got the fat rabbit, and he was sweating profusely. Shin-Er looked at the squirrel being held down by her cousin, the parrot jumping happily on Grandpa Rong's head, and the seahorse jumping up to chase Sun Binbin, and said with a look of embarrassment, "Well, actually, if you don't provoke them, they won't attack you." Under the stairs, her voice became weaker and weaker, and her heart became more and more insecure. At the critical moment, Uncle Zhou's voice saved her. "It's time to eat. Come and serve the dishes." Shin-Er's eyes lit up, and she was the first to rush out the door, very active. Although, she has never been inactive in eating. With the addition of the undead, as well as cats, dogs, and other small animals, several more tables were open for breakfast, which were placed from the corridor to the living room of 802. The cats and dogs made great contributions in this battle, and Uncle Joe specially rewarded each cat with a grilled fish and each dog with a large bone, but the other puppies and people didn't get any. Even the big fat orange with a shicky look rarely sat obediently and concentrated on eating his own grilled fish. This is not grilled fish, it is clearly the glory of the cat. We just experienced a thrilling battle, so we have to calm everyone down. Although it is just breakfast, we can't be careless. The table is full of bamboo shoots, wontons, salty pancakes, milk tea, crispy meat, small cakes, seafood porridge that makes your tongue drop, soft and sweet treasure rice. In order to prevent everyone from consuming too much oil and water, we also made sweet and sour pork elbow, garlic fish slices, shrimp and egg, braised lion head, cold hand-shredded chicken. Oh, everyone also has a bowl of white fungus and lotus seed soup. Homely cooking, delicious banquet, Everyone wants to grow a second stomach. Depang even wants to grow a third stomach, one stomach for food, one stomach for digestive hawthorn pills, and one stomach for swallowing crystal nuclei. Mao Tuanzi was hit by the combination monster. He was now wearing a panda face. He took a bite of cake with a handful of digestive hawthorn pills, swallowed a fish roll lucky bag crystal core, then took a bite of elbow, took another handful of digestive hawthorn pills, and swallowed another fish roll lucky bag crystal core. Eating was not peaceful. The monster harmed it, but eating this way was also very efficient. The radius of the panda domain quickly expanded to a level that exceeded the diameter of the blue planet, successfully including the entire blue planet in the domain. Big Fat was not happy with his meal, and the others were almost the same. After eating for only 2 bites, Yin Heng's video came over. Captain Yin was so busy that he didn't even have time to eat. When he saw that everyone was having a big meal, he took out a box of fried rice noodles and reviewed the battle with everyone while eating. He asked Chen Er about the usage of various new fruits to prepare for the next battle. The authorities have someone dedicated to monitoring the changes in the red clouds in real time. At this moment, the scene of the red clouds in the sky of the light of the end of the world was projected on the screen, and its power was getting stronger and stronger. Even through the screen, one could feel the heavy sense of oppression, which made it almost hard to breathe. According to the previous birth of the combination monster, this kind of power is probably brewing some greater terror. A new wave of battles may break out at any time. Don't you have to prepare in advance? Look! Sun Binbin, who usually eats and browses the potato sound, suddenly pointed at the potato sound projection screen and asked everyone in the meeting to look. On the projection screen, there was a video uploaded by a person with the ID chosen astronaut. The video was paused by Sun Binbin and frozen in the dark outer space sky. A huge monster that almost merged with the darkness was captured by the camera. The cold metal texture and smooth body lines are very different from the Blue Star style. It looks like a flying sword, like a ship but not a ship. There are also regular luminous patterns all over the body, which look like a mysterious text or symbol. In the camera, the sword ship flashed by, and the next second, it appeared outside the Blue Star sky, floating there and standing still. What is this? UFO? Aliens? Various speculations floated across the video. At the same time, above the sky not covered by red clouds, the black shadow of an unidentified sword ship appeared as if the sun and the moon were hanging high. The survivors ran to an open place to look up, or stared at the sky through the video screen. At this moment, a beam of light suddenly appeared above the black shadow of the standing sword ship. After the beam of light lit up and disappeared, a man in a white robe with his feet on the red cloud appeared out of thin air. The 20-fold mobile phone lens used as a camera at high altitude captured accurately, infinitely zoomed in, and synchronized the recorded picture to Yinheng's mobile phone and projected it out. White skin, black hair, the same blood-red eyes as the monster, but unlike the monster's dull and lifeless eyes, it is obvious that he is a creature with a brain. His eyes looked down from the sky, and he seemed to understand something. The next second, a voice that could be understood by everyone at the same time came from the sky, and rang in the minds of all the survivors. So that's it, the collision of the pollution source and the mental power produced an unexpected product. The superpowers who can evolve naturally without condensing the crystal core, the Blue Star people, the plasticity of your mental power surprised me. The man sighed, as if he was interested, but also a little regretful, and finally turned into a cold sentence, but this is the end. No matter how strong the mental power is, it can never be compared with the power of the red fog. Your resistance is meaningless except slowing down my progress and extracting the energy crystal core. I have to come here in person to deal with it, wasting my time. Before everyone could figure out what this person meant, as his voice fell, the red cloud that was still slowly brewing above the light of the end of the world suddenly began to rapidly condense, gather, and take shape. Finally, it turned into a giant. Hong and Big Fat. The moment Hong and Big Fat appeared, all the monsters on Blue Star rioted at the same time, not only those on land, but also countless monsters hiding in the ocean, rolled up the water, and besieged all the safe areas on Blue Star from all directions. And Hong and Big Fat raised its huge palm, and slapped it hard at the light of the end of the world. Red mist overflowed from the palm. The red mist that was originally ineffective against the fruits of spiritual plants, this time, just scraped from the edge, and actually corroded the wall of the building. Ah! Screams came from the corroded building, one after another. Hong Yun turned into Big Fat. Everyone on the 8th floor was stunned, even Big Fat himself. The mouthful of ice cream he had just put in his mouth dropped on the table. Across the video, Zhao Zongfeng beside Yan Heng stared at Hong Yun big fat with a serious face. It has a golden purple crystal core in its body. Judging from the energy concentration, it is level 8. Chapter 153. Everyone looked at Big Fatty. Ugly. Fake. Big Fatty was furious and rushed out of the coconut door in the corridor like a cannonball. As soon as he went out, he immediately recovered the panda domain, condensed his power, and expanded. While growing bigger, he grabbed the panda claws of Big Fatty Hong Yun and stopped it from attacking. Soon, it expanded to the same size as Big Fatty Hong Yun, and pounced on Big Fatty Hong Yun, and the two pandas wrestled together. Every time the red mist overflowed from Big Fatty Hong Yun corroded a fruit and injured a survivor, the energy of the crystal core would become more concentrated and the power would become stronger. Similarly, every time Big Fatty bit off a small piece of Big Fatty Hong Yun, his body would become larger and stronger. Seeing the big brothers fighting, the animal group came out in full force, and water arrows, fire circles, and cat paws were all on the battlefield. Hong Yun, who was originally unaffected by supernatural attacks, became stronger after becoming a monster. He could quickly corrode the fruits of spiritual plants, but he was no longer immune to supernatural attacks. Under supernatural attacks, he would be injured like other monsters. Monsters around the world rioted, and supernatural people went out to guard the safe zone. Freshly baked birds and beasts were buried in flower pots by the crazy humans, and more were bred crazily, and then thrown into the monster tide as sandbags. The squirrel's steel teeth kept clicking, biting a large area of monsters into slag, and each slag was in the shape of a rose. The parrot, who was thought to be only able to imitate speech, actually spit out pink roses from its mouth. When the flowers touched the monsters' bodies, the monsters suddenly stopped attacking and hugged the monsters around them, rubbing against each other, as if they were in heat. When someone saw this, he threw a fruit fork from the platter. The fork was powerful, so he didn't even need to aim. He threw it, and stabbed the two monsters hugging each other, a perfect 1-on-2 kill. The monsters hugging each other turned black on the spot, and disappeared in a flash. All the people on the 8th floor put on the cloak, mask, and boots of the god of fire and went out. The moment the suit was put on, a chilly red flame shield ignited on everyone's body, blocking the red mist overflowing from the fat man Hong Yun. The dense attacks of monsters from all directions fell on the shield, and melted in the blink of an eye. The flame on the shield dimmed a little, but not much. A big surprise. After the surprise, Chenru uploaded the usage of the God of Fire suit as soon as possible, and all the safe zones on Blue Star were connected. Even the safe zone farthest from the light of the end of the world received the sugar apple seedlings, upgraded pepper seedlings, and rose seedlings urgently sent by the Daxia official on the moon ship at the first time, and worked overtime to make Buddha statues and give birth to new fruits. No one panicked when the protection of the panda domain was temporarily lost. Each safe zone offered Buddha statues, and inserted teacup leaves and willow branches into the Buddha statues. The function of the willow branches is to spread the nectar over a large range. When spreading the nectar, because the leaves are in the shape of teacups, they can hold more nectar. In the same spreading range, the amount that can be sprinkled at one time is countless times that of normal willow branches. Even if the body is corroded by the red fog and only one hand is left, it can regenerate and recover in the blink of an eye. If you carry a koi crystal ball on your body, with the blessing of good luck buff, the nectar will fall on you more or less, and you can't die even if you want to. The undead shuttled between battlefields, holding nesting ropes in their hands. When they threw the ropes out, they could trap a large number of monsters from a distance. The trapped monsters were immobilized on the spot, unable to move, let alone use their special powers. With the help of the undead, and the Buddha's chants that bound and disintegrated the monster's power, killing monsters became very easy. Put popcorn or grenades on the fruit fork, and ordinary people were responsible for throwing the fork at the bound monsters. The fork automatically forked 2 bombs, and it had already forked a bomb. If it forked another monster, it would explode immediately. And no matter what level the bound monsters were, they only had the same physical strength as the first level monsters, so it was easy to kill a large number of them. The battlefield was almost one-sided. It can be said that monsters have never been so easy to kill since the end of the world. It was clearly the largest and most terrifying monster wave. Under the effect of the Buddha's chants and the nesting ropes, killing monsters became like playing house. If it weren't for the occasional injuries, it would be no different from playing with children. Buddha statues and undead spirits are simply killer weapons. Even Hong Yun Depang was bound by countless nesting ropes and the Buddha statue's Sanskrit sounds, and was nibbled smaller and smaller by Depang, until he could no longer maintain his form, collapsed, scattered, and turned back into mist, disappearing. What kind of power is this? The spiritual power derivative is stronger than the red mist? The man who looked down on the world like a god stepped on the sword ship into the atmosphere and hung high in the sky. He murmured, staring at the Buddha statues and undead spirits. His eyes gradually became fanatical and obsessed. Suddenly, his sight shifted and fell accurately on Chen Er. Chen Er was flying around with a clean bottle in one hand and a willow branch in the other, sprinkling nectar everywhere. The man's sight followed her and swam around the field. "It's you." He stared at Chen Er's reaction, which was shocking. Everyone's heart was in high spirits. When you, Lin Ju, Sun Binbin. All the powerful psychics nearby approached Chen Er. Rongshu immediately activated his full mental power and covered Chen Er's body. Just when everyone thought this person would do something to Chen Er, he turned his eyes away from Chen Er and looked around the blue star in fascination. Then, the god suddenly turned into a madman, stepping on the sword ship crazily and jumping all over the sky. His voice was full of passion, and he almost stretched his neck and sang loudly like a goose. "Interesting planet. Interesting life. Ah! My great interstellar scientist Yi Wei. After studying the interesting red fog, I found a more interesting research object. That is the spiritual power derivative. Ah! From today, this place called Blue Star is my new research base, Yi Wei." The man stepped on the sword ship and appeared on the left and flashed on the right. Suddenly, he stopped jumping and hovered at a very high place in front of the light of the end of the world. He raised his hand and pointed at the light of the end of the world, with a look of "Your life is worth it, and you are all my experiments." The lofty words did not even ring in everyone's mind. This person seemed to have learned the language of Blue Star in a short time. He spoke in several languages at the same time, and his voice resounded through the sky. The scene was shocking. However, the next second. "What are you pretending to be? You are more pretentious than me. Come down." The nesting doll rope in the hands of the undead grandpa swung into a circle, whistling into the sky, and accurately put it on Yi Wei. The madman kept his fingers forward and stretched his arms, laughing with his mouth open. He was frozen into a statue, and was pulled down from the sky and smashed in front of everyone. Bang! A loud noise. Everyone felt pain for him. Chapter 154. Before everyone could react, Rongshu's mental tentacles immediately penetrated into Yi Wei's brain and read his memory. This was also the first time Rongshu used his mental power in this regard. Due to lack of experience, he accidentally damaged a lot of small parts. But it didn't matter much. At most he made people stupid. Anyway, no one cared. Suddenly, he didn't know what he saw. His face changed, and he suddenly took out the moon boat, disappeared in a flash, and appeared outside the sword boat still floating in the sky. Then, the moon boat took Rongshu and the sword boat and disappeared on the spot. When I looked again, I saw that the huge sword boat shadow in the sky shrank to a size smaller than half a moon, hanging high in the sky. The boss took the spaceship to the sky. Someone shouted. As soon as the voice fell, the black shadow hanging in the sky suddenly exploded in an invisible ball, shattered, and destroyed. The sphere was like a barrier, which was hit by the rolling waves of the explosion. It cracked for a moment, but it still held on tightly, wrapping everything inside, silently and without breath. But it was only a short moment, and in an instant, it was shattered. Although it was farther away than the moon, a terrifying energy quickly swept over the blue planet, and earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions. Various natural disasters followed one after another. At the critical moment, Peng put the gift of the god of fire and the koi into the platter, and pieced together a red cloak with koi swimming on the cloak. Then, it grabbed the red cloak with its panda claws, and put itself into the platter. When it came out again, it became a national treasure wearing a koi red cloak. The national treasure domain was wide open. Wherever it went, earthquakes subsided, tsunamis retreated, and volcanoes extinguished. Everything happened in an instant. Many people were still staring blankly at the explosion in the sky. Chen Er's mind was blank. What happened just now? Was the sword ship destroyed? What about her brother Rong? She took out the moon ship and flew out of the sky. As soon as she flashed to the explosion site, she saw a piece of the moon ship's tree root fragment flying towards her. Then a piece of the fire god mask fragment. Then a small piece of the fish roe lucky bag fragment. She caught the fire god mask fragment, and then picked up the fish roe lucky bag fragment, looking around with a blank look. Fragments, fragments, and fragments. There was nothing but fragments. Her brother Rong was gone. Where is her brother Rong? Brother Rong, where are you? Brother Rong, come out quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless moon ships flew out one after another. All the small groups came and explored everywhere with the official people. Sun Binbin was crying while flying. Lin Ju was in a state of dismay with red eyes. Grandpa Rong fainted. Grandma Rong was taking care of her husband, wiping tears and anxiously waiting for news, and Father Rong and Mother Rong were flying around with other dead souls to find people. However, nothing was found. Time passed slowly, and Chen Er was still controlling the moon boat to shuttle between the fragments repeatedly, using willow branches with fish roll lucky bag leaves to dip nectar and sprinkle it everywhere as if it was free. She was so immersed in finding people that she forgot to charge the moon boat. When the energy was exhausted, she almost suffocated and was scooped into her boat by Enkur, who pressed her into her arms with red eyes. Yu, he's gone. Enkur hugged her sister, her voice trembling. Muscles, blood, bones, hair, nothing is left. The nectar was useless. What does he's gone mean? How could her brother Rong not be alive? Chen Ru quietly leaned against Enkur, his eyes becoming more and more dull. Yin Hung flew onto the ship at some point, opened the communication of a subordinate, and released the voice. Boss, he is not stupid, the interrogation has revealed it. This Yue is indeed an alien, and he is the culprit who released the red fog to our blue planet to create the end of the world. This person came from a place called Tianqing System outside the solar system. That place is now in the interstellar era. A country has many planets, and a planet is equivalent to a city. Yue is a famous scientific research madman in the entire galaxy. The red fog is a kind of microorganism he studied and cultivated. It specializes in energy, and loves life energy the most. The second is the man-made energy containing weak consciousness energy, and then the natural energy. The red fog is like a locust passing through the place, and it will not stop until the entire planet is devoured. Only a small part of the energy consumed by the red fog is absorbed and utilized by the red fog itself, and more of it is precipitated through the red fog and condensed into a tangible crystal, that is, the crystal core. Every time the red fog devours a planet, it can precipitate crystal cores ranging from 7 to 9 levels. Among them, the 9-level energy crystal core gray crystal can only be precipitated by devouring a life star. This guy is crazy about powerful power, and has been studying the stronger evolution of the red fog. This research is very energy consuming. Ordinary energy cannot meet his needs. Only gray crystal can. In order to extract gray crystal, he has destroyed 321 life stars in the Tianqing system, and became a wanted criminal there. After escaping from the Tianqing system, he did not stop and destroyed a total of 366 life stars in various galaxies. Blue Star is the 688th life star he is harvesting. According to his calculations, when the red fog devours all the survivors, spiritual plants, air, soil, seawater and other existences on the blue planet, it will precipitate out the 9th level gray crystal, which will be taken back by the robot he used to release the red fog. But the existence of the superpowers, the owner of the building, and the spiritual plants was beyond his expectations. The robot did not bring back the gray crystal for a long time. He realized something was wrong, and came here on a starship. The starship is this thing that looks like a ship and a sword. Like the moon ship, it is a means of transportation for navigating the universe. He has personally modified it, and built an advanced artificial intelligence. When his life is threatened, it will automatically start the attack mode. In the attack mode, the firepower of the starship is enough to destroy the entire blue planet, and an energy warehouse will pop up to protect Yue. After the starship starts the attack mode, it can only use powerful energy violence to destroy the starship's main control system, and put the starship into self-destruction mode to stop it. The small group and the undead, who were looking for people gathered around at some point, and listened quietly. Brother Rong. He destroyed the starship system by self-destructing his superpowers in order to intercept the starship's attack, right? Lin Ju covered his eyes with his hands, and spoke with difficulty. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, because he had shouted at the top of his lungs to find someone. Yin Heng's eyes were red, and he nodded sadly. The self-destruction from such a distance still caused the blue star to collapse and crack. If the attack really landed, the consequences can be imagined. Self-destructing superpowers? Chen Er's eyes gradually lost consciousness. When superpowers explode from the body, the first thing to be destroyed is naturally the superpower user himself. So, is her brother Rong really dead? In an instant, her heart was torn, she was suffocated by pain, and she was in spasm. Chen Er bent over, covering her chest with both hands weakly, and waves of sweetness surged in her throat. Just as he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood, Grandpa Rong, who had fainted, suddenly jumped up like a corpse, took out wheat seedlings from the fish roe bag, and shouted to the people around him with full energy, "Quick, quick, everyone, move, plant the statue quickly. Even if the body is gone, you can plant a ghost." Chapter 155. A group of relatives and friends immersed in grief suddenly came back to their senses. Chen Er swallowed the blood that surged to her throat. Yes, everyone's eyes lit up. Death, for them, was no longer a farewell. All those who knew Rongshu took out wheat seedlings and frantically promoted their growth. However, something went wrong. No one could grow Rongshu, not even Chen Er. How could this happen? How could this happen? Chen Er's eyes turned red. He used a peach pick clamp in his hand to crush the crystal pits frantically and stuff them into the flower pot. But it was useless. The vegetable basket grew, the duck vegetables and fruits grew, the bread grew, the nesting doll rope grew, but the statue did not grow. What to do? What to do? When she was flustered, Lin Ju and Xia Genie pressed her shoulders on the left and right. Again, don't panic. There must be something wrong. Only you know this problem best. Calm down and think about it. Lin Ju looked at her, with a serious expression he had never had before. Xia Genie followed with a gentle voice. That's right, Yu, now only you can save him. Calm down. Calm down, calm down. What caused it? Chen Er stroked Xia Miaomio's basket and quietly sensed communication. Soon, she found out the reason. It's the wrong place. Ronggu didn't die on the blue planet, so he can't grow undead. Only people who died on the blue planet can grow it. This sentence made everyone's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. But soon, Chen Er took out the Q version of Rongshu's face-lifting doll that she carried with her, and took out a pot of lotus root seedlings. But it doesn't matter, there is also a miracle lotus. Excitement appeared on her face, and she put Rongshu's face-lifting doll on the lotus pedestal that opened into a lotus seat with a silly smile. After the doll was placed on the lotus, the open bud of the lotus automatically closed back to the bud shape. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. This is not what they thought? Before, everyone was obsessed with fishing and platter, and didn't pay much attention to the miracle lotus and the face-reshaping doll. I didn't expect that they could be used in this way. My body is your body, my soul is your soul. Someone remembered the subtitles of the face-reshaping doll and exclaimed, could this doll be our second life? Everyone's breathing became rapid, their hearts were in their throats, and they couldn't bear to blink, staring at the lotus platform where the face-reshaping doll was placed. Success or failure depends on this one move. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Seeing that the bud didn't move for a long time, Chen Er couldn't help but clench his hands tightly, praying, with a pious face, Little Lotus, don't dawdle, if you really have a miracle, help me save Brother Rong. The bud still didn't move. Chen Er made up his mind and added, if you save Ronggu, you will be Mama's favorite child in the future, and even Depang can't compare to you. Will this work? Some people were speechless and questioned. However, unexpectedly, as soon as Chen Er finished speaking, the flowers bloomed, the sound of bells, drums, and pianos sounded, like the beautiful music of immortals. Along with the music, new buds emerged from the ground, cocoons turned into butterflies, rain fell from the sky, and phoenixes were reborn. All kinds of strange phenomena were like clouds and mist, circling and wrapping the entire lotus seat. Rongshu's figure appeared in front of everyone in this music and strange phenomenon. The body of an adult, like a newborn baby, was naked and sleeping on the lotus platform with eyes closed. The moment of blooming is the most amazing time. It's really amazing. Brother Rong. A shoe. Big brother. Everyone cried with joy. Only Chen Er's attention was diverted. Oh no! Her brother Rong was exposed. She reacted quickly, took out her cloak to cover Rong's shoe, and took off the lotus seat. After taking off the small lotus seat, it became as big as the bed, and Rong's shoe also changed from mini to normal size. It is obvious that the lotus seat can also automatically adapt to the size of the object it contains and change accordingly. The sleeping person woke up quickly, and his tightly closed eyes slowly opened. He was still so handsome, and people fell in love with him at first sight. Brother Rong. Chen Er cheered, and threw himself on Rong's shoe, like a cat clinging to people, rubbing his cheek against his neck, and shaking his 2 little feet high in the air with joy. Rongshu's memory still stayed at the moment when his self-detonation ability blew up the sword ship, and he died, but subconsciously, he immediately hugged the person who threw himself into his arms tightly. At the same time, his mental power spread all around. After seeing the surrounding scene clearly, he immediately realized that he was alive. It must be his Yu who saved him. Rongshu held the person, stroking Shenru's back with one hand and stroking her hair with the other hand. His face was full of relief for being resurrected, but he couldn't help but feel distressed. Yu, I'm sorry. His Yu must have been scared by him this time. Both of them could only see each other, and forgot about the group of people around them. Rong's father and mother, unfilial son, Rong's grandfather and grandmother, unfilial grandson, Lin Ju, He valued love over friendship. There was only a little dissatisfaction, which was soon overwhelmed by relief and joy. It's great. He's alive again. Sun Binbin set off firecrackers on the spot, and led a group of people to dance in the moon boat in space. Woohoo! Brother Rong is alive. The black hand of the red mist has also been caught. Everyone! Let's have fun! The demons began to dance wildly. Amid the deafening BGM and the sound of firecrackers, Chen Er leaned close to Rong Shu's ear and said, Brother Rong, don't blame you. The situation was urgent at the time, and you couldn't think of any other way. Chen Er was terrified. She watched Rong Shu's body disappear, and she didn't want to think about it at all. Buried in the crook of Rong Shu's neck, after taking several sips of the intoxicating man's fragrance, she suddenly supported Rong Shu's chest and raised her upper body, glaring. Where is that psychopath named Yi Wei? Let's go back. I want to pull out his muscles and skin him. Cut him into pieces. Pulling out muscles and skinning is impossible, and cutting him into pieces is just a mouthful. Rong Shu would not let Chen Er dirty his hands, and Chen Er himself could not do such a thing. When a group of people returned to the ground, the natural disaster had subsided. Yin Weiguang was holding a video conference with other leaders of the safe zone, while directing the public to clean up the battlefield and rebuild their homes. Yi Wei, a dangerous element, was sealed in a sturdy supernatural cage, tied with a nesting rope, and placed in the yard of Building 0 of the light of the end of the world. He was personally watched by the majestic big fat man, wearing a koi red cloak, and the animal group. As soon as Rong Shu appeared, Mao Tuanzi threw away his hands, handed over the person, jumped into the platter, took off the cloak and koi, and took his brothers home to happily spread out like a cake. Any torture and interrogation to vent anger are unnecessary. The villain died because he talked too much. Keeping this dangerous person for a moment will increase the risk. After Rong Shu finished reading Yi Wei's memory, that he had not finished reading before, he directly used his mental power to grind the person to ashes. Chen Er was afraid that she hadn't killed them completely, so she threw several grenades at them. In Chen Er's concept, except for the Miaomi fruit and the humans on Blue Star, everything else can be classified as a monster. Throwing grenades to blow up aliens is fine. Not to mention, she used this trick really well. Yi Wei, who was turned into ashes, turned out to be pitch black and flashed. Chapter 156. Shoo! He's not dead even after turning into ash. The onlookers were shocked. Hurry, hurry, grenades! And Mahjong. This ash might even know the bat monster's formation method. For a while, bombs were flying all over the yard of Building 0. Until the pitch black ash completely disappeared, and bombs no longer exploded. This time they are really dead. Not even ash is left. The big worry has been solved. After that, as long as the robot that released the red fog is found and destroyed, the source of the red fog will be completely solved. Without delay, all the survivors on Blue Star were mobilized to search for the robot. The focus is on the Antarctic where the red fog was first photographed, but other places cannot be missed. After all, the first time it was photographed does not mean that the red fog was released in Antarctica. There is strength in numbers, and it is only a matter of time to find the robot. The sky above is no longer covered by the heavy and oppressive red clouds, and it has returned to a clear blue. The sun shines from the sky, bright and dazzling. At this beautiful moment, countless 20-fold mobile phones are circling the blue planet like satellites, filming a scene with the 20-fold phones on the blue planet. Under the witness of all the survivors on the blue planet, the national treasure Depang shook his hair smoothly, and all the monsters on the blue planet were collectively ejected from the panda field and fell into outer space like dumplings. The world is boiling and reveling, and celebrations with different customs in different places have begun. A buffet was set up directly in Dasha, and every household contributed a little food. Those who can't cook contributed fruit food, and those who have some skills contributed special food. There is no need for a table. Plates of food with different flavors are either packaged in one-time packaging or put into a covered platter with wings attached. Like flowing water, they are floating in the air, high or low, and flowing towards the light of the end of the world from all directions. The safety zones of various countries racked their brains to make local specialties, like tribute, and used wind chimes to deliver the food to the light of the end of the world. The wind chimes were filled with blessings and thanks to Chenru. The light of the end of the world was full of laughter and howling. There was food everywhere, and any dish you brought back was delicious. Every household had coconut doors and windows open, curtains rolled up, lemon milk bottle fireworks exploded in the sky, koi fish swung their tails in the air outside the window, strings of firecrackers were set off in front of the door, and the festive BGM was deafening, and the thickness of the brick wall could not suppress it. In the midst of the excitement, the small group and the undead made a major renovation of Building 0. There were more and more animals, and with the undead, they were crowded together, and there was almost no place to stand. They were also squeezed to the 8th floor. Building 0 had to expand. The tenants on the lower floors moved their buildings to Community Number 1. Whether they want to expand or not is up to the tenants themselves. The entire Building Number 0 is no longer rented out. Each floor is connected to form one household, and then doubled upward. Those who like duplexes can build duplexes, and build the 9th floor from the 8th floor. The building has wings and floats in the air. The first floor is no different from the upper floors. The 1st to 8th floors are divided by small groups, animal groups and undead. Except for when you and Uncle Joe, who each live on one floor, the other elders and younger generations live separately. Although the animal group has their own parents, they like to get together. It just so happens that the grandmother's 2 granddaughters have their own companions, and don't want to be a light bulb, so they live with the fur balls, and it's lively. Sun Binbin and Lin Ju, 2 single dogs, live on the 1st floor of a duplex, and the grandfather of the Lin family follows them. People live upstairs, and downstairs is built into an esports room. Grandpa Rong and Grandma Rong, and Father Rong and Mother Rong, both couples, want to live in their own world, and each occupies one floor. Xia Jinji and Enkur live together, and the 2 live on one floor. Xia's parents don't want to disturb the young people, so they live on one floor. And the newly added 9th floor is the new house of Chenru and Rongshu. It is also a duplex, with the master bedroom upstairs and the kitchen, dining room, and living room downstairs. This major renovation was completed in 2 hours, and it was not yet night. Just after moving into the house, the living room downstairs became a public living room again. Although everyone has their own room, the habits formed since the end of the world are not so easy to change in a short time. If the children in small groups don't get together, they can't enjoy the meal. Everyone got together, it was so lively, and the undead elders naturally joined in happily. Tonight, the family should celebrate. The dining table is set in a long rectangle. Various delicacies are brought in from outside. Drinks and beverages are put out. Everyone is having fun. Oh. In front of Lin Ju and Sun Binbin, there are 2 virtual microphones projected by 3D folding mobile phones, singing high notes to each other. The cats, dogs, rabbits, and squirrels of the animal group stand up and circle around the 2 people. There is also a little sparrow stepping on Sun Binbin's head and chirping in harmony. While singing, it crosses its wings and kicks its 2 thin legs. The people and ghosts around are taking photos and videos with their mobile phones, and they are almost laughing themselves crazy. The cows are playing mahjong with the pang, and the horses are playing the landlord cards that they just opened from the Christmas hat not long ago. The thief de Pangju is playing by himself, taking out the hat with one paw and fishing with the other paw, and he doesn't pay attention to anyone. Grandpa Rong's parrot stood in front of a pot of pumpkin seedlings, put its beak into the fish roe bag it was given, and kept picking up crystal cores to feed the seedlings, giving birth to pumpkin scoops with seeds. It gave birth to a handful of spiced melon seeds, and the 2 bird wings were as flexible as human hands to pick up the pumpkin scoops and put them into the fish roe bag. It continued to give birth to a handful of pistachios with shells. The bird wings peeled the shells and ate 2, packed the rest, and continued to give birth. The living room downstairs was bustling. Upstairs, Chen Er pulled Rongshu into the bedroom and threw him on the soft oversized sofa bed. The shadow of Rongshu's death had not yet faded from her heart, and she was eager to do something unspeakable with this man to calm her down. She came up and started to strip Rongshu's clothes. The man's clothes were thrown to the ground without mercy, followed by the woman's clothes of a smaller size. The soft body came close to him, and just a light touch made the man tremble all over, tense his body instantly, and his eyes were like fire. What's more, the pair of soft and boneless hands were still wandering on his chest, lighting fires everywhere. Again, Rongshu's breathing became heavier and heavier, and he grabbed the pair of irritating hands and pressed them. But the next second, the soft lips kissed his chin and bit it lightly. After biting, she was like a fairy, leaning close to his ear and blowing into his ear, her voice soft and tender. Chapter 157. Brother Rong, You can use up a whole stack tonight, are you surprised? When she spoke, her eyes were bright, and she looked straight at him, her eyes full of his reflection. And in her hand on his chest, there were 7 condoms of different colors and flavors. Instantly, the fiery emotion surged violently in the depths of her heart. It seemed that it would burst out in the next second, almost drowning Rongshu's reason. The man could no longer hold back, his lips pressed on the jade-white skin, and one hand tightened her waist and turned her over. The delicate kiss fell like a rainstorm. Rongshu's dream of using a stack of condoms a day was finally shattered. When using the 4th condom, Chen-Er's crispy skin, which had been resting for a while, came back. He was exhausted and fainted. If it weren't for the fact that his mental power sensed that Chen-Er was overworked and could recover after a good sleep, Rongshu would have almost done something socially dead and carried him to Xia Jinji for treatment. A man who is unsatisfied after having eaten is a bit scary. That night, he isolated the bedroom into a mental power space without oxygen, held him, and slept on the crystal core pile, opened the crystal core energy supply system of Chen-Er's body that belongs to the superpower, and began to practice body training. This crispy sub-health that seriously affects the relationship between lovers must be cured thoroughly. The afterglow of the sunset came in from the coconut window and filled the entire bedroom. Beside the oversized sofa bed, the mushroom air conditioner was quietly swinging its blades, the messy clothes were tidied up, and a pair of large slippers and a pair of small slippers were placed side by side on the clean tile floor. Chen-Er slept until the afternoon of the next day, and the whole person was like a fairy who had absorbed the essence, with a ruddy complexion, elastic skin, and full of energy. She got out of Rongshu's arms, who was sitting on the bedside stewing soup, and went to the bathroom to wash up, and was surprised to find that she was full of energy. After washing up, she tentatively clenched her fist and gently hit the brick wall, and she didn't feel any pain at all. Chen-Er, Her eyes fell on Rongshu. Could this be the legendary yang replenishing Yin? The effect is too good. She felt that she was not only not crispy now, but even a little iron. As she looked, her attention was attracted by Rongshu's serious face. There was a coconut pot floating in front of the man, and there was a stewed goo in the pot. The mental tentacles opened the lid of the stewed goo and added salt to the red day chicken soup that was almost cooked. Men who cook seriously are the most handsome. Her brother Rong is really good looking. However, is there something wrong? Chen-Er took a few more glances and suddenly realized that this scene was a little abnormal. Whose handsome and intelligent man sits on the bedside in the bedroom and cooks? He should hold a laptop in his hand, exuding the charm of a man who works hard, or wear gold-rimmed glasses, hold a thick foreign book that she can't read, and flip through a page or two from time to time that's pleasing to the eye, and the years are peaceful. Wow, it's all because of her, and this damn end of the world that her noble brother Rong has turned into a sloppy husband who cooks on the bedside. Brother Rong. Chen-Er climbed onto the bed hesitantly, and put his face over. Before the guilt spread to her face, a spoonful of fragrant chicken soup was fed to her. The mouth has its own thoughts, don't drink too fast. Fresh, fragrant, sweet, it tastes so good. A bite of tender chicken leg went into her mouth. Chen-Er puffed up her cheeks, and her thoughts quickly changed. Actually, it's good to cook at the bedside. Chicken soup is so fragrant, but computers and books are not fragrant at all. Condensing yourself is just a matter of taking a bite of chicken leg. After the two of them stayed together for a while, they packed up and went downstairs. It was already dark. As soon as he went downstairs, he heard Yin Heng's voice. The robot that released the red mist has been found, hidden in May's alternate dimension. Yin Heng, Zhao Zonfeng, Qianing, and others sat on one side of the sofa. Yin Heng's voice was full of suspicion, and it is hidden in the home of that alternate dimension superpower Lassen. But the location is very hidden. We used interrogation methods on Lassen together with May's officials to confirm that he didn't know about the robot. Lin Ju touched his chin. It's really strange. Do you suspect that there is a connection between the two? Qianing nodded vigorously. We brought people here. At the Research Institute, we would like to ask Rongda to use his mental power to explore the other party's details. Just after going downstairs, he heard such explosive news. Chen-Er didn't think about it, and immediately pulled Rongshu out, saying to Yin Heng and others as he walked, "What are you waiting for? Let's go!" A group of people went to the official Research Institute. This time Rongshu had experience and explored Lassen's brain. No parts were damaged, but nothing was wrong. Lassen really knew nothing about the red mist and robots. But, after probing Lassen's brain, Rongshu had something in his hand. A small white tail running around in an invisible ball. What is this? A group of people looked at the tail that Rongshu had locked in the mental barrier ball curiously. It looks a bit like the tail of a ghost. Sun Binbin, who was most sensitive to this, felt his scalp tingling. It really is. How could this thing be in Lassen's brain? A group of people speculated and couldn't figure it out, so they could only put it aside for the time being. After leaving the institute, they did not separate, and the large group went to the newly opened flower shop between Guagua supermarket and the hospital. When Yu's flower shop reopened, selling wedding bouquets, flower arrangements, flower baskets, and various beautiful fresh flower bonsai. Every household has rose seedlings, and when you open a flower shop not to earn crystal cores, but just a hobby. Today happened to be the first day of opening, and I didn't expect it to be so lively. This succulent bonsai is so pretty. Honey, I like this vase of flowers. How about buying it, and putting it on the coffee table in the living room? The boss is really skillful. I want to make a beautiful bouquet for my wedding, but I just can't do it. This flower shop is opened at the right time. My daughter is just like you. She is going to have a wedding in 2 days. She is not satisfied with the bouquet. I heard that there are bouquets for sale here, so she dragged me to see it. What a fussy person. She is so particular about a bouquet. Annie, you are wrong to say that. A wedding only happens once in a lifetime. How can it be frivolous? That's right. Children get married at this time. I can't even get a marriage certificate. If even a bouquet of flowers is just a makeshift wedding, how aggrieved I am. I will remember this for the rest of my life. It can be done. My aunt who works in the government said that the public security system is already being rebuilt, the Civil Affairs Bureau has chosen a location, and the ID cards and household registration books are being rushed. Oh, that's great. I always feel unsafe without a certificate. This is really great news. I won't chat with you anymore. I have to tell my daughter. Chen Er pulled Rongshu into the store. In addition to Wen Yu's family, there were also ghosts and small animals helping in the store. Yin Weiguang and others also came. There were too many people to support the store, and the store couldn't fit in. Everyone put chairs in the square outside and held a chat meeting. Rongshu bought a bunch of 999 roses. Chen Er happily accepted it and squeezed Rongshu into the venue with the flowers in his arms. Lin Ju, Lin's father and mother, Yin Weiguang, and Qin Huan sat at the same table. Tea and nuts were placed on the table. Chen Er and Rongshu sat over and put the flowers on the table. They picked up a handful of pecan-flavored melon seeds nearby and shared them with Rongshu in half, and started to crack them. Grandma Wen made free candied fruit haws at the door of the store. The children lined up to receive them. Each of them took a string and ran around the square happily. We don't lack anything now. We don't need to kill monsters. We can grow spiritual plants well. We have food, clothes, and fun. Even gods wouldn't change for such a life. Su Zhang took a sip of tea and sighed. Qin Huan smiled and shook his head. Really, we don't lack anything? He looked at Chen Er. What do you think, little friend Yu? When you see these children, do you feel that something is missing? Chapter 158. Hearing this, Su Zhang looked at the children thoughtfully, and Chen Er nodded. Something is missing. After cracking the melon seeds, she took out the faucet and washed her hands. The dirty water was splashed by Rongshu to the coconut tree not far away. At this time, Chen Er took out the lucky bag of fish rose seeds, put her head into the bag, and picked and chose inside. Finally, she chose a well-preserved pine nut. Then she took out a new flower pot filled with mud, planted the pine nut in it, and input supernatural powers. This is... What kind of spiritual plant is going to be planted again? The people sitting nearby all had their eyes lit up, stopped chatting, and stared at the flower pot held by Chen Er, and even breathed a little lighter, for fear of disturbing their host's planting treasures. This was the first time that Chen Er used supernatural powers in public, and many people couldn't help but take out their mobile phones to record this sacred moment. Before his death, Rongshu blew up his spiritual power. After he was resurrected from the miracle lotus, his spiritual power rose to level 8. The two of them had a good time last night, and the effect was like double cultivation. Chen Ru's ability also rose to level 8. At this moment, the seed reacted quickly to the input of level 8 ability, and it easily sprouted tender shoots, broke through the soil, and grew upward. A pine needle house made of pine needles took shape on the flower pot little by little. The dome looks like the character from the side, the outer wall is round, the wooden door is the color of pine bark, the arched field-shaped pine wood window, and in the middle of the roof, a small section of lush pine branches grows upward in a tower shape, and a few pine cones are looming. Through the wooden window glass, you can see the pine wood floor, wall and ceiling inside. On the right side of the door, there is a pine tree growing against the wall. The trunk of the pine tree is embedded in the wall, winding upward from the floor, and the branches extend into the house and the wall. Some pine needles seem to be too lush and stick together and stacked like books. Pine needle books are interspersed between normal pine needles, growing out of the pine branches in a staggered manner. Upon closer inspection, it looks like a pine bookcase placed against the wall. The bookshelf goes up, and the branches spread upward along the wall and spread all over the ceiling. At first glance, it looks like a pine branch relief carefully carved by a craftsman, which is magnificent. The tip of one of the branches is embedded in the center of the roof and drilled out of the ceiling. Looking at the location, it is exactly where the pine branch on the roof is. The field-shaped wooden window is very large, occupying most of the wall on the left side of the door. Between the window and the pine tree, there is a set of exquisite European pine sofas. The dark wood edging with carved pine branch patterns. The backrest and cushions are pine needle green, and the whole set of sofas are placed in a semi-enclosed manner, with a pine round table of the same style in the middle. On the table was a big-bellied round pinewood jar, a set of pine nut white ceramic cups and saucers, a round saucer, a single-handled open-mouthed big-belly cup. The cup was filled with steaming coffee, and there was a red heart-shaped decoration pattern on the coffee. Chin Air put away his supernatural power, and saw 3 lines of subtitles floating on the pine needle house. Species: pine nuts. Fruit: coffee book house. Knowledge is power. Come to the coffee book house and read with pine nuts. Then, the book-shaped pine needles on the pine tree took turns to appear, and 2 lines of subtitles floated out in succession. Pine Nuts collection of books. The inheritance of civilization needs it, and children's education cannot do without it. Mysterious bookmark. After staying in the book for a long time, this bookmark has absorbed a lot of the mysterious power in the book. Then the pinewood jar on the table floated subtitles. Coffee beans. After learning that the coffee bean family never gets sleepy, Pine Nuts went for plastic surgery and turned herself into a coffee bean, just to stay up late, and read one more book. Subtitles appeared on the coffee cup and saucer. Frowny face. A cup of coffee. Studying makes people sleepy, so have a cup of coffee to wake up your brain, and have a good time with Pine Nuts. It's a book. Yes. Children need education. How can they live without books? So this is what Mr. Chin meant when he said something was missing. You are worthy of being the host. I didn't react after Mr. Chin talked for a long time, but you understood it as soon as you heard it. Lin Ju was quick, and had already picked the pine needle house. The house quickly expanded to a size of 30 square meters. As Lin Ju opened the door, a group of people rushed in. The first cup of coffee was grabbed by the fastest Sun Binbin, and then the thief cat flew over to grab him, and the remaining half cup went into the cat's mouth. The coffee bean jar was in Yin Weiguang's hands. As soon as it was opened, the fragrant coffee smell came out. Everyone gathered around to share the coffee beans. After getting the beans, they took out empty flower pots, buried the coffee beans in the mud, added some crystal core crushes, and gave birth to more seedlings. A few people ran to try sitting on the sofa, and more people attached wings and flew to the bookshelf to divide and pick the 16 pine needle books growing on the tree. As soon as I saw the title, wow! The delicate little paper figure of the Ghost King? The princess of the naughty queen is so good at teasing, the abstinent prince can't stand it. The witch girl giving birth to 9 treasures, the immortal venerable who really dotes on his wife? A group of people looked at Chin Air, who followed him up, with eyes that were hard to describe. Social death scene. Ahem. Random. Chin Air tried to save face. The next crop will be different. But the people who picked the book were not in a hurry to plant the next crop, and everyone opened the book with great interest. After opening the cover, the pages of the pine needle book were ordinary white and yellowish paper pages, with black printed words, and a familiar feeling came to the face. Is this the mysterious bookmark? Paper figure technique? Lin Ju was holding the book, the delicate little paper figure of the Ghost King. He took out a black bookmark with a pine branch pattern and a card-like edge from the book. On one side of the bookmark is a little paper man, and on the other side are 3 gilded printed characters. Paper man technique. Mine is Dragon and Phoenix bring good luck. Qianing is holding the witch girl has 9 treasures and 1 baby. The immortal master who has no heir really loves his wife. The bookmark Dragon and Phoenix bring good luck has a dragon and phoenix pattern on the front, and the 4 characters Dragon and Phoenix bring good luck on the back. The bookmark is cloud white. Chin Air happened to have read both books, and they were both her spiritual food before the end of the world. Paper man technique is a technique that runs through the entire text of the Ghost King's delicate little paper man, and in the witch girl has 9 treasures and 1 baby. The immortal master who has no heir really loves his wife. the male protagonist's true body is a dragon, and the female protagonist's true body is a phoenix. The bookmarks in the remaining 14 novels are also closely related to the content of the book, or mythical creatures like Nine-Tailed Fox, or magical arts like cleaning technique, or magical items like Red Thread of Yulao, as well as ordinary cars and schools in modern romance novels, chaise longue and hand-rolled noodles in ancient romance novels. The use of bookmarks is also very simple. Just take the bookmark out of the book and use it. When the bookmark of the paper man technique is taken out, a living little paper man will run out of it. It can understand people's words, write, and work. It will do whatever you tell it to do. When the bookmark with car written on it is taken out, a car with the same pattern as the bookmark will appear out of thin air, and it can be driven like a normal car. Chapter 159. No need to put the bookmark back into the book. The paper man and car outside disappeared, and the paper man and car pattern reappeared on the blank bookmark. This bookmark is great. As long as the paper man is not broken, it can be used forever. Lin Ju took the bookmark out of the book and put it back, took it out, and put it back again, letting the paper man massage his shoulders and back, peel oranges, and crush crystal pits with peach pits. He couldn't stop playing. After seeing the power of the paper man, Qianning couldn't wait to take Dragon and Phoenix out of the book. After the bookmark was taken out, the dragon roared and the phoenix cried, and a dragon and a phoenix with golden light flew out of the bookmark. The dragon entangled the phoenix, and the phoenix leaned on the dragon, and they flew up to the sky. The dragon and the phoenix were in the sky, and the powerful pressure directly pressed all the people in the room except Qianning, Chenru and Rong Shu to the ground, and even those who were flying in the air with their wings attached were pressed to the ground. Qianning was not affected because she was holding a bookmark. Chen Er was her biological mother, and the power of the bookmark had no effect on her. As for Rong Shu, the boss had strong mental strength and could just bear it. Qianning held the bookmark, and with a thought, the pressure from the dragon and phoenix was restrained. A group of people got up from the ground in a panic. Qianning held the bookmark, with a look of surprise on her face. The auspicious dragon and phoenix is a coercive skill, and it is controlled by my mind. Obviously, unlike Lin Ju's paperman technique, which is voice-controlled, Qianying's auspicious dragon and phoenix is controlled by mind. However, the surprise lasted less than 2 seconds, and Qianying's face suddenly changed. She stuffed the bookmark back into the book with heartache. This bookmark is different from the paper man. It can only last for a quarter of an hour. After the quarter of an hour, the bookmark will be useless. Qianying's heart was broken just now, because 30 seconds were used up. Ah, my paper man is better. Lin Ju immediately put away his envious face, took out a sofa with wings on it, and laid down on it, enjoying the massage of his little paper man's shoulder. Chen Er was not surprised at all. The setting of the dragon and phoenix in the book world is that it can only last for a quarter of an hour at most. The power of the bookmark comes from the book, so the dragon and phoenix only has a lifespan of a quarter of an hour. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. Not only is it set in the book, once the content of the book is damaged, the lifespan of the bookmark will also be affected. The room was very quiet, and everyone was listening carefully to Chen Er's popular science. No one noticed that the fat orange, who had finished drinking coffee, also came up with wings attached, and his round cat eyes glanced at this and that, and finally fixed on Lin Ju's trouser pocket, who was enjoying the shoulder massage of the little paper man. Without noticing, Lin Ju was approached by the thief cat, and the bookmark in his trouser pocket was taken away by an experienced claw and put into the fish roll lucky bag hanging around his neck. The next second, the little paper man, who was massaging Lin Ju's shoulders, flew to the back of the thief cat and diligently smoothed the cat's fur. The thief cat was so comfortable that he took out a sofa with wings and nestled on it, squinting his eyes, and making a purring sound. Lin Ju found that his bookmark was stolen. It was another day to want to kill the cat. Chen Er's voice continued. So there are bookmarks like the little paper man that can be used repeatedly, and there are also the ones like the dragon and phoenix that can be used for a short time. Oh, there are also disposable ones. The cleansing technique in Xia Brothers' hand is, the cleansing technique is set as a one-time spell in the book, so the bookmark is also disposable, and it will be gone after use. After Chenrua said this, everyone looked at the book in Xia Jinji's hand curiously, and saw a shiny bookmark with a water drop pattern on it. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Xia Jinji took out the bookmark. As soon as it was separated from the bookmark spontaneously ignited without fire. It is indeed disposable, and there is a range limit. Performing a cleaning spell can only clean a spherical space with a radius of 10 meters at a time, Xia Jinji said, snapping his fingers. The next second, A refreshing force swept through everyone. In an instant, everyone was refreshed from head to toe. Even the little white shoes on their feet that were more or less stained with dirt looked like new ones. Disposable ones are also good things. Just snap your fingers and it's done, better than a water gun. A group of people, undead, and animal groups moved, holding books or coffee beans to stimulate the birth of seedlings. Shenrua also took out the mother plant of the pine seedlings. After Linju took down the coffee bookstore, the pine branches on the roof were still there, and the pine cones on it also sent out a line of subtitles that everyone hadn't had time to see before. A normal pine nut. I am a brother to the pine nut who loves reading, but I don't like reading. The pine branches were buried in the soil, and a new coffee bookstore grew again. When the second batch of fruit appeared, Chen-Er was depressed. Under Rongshu's gaze, he quickly stuffed the seedlings and pots into the fish roe bag and hid them tightly. Because this second batch of fruit is still a romance novel, looking at the others, Qin Lao planted a tree of 9-year compulsory education textbooks, Yin Weiguang planted a bunch of chess manuals, Sun Binbin's were game competition novels, Xia Jinji's were medical books, and Nkur's were financial books. The fat man who had never read a book actually planted a tree of comics with himself as the protagonist, and the content was all about eating. Whatever is in your mind, that's what you grow. If she doesn't die, who will? Luckily, soon, her brother Rong also grew a bunch of romance novels. With a companion, Chen-Er was instantly comforted. Brother Rong, so you also like to read romance novels? And female ones? Chen-Er was very surprised. She didn't discriminate against her brother Rong's hobby at all. She happily hugged Rongshu's arm and shook it. They are all books I haven't read. Rongshu laughed dumbly. Is there a possibility that his mental strength is too strong, and he can even disguise his thoughts? The more books he planted, the more lively the library became, and many people gathered around the doors and windows to look around. Okay, textbooks are good. My child was in the first grade before the end of the world. With textbooks, he can continue to study. But it's not enough to have only the textbooks for the 9-year compulsory education. University textbooks must also be arranged. My neighbor is a university professor. I will notify him to come over now. Those who reacted quickly have already bought coffee beans with crystal cores from the people in the house, and planted them. Ha ha ha, I planted Tang poetry, song lyrics, and Yuan opera. They are all serious books. Look, I planted fairy tale books. Wow! This mermaid bookmark is so beautiful. Mom, look at my bookmark, it's Calabash Brothers. Oh, I opened a swimming pool bookmark. Mine is a zither. Who wants a zither? Exchange it with a magic bookmark. I have a paint bookmark here. Who needs it? There's even a tile bookmark. Mysterious bookmarks are being snapped up. Seeing that the house was full of people, Chen-Er quickly called Sun Binbin to take Miaomiu to the Guodhua supermarket next door. The dense crowd dispersed all at once, following Sun Binbin and heading straight to the supermarket. As the crowd dispersed, seeing that it was getting late, the others also hugged Miaomiu and went home contentedly. Yin Weiguang chatted with Grandpa Rong for a few more words and stayed at the end. Before leaving, he saw Chen-Er and Rongshu sticking together, and suddenly smiled and said, "Old man, I want to drink. When are we going to get the marriage certificate and hold the wedding?" Chapter 160. Chen-Er suddenly became shy and looked embarrassed. Rongshu smiled, held her little hand and squeezed it, and replied to Yin Weiguang, "It will be soon, and I will send you a wedding invitation then." Yin Weiguang was satisfied, and looked at Xia Jinji and Nkir again. Seeing that the two were not as close as Chen-Er and Rongshu, and felt that they were still a little short of the wedding, the old man sighed, patted the young man on the shoulder, and left a sentence that made Xia Jinji's heart ache. "Xiao Xia, you have to hurry up. Don't wait until old Rong's great-grandfather becomes the emperor, and you haven't received the marriage certificate yet." It was like an arrow piercing his heart, so that on the way back, Xia Jinji's mind was full of proposal plans. When he arrived at the 9th floor, he had already thought of the 108th one. As soon as he entered the living room on the 9th floor, the rich aroma of crayfish and fried snails hit him. "I was just about to call you back for supper." Uncle Joe's cheerful voice sounded, "The stir-fried snails and crayfish just out of the pot. Wash your hands quickly." Slurp. I don't know which furry creature made a loud slurping sound, just like turning on the magic sound switch, and there were slurp sounds one after another. Ha ha ha. Grandpa Joe, who was still holding a spatula in his hand, was amused by the slurp sounds of the furry creatures. A group of people and non-humans lined up to wash their hands obediently, sat at the dining table, and each person was given a plate of snails and crayfish. They took out their favorite drinks and milk tea, brushed their potato music, opened bookmarks, and ate and drank lively. There were tens of thousands of comments under the official account of the light of the end of the world. Chen Rugong had just planted a pine seedling. The news of the seedling had spread on the potato music, and the latest discussion topics were all related to the coffee bookstore. A cup of coffee for breakfast in Gigi country. The crystal core is ready, just waiting for the coffee bookstore. Without that, life becomes boring. Education is not as hard as it can be in Daxia. The OP finally grew a book. It's worth my devout worship in the direction of the light of the end of the world. Professor of History Maka, I was worried that there would be a civilizational gap after the end of the world, but I didn't expect that spiritual plants could be grown into books. Daxia anywhere door, excited heart, trembling hands. 99 and 81 Koi added, Doryman is right in front of me. Brothers and sisters, wish me to open a anywhere door. Bookmark. Daxia's 3 sacred beasts. I was still worrying about my child's future education last night, and today I saw someone open a school. Bookmark. When will the official dad start the school? Big Tyrant Fish Row Lucky Bag My Dream Love Bag. Our library is already under construction. As soon as we received the news of the book, the official took action. Salute to the official dad, the efficiency is high. Daxia's official efficiency is also very high. The Shein account quickly updated the pictures and location announcements of the school and library, which are already made buildings opened with bookmarks. At the same time, it released teacher recruitment information and collected different types of books and bookmarks, one for one. Again, where is the upgraded platter? Take it out and have a look. Chen Ru was sucking the pearls in the milk tea one by one, immersing in the Shein comments, and suddenly heard Lin Ju's voice coming from the balcony. I don't know when this person ran to the balcony with a Coke in his mouth. Every time Chen Ru advanced, the seedlings he planted at the lower level would change a little. Lin Ju suddenly remembered this, and went to the balcony to look for it, but he didn't see it. Chen Er took a few seconds to react before she came back to her senses from the sound of the potato, ate the pearl, and answered him, Oh, after level 7, the seedlings will not be upgraded. The first one to be planted is the final form. After the ability was promoted to level 7, Chen Er had a feeling that it became easier to plant seedlings. In the past, after planting a seedling, she would feel powerless and had to upgrade to another level to plant all the fruits. But after planting a platter at level 7, this feeling of powerlessness disappeared. This also means that the seedling she planted after her ability reached level 7 will not be upgraded again. No more upgrades? Lin Ju looked disappointed. I thought there would be new and interesting fruits. Ju, only when you are content can you be happy. Now you have everything, but it's not good enough? Grandpa Lin suddenly said earnestly. Lin Ju was stunned. Yes, what was he thinking? Now that we have everything, what does it matter if we upgrade or not? The platter itself is already amazing. Fun new fruits? The fruits that she planted were never planted for fun, but these fruits just happen to be very fun to plant. Lin Ju smiled. Grandpa, you are right. Old people are still insightful. Not only will it not be upgraded, everyone should be prepared that I may not plant new seedlings. Chen Er took a sip of milk tea and continued, After all, human power is limited, and I only have so many brain cells. I have already spent a lot, and it is impossible for me to plant endlessly. And I will only think of planting what I need. Now I have everything I should have, and if I don't have it, everyone can create it with the existing materials. I don't need to plant more things. The most important thing is that she is already very satisfied with everything she is now. Once people are satisfied with the status quo, they want to give up. With food, drinks, fun and entertainment, why bother thinking? Everyone at the table was stunned by what she said, but soon they all reacted. What else do you want? Don't forget that at the beginning we even broke the pot and glued it together. Grandpa Rong was the first to stand up with his wine glass. Come on, cheers. Salute to you who created everything for us. No, it's our landlord. Salute to the landlord. While speaking, Grandpa Rong happily walked around most of the table and knocked on Chen Er's cup of milk tea. Other people and animals followed suit, all running over excitedly to toast with Chen Er, and each time they drank, they didn't forget to call Lord of the landlord. Or bark and chirp a few times, even in Ke Rong Shu called. Chen Er was so proud. In the following days, Blue Star was immersed in the joy of rebuilding the homeland after the end of the apocalypse. Each safety zone was expanded to the scale of the previous city, and various commercial streets, residential areas, large shopping malls, amusement parks, etc. were under construction in full swing. The light of the apocalypse also had an aerial garden square, which was half surrounded by a circle of commercial streets, with various stores such as maternal and child stores, breakfast shops, pharmacies, snack shops, and bookstores. The city construction was proceeding in an orderly manner, and a major event happened during this period. While Xia Jinji was still working hard on the proposal plan, Rongshu had already personally made a pair of unique rings with materials from the rose seedling jewelry Stone Mountain, and successfully proposed to Qinru in a sea of aerial roses planted by himself above Building 0. Chapter 161. The marriage certificate was obtained on the same day. After a month, Xia Jinji finally proposed to Enkir, and Qinru and Rongshu had already held their wedding. The theme was "You will never catch up with me." 99 sets of exquisite wedding dresses of different styles were designed and selected by Grandma Wang and other well-known designers, who survived on Blue Star, and the tentacle monster Rongshu sewed them by hand with his mental power. The wedding photos were changed in various styles, from the bottom of the sea, the ground to outer space. Until the wedding day, Qinru was only responsible for looking beautiful, eating and drinking, and did nothing else. Even her husband changed her clothes by hand. The weather was fine in autumn, and the much-anticipated wedding began. The groom Rongshu was dressed in a white suit, riding on the back of Rongqiuqiu, looking handsome. Rongqiuqiu led the team in the middle, and formed a row of 9 Pegasus with the other 8 Pegasus. The Pegasus spread their beautiful white wings, collectively swayed the dandelion balls on their heads, neighed happily, and pulled behind them an oversized pumpkin brand wedding car tied with fireworks, carrying the beautiful bride Chen in a white wedding dress. The convoy flew out from the light of the end of the world and began to fly around the world. The animal group collectively wore garlands on their heads and wings on their bodies. Big Fat led the way, each carrying a small basket full of pink rose petals, scattering petals all over the sky to make way. Behind was a heart-shaped flower pond with dandelion wings spread out, filled with various seedlings and mother plants planted by Chen. Each seedling was tied with a beautiful corsage, and you and I competed to send barrages. Among them, the lotus root seedling that saved Rongshu was favored by his mother. He held his head high and stood in the center. The miracle lotus flower that bloomed had the largest corsage tied to it. It was it, the most dazzling cub in the entire flower pond. Behind the flower bed is the wedding car. Around the wedding car, relatives and friends are either standing on flying swords or wearing wings, holding mushroom phones to record the whole process. Behind the car, there is a long procession of official personnel and survivors. Grandma and Enkir each hold a basket of candy and a basket of crystal cores and fly higher, sprinkling candy crystal cores on the procession and the city below. Wherever the convoy goes, the fairy welcoming the bride special effects from the bookmark are added, festive fairy music is played, colorful auspicious clouds accompany, golden clouds fill the sky, hundreds of flowers pave the way for congratulations, and thousands of beasts sing and send blessings. The team walked out of the light of the end of the world, passed through a light curtain emitting starlight, and then appeared over the next city. People kept joining the procession, getting longer and longer, flying out of the city in a mighty manner, passing through another starlight light curtain, and then appearing over the next city. The light curtain is the manifestation of the portal bookmark. Passing through one door, one can ignore the distance in space and instantly reach a place thousands of miles away, and then pass through another door. In the pumpkin car, Qinru occupied the entire car alone, cracking melon seeds while replying to the blessings from netizens from all over the Blue Star on the screen. Occasionally, he glanced at Rongshu's beautiful back through the car window, and his mood was bubbling with joy. If she hadn't seen the news about the red fog, she would have been in a better mood. The dragon of the deep sea of Daxia, red fog appeared on the seabed. Is the end of the world really over? Video, the dragon of the deep sea of Daxia is a diving enthusiast who accidentally filmed the traces of the red fog appearing on the seabed. The video was uploaded to Sheen, and the comment area under the post was covered with layers of comments. Ollie Doomsday Recorder. Shallow sea areas in many places have dried up, and the seawater level has dropped significantly. The red fog is still there, and the erosion of the Blue Star has not ended. Pictures. Ollie Doomsday Recorder uploaded a comparison of shallow sea water levels over the past month. The water level is dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. In many places, the most recent picture shows that the seawater has dried up. Fengjia Pessimist. The red fog will not stop until it swallows up the blue planet. No matter how many spiritual plants there are, they cannot stop the blue planet from going to extinction. Daxia building owner's leg pendant at Fengjia Pessimist. Where did this unlucky thing come from? If anyone knows this guy, please send him a lemon milk bottle to get rid of the bad luck. Daxia marshmallow pineapple flavor. Although it is unlucky, I have to say that what he said makes some sense. Dasha Beast Tamer, what are you afraid of? The OP is here. At worst, you can just change the ball and migrate to the moon. With bottle air, plant some spiritual plants, move the crystal core or over, and it's not a dream to turn the moon into a small blue star. Dasha Cotton turns into sofa. That's right, there are many balls outside, it's just a move. If the moon doesn't work, just change another one, take the OP and the crystal core with you, don't be afraid. Daba loves the faucet, take the OP with you, add 1 to your fear. Dasha roasted sweet potato flour pot my life, take the OP with you, add 2 to your fear. The journey that would have taken a day to fly was completed in 2 hours, because of the existence of the portal. After reading the latest news from Hanwoo and learning about everyone's concerns about the future of Blue Star, Chinru pondered for a moment, and turned on the 3D projection of Blue Star on the mushroom phone. Someone who hadn't planted seedlings for a long time took out a lucky bag of fish roe, took out a watermelon seed and planted it. While absorbing the energy input from the crystal core, he followed the projection of the Blue Star, and sketched out the desired appearance of the watermelon seedling in his mind bit by bit. She used her level 8 superpower to its fullest. As the watermelon seedlings broke through the soil, her superpowers also grew stronger, as they absorbed the crystal core. The level 8 superpowers, which were already at the critical value, finally broke through the peak at a certain moment and successfully advanced. The level 9 superpowers surged into the watermelon seedlings, and the prototype of a watermelon green blue star instrument gradually took shape in the flower pot. After circling the blue star, the wedding convoy returned to the light of the end of the world. The wedding hall was suspended high above the light of the end of the world. The ceiling was full of milk bottle fireworks, the carpet was a koi water area with ripples at every step, and the wall was a colorful waterfall of flowers. The dining table, the MC, the sound system, the drinks. All the arrangements of the wedding venue, from the 80-year-old man to the babbling children, almost everyone in the light of the end of the world participated. Under the joint witness of the entire Blue Star, the car door opened, and Chinru was carried down from the pumpkin car by Rong Shu, holding hands and walking into the hall. As they stepped in, bright red koi fish quickly gathered under their feet into a long red carpet leading to the center of the auditorium. The flower girl Depang, who had shrunk into a small national treasure, followed the two with short legs, holding up the long hem of his mother's wedding dress. The pink heart-shaped bubbles from the heart-beating bookmark popped out from the two people from time to time, circling and dancing around them. The heart-shaped bubbles collided with each other from time to time, creating a Q-elastic special effect. With a pop sound, a red heart bounced back and forth. The fireworks in the sky were blooming brilliantly, just like Rong Shu's heart flower. Before the ceremony began, he couldn't help but stand still amid the booing of the audience, turned sideways, held the face of the person next to him, and lowered his head to kiss her. "Brother Rong, it's not time yet. Yu, I love you." The man's voice was gentle and affectionate, swallowing up all the words that the woman had come to her mouth. Red hearts kept colliding around the two people, forming more and more, almost covering their entire bodies, and there was a tendency to spread to the entire venue. The bookmark heartbeat has a characteristic. The more lovers under the effect of the bookmark are moved by each other, the more red hearts will be formed by collision. Chapter 162 Extra 1. In the early morning of December, the sun began to shine with the light of the end of the world on the huge mountain of raw gemstones in the east. The white frost on the corn leaves and lawn was about to melt, and it was so cold that it could freeze people's fingers off when the coconut window was opened. In the bedroom, Rong Shu was wearing the pajama version of the gift of the god of fire, half leaning against the head of the bed, holding a small crochet needle in his slender hands, skillfully crocheting a beige men's sweater, which was the size he wore. He was covered with a fluffy winter quilt, which was draped over his thighs, and there was a small bulge on the side of his legs. Chin Air's head was resting on Rong Shu's thighs, and he was bulging in the quilt for a long time, but he couldn't get out of the quilt. Her mobile phone at the head of the bed rang twice, and Rong Shu picked it up and answered it. While answering the video, he did not forget to use his mental tentacles to lift up the sweater, crochet hook and thread, and quietly put them back into the fish roll lucky bag that Chin Air had placed next to the pillow. "Grandma?" The video was from Grandma. "Ah Shu, are you up again? The Liuji Zilong Bao store that she asked me to look out for is open. There's a long line at the door." Grandma Ann's voice came from the mushroom phone. Chin Air, who had been trying to get his head out for a long time, finally managed to get his head out. With a hair that was raised from sleeping, he shouted excitedly to the phone, "Grandma, help me queue up and take a seat, I come and eat." "Grandma has queued for you. Come slowly, You're already pregnant, don't be in a hurry. Ah Shu, watch her. Grandma was still nagging on the other end of the phone, and Chen Er had been dug out of the quilt by Rongshu. After Rongshu responded and Grandma hung up the phone, Chen Ru immediately hugged Rongshu's neck and said excitedly, steamed dumplings, delicious steamed dumplings. Brother Rong, I want to eat 2 baskets, no 3 baskets. And pack up 50 baskets. Otherwise, if the boss has something to do at home next time and doesn't open the store, I will be so hungry. She was wearing the same pajamas as Rongshu's, the gift of the god of fire. Her 3-month-old belly was slightly protruding, and she was nestled in Rongshu's arms, delicate and soft. One more look would make Rongshu feel so fond of her. He kissed her forehead, carefully picked her up, put on fluffy cotton slippers, and gently put her on the ground, his eyes full of love almost overflowing. Okay. It was only 8:30 in the morning when the two of them packed up and changed into the couple's Vulcan suit. There was no one downstairs, but it was not quiet at all. The snoring of a bunch of fur balls was deafening. Chen Er and Rongshu went downstairs and glanced at the fish roll lucky bags in the living room, but didn't see Depang's. There were so many fish roll lucky bags, and to avoid confusion, each one had its own mark. Depang's fish roll lucky bag had a small panda head pendant tied to the bag mouth, and Depang's name was engraved on it, which was easy to recognize. At this time of the day, Depang should still be sleeping soundly. Chen Er was puzzled. Brother Rong, where is Depang? Her eldest son seems to be worried recently. She has seen him holding a pot of rose seedlings and staring blankly more than once. He didn't say anything when she asked him. She has been paying special attention to him these days. Rongshu closed his eyes and dispersed his spiritual perception. He is over there in the square. You went out to play so early? Yeah, there are many new playmates, and we are having fun. While talking, the two walked to the coconut door, put on the wing stickers, held hands, and the 2 butterflies flew out of the door. As soon as they went out, they saw that the outer wall of Li Daqiang's newly built sky villa had disappeared at some point, revealing the furniture and furnishings in the inner room. This man chased his squirrel all over the house under the eyes of a crowd of onlookers. When she chased to the table was crackling, bitten into pieces by the squirrel. When she chased to the sofa disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chen Er pulled Rongshu closer to look. Not long after, the whole villa was left with only the floor where Li Daqiang was standing. Clattering. A pile of crumbs poured down from head to toe. Li Daqiang wiped his face with despair amid the laughter from heaven and earth. The whole process made Chen Er stunned. When she reacted, she quickly pulled Rongshu away. This was definitely not her fault. Although she planted the squirrel, she didn't let Li Daqiang raise it. Feeling guilty, she flew away a little. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she suddenly heard 2 loud noises from below, bang and squeak. Chen Er jumped in shock, grabbed Rongshu's hand, and put it on her pregnant belly, and stroked it twice. It won't scare you if you touch the fur, baby, don't be afraid. Looking down, he saw that a supercar from a bookmark and a pumpkin car collided with each other in front of the esports club newly established by Lin Ju and Sun Binbin, opposite When You Flower Shop. Go, 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 there's a car accident, nothing to see. The people around glanced at the scene of the car accident, and didn't even want to watch the excitement. Those who were flying continued to fly, those who were walking continued to walk, and those who were stuck in traffic also parked their cars and ran away on the spot. Looking at the 2 people who crashed into the car, one was wearing a Vulcan suit, not even a strand of hair was messed up, and the other had a koi carp on his clothes wagging its tail happily, and he was also unscathed. Not to mention the people, even the cars were put together in a platter, one with a Vulcan shield, and the other covered with Buddhist beads, and they didn't even leave a scratch when they collided. There's really nothing to see. Chen Er withdrew his gaze. Who hasn't come from the end of the world? How dare you go out without a koi and a Vulcan suit? Flying all the way, I saw all kinds of excitement along the way. There are so many people. It's so cold, and everyone is out strolling in the early morning. Chen Er sighed, and couldn't help feeling a little proud. It's all because the spicy strips are so delicious, and the gift of the Vulcan is so comfortable to wear. Rongshu's hands are very sensible, and he touches his head at the right time. Chen Er, he. Lu Ji Zilong Bao is located in the newly built Sky Garden Square, at the height of the light of the end of the world. There are a circle of shops on the outside, including breakfast shops, bookstores, maternal and child shops, milk tea shops, bakeries, nail shops and other shops. The inner circle is a variety of activity venues, separated by lawns, small oceans, lotus ponds, flower beds and other scenery. Since its construction, This place has become a holy place for morning exercise and square dancing, and it is the favorite place for the dead elders. There are people everywhere. Some were eating breakfast, some were playing with flying swords, some were walking their pets on the lawn, some were throwing snacks to feed the koi by the lotus pond. As soon as Chen Er and Rongshu landed, they looked around and saw a bunch of familiar faces. Under the ginkgo tree in the left corner, Grandpa Rong was playing chess with a strange old man. In addition to the chessboard, there was a black rectangular tea tray randomly planted on rose seedlings on the table. Grandpa Zhou and Grandpa Lin were brewing tea on the side, giving advice to the two chess players from time to time. Move this and that, block his cannon. His chariot is here, the horse can't move, take the pawn first. On the right side, on the cherry blossom forest path, with colorful fallen petals, he song-supported the chubby Li Jingyuan and strolled among the flowers. As the year was coming to an end, Guogua's supermarket closed, and all the employees were on holiday, and Li Jingyuan was on a very long maternity leave. Ah! A video was playing in the air in front of the two of them. In the video, a few familiar old men and women wearing Buddhist beads were chased by zombies and screamed in fear. Li Jingyuan listened to the miserable screams in the video, with a comfortable look on her face, and even hummed a song. Chen Erdwa looked at it for a while, and then remembered that it was the people who robbed them. Miss when you made them old and threw them into the zombie group. They didn't die? What a tough life. Looking at the Buddhist beads on them, I'm afraid they were rescued at that time. But judging from the extent of Sister Yuan's vengeance, she must have reported the person. The end of the world is over, and order is restored. Even if the person is alive now, he is probably in the sewing machine. The two passed through the activity area and walked towards Lu Ji Zilongbao on the edge of the square. On the way, they also met Grandma Wang and her grandson Zhao Lei who were walking out, and Zhao Lei's new girlfriend was with them. The girl held Zhao Lei with one hand and Grandma Wang with the other. The three of them were talking and laughing. It was obvious that a happy event was coming. Woohoo! The fur balls are dancing in the square. They are so cute. Guogua's supermarket is closed. We have to wait until after the new year to get new products. I really want to have one now. National treasures are the cutest. No objection. Passing by a square dance venue, Chen Er didn't pay attention at first, but unexpectedly heard the words for balls and national treasures around him. He turned his head and saw. Shock! Wow! A bunch of furry black and white balls were neatly stacked there, following the aunts and sisters dancing in the square in front of him, stretching their arms and legs, twisting left and right. So cute! Brother Roan, is Big Fatty in there? Chen Er pointed at the fur balls. Yes. Chen looked at this one, then that one, and couldn't tell which one was her cub. She was shocked. These are Depang's new playmates? She thought Rongshu was talking about playmates referring to other new animals that Depang had met, but she didn't expect that they were actually a bunch of Depang's kind, the national treasure giant panda. In a flash, she understood. It turned out that the cub had been holding rose seedlings these days, because he wanted to plant the same kind. Yes, other small animals have their own kind. There is more than one Pegasus, more than one cow. And cats and dogs too, but there are no pandas. Depang is the only one. She couldn't grow a second panda with bamboo shoots, but after rose seedlings grew birds and beasts, there were all kinds of animals, but there was no panda. She couldn't grow it, and neither could anyone else. I didn't expect it. Big Fat actually grew it himself. No wonder he ran out to play early in the morning. The kid must be so happy. Even until he entered Liuji, Chen Er was still immersed in the excitement of Big Fat having a companion, grabbing Rongshu's hand and shaking it non-stop. Again, this table. As soon as they entered, they saw Grandma waving at the two of them. Although both of them were wearing masks of the god of fire, people who were close to them were familiar with their figures, and Grandma recognized them at a glance. Grandma, have you eaten? The two went over and saw 6 steamers stacked on the table, as well as 2 cups of soy milk and 2 cups of corn juice. I've eaten. I ordered 6 trays for you. If you're not enough, there's more here. Grandma stuffed a lucky bag of fish roe into Rongshu's hand, got up and hurried out. Eat it yourself. Grandma is leaving first. I came here in the middle of dancing, and I have to go back quickly. My old sisters are waiting for me. The old man recently learned Latin from someone and formed a team. He practices dancing in the square every day. Not only did he form a dance team, he also formed a band. He was a drummer in the team. From time to time, he went camping with his old sisters, and went to Linju and Sun Binden's club to form a team to play games. His life was more exciting than that of young people, and it was more enjoyable. After getting pregnant, Jin Air became particularly fond of pasta. If he didn't eat steamed buns and noodles for a day, he would be greedy. 6 trays of steamed dumplings, shared with Rong Shu, ate them all. After eating and packing up, they came out of the store. They didn't rush back. They walked around the square to digest the food and bought some snacks that Jin Air liked to eat. When passing by the bookstore, I saw that the proprietress who wrote novels before the end of the world had produced many new fantasy works, so I went in and bought a few more. After a round of shopping, I spent several Mao Zedong's banknotes. A few months is enough for the countries on Blue Star to restore their monetary systems. Paper money can be used, but no one is willing to use crystal cores. After all, without the large-scale erosion and precipitation of red fog, it is inevitable that the crystal cores will be used less and less. Some people on Shuyin have begun to worry about the future fate of fruits that need crystal cores, such as coconut pots and mobile phones, without crystal cores. After buying books, the couple flew home slowly. On the way, they also went to an used flower shop full of New Year flowers to sit for a while, and then went to the opposite door to take a look at Sun Binbin and Lin Ju, who had been up for 2 nights, and were almost catching up with the dark circles under the eyes of Depang. When they flew back to Building 0, they saw Nkir and Xia Jinji pasting couplets and red envelopes on the gate of the yard, and Rong's father and mother and others helped Uncle Zhou make preserved meat and fried goods in the yard. Although many things can be grown, how can they be the same as those made by hand? Jin Air found it fun to fry shrimp chips and stuffed sausages, so he pulled Rong Shu to participate. This play lasted a whole day. When Rong Shu went to wash up late at night, she found an opportunity to quietly get into the fish roll lucky bag and pick up the uncrocheted sweater to continue crocheting. It's so long. Jin Air unfolded the sweater, compared it, and looked happy. At this position, you can start crocheting the sleeves. This sweater is a gift for Rong Shu by Jin Air. She crocheted a little bit every day for several months. It's not a birthday gift, nor a gift for other holidays. It just happened that she learned crocheting from her grandmother. She simply thought that she hadn't given Ronggu a gift yet, so she wanted to crochet her love for Ronggu into the sweater stitch by stitch and give it to him. Just like Ronggu sewed a wedding dress for her personally. In order to surprise Rong Shu, she hid from him when he was taking a bath and crocheted. It was just that after pregnancy, her energy was not good. In the middle of the night, she often felt sleepy while crocheting. This was also the reason why she hadn't crocheted the sleeves of a sweater for several months. The sound of the bathroom door opening came to her ears. Jin Air quickly put away her sweater and crochet hook and picked up the watermelon seedling beside the bed. After yawning, she forced herself to be alert and continued to outline the last small piece of the map. In the flower pot, on the green melon seedling that grew into the shape of the base and bracket of the blue star instrument, there was only one spherical fruit, and the melon skin grew into a watermelon that looked like a blue star map. In other words, a small blue star. As long as the last missing piece of the map is completed, it will be completely completed. Just when she finished half of the outline, Rongshu came in and interrupted her with a kiss. You are sleepy. Continue tomorrow. Oh! Jin Air yawned, her eyelids almost unable to open, and let Rongshu take Miao Miao away and carry her out of the fish roe bag. She was confused and found a comfortable position in the familiar arms, muttering, "Brother Rong, what time is it?" "It's 10:30, go to bed." Press the switch, and the lampshade outside the glowing little potato closes. Jin Air nestled in the man's arms, and fell asleep almost the next second after the lights were turned off. And just after she fell asleep, her invisible mental tentacles opened. 2 of them reached into the fish roe bag, controlled the crochet hook, and crocheted 2 more rows. 2 went downstairs, and went into the kitchen to mix the dough and stuffing, continuing what they had been doing since the day when Lu Ji's boss closed the store for something. Steamed dumplings that are more delicious than Lu Ji's. Chapter 163 Extra 2. Bang bang bang. Swoosh. On New Year's Eve, every household set off milk bottle fireworks and mahjong fireworks to welcome the arrival of the new year. At midnight, Jin Air injected supernatural powers into the watermelon seedlings to complete the finishing touch. In an instant, the melons ripened and fell off the stems. The green watermelon spheres separated from the seedlings and sank into the surface of the blue planet. Buzz. People around the world felt the tremor from the planet under their feet at almost the same time. Countless 20-fold lenses recorded the soil that was still eroded by the red fog, the ocean disappeared, and the invisible force, like a fat domain, bounced the red fog away. The watermelon red soil spread on the surface, forming mountains, hills, plains, basins. The watermelon red crystal veins were like the pulse of the earth, winding all over the world. The fruits of the spiritual plants growing on the mud fell off and fell into the watermelon red soil, slowly sprouting new buds, like ordinary plants before the end of the world. The artificially placed fruit oceans, lakes, and jewel stone mountains in various places, plus the various spiritual plants planted on the mud before, and the flowers, plants and trees grown by the spiritual plants. A brand new blue planet has appeared. The world celebrated all night long. Yin Hung accompanied several official personnel to come overnight, and held a meeting with Chen Air to ask about the characteristics of the watermelon planet. At the same time, the Research Institute collected soil and crystal samples with the aroma of watermelon as quickly as possible to establish a new research project. On the first day of the new year, an announcement was notified to the world by the official Potato Sound account. The content was very long, and there were 3 main points extracted. First, the blue planet has a new name, Watermelon Planet. Second, the watermelon soil of Watermelon Planet can be used to grow spiritual plants. Planting spiritual plants on watermelon soil is equivalent to planting ordinary plants on soil before the end of the world. If spiritual plants are planted on watermelon soil without adding crystal cores or mud, they will naturally reproduce, grow slowly, age, and die. Third, watermelon crystals can replace crystal cores to provide energy to fruits, but they cannot give birth to spiritual plants, and cannot allow superpowers to absorb and become stronger. Behind the announcement, there are 3 lines of repeated bold words. Important things should be said 3 times. Love civilization and hygiene. Please consciously protect the environment of Watermelon Star, and don't throw garbage at it. Our Watermelon Star is conscious. Behind the 3 lines of bold words, the official also released 3 videos. In the first video, a child finished eating ice cream, and the empty paper bowl fell to the ground without holding it firmly. A line of golden subtitles popped up on the ground. "Oh, who threw garbage at me? It's so dirty." When the child picked up the empty paper bowl and threw it into the trash can, another line of subtitles popped up on the ground. "Garbage should be thrown into the trash can. You are a good kid, so I won't warn you." In the second video, some of the homes of residents on the ground are filled with lines of subtitles. "With no place to step, I'm going to vomit. I'm so disgusting, I'm almost fainted. How can there be such a sloppy family like you? You actually poop directly on others. Whose mushroom toilet doesn't pour excrement into the ghost-faced pumpkin trash can? It's so dirty." For people living in the sky, all mushroom toilets are connected to the ghost-faced pumpkin trash can, but for people living on the ground, it's a habit, and many still use primitive pipes to excrete excrement into the ground. In the past, it was fertile soil, but now, it's pooping directly on people's little watermelons. As soon as little watermelon went berserk, the comments almost flooded these families. After the pipes and excrement were all cleaned up, these families finally had peace, and they also received a compliment from little watermelon that made people laugh and cry. "Ruzi is teachable, Ruzi is teachable." The last video was an official test, and Qianing volunteered to be a tester and deliberately threw garbage on the ground. The golden subtitles floated up from the ground. "Saw, if you throw it again, I will warn you." Qianing threw it again, the first warning of the melon rind. The outer skin of half a watermelon popped out from the ground and covered Qianying's head like a hat, and he couldn't pull it off no matter how hard he tried. In front of the melon rind were the words garbage in black and capital letters, and behind them were the words 7 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. For an 8-hour countdown. Qianing threw it again, watermelon rind warning for the second time. The second watermelon rind hat, which was exactly the same as the previous one, popped out of the ground and overlapped on top of the first watermelon rind. The countdown of the top one was changing, but the one below stopped changing, as if it had to wait until the top watermelon rind counted down before the bottom one would continue. Qianing continued to throw, watermelon rind warning for the 3rd time. "Congratulations, young man. You are the first person on Watermelon Star to achieve 3 watermelon rind warnings. I will give you the first burial alive package." The next second, the ground under Qianying's feet cracked, and he sank down unexpectedly. In the blink of an eye, the ground closed up, leaving only his head exposed on the ground. On his head, there were 3 watermelon rinds with garbage written on them, stacked like candied haws. There were 3 8-hour countdowns on each rind. At the end of the video, it freezes on Qianying's confused face. When Shenru saw it, he laughed so hard that he fell on Rong Shu and almost laughed himself into a choke. However, this joy did not last long. The latest news is that the Daniai space supernaturalist Lazen is suspected to be parasitized by an unknown weird, and a large number of ghost tails have grown all over his body. The Panda domain is showing its power again. A piece of lunch news appeared on the 3D projection screen in front of the dining table of every household on Watermelon Star. In the news video, Lazan, who came to the light of the end of the world and was sent back to Damai, was walking on the street, and suddenly his body was cracked with dark and bottomless holes. White ghost tails stretched out from it and attacked the Damai people around who had no defense. At the critical moment, the defense of the Panda domain was triggered. Shenru's supernatural power was promoted to level 9, and Depang also promoted it. After the promotion, the defense of the Panda domain will be triggered, and golden ripples will appear, and Panda claws will extend from the ripples. In the video, countless golden ripples were seen in the air, and Panda claws stretched out from the ripples, and a tail slapped the densely packed ghost tails without missing a single one, and slapped them all back into Lasan's body. But the cracked and terrifying openings on his body were still there, and new tails kept coming out of them, being slapped back, and then coming out again, and the openings were getting wider and wider. Not only Lasan was in trouble, but also on the side of the light of the end of the world, an equally unknown terrifying gaze was projected from the crack between Su Qingjin's eyebrows, and it scanned the range of the light of the end of the world. Soon, its sight fell on the pedestrian wearing the Vulcan mask. Accompanied by a creepy scream, this terrifying gaze felt by everyone suddenly disappeared, followed by a furious and terrifying roar. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if a huge force was beating something, and the crack between Su Qingjin's eyebrows began to crack and expand. The Mask of the God of Fire, the subtitle is the nemesis of peepers, which can counterattack all malicious peeps. The more malicious the peep, the more severe the counterattack, the milder the eye injury, and the more serious the blindness. Obviously, the gaze from the unknown horror is not ordinary malicious. Xiao Shigua's barrage went viral around the world. Ah. 1, 2, 3, 3 strange things from different planes have located us. Ah. The space barrier is about to be broken by them. Help. Help. An emergency meeting was held again. Lasan was sent to the light of the end of the world by the moon ship, and was imprisoned in 2 superpower cages with Su Qingjin. The situation of both of them was very bad, with a feeling of being broken at any time. Lasan had many cracks on his body, and the situation was particularly serious. Xia Jinji gave the 2 people healing superpowers, but it was useless. The same was true for Ganlu. The injuries on the 2 people were no longer at the level of life, but space cracks. Xia Jinji confirmed, be prepared. If the cracks cannot be repaired, you can only be resurrected. The 2 people's face-repairing dolls, Miracle Lotus, and the artifact heaven-repairing shuttle from the fairy tale novels were prepared in advance. The drone opened by the bookmark flew into the crack, but soon lost contact. Some bookmark magic from the fairy world was used again, and they were destroyed one after another. Everyone looked at Rongshu. Rongshu's mental tentacles reached into the space crack. Shenru was nestled in the fish roll lucky bag on his chest, holding the face-repairing doll that Rongshu had re-recognized with blood, and looked at it nervously. Although she was worried about accidents, she knew there was no other way. Rongshu's spiritual power was very special. So far, it had never been discovered by anyone. And this time, it was also safe. They are creatures from other planes. One is called Desire Demon, and the other is Ghost King. After Rongshu withdrew his spiritual power, his face turned slightly pale, but the serenity in his eyes disappeared. After Xia Jinji restored his ability to him, Shenru looked at him with starry eyes. Brother Rong, did you kill them? Rongshu touched her head, and shook his head. I only killed the Desire Demon. The plane where the Desire Demon is located has increased my spiritual power, so it is easy to kill it. But the Ghost King has countless clones, and each tail is one of its clones. Unless all the clones are killed at once, it cannot be killed. Su Zhang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but Demei's official staff and licensed family were dumbfounded. What should we do? Destroy their positioning anchor points first. Rongshu said, took out the altar where the Buddha statues were placed, and began to worship the gods. The confinement circle formed by the golden light of the true words bound Lyson and Su Qingjin. Location anchor point? Everyone was confused by Rongshu's words. It is the power projection they use to locate the spatial orientation. Rongshu explained. There are spatial barriers between different planes. If you want to go from one plane to another, you must first find the spatial barrier between the 2 planes and pass through it to reach it. This requires a positioning anchor point to determine the location of the spatial barrier. Someone reacted. I understand. Although I know where I want to go, I don't know the way to navigate. Rongshu nodded and shared the information he learned with everyone. Lysan and Su Qingjin are the anchor point hosts they chose. Yue continued to use red mist to devour planets, causing space turbulence. Before he released the red mist into the blue planet, our plane was discovered by the Devil and the Ghost King, who were strong men from other planes. Part of the red mist entered the other plane when the space was turbulent. When it was recalled by Yue, the red mist brought the power projections of many strong men from other planes, that is, anchor points. These anchor points can guide them to find our plane and tear the space barrier. The anchor points must be parasitic on a living body to be opened. The Ghost King is not picky. He originally chose Yue as a host, but before he could get close to Yue, he was brought to the blue planet by a robot, and chose Lassen as the anchor point host nearby. No wonder the robot that released the red mist was found in Lassen's house, and the tale of the ghost was found in his mind. Some people remembered Rongshu's search of Lassen's memory before. That tale is one of the Ghost King's clones, and it is also his second anchor point just in case. Rongshu said, "We didn't know the situation at the time, so we just sealed the clone with supernatural powers and put it in the research institute, doing something meaningless." Second anchor point? Does it have a first anchor point? Rongshu nodded. The alien space is its first anchor point. In addition to the ability of clones, the Ghost King also has domain abilities, and the alien space is one of its abilities. Wow, so this alien space is essentially the manifestation of the Ghost King's power, and it is not Lassen's supernatural power at all? That's right. The Ghost King feeds on the vitality of living beings, and the big-browed people in the space are all its reserve food. The alien space is getting bigger, which means that the anchor point is getting clearer, and the speed at which it breaks through the space barrier is accelerating. Once the barrier is broken, it will immediately target these reserve food to replenish its consumption. So as soon as those tails emerged from the crack, they began to attack the living. Several big-browed people who had been living in the alien space shuddered together, with fear on their faces. Fortunately, there is the panda domain, Rongshu continued. The ghost monster we encountered before was a part of it that came through the red fog at the beginning. It parasitized on the living and sucked the vitality. It was swallowed by the red fog and became a ghost monster. So this is how the ghost monster came about. And the lust demon is different from the Ghost King. It feeds on the desire of living beings. The stronger the desire of the anchor host to get something, the clearer its anchor point will be, and the faster it will break the barrier. This is also the reason why it chose Su Chungjin as the anchor point. At this point, Rongshu paused slightly, his face a little dark. Su Chungjin is the most satisfactory of the host it chose. Most satisfied? Su Zhang's old face was also dark. People who knew the situation showed more or less sympathy. What a shame to have such a grandson, Chen said. Hurry up and pat her brother Rong's chest to calm down. Don't be angry. Although he was upset, Rongshu soon calmed down after being comforted by his dear wife. And now is not the time to be angry. While the two were imprisoned by the golden light of the truth, the anchor power disappeared into thin air, and the bookmark pad the sky shuttle came in handy. The black shuttle passed through the cracks on Lyson and Su Qingjin's bodies. Every time it passed, the tail dragged a black line exactly like the crack, patching the crack. In a blink of an eye, all the cracks on the two disappeared. They turned into two complete people again. Sprinkled the nectar, and soon regained consciousness. Layson and his family hugged each other, and cried with joy. And Su Chungjin, when he opened his eyes, he first glared at Rongshu, and then quickly noticed the fish roll lucky bag on Rongshu's chest. There, Chen Er was lying on the bag mouth looking out, and happened to meet his eyes. He was frightened and shrank back into the bag. After a while, he quietly moved up a little, and then a little higher, and peeked over. Su Chungjin suddenly covered his heart, like it so much. The fiery and crazy obsession in his eyes silently provoked Rongshu's nerves. Su Zhang's forehead veins jumped violently, and with a dark face, he picked up the man and stuffed him into the fish roll lucky bag, holding the bag mouth tightly with his hands. Let me out, let me out. Old Su, you can lock up my body, but you can't lock up my heart. The bag bulged left and right, and Su Qingjin's screams were faintly heard. Su Zhang simply took out a few more fish roll lucky bags, and put Su Qingjin's fish roll lucky bag on top of them, like nesting dolls. Then, as if nothing had happened, he said hello to everyone calmly and left. Chen Er, As expected, the old ones are still the best, and one thing can defeat another. Speaking of which, it seems that she hasn't seen Su Qingjin's serious illness for a long time. I'm afraid he has been watched by his grandfather all the time. Seeing that the two have recovered and the crisis has been resolved, everyone in the meeting breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to adjourn the meeting, Xiao Shigua's screen barrage popped up. It's too early to relax, family members. there is still a weird thing that hasn't been solved. It's coming. This is a big horror. And? Everyone was shocked. Rongshu's spiritual perception spread outward, and soon, he seemed to have discovered something and used a teleport. Bookmark. Teleport. The characteristic of a bookmark is that it can reach any location instantly. This is a big bug for Rongshu's 360-degree mental perception, which means he can go wherever he wants. With a teleport, a group of people appeared in the official office building of Daxia. In front of them was a young man with superpowers, who fell to the ground and fell into a coma with a faint black gas flowing out of his eyebrows. Who is this? Chen Ru felt that he looked familiar, like someone who lived in the same community and occasionally met, but was not familiar with him. Sun Binbin helped her recognize him. He is the one who awakened his superpowers in the dark realm of the Bat Monster. His superpowers are the same as Brother Rong's, and they are also mental. I heard it is called the pollution realm. It can pollute things in the realm. Clean things will become dirty in it, smart people will become stupid in it, crazy lunatics will become quiet in it, and zombies and other monsters will lie down obediently in it. Ah, I know who he is. He lost control when he awakened his superpowers, and Brother Rong was called to help. It was also at that time that Su Dabing ran to her and got sick. Yes, it's him. The two were still communicating there, and Yin Hung had already stepped forward to help the unconscious man up. His name is Chong Yuan, and he is now a member of the Sky Eye. Xian Ying was obviously very familiar with the other party, and looked at Rongshu anxiously. Is Chong Yuan also an anchor point host? The black air overflowing from his eyebrows is similar to his superpowers. Rongshu's spiritual power sense more. Life forms with the same power can also serve as anchor hosts. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and destroy the anchor. Rongshu's previous worship equipment had been put away, and Xianing took out his own. With the golden light of the mantra, the anchor point was destroyed in minutes. When he was using the Sky Repair Shuttle to mend the crack, Chen Er suddenly called him. She suddenly had an idea. If that thing can come over, can we also go over? When this was said, everyone present looked at each other in surprise. Lin Ju was the first to come back to his senses, and slammed the desk next to him. Played it. Yes, yes, yes. Go. Sun Binbin agreed excitedly. Go, why not? If they can come over, we can also kill them. No more nonsense, one word, just do it. Chen Er's words opened up the Ren and Du meridians of a group of people, and everyone was like chicken blood, eager to move and eager to try. Seeing everyone's reaction, Chen Er also became excited. Brother Rong, can you use mental power to reversely locate that side? Rongshu can not only do it, but also does not need to parasitize the anchor point on the living creature on the opposite side. He can condense most of his mental power into a long enough mental power thread to directly cross the space barrier to connect the two planes, which is why he can kill the lust demon across the space barrier. Without further delay, Rongshu stretched the mental power thread into the narrow crack that overflowed with black gas, avoiding the unknown creatures that immersively broke the space barrier, and after arriving at the opposite plane, he used the teleportation bookmark to send the two pine needle books over. One of the two books has a portal bookmark, and the other has an invisibility talisman bookmark. When the portal is placed in a hidden position, the invisibility talisman is affixed, and the big fat man is first sent over to guard the door. Everything is ready. Rongshu retracted the mental power thread, and the Sky Shuttle continued to work to repair the crack that overflowed with black gas. The unknown creature who was diligently chiseling the space barrier suddenly found that the hole he had chiseled was gone, and he looked confused. All the superpowers and ordinary volunteers on Watermelon Star prepared the face-shaping dolls left on Watermelon Star overnight, and packed up and prepared. One person drove a moon boat, wearing a Vulcan suit made of koi, a mask to block peeping, long boots to accelerate, and a cloak to form a super defense. The team was neatly arranged, and the moon fleet marched towards the alien plane. The black air was filled, like a world in the abyss, and a series of crescent moons suddenly appeared. Above the crescent moon, red cloaks stood in the wind, and they were sharp. In the darkness, pairs of strange purple vertical pupils opened and looked at the fleet. This place is not good. Can people live here after it is taken down? Lin Ju carried a durian hammer, and spoke in a nonchalant voice. It can be turned into a horror park, an amusement park. Sun Binbin held two oversized peach pit tongs, and excitedly snapped at the air in front of him. Chen Er, who had secretly hidden in Lin Ju's fish roe lucky bag, was lifted by Rongshu into the fish roe lucky bag on his chest and looked around. At the end of the growing fleet, there was no movement at some point. Just then, a horse had popped out from behind the portal. Rongqiuqiu, who had a pair of beautiful big eyes, looked forward, curiously looking at this world he had never seen. A line of subtitles appeared above its head. Shh, don't make a sound, Mom won't let us come over. Behind it, horse heads popped out one by one and nodded their heads. The holy white light emanated from the horses, and touched the surrounding black air. The black air was purified and dissipated bit by bit in the white light as if it had met its nemesis.